This kind of guy who doesn't dare to attack directly, but only dares to play tricks behind his back, what is it if he is not a mouse? Anyway, Qi Lu thinks so. And the face of the old man opposite, after hearing this sentence, became as black as the bottom of the pot on the spot. It's probably been a long time since anyone dared to say that about him. Mouse? Young man, sharp teeth and sharp mouth will do you no good. The old man's tone became a bit cold. Obviously there was anger in his heart, maybe he had already moved to kill. After all, this kind of killing and extortion, whether or not to keep alive, or not to keep alive. Who knows if there will be any uncontrollable changes after leaving alive. Don't worry, even if it's no good, it's not your turn to say such things. Qi Li's tone was extremely indifferent, as if he didn't pay attention to the old man's warning at all. Of course, in fact, it really didn't take it seriously. This kind of small role can be arrogant in 1/3 of an acre of land. In front of Qi Lu, there was really no threat. It's just that rats in the dark are really troublesome. That's why Qi Lu took the initiative to take Luo out of the city. One of the purposes was to lure these mice out. In order not to bring Luo Feng a fatal disaster, because of his own reasons, this will make Qi Lu feel bad. I hope that when you are dying, you can still talk to the old man in this tone. The old man snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his tone obviously became stronger. The way of the demon god still has an impact on the character. At least becoming more irritable is certain. So under such a murderous and extremely irritable tone, Qi Li's mood still seemed very calm. Seeing the somewhat distorted expression on the old man's face, he just shrugged and said, "Then I'm looking forward to that time." However, at this time, Luo Feng came to his senses. This guy, has he been following us since we left the auction house? Luo Feng remembered what Qi Lu said not long ago. This trip out of the city is not all about the World of Warcraft. In other words, from the very beginning, Qi Lu noticed that someone had been following them. To be precise, it should be at the auction house, they should be watching us. For the dragon scales in our hands. Qi Lu added. To be honest, this kind of thing is not uncommon in Tianji domain. So in many cases, if you want to buy some natural treasures, you have to have enough strength yourself. It's good that you know. The old man sneered when he heard this. Since you understand that the old man is here for the dragon scale, then honestly hand over the dragon scale to the old man. For the sake of your sincerity, the old man can still save your lives. If not, we can only let you all die here. Speaking of this, why do these guys who block the road, rob, kill and rob people like to say this? If they really let people go, they wouldn't talk so much nonsense. Just trying to save some effort. Hey, you want to take something from me, but have you ever thought about what will happen if you offend the Luo family of Xingyun City? When Luo Feng heard this, his temper immediately came up, and he replied immediately. Although Luo Feng didn't want to see his family. But I have to admit that in many cases, the name of the Luo family in Xingyun City is really useful. However, the old man who heard Luo Feng's words sneered, and then said mockingly, "Mr. Luo, I will give face to the Luo family in Xingyun City, and I will call you Mr. Luo here. However, just by you, a heir of the Luo family who is not valued, can you let the Luo family deal with this old man? I tell you, even the ruler of the city-state can't control me." When the old man said this, he was actually telling Luo Feng his own strength. The ruler of this unnamed city-state is a strong beast race in the 6th level of the immortal bone realm. And if you want such a strong man, you don't dare to care about what he does, which proves one point: the cultivation realm of this old man must be above the 6th level of the realm of immortal bones. Even among the Luo family in Xingyun City, there are not many such strong men. It belongs to the level that is unnecessary and does not want to cause trouble. Then, just as the old man said, the Luo family in Xingyun City may not go to great lengths to find him because of Luo Feng. Anyway, it's just a family heir who is not valued and can't cultivate. This is in the Luo family in Xingyan City, although it does not mean that it is everywhere. But there are definitely a lot of them. So after Luo Feng heard these words, his face changed slightly. But he still insisted, and argued aloud, that's not necessarily true. If you attack me, you will slap the Luo family in the face. Do you know that my ancestor of the Luo family may step into the realm of the demon god at any time? At that time, just you, a monk in the realm of immortal bones, is just a chicken and a dog. Also matched with Xingyun, the face of the Qing Luo family? After saying these words, to be honest, Luo Feng didn't know what to do. Although one sentence is correct, a certain ancestor of the Luo family in Xingyun City is indeed about to step into the realm of a demon god. However, this ancestor probably doesn't even know who Luo Feng is. How could it be possible to make a move for Luo Feng? But what needs to be said still needs to be said. Unexpectedly, after hearing Luo Feng's words, the old man burst out laughing. Then his face darkened, and he said, "Humph, Luo Feng, you are a down-and-out son, you don't need to scare the old man here. In this wilderness, desolate place, who can prove that it was the old man who killed you? Maybe you were too bored and wanted to run out of the city, but you were eaten by a monster? Who can say for sure?" Having said that, the old man paused for a while, and then continued. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, Luo Feng, the guards sent to you by the Luo family of Xingyan City have already died in the hands of this old man. After all, I should have offended the Luo family of Xingyan City." Bar. After speaking, the old man laughed again, as if mocking Luo Feng's ignorance and taking it for granted. In fact, the old man had already made a move in that unnamed city-state. The bodyguards in the realm of body forging have absolutely no power to fight back against the strong men in the realm of immortal bones. It can be said that it disappeared quietly. So it's normal for Luo Feng not to know about this. But Qi Lu knew about it, but he just didn't care about it. You. Luo Feng was speechless for a while. That's right, this place is extremely far away from Xingyan City. And I really met a disaster, and the location was in this wilderness. Who knows if it was attacked by a monster? Under such circumstances, who should the Luo family of Xingyan City go to? In the end, it's not over. Hey, are you ignoring me? Listening to the conversation between these two, at the end, Qi Lu couldn't help but interject. How is this going? Why did the protagonist of this encounter change all of a sudden? Also, why does this old guy who suddenly appeared and has no clear meaning feel that he has won? I always feel that the practitioners in the Tianji domain have a kind of wonderful self-confidence. Maybe it's a matter of mood. As long as you have the will to win, you will be able to win the battle. However, Qi Lu just wants to say one thing about this kind of thinking is absolutely wrong when hard power can't keep up. Even if the will to win can allow you to exert 200% of your original strength. But when the gap with the enemy is too great, winning or losing is predetermined. Why does the old man care about a dying person? After the old man heard Qi Li's words, a trace of violence flashed in his eyes. Since you are unwilling to hand over the dragon scales, the old man can only get them by himself. As soon as these words came out, what followed was the old man's lightning-like figure. There was a flash of black light, and the sound of piercing the sky didn't have time to come out. The old man's attack had already reached Qi Lu. Luo Feng is just an ordinary person. Although he had talked nonsense with him for a long time before, when the real battle started, the old man didn't care about Luo Feng at all. As long as this seemingly domineering young man is eliminated, what kind of troubles can be caused by only one Luo Feng remaining? Moreover, the old man didn't think how strong this young man was. After all, Luo Feng is such a down-and-out son. In the Luo family in Xingyan City, he has no status if he wants to be, and no status if he wants to be status. What kind of strong person can walk with such a person? Shu. At this moment, the void was distorted, and cracks were drawn. The old man with a sinister face did not use masculine techniques, but feminine claw techniques. It struck brazenly, like 5 indestructible daggers. Looking at the extent of the shattering of the void, even a strong man in the 6th level of the immortal bone realm would either die or be injured if caught. Unfortunately, what this old man was facing was Qi Lu. Your claw technique has too many flaws, and there is too much room for improvement. It's really good to only attack and not defend, but the problem is that the claw method tends to change moves rather than force attack. You are too weak. When Qi Lu faced the old man's attack, he even had time to give some pointers. Then at the last moment, the second striker came first, seized the opening of the old man's attack, and punched suddenly. Boom! The attacking claws were instantly smashed open. Qi Li's punch also passed through the old man's middle door, and slammed hard on his chest. Crack! There was only a sound of broken bones, which suddenly sounded. Before the feeling of pain reached the old man's mind, his whole body was blown away. Then it hit the ground heavily, dragging out a long ditch, and the soil inside was mostly stained with dark red blood. Only this one fist, the insidious old man who made a sudden attack and tried to sneak attack, was seriously injured. How? Qi Lu hadn't retracted his fist yet, but he started asking questions. Qi Lu just kept punching, which seemed quite mocking to the old man, who was laying on the ground. At this moment, Luo Feng, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He could clearly see the old man's attack just now. Even the void was crushed by that claw. This shows that what the old man said before is not lying. His cultivation realm is really above the 6th level of the realm of immortal bones. Because if you want to have the power to shatter the void, at least you have to be a high-level person in the immortal bone realm. The first 3 are low level, the middle 3 are middle level, and the last 3 are high level. In the end, it is consummation. In this way, the strength of this old man is really higher than that of the ruler of this unknown city-state. However, an enemy with such a powerful strength appeared so vulnerable in front of Qi Lu. How high should Qi Li's cultivation level be? Is the realm of immortal bone complete? Cough, cough, cough. The old man who fell in the long ditch coughed violently at this time. A little bit of blood was coughed out and sprinkled on the ground, which also showed that the old man's injury was definitely not as serious as it appeared in the surface. One must know that Qi Li's previous battle targets were all top demon gods. Now suddenly, facing such a weak enemy. If it wasn't for Qi Li's complete control over his own power, maybe this punch could wipe this guy out. Can you still vomit blood in this place? If I don't send you away with a punch, I will lose. However, Qi Li's performance of this punch did not suddenly soften his heart, wanting to show mercy. It's just to let Luo Feng not think too much, don't pester him when he has nothing to do, rush to hug his thigh or something. External forces will never guarantee your safety. The only one you can really rely on is yourself. What's more, after getting rid of this guy, Qi Lu still has to look at the clues on the dragon scale, and then he is about to leave here. Then when you leave, you can't take Luo Feng as a burden. So it's better to make yourself look weaker, at least it can make Luo Feng think less. However, Qi Lu would never have imagined that the weaker, in his mind, in Luo Feng's view, is like a god descending from heaven. This may be the thinking gap between the strong and the weak. Not to mention the realm of demon gods, even the high-level realm of immortal bones, in Luo Feng's view, they are all difficult to climb. Being able to make friends with such a strong person can basically guarantee the safety of one's own life. At least you don't have to worry about being persecuted in the family. After all, Luo Feng has been dispatched, and he has no chance to touch the core of the family in the future. It's just for survival, it's very simple. However, let alone what Luo Feng was thinking. Let's first take a look at the situation of this old man who is plotting evil. Cough, 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 you why are you so strong? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How long have you been practicing, and how long has the old man been on this path? Why is this happening? The old man's face was full of disbelief, and he even wanted to deceive himself. With this appearance, it was obvious that Qi Li's punch had smashed his mood, which caused a slight change in his thinking. Even if you don't want to believe it, the facts are right in front of you, and there is no way to refute them. Should I say that you are arrogant or arrogant? It's like this every time. You only want to use force to solve the problem, don't you think about having a good talk? We are all civilized people, it's time to do something civilized. Qi Li didn't care about the old man's emotional changes at all. The moment the killing intent appeared in the opponent's mind, there was no room for relaxation. Being able to talk nonsense with this guy for so long is the reason why Qi Li's in a good mood. So the result, of course, needless to say. When Qi Li makes a move, what he pays attention to is a safe one. It must be crushed bones and ashes, ashes fly to smoke, kill clean, purify the world, there is true love in the world, there is. That's it, that's all for now. Although Luo Feng was dumbfounded watching from the sidelines, this kind of scene is actually commonplace. The main reason for the shock was the strength Qi Li showed, it was too strong. Luo Feng now only thinks about one thing. That is my own luck, which is really great. The decision I made before was really right. Such a strong person, I must hold on to it firmly, and I can't let the friendship fade away. Okay, it's all cleaned up. Qi Li clapped his hands and called out to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was so shocked that he came back to his senses suddenly, and his attitude suddenly became cautious. Brother Qi Li. You should be normal, just be the same as before. Qi Li curled his lips. Although the title has not changed, the tone has changed a bit. Who is this low-browed, pleasing to the eyes attitude? This is not so. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Feng said hesitantly. Is that listening to you, or listening to me? Qi Li replied slowly. Listen to you, listen to you. Luo Feng hurriedly responded, tears were almost glistening in his eyes. With such strong strength and such a good temper, it is hard to find another person in the entire Tianji region. Okay, this matter has been dealt with, and the next step is to find a suitable monster. This time is probably not too short, you have to be mentally prepared. Qi Li nodded, and then continued to walk deeper into the wilderness. Powerful monsters are all in the depths of the wilderness. However, the probability of encountering a monster in the realm of a demon god is basically close to zero. Because the monsters in the realm of demon gods, like those demon gods, have their own territories. How could it be possible to run into this wilderness? So Qi Li's target this time is a magical beast in the immortal bone realm. As for how much cultivation level you can have, it depends on Luo Feng's luck. But then again, when it comes to taming monsters, Qi Li really has no experience at all. It is the first time to practice, so I can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Anyway, in this wilderness, there are not many other things, but the number of monsters is large. Even if the monsters in the realm of immortal bone accounted for a very low proportion of the overall number. But Qi Li's training objects don't necessarily have to be magical beasts from the immortal bone realm. What's more, after the cultivation level of those monsters reaches the realm of immortal bones, they basically have a lot of spiritual wisdom. Compared with those brainless monsters, these powerful monsters are still easier to discuss. At least they understand what you mean. Under the excellent means of using both carrots and sticks, it will be a matter of time before surrender. However, Qi Li has never liked to waste time, since there are so many monsters, let's find one that is easier to convince. Generally speaking, the effect of killing chickens and monkeys is very easy taos. So, after 3 days. After many times of practice, Qi Lu finally helped Luo Feng tame a 5-level monster of the immortal bone realm. It was a giant cheetah with a shoulder height of at least 3 meters. Well, at least this monster does look like a cheetah. At first, the guy was grumpy, yelling, and trying to fight back. But after Qi Lu had a heart-to-heart chat with it, it also realized its situation, felt that becoming a mount was also a promising career, and was willing to dedicate the rest of its life to this glorious career. Qi Lu was so happy that he stepped on the void, went up and patted this guy on the shoulder. Encourage it well. Almost shattered the guy's shoulder. Brother Qi Lu, thank you so much. Sitting on the back of the giant cheetah, Luo Feng thanked Qi Lu from the bottom of his heart. This is a powerful beast of the 5th level of the immortal bone realm, so hemade a mount for himself. Even if it is thrown to the Luo family in Xingyan City, that is an extremely rare situation. Moreover, with such a monster accompanying him personally, his own safety can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Even if Luo can be placed in the family, he also has a certain right to speak. You're welcome, Luo Feng, it's all your luck. This guy voluntarily signed a contract with you. Qi Lu smiled, then patted the giant cheetah under his seat, and said. Huh, voluntary? If the giant cheetah could talk, it would have to refute it. It's a pity, even if I can speak now, I dare not say it. And the contract has already been signed. If he dares to go against the contract object, he will die immediately on the spot. Poor my own leopard life, who has been chic all his life, but in the end, hellest his claws. Okay, now it's time to see what clues are in the dragon scales. Now that the favor is over. Then you should do your own thing. Thinking of this, Qi Lu took out the dragon scale of the great dragon king, and put it in his hand. The law of time quietly condensed, and then shrouded the golden dragon scales. Although in the Tianji realm, the flow of laws seems a bit difficult. But it's fine if you don't use it as an attack. The law of time shrouded in the golden dragon scale, followed the aura above. Slowly Lu Zhuang began to search for possible clues in the long river off time. Although it is to trace the source, the more powerful the object involved in the clue, the higher the difficulty. So far, Qi Lu has not had an accurate concept of the strength of the great dragon's sacred king. Judging from this piece of golden dragon scale, at least it is at the level of a top demon god. Moreover, it is very possible that it is just a body of the dragon's sacred king that carries the remnant soul. Not all the power of the dragon king. Therefore, it is difficult to trace the source with the law of time. Hey, judging from this situation, the dragon sage king is still covering up. Have you lost the breath on the dragon scale? Or the time is too long, making it difficult to detect? Qi Lu kept gathering the power of the law of time, but there were almost no clues he could get. From this point of view, the dragon sage king is really impeccable in his work. Wait, I found out. This place is Falling Dragon City? As the law of time goes back, the only clue that emerges from the dragon scales is the name of such a city-state. Falling Dragon City, the name sounds a bit wrong. Could it be the city-state that appeared for the first time when the Dragon's Age King came to the Tianji realm? Or is it the city-state where the golden dragon scale was discovered? Qi Lu didn't know about these problems. However, since we found this only clue, we still have to go and have a look. When the gears of fate started to turn, I followed along and embarked on the path of pursuing my destiny. This may be the guidance of fate, or maybe it is. Follow this clue, follow the path of fate, and move forward step by step. Maybe he can meet you Shi'er who is entangled with himself by the thread of fate. At least it won't be the same as now, completely clueless. Luo Feng. Brother Qi Lu, what are your orders? Do you know where Luolong City is? Qi Lu put away the golden dragon scales. He only provided a name for this thing, but did not provide a specific location. Qi Lu, who was not familiar with the Tianji territory at all, could only ask Luo Feng, a local resident. Dragon Falling City? Luo Feng's face changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously he had heard the name before. You ask what this place is doing, Brother Qi Lu. This is an extremely chaotic city-state. There have been constant wars all year round. It is a terrifying city-state with extremely horrific levels of violence and casualties. It is rumored that dragon bones are buried in the walls of Luolong City, and the corpse of the demon god is buried under the ground. That's why we can maintain an immortal state in the continuous battle. Afterwards, Luo Feng also said the news he knew in one go. As a child of a family who can't cultivate, although he can't run around, he has never seen Luolong City with his own eyes. But staying at the Luo family in Xingyun City, some news is still in the know. Not to mention a famous city-state like Luolong City. Is there still such a rumor that there are dragon bones buried in the walls of Luolong City? In this way, I shouldn't have found the wrong place. Qi Lu was still a bit skeptical just now, whether this Luolong City was a smoke bomb that the dragon sage king put in his dragon scales. But now hearing this rumor, Qi Lu reckoned that the place he was looking for should be Luolong City. Not to mention the fact that the keel was buried in the city wall is true or false. At least with this rumor, it proves that there must have been a giant dragon in Luolong City. Brother Qi Lu, you don't want to go to Luolong City, do you? Looking at Qi Li's expression, Luo Feng suddenly asked. Because this move is too obvious. Can't you? Qi Li glanced at Luo Feng. Of course, it's just that Luolong City is really dangerous. I'm a little worried. Luo Feng said hesitantly, half-truths and half-truths. If possible, Luo Feng really hoped that Qi Lu could stay in this nameless state forever. However, that was impossible, so when the words came to his lips, Luo Feng still chose to stop and did not finish his words. Instead, he chose to guide Qi Lu and tell him where Luolong City was. Just go straight all the way. Because Luo Feng also understood at this time why Qi Lu insisted on taming a monster for him. It's just to repay his own favor. He is really an upright person. So doing more to keep it is boring. At this time it showed Qi Li's role in preserving strength. After all, in Luo Feng's opinion, although Qi Lu is a rare powerhouse, at most, he must be perfect in the realm of immortal bones. Now I also have a 5-level monster of the immortal bone realm as a mount, and my life is guaranteed. So instead of being contrived to stay, it's better to be more chic and open-minded. But what Qi Lu showed before was the strength of the demon god realm. Then, even if it is for performance, Luo Feng will tearfully persuade him to stay at this moment to reflect his pain of parting. Thank you, Luo Feng, then I'll go first. If there is a chance in the future, I will come back to see you. Qi Lu checked the direction, then cupped his hands towards Luo Feng, and jumped off the giant cheetah. Brother Qi Lu, safe journey. Looking at Qi Li's back, Luo Feng waved and shouted. Ah! The giant cheetah also howled. It's just that there is a bit of relief in the tone. It was of course a relief for it to wait until the great demon king left. The only pity is that I even signed the contract, so if I want to run away, I will definitely not be able to escape, and I have been involved in it for the rest of my life. I just hope I can live more comfortably in the future. Go straight in the direction indicated by Luo Feng. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this is difficult to do. After all, if you don't make a turn along the way, who knows what you will encounter. Deep in the wilderness. There are powerful monsters, extremely dangerous uninhabited dangers, and dangerous areas that are inaccessible. In many places, even those powerful practitioners are unwilling to approach. But for Qi Lu, it was not difficult. If you say go straight, you go straight. A monster that dared to come here to provoke Qi Lu would not be able to survive the next second. In the process of advancing, he occasionally encountered some city-states, but Qi Lu didn't stop there. Now that you have a goal, you have to move towards it. At Qi Li's speed, it will only be a few days later. Falling Dragon City is already approaching. As Luo Feng said, this place is indeed a place where wars continue. On the majestic city walls, mottled bloodstains and traces of battles can be seen everywhere. However, these traces are not deep, and for the towering city walls, they can only add a sense of vicissitudes to it. The gates of the city, like most city-states, are kept wide open all year round. It's just that above the city gate, there are 3 big golden characters inlaid, like a swimming dragon, vigorous and powerful. Fall. Dragon. City. That's right, this is the place. Qi Li nodded, and walked into Luolong City. Whether there are keel bones buried in the city walls, whether there are demon gods buried under the ground, Qi Li will not comment on these rumors for the time being. At least according to Qi Li's perception, although the walls of Luolong City are, indeed, much stronger. But there is no breath of keel, hidden inside. And under the earth. Qi Li touched his chin, then stomped his feet on the ground vigorously. Indeed, judging from the feedback force, the ground is more than 10 times stronger than the ground in the wilderness. From this point of view, even if there is no demon god buried underground in Luolong City, there should be something else strange. But these are not within the scope of Qi Li's management. According to the prompt given by the dragon scale of the Dragon Sage King, he came to Luolong City in order to continue to search for the trace of the Dragon Sacred King. It's not that they came here to demolish Luolong City, so why bother so much? Cross the city gate and enter the city-state. What came oncoming was a chilling air. On the street, pedestrians were speechless and hurried, as if they were afraid of something. Everywhere the eye can see, there are traces left after the battle, as well as dark red dried blood, mottled and mottled. There are not only fresh traces that have been left for a short time, but also old traces that have been accumulated over the years. Interlaced and overlapped together, making the sense of vicissitudes and chills even stronger. Looking further into the distance, Qi Li could see it. In front of the gates of many buildings, a triangular flag was erected, fluttering in the wind. On the front, there is a word Wu written on it, and on the back is a pattern, but the patterns on the flags are different. It can be seen that this triangular flag may represent some kind of power. Interesting, in Luolong City, there is no one in charge. Qi Li walked on the street, sensing the aura of the residents in Luolong City. The overall strength is much stronger than other city-states, but the atmosphere is so depressing. Why is this? And when he saw that a stranger like himself came to Luolong City, he didn't come up to talk to him, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Strange, this has never been seen in other city-states. Hey, brother, I have something to ask. In this oppressive and weird atmosphere, Qi Li had no choice but to start talking. The passerby who was held by Qi Li trembled all over his body, and with a violent shake, he almost threw Qi Li's hand away. It's a pity that Qi Li held on too tightly, and this passerby didn't do it. What do you want to do? Are you also here to snatch the treasure map? Passerby saw that he couldn't break free, so he had to stop and question it in a low voice. Treasure map? What treasure map are you talking about? Before Qi Li even asked, he heard such a big secret. It turns out that in this Luolong City, there is still a treasure map. Is there a huge treasure hidden? It's a pity that Qi Li is really not very interested in these treasures and the like. I'm still pretending here. Our Luolong City is notorious for being dangerous and violent. We didn't come here for the treasure map, what else could it be for? Passerby showed a hint of sarcasm with the confused expression on Qi Li's face. Because what this passerby said really makes sense. The reputation of Luolong City, even Luo Feng, knows the dangers in it, so it is not recommended to go there at all. And if you look outside the city-state, you can know the violence in it. There are traces of fighting and mottled blood everywhere. Those cultivators who accidentally came outside Luolong City, just looking at traces on the city wall, are afraid that they will retreat. Therefore, practitioners like Qi Lu, who came straight to Luolong City, must have heard something. But, like this passerby, who laughs at himself and is notorious in Luolong City, it is still rare. Believe it or not, I really don't know what a treasure map is. I came here to Luolong City, just to ask, have there been giant dragons here? Qi Lu shrugged, and simply stated his purpose, directly. After all, Qi Lu came to Luolong City, just to find the trace of the dragon sacred king. Then, it is the best way to directly ask if there have been any giant dragons. Even if it's just some rumors, it can be regarded as a clue. You've already asked this level, and you still want to say that you didn't know about the treasure map? It's really the first time I've seen someone who can pretend to be as good as you. Who knew? After hearing Qi Li's question, the sarcasm on passerby A's face suddenly became stronger. When Qi Lu heard this, he became even more confused on the spot. What is the situation? In Luolong City, you can't even inquire about the news off the giant dragon? You are still pretending, you continue to pretend. Since you are willing to pretend, then I will pretend with you. Seeing the expression on Qi Li's face, passerby A struggled hard again, and found that there was really no way to break free. The hand that this guy put on his shoulder was like a mountain, pressing down on him like a mountain. There is simply no way to get rid of it. Passerby A suspected that if this guy hadn't been merciful, he wouldn't be able to survive the next second. Call it what you want, I just don't know if I don't know. However, I still suggest you to answer my question first. Qi Lu felt that his thinking and that of this passerby were not on the same line at all. But judging from his tone, he should know the news about the giant dragon. That being the case, he cannot be easily let go. Okay, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. After the passerby struggled to no avail, he probably knew that if he didn't answer the question well, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. So after thinking twice, I chose to compromise. In our falling dragon city, there is a broken treasure map. As long as all the fragments can be collected, a complete treasure map can be obtained, and then a complete dragon bone can be found according to the treasure map. As long as you refine that keel, you will definitely be promoted to the realm of the demon god. Now, do you understand? Passerby A's introduction was simple and clear, and it also made Qi Lu understand what was going on with the vigilance in these guys' eyes. Was it because he was afraid that he would snatch the keel belonging to Luolong City? A joke, the realm of a mere demon god is worth making Qi Li's heart beat. This is probably the reason why those demon gods didn't even bother to come to Luolong City to snatch the treasure map. The realm of demon gods is indeed a great temptation for practitioners of the realm of immortal bones. But for a real demon god, it is tantamount to tasteless. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. It's okay to want it, or not, just take it when it falls into your hand, but it's definitely not worth the effort to get it. That's why the current Luolong City was created. However, to be honest, Qi Lu is not rare in the demon god realm, but Qi Lu really wants to dig out this keel to have a look. Who knows if it will be the keel of the Dragon King? Wait a minute, the keel of the Dragon King? No way, could it be that the great dragon sacred king died in the Tianji realm? Keel, so that's the case, so there is such a thing. Qi Lu let go of passerby A's hand, then touched his chin, as if he was thinking about something. Passerby A saw this, and wanted to take the opportunity to leave. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li's hand was on his shoulder again. Let me ask you, what kind of treasure map is this, and where is it? Passerby A was silent. After a long while, he asked a little embarrassingly, you really don't know about this? If I knew, what would you do? Qi Lu asked back. This guy is really interesting, am I out of my mind, and I'm asking you here knowingly? What you said also makes sense. Passerby A fell silent again, feeling that he might have misunderstood something. Maybe I am not a passerby, but the guy blocking the way is the passerby. Or, everyone is a passerby? Did you see those triangular flags? After a while, passerby A stretched out his hand and pointed to the flags fluttering in the wind. I see, but what does this have to do with the treasure map? Are those flags fragments of a treasure map? Qi nodded. Qi noticed those flags as soon as he came to Luolong City. If you want to say that, it's actually the same. Those flags represent the martial arts school. A flag is a martial arts gym. Passerby silently nodded, and then continued. In every martial arts hall, there is a treasure map fragment. As long as the martial arts hall can be destroyed, the treasure map fragment will appear. It's really troublesome to do this again. When Qi heard this, he couldn't help but say something. As a result, Passerby A's voice also paused, and then sighed again. I really believe now that you really don't know about the treasure map. How? Qi glanced at Passerby A. Let me explain it to you in detail. Passerby A scratched his head, sorted out his thoughts, and then continued to speak. The fragments of the treasure map are not in the martial arts hall, but will automatically emerge after the martial arts hall is destroyed. This is the rule in Luolong City, so if you want to get the treasure map, you must do this. Build a martial arts gym based on the fragments of the treasure map. Then there will be a duel between martial arts halls, which is commonly known as kicking the gym. Every time you destroy a martial arts school, you can get a fragment of the treasure map. Until all the other martial arts halls are destroyed, the last remaining martial arts hall can collect all the treasure maps. This is also the reason why there are constant battles in Luolong City. Everyone wants to collect all the treasure maps, get the keel, and then advance to the realm of the demon god. Of course there will be no less battles between martial arts halls. Passerby said so. After co-authoring and talking for a long time, is the reason why Luolong City is so notorious, or is it caused by you yourself? Qi rubbed his eyebrows with some headaches. It seems that it is not so easy to obtain a complete treasure map. With such troublesome rules, it's no wonder those demon gods never thought of coming to Luolong City. There is one thing to say, if it wasn't for looking for the trace of the dragon sacred king, Qi would not have thought of coming here. But now, if you don't come, you will come. Then what should I do to kick the gym? Can I just go there? Qi continued to ask. Kick the pavilion? Now you want the treasure map again? Passerby glanced at Qi then asked a question. Immediately afterwards, he shrugged his shoulders and said, if that's the case, let's forget it. Only kicking gyms between martial arts gyms will be counted as kicking gyms within the rules, or the fragments of the treasure map won't show up. Because of the limited number of fragments of the treasure map, the number of martial arts gyms in Luolong City is also limited. If it is due to a battle between non-martial arts halls, the martial arts hall will be destroyed. Then this position will be vacant. Hearing this, Qi eyes suddenly lit up. Empty? Yes, leave it alone. Passerby nodded, then fell silent for a while. He raised his head suddenly, as if he understood what the guy in front of him wanted to do. He must want to destroy a martial arts gym, and then occupy that position, and continue to kick the gym as a martial arts gym. So, after being speechless for a while, Passerby still patted Qi's shoulder with his backhand. Dao, after successfully establishing a martial arts school, there are other rules that need to be followed. The owner of the martial arts gym, when you kick the gym, you can only target the owner. If you want to deal with the disciples in the sect, you can only let the disciples in your martial arts gym take action, you know. And the treasure map fragments will only fall into the hands of the museum owner. As soon as these words came out, Qi immediately understood. There is only one treasure map and only one keel. Practitioners who have the opportunity to be promoted to the realm of the demon god all want to be the master of the pavilion, who wants to be a disciple. These rules are taking advantage of the selfishness of those practitioners. Then it created the current situation. In Luolong City, there are still many martial arts gyms, and no one can collect all the treasure maps. Practitioners in the realm of immortal bones compete to become the master of the martial arts hall, while those cultivators in the realm of hopeless demon gods choose to worship in the martial arts hall, and devote themselves to practicing under the careful teaching of the master. Then, keep kicking the pavilion and fighting constantly. The disciples in the martial arts hall are almost becoming a kind of consumables. However, speaking of this, Qi Lu felt that it might be a good idea to open a martial arts gym by himself. Anyway, the martial arts gym in Luolong City is already intricate and complicated. After so many years of confrontation, it consumed an unknown number of disciples. No wonder it turned Luolong City into what it is now. Now, it's time for a change. Okay, I know what you said, it's all right now, you can go. Qi Lu waved his hand and let passerby go. All the questions that should be asked have been asked, and now it should beta official kickoff time. No, before kicking the gym, it should be time to build a martial arts gym. Hey, if you insist on wading through this muddy water, there's nothing you can do about it. I can only wish you the best of luck. After passerby was let go, he first made sure that this guy would not put his hands on his shoulders again, and then ran away immediately. Qi Lu was left alone, standing alone on the street, looking up at the sky silently. I thought about it. Dragon King, it is really not easy to find your trace. The special rules for collecting this treasure map must not have been set by Dragon Sacred King himself. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this possibility, and after careful consideration, he immediately felt that it was very possible. Well, I still don't want to think about it. Find a fateful martial arts school first, and set their positions. Let's clean it up. Because the number of fragments of the treasure map is limited, the number of martial arts halls is also limited. Therefore, martial arts gyms without treasure map fragments are not recognized within the rules of finding treasure maps in Luolong City. Regarding this, Qi Lu could only express helplessness. Such troublesome rules are extremely unfriendly to a lazy person like him. Isn't this impossible? To be honest, if possible, Qi Lu would rather collect the treasure map than flatten Luolong City. Instead of looking for one martial arts gym after another as it is now. Not to mention wasting time, it also seems aggrieved. It is a pity that this rule is likely to be set by the Dragon King, and it hasto be followed before there is no way to break it. Dragon King, what exactly do you want to do? Let me take a look. Qi Lu touched the golden dragon scale in his arms, straightened his face, and then walked towards the nearest martial arts gym. Now that it has been decided to collect all the treasure maps, it must be the enemy of all martial arts. So the first step, please a certain martial arts gym in Luolong City to help make room for it. There is no need to choose one by one, just use the principle of proximity, just dismantle a martial arts gym at random and you're done. Anyway, for Qi Lu, those martial arts masters are impossible to be an all-in-one enemy. Just crush it directly. The only troublesome ones should be the disciples in the martial arts hall, they have to figure out a good way. Really, why is there such a boring rule? It has to be a pawn against pawn, general against general. Speaking of which, the martial arts gym in Luolong City is very bright. The door was opening, and some disciples were practicing rough boxing in the lobby. Qi Lu frowned when he saw the flawed moves. But then again, the moves that can make Qi Lu invisible probably won't appear here either. However, it is true to say so. However, the problem that puzzled Qi Lu was that the cultivation base of these disciples was probably too low. Almost all of them are in the state of receiving energy, and practitioners who have just started can also worship under the door of these martial arts halls? Are these martial arts schools so meaty? If they really want to compete for the treasure map, these disciples in the state of absorbing energy are not even considered as cannon fodder. What is the purpose of recruiting people? With such doubts in his arms, Qile walked into this martial arts gym. Qile didn't even look at the name, anyway, it's a martial arts gym that is about to disappear, so the name doesn't matter. Who are you? You look a little strange. What are you doing in our martial arts hall? Before Qile entered the lobby, he stepped over the threshold of the gate when was stopped by a voice. Turning his head, he found a strong man sitting next to the gate, tall and big. He looked like a black bear. This guy is the gatekeeper in this martial arts gym? Qile scratched his head, and said, I'm here to do something about your martial arts gym. Well, where's your gym master? For things like kicking the gym, it is better to go directly to the owner of the martial arts gym. No, Qile didn't come here this time to kick the gym. It should be here to dismantle the martial arts hall. Then you should discuss it directly with the owner of the martial arts gym. Because of the request to kick the gym, it didn't say that all the people in the martial arts gym need to be killed. As long as they all admit defeat, and then dismantle the martial arts hall, and the flag outside is broken, it can be regarded as the destruction of the martial arts hall. So what Qile thought was to discuss with the master of the martial arts gym and let them dismiss all the disciples under his sect. After all, Qile has no grievances or enmity with these martial arts clubs, but he just wants to collect all the treasure maps. Why bother to kill the killer? Doesn't that mean that Qile has been infected by the violence of the Tianji realm and has become bloodthirsty? What are you doing with our curator? The strong man sitting by the gate looked Qile up and down. After confirming that this guy is not the owner of any martial arts gym in Luolong City, he showed a look of sudden realization, thumped his palms, and said, Oh. You are here to apprentice. When you come to the martial arts hall, there are not many things that you need to discuss with the owner of the martial arts hall. Either other martial arts gyms have come to kick the gym, or those ignorant guys are thinking about apprenticeship. I feel that I can learn more things if I find the owner of the museum. So as soon as this thought came up, the strong man waved his hand at Qile and said, If you want to be a teacher, you don't need to go find the owner, I'll just register for you. You people, don't always think about finding the owner, it's useless. When you join our martial arts school, you can only be a registered disciple at the beginning, and put your name in our martial arts hall. By the way, remember to pay 10,000 blood spar as apprenticeship fee first, and then you can go in. After finishing speaking, the strong man yawned and stretched his waist, by the way, as if such things were commonplace. Do you still have to pay the apprenticeship fee? Qile was dumbfounded. He just wanted to come over and have a calm discussion with the owner of this martial arts gym. I hope that through the way of talking and talking, the owner of this martial arts gym will wake up, dismiss his disciples, and accept the reality calmly. Who would have heard such interesting news before entering the lobby? You are really interesting. You don't pay the apprenticeship fee, but you still want to join our martial arts school? You don't even go out to inquire about it. The apprenticeship fee for the 10,000 blood spar stones in our martial arts school is notoriously low. I think it's expensive. You can go to other martial arts gyms and come to our place again. The strong man glanced at Qile and said without any surprise. You know, the secret of the treasure map has been circulated in Luolong City for many years. In the past, martial arts clubs could still fight for the treasure map, just for the hope of achieving the position of demon god. But later, everyone discovered that it seems that it is not an option to keep fighting like this. Opening a martial arts gym also costs money, so you can't always lose money. So the owner of a certain martial arts gym thought of such a way. Get some apprenticeship fees to subsidize the family. As a result, when this idea came up, it was really amazing. The owners of various martial arts gyms suddenly realized that opening a martial arts gym can also earn blood spar. If you think about it, every cultivator in Tianji domain is a big eater of resources. If you want to achieve something, you need a huge amount of resources, and this is just a foundation. If the martial arts school wants to survive, the blood spar it needs is naturally an astronomical number. Even if it is to compete for the treasure map, there must be enough blood spar. So, after the apprentice fee was opened, in order to earn more blood spar, many martial arts halls have also relaxed the threshold of apprenticeship. Regardless of your talent or potential, as long as you are willing to pay a full apprenticeship fee, the martial arts hall is willing to accept you. It's just that disciples without talent and potential are not worth the effort to cultivate. To put it simply, those disciples who make up the numbers are mobile cash machines. In the martial arts hall, just teach them every move and half style. Don't worry too much, just let them play freely. And the disciples bear the name of the martial arts school, so they are not afraid of being bullied in Luolong City, and the apprenticeship fee they pay can be regarded as protection fee. After all, Luolong City is a very large city-state. Even though it has a notorious reputation, the number of residents living here and practitioners coming and going is still not a small number. Moreover, in Luolong City, there is no family power or sex. Yes, there are just many martial arts halls. So in Luolong City, the name of the martial arts school can be used for self-defense in many cases. This is also the reason why many martial arts gyms have lowered the threshold for apprenticeship after they figured out the apprenticeship fee, but there are still so many people willing to apprentice and learn rough moves that are not very useful. Just spend blood spar to buy peace. Apprentice fee, I almost forgot about this trick. Chi Le thumped his palms violently, and also showed a look of sudden realization. I had been thinking about what kind of shop I should open, so now I have a good idea. Anyway, this martial arts gym is about to open anyway, so why not take the opportunity to earn some blood spar? For formal business, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Since you remember it, then hand it over quickly. You don't know that the biggest martial arts gym in Luolong City costs a full 200,000 blood spar for apprenticeship fee. The strong man looked at the young man in front of him, suddenly realized, and said something else. It seems that I want to understand. That's great, my martial arts school has income again. 200,000 blood spar? When Chi Lu heard this, his eyes widened and he was startled. At first, I thought that the apprenticeship fee of 10,000 blood spar was high enough, but I didn't expect it to be even higher. These 200,000 blood spar stones are just for the sake of being a registered disciple in the martial arts gym? There are so many blood spars that there is no place to spend them. That's not true. The stronger the martial arts school, the higher the apprenticeship fee. In our Luolong City, if you don't wear the name of a martial arts school, you really can't live. The brawny man said disapprovingly that it was amazing to be able to turn apprenticeship into a business. I really have to admire the industrial development model of Luolong City. It turns out that it is really unexpected if I don't see it with my own eyes. What is your original intention to compete for the treasure map? Is it just lost? Chi Lu couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, and then thought of what that passerby said. Sure enough, the treasure map and dragon bone matter, as a legend, has been circulated in Luolong City for a long time. It has grown to the current martial arts school, and I have lost confidence in these legends. As a result, people outside Luolong City thought that Luolong City was the same as before. However, is there any difference to Chi Lu? It seems that there is no difference. They have all turned the martial arts gym into a business, so as a store manager, it's nothing to come to participate. It's nothing more than legitimate business competition, so let's do it according to our ability. Ahem, let's not talk about apprentice fees. I'm here to find your museum owner. I do have some personal matters to solve. After Chi Lu inquired about the situation, he returned to the topic. Besides, the apprenticeship fee is a bit too much. But for Chi Lu, as long as he develops such a thinking, then in the martial arts gym, there are many places where you can earn blood spar. I said you people are really troublesome. If you have anything to do, you can find the owner. Where does the owner have so much time to see you? Hearing this, the strong man waved his hands impatiently, and said, if you don't want to be a teacher, then go, the owner of the pavilion has no time to see you. Really, a pauper who can't even get 10,000 blood spar. Do you think you don't have to pay the apprenticeship fee after meeting the owner? For the last two sentences, the strong man muttered in a low voice, but hadn't say it. After all, martial arts has evolved into a service industry, and the attitude of the staff is somewhat better. No way, they all have to eat. If you can't earn blood spar, how can you make a living? Don't think that the practitioners in the Tianji domain are all outlaw lunatics. Isn't it faster to open a martial arts gym than to rob? Then if I say, I'm here to kick the gym? Qile shook his head, he had no choice but to tell his purpose. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter this door. What? Kick the pavilion. As soon as these words came out, the strong man jumped up from the ground in shock. What did you just say? You are here to kick the gym. To be honest, the strong man's expression was a little too surprised, but hadn't want to pretend. Any questions? Qile asked with some doubts. When I inquired with that passerby before, didn't I say that in Luolong City, kicking the hall happened from time to time? Why does it look like this is not the case at all? No problem at all, I'll find you the owner right away. It's fine if you want to kick the hall, but I'm just a registered disciple for the next 2 months, so don't make trouble for me. Xuanhuan explained his affairs very quickly, then turned around and ran into the martial arts hall. Go through the lobby and disappear behind the curtain. Emotional guy is a temporary worker? Qile was a little speechless, really want to say, are these martial arts degenerate? The rumors I heard before were all about how violent, cruel, and difficult to get along with in Luolong City. The result is all the old calendar. In the current Luolong City, has the industrial development been distorted to such an extent? Dragon King, is this also within your calculations? Hey, is someone coming to kick the hall? It's really strange. I've been in the martial arts gym for a month, and this is the first time I've seen such a thing. It's only been a month for you, and it's been almost 3 months for me, and it's the first time I've seen you. No way, I just heard that the battle in the gymnasium is very fierce, and I always wanted to see it with my own eyes, so I came here. Then you have to wait. Immediately afterwards, Qile heard chattering discussions coming from the lobby. I saw those disciples who were still practicing boxing were looking at the gate at this time, wanting to see who the guy kicking the hall was. It can be seen that they are really curious. What's going on? There seems to be only one guy kicking the hall. No way, just such a person wants to come to the gym, I'm afraid his brain was kicked. Then who knows, it looks like it won't be very exciting. I came here to learn boxing, why did I suddenly meet someone from the boxing gym? Learning boxing? Just like you? Then your apprenticeship fees for these 10,000 blood spar stones are for nothing. Whatever, at least it's worth watching such a good show. However, in the lobby of the martial arts hall, the chirping discussions never stopped. This made Qile let out a sigh. Is this the legendary, fierce Luolong City? Why does Qile feel that the folk customs are so simple and incompatible with the atmosphere of Tianji region? So when I first came to Luolong City, what happened to the murderous aura I felt? Could it be the murderous aura left over from the past? Just as he was thinking about it, Qile heard an angry voice. Are you the kicker? Hearing the sound, he raised his head and saw a hale and hearty old man, wearing a black martial arts uniform, coming to the lobby. The old man is the owner of the martial arts gym here. Young man, please report your name. Let this old man see who it is, and give you the courage to come to this old man's house alone to kick the game. Following the appearance of the old man who was the owner of the hall, the disciples in the lobby also fell silent. Although he has only joined the martial arts gym not long ago, he knows the rules. The owner of the hall has come out, and if he waits for others to make a noise, it is disrespectful to the owner. This is something that is not allowed in the martial arts gym. You are the owner, my name is Qi Lu. No one gave me the courage, I just had a sudden thought, so I ran over to the gym. Qi Lu looked at the old man, who was the owner of the museum. Although he was not considered righteous, he didn't have much evil spirit either. His nature should not be bad. The cultivation level of the 4th level of the immortal bone realm is not too weak. So Qi Lu felt that if it could be resolved peacefully, there was no need to use force. On a whim? Young man, I have to say something, you are really courageous. Hearing the words, the old man of the museum owner couldn't help frowning slightly, and said aloud, you know, many times, you may pay a price you can't afford for your impulsive impulse. What you said makes sense. Qi Lu nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, young man, if you step back now, the old man can still let the past go. If you continue to persist in your obsession, the old man will let you know that kicking the gym is not something everyone can do. Seeing the young man in front of him nodding, the old man continued to speak. To do business with an open door, peace is the most important thing. It is the right way to be courteous first and then soldier. No, I don't need you to let go of the past. After hearing this, Qi Lu waved his hands again and again, and said, my mind will not change, I didn't do it directly, I just wanted to say something. You should dismiss all the disciples first, lest you start your hands and hurt them. This is what I said sincerely. The main reason is that Qi Lu suddenly discovered that the talent point of Luolong City's industrial development seems to be a bit crooked. These martial arts gyms have changed from the previous hegemony model to the current business model. Although I don't know if it is the purpose of the Dragon King. But under this atmosphere, Qi Lu felt that it was better to deal with these matters calmly. Oh? Young man, you are not very old, but your tone is not small. Looking at you coming here alone, I'm afraid you are not here to kick the gym, but to demolish the old man's martial arts gym. The old man who was the owner of the hall looked at Qi Lu carefully, and then said aloud. He could see clearly. The kicking of the gymnasium within the rules is from the owner to the owner, and the disciples to the disciples. The young man in front of him came alone and said he wanted to kick the gym, but there was always one aspect that he couldn't deal with. So, there is only one possibility. That is this young man, he is not from the martial arts hall at all. Since you have guessed it all, that's really great, it saves me a lot of trouble. Qi Lu generously admitted what the old man said, then pointed to the disciples in the lobby, and continued, furthermore, there are many disciples like Tis in your martial arts gym. There's no chance of winning. A group of disciples in the state of absorbing energy can bully ordinary people. The old man who was the owner of the pavilion frowned when he heard the words, and said in a deep voice, young man, don't you know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth? The disciples in the old man's martial arts school are more than the ones you see. I know, but to me it's all the same. Of course, Qi Lu could sense that behind the lobby was the real martial arts training ground. The disciples in the martial arts training ground are the real elite disciples in the martial arts hall, and most of them are in the realm of blood refining. But in Qi Li's eyes, is there any difference? No. Therefore, what the old man who was the owner of the hall said didn't make any sense to Qi Lu. However, you seem to have been doubting my strength, so I have to prove it to you. While talking, Qi Lu suddenly raised his fist. If you want to speak calmly and have a sincere heart-to-heart conversation, the most important prerequisite is to prove that you are capable enough to make the other party talk to you calmly and be willing to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. Then achieve the purpose of convincing the other party. What an impatient young man. The old man will take some time and teach you well. Raise a guy like you who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Seeing Qi Lu raised his fist, the old man, who was the owner of the pavilion also hummed softly, and then put on a gesture of raising his hand. This scene immediately excited the disciples in the hall. Although I have not forgotten the rule of not making loud noises. But the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. To be honest, since the threshold for apprenticeship in the martial arts hall was lowered, most of the disciples who joined the martial arts hall spent money to eliminate disasters. To put it simply, it is just to find a backer for yourself. Do you really think that talent and potential are something that everyone has? Therefore, the stronger the backer they found, the happier they would be. Luolongcheng is so big, and the number of martial arts halls is nearly 100. The intricate relationship is distributed among the nearly 100 million population of Luolong City, plus the practitioners who come and go. If you don't find a stronger backer, you won't be able to justify being bullied. At this moment, the host is preparing to fight the kicker, which is definitely a rare thing in this life for disciples like them. As for the problem of harming the fish in the pond, they have long been subconsciously ignored. That's fine. In order not to say that I shot suddenly, you are not ready. Seeing that the old man who was the owner of the hall was getting ready, Chi Le slowly turned around and said in a slow voice. Look, I only punch one. Boom. The voice fell, and the punch was like a dragon. The sound was like thunder, stirring up distorted cracks in the void in front of him. How is this possible? The old man of the pavilion wanted to follow suit, but faced with this terrifying punch, his mind fell into a blank. The violent momentum rushed towards his face, like the power of heaven and earth. It's like a roaring wild beast. The invincible momentum has already made the old man of the pavilion understand that it is impossible for him to resist this punch. Under such a terrible attack, the old man of the pavilion already knew that he could only watch the punch come. Then, under this unstoppable power, he silently lamented his own powerlessness. When did such a strong man appear in Luolong City? Why does such an existence appear here? This was the last question that appeared in the blank mind of the old man of the museum. What is buried in the treasure map of Luolong City is nothing more than Akil, an opportunity to achieve the position of demon god. But the great power in front of him said that there would be no difficulty at all if he wanted to achieve the position of demon god. Why do you have to worry about this keel? Boom. There was only a loud noise, the sound of air bursting. The old man who was the owner of the hall was stunned, almost waiting for himself to be blown away by a punch, and then fell to the ground. In the end, he only saw a fist, which stopped in front of his eyes, not a hair's breadth away. Just didn't touch his face. It's just that the violent fist wind roared, leaving bloodstains on the old man's body. It wasn't until a thread of blood slipped from his forehead to the corner of his eye that the old man who was the host suddenly woke up. Knowing that it was this powerful man who came to dismantle the martial arts gym, he was merciful. Otherwise, under such a terrible attack, there is absolutely no possibility of him surviving. How, do you have any new ideas now? For example, accept my suggestion, dismiss the disciple immediately, and then give up the location of the martial arts hall? Chi Le raised his fist, placed it in front of the old man who was the owner of the pavilion, and then spoke slowly. With no injustice or enmity, Chi Le still can't do it without any reason. So this is the only way to make sense. As for letting the tiger go back to the mountain and leaving future troubles, do you need to worry about future retaliation? In Chi Le's view, there was no need to think about it. Not to mention the cultivators in the Tianji realm have the nature of worshipping the strong. Speaking of the strength of the old man in front of him, without the help of a keel, he would be in the realm of immortal bones in this life. Can Chi Le worry about this level of revenge? That was a waste of time. What's more, the current situation is that Chi Le wants to demolish the other party's martial arts. It must be his own fault. Although it is said that this is just a normal commercial competition, market rules must be followed. Just grab the market, there is no need to destroy the other party's family. I know. This punch also made the old man understand. In front of such a strong person, if he is willing to reason with you, that is already his great luck. You must know that those cultivators in Tianji region have a bloodthirsty character and an ethos of bullying the weak and fearing the hard. Encountering this kind of situation, it is estimated that without further ado, do it directly. How can I talk to you so calmly? Dreaming. Therefore, when Qi spoke out, the name of the old man, who was the owner of the hall, changed. Isn't it just dismissing the disciples in the martial arts hall, and then handing over your own martial arts hall? In front of life, it is a trivial matter. What's more, the old man who owns the gymnasium also knows what level his martial arts gym is in Luolong City. Competing for the treasure map is just a joke. It is impossible to go to the gym to kick the gym, and you can only rely on charging apprenticeship fees to maintain your life like this. Anyway, I have enough blood spar, so I don't lose any money by handing over the martial arts gym now. Maybe you can get to know a real strong man. It's good to know, then I'll wait for your good news. Hearing this, Qi nodded in satisfaction, then withdrew her fist. It is very comfortable to be able to talk with such a sensible museum owner, and even the process of chatting with each other is omitted. Speaking of which, Qi did see through this matter. Such a thing as death rather than submission seems to be really rare in Tianji domain. That's good, at least it's very convenient to do something. It must be, it will be fine soon. The old man who was the host nodded and bowed on the spot. He opened this martial arts gym on the spot, and he never thought of snatching the treasure map fragments. After all, in Luolong City, the renewal speed of the martial arts hall is faster than those cultivators who come and go. There are only a dozen or so top-ranked martial arts gyms that can stand tall, and the rest are cannon fodder. That being the case, why risk your own life? And the martial arts disciple who watched this scene was dumbfounded at the time, and didn't even want to close his opened mouth. Because the development of this plot is really unexpected. Originally, these martial arts disciples were still thinking about it, and even the master of the martial arts school took action. Then this self-respecting kicker will definitely be kicked out and thrown on the street. In the end, it turned out to be the owner of his own martial arts gym, who confessed on the spot, and then began to prepare to dismiss his disciples, disbanding the martial arts gym? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why did it become like this? I also want to ask this question, am I dazzled? How is it possible? Everyone has seen it clearly. Could it be that we are all dazzled? Don't talk about this, I just want to ask, will the apprenticeship fee be funded? This may be a bit difficult. A group of disciples began to discuss in disbelief. Then it changed from not being able to believe it at the beginning, to accepting the reality, and then to the final stage of asking for apprenticeship fees. Hearing the dark lines on the face of the owner of the pavilion, the old man couldn't help but shoot and kill this group of deceitful teachers and ancestors, guys. However, considering that the powerhouse kicker is still present, he can only get down to business first. Ahem. Although the voice of clearing his throat was not loud. But all the martial arts disciples present stood at attention like a conditioned reflex, kept silent, and looked nervously at the master. I'm very glad that everyone can pay homage to the martial arts gym run by this old man. It's my luck to receive a disciple like you. That's not true, everyone paid the apprenticeship fee to join the martial arts gym. You earned the blood spar and received the protection fee, isn't it just luck? It's just that no one dares to say such words. However, it is very regrettable that the old man feels that he is old and can no longer support the continued operation of the martial arts school. So for the present plan, the only way is to dismiss all the disciples, so as not to delay your future. I wish you all, after leaving this martial arts gym, you will have a bright future and create greater glories. The scene of the old man who is the owner of the museum is still very good. It would be even better if everyone didn't see what happened just now. However, what has already happened obviously cannot be changed. What happened just now, what should be seen, has been seen. But it doesn't matter, as long as the old man himself is not embarrassed. The embarrassing ones are the many disciples in the martial arts hall. The so-called shameless, invincible, Anyway, the disciples in the martial arts gym did not dare to have any opinions, at least they did not dare to speak out. No matter how cleanly the owner lost just now, he is still a real powerhouse in the immortal bone realm. Losing, it just proves that the strong players who came to play in the gymnasium are more powerful. It doesn't mean that disciples like them can be presumptuous. That being said, the apprentice fee is doomed not to come back. As for Qi Lu, just standing at the door of the martial arts hall and watching, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the strong man who was guarding the door. "Are you there?" "Sir, my lord, I really have only been in this martial arts gym for 2 months. Your lord has a lot, so don't be fooled by the little ones." The burly man was stopped by Qi Lu, and hurriedly walked over with an apologetic smile on his face, rubbed his hands, and humiliated. "There's no way, didn't you see that the owner didn't even get through with a punch? Can I be tougher than the owner of the museum?" "No, that's not what I want to talk about. I just want to ask, what's the current market situation in this martial arts gym in Luolong City? When I talked to you before, I felt that you were quite clear about this aspect." Of course, Qi Lu didn't want to trouble this strong man. He is just a gatekeeper, and blocking the way is just doing his duty, so there is nothing to say. It was just chatting with him, and found that he seemed to know the martial arts market quite well, so I asked more. It turns out that the adult asked about this matter, the young one must know everything and talk endlessly. Hearing this, the strong man quickly expressed his loyalty. Then he told all the news he knew. Apprentice fee is an entry, since it was proposed, it has been constantly pioneered and innovated. After entering the martial arts gym, there are still many places where blood spar needs to be handed over. Prescriptions and herbs for physical fitness, exquisite moves and fighting skills, one-on-one guidance and so on. In other words, Luolong City's industrial development direction is definitely on the wrong path. Martial arts halls are really good at making money. Facts have proved that businessmen who have changed jobs from cultivators are more black-hearted than professional businessmen like us. Tell me, am I right, system? While listening silently, Qi Lu asked a question in his mind. I just want to find a partner who agrees with my point of view. System, host, this system thinks that you are right. Sure enough, even the system thought so. Don't make a fuss about it, Qi Li's store, although it never sells anything in terms of price, is definitely worth the money. It is not at the same level as these martial arts gyms in Luolong City. No, these unscrupulous businessmen can no longer be allowed to continue to pen these martial arts gyms, they must be crushed. After Qi Lu got the approval of the system, he thought about it seriously in his heart. Then, the voice in my head rang again. System, host, have you forgotten your purpose? If you don't say this, I really forgot. Qi Lu slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered that his purpose seemed to collect all the treasure map fragments. Why did he come to Kai Wuguan all of a sudden? Is it really the instinct of the store manager? Definitely an occupational disease. Okay, it's none of your business here, you can go. Thinking of this, Qi Lu waved his hands at the strong man guarding the gate. Basically, I got to know everything I could understand, and I also knew that most of the martial arts gyms in Luolong City were just a cover. A pretense to make money. What a depravity. Qi Lu really didn't expect that the temptation of money did not corrode the realm of the gods, but instead corrupted the realm of the sky first. This is also possible, because the blood spar is much more useful than the faith stone. But no matter what, as long as Qi Lu came over, he couldn't just ignore this kind of thing. My lord, this old man has dismissed all the disciples according to your order. I don't know how long it took, the old man who was the owner of the museum came over. pointing to the empty martial arts hall, said so. Thank you for your hard work, then you should know what to do next. Qile nodded, yawned, and spoke. Finally got this first step done. It's clear, this martial arts gym now belongs to you, my lord, I'll leave now. The old man who was the owner of the martial arts hall nodded and said, and then quickly left the martial arts hall under Qile's signal. Anyway, the blood spar was taken away, it's just a martial arts gym for making money, so don't worry about it. The fragments of the treasure map are hopeless. Although the keel is good, you have to live to enjoy it. Okay, the seat has been vacated, and now I am qualified to join this battle for the treasure map. Qile looked at the martial arts gym in front of him, walked back and forth twice, and finally made a decision. Torn down and rebuilt. To be honest, the traditional martial arts gym can no longer satisfy Qile's idea of opening a shop, and a new style martial arts gym must be created. In the past experience of opening a store, there are a lot of objects worthy of reference. System, I know you are here, help me, rebuild a martial arts gym for me. For this kind of thing, finding the system is naturally the fastest choice. Qile didn't hesitate at all. System, host, do you really use this system as free labor? System, another point, the host, you are running a martial arts gym, not a store, why do you ask this system for help? That's why you don't understand, don't you look down on martial arts? Any shop has the possibility to become a shop, let alone a place with such potential as the martial arts hall. And, in essence, the battle space hut does not have the characteristics of a martial arts hall. Qile made a lot of arguments in front of the system. Instead, the system was fooled. System, what the host said seems to make sense. Qile hummed and said, of course. In fact, from Qile's point of view, the structure of the new martial arts gym is very simple, a front hall and a huge martial arts training ground are enough. Accepting apprentices is like a customer signing up a membership, and it is enough to issue a special ID card to each of them. Then copy a part of the functions in the mirror space hut and the battle space hut, and then combine them with each other to perfect them, and then they can be thrown into the martial arts training ground to make a new open-air battle space. Just this step, isn't it 10 times stronger than other martial arts? You know, if the disciples in other martial arts gyms want to fight in real combat, they can only practice against each other. Or go to the wilderness to find monsters. If one is not careful, one will die in the wilderness. But in Qile's new style martial arts gym, there is no need to worry about actual combat at all. In addition, in order to avoid those disciples who worship in the martial arts gym, that is, customers who have opened membership, asking questions. Qile is also planning to turn the automatically generated sparring dummies on the training ground into puppets. In this way, it can be explained. Puppetry is rare in the Tianji realm, but it is not without it. It's just that the Tao of the demon god disdains these heretical ways, so it's hard to find them. And this is just the first step. The second step is to place all kinds of pills and medicines for body training in the lobby. Speaking of which, since coming to the Vault of Heaven God realm, Qile has really neglected his old profession, pills. Because in the realm of the gods, the power of laws and artifacts are more popular. The elixir for body training is indeed not taken seriously. As long as the Supreme Throne is not destroyed. But when it came to Tianjiu, Qile was able to pick up his old job. Compared with those prescriptions that require hard work to gather ingredients before they can be cooked, the elixir that is in place in one step will definitely catch up from behind. Qile is no stranger to exercising his body. This is also Qile's second plan to turn the martial arts gym into a shop to make money, and there must be a basic bottom line. Looking at other martial arts gyms, they are just painting big cakes, and they don't teach anything that is really useful. Unless it is those disciples who are truly talented and have potential. He was spotted by the owner of the martial arts gym and planned to take him to the gym. Only then will you truly teach carefully to ensure that you can successfully kick the pavilion and get the treasure map fragments. Otherwise, it is purely collecting protection fees. But on Qi Li's side, a martial arts training ground that can carry out actual combat, and a pill that can really effectively temper the body, is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. The most important point is Qi Li's attitude. All customers are treated equally. This point is the most critical. Don't look at those disciples who join the martial arts school and don't say it, but they will definitely think in their hearts, everyone pays the same apprenticeship fee, why can't I learn what he can learn? This is called don't worry about being few, but suffering from inequality. Based on these 2 points, Qi Li can be sure that his new style of martial arts must have the capital to become popular. Then, the most basic condition comes. That's fame. In fact, in the martial arts gym in Luolong City, if more disciples want to get started, the most important thing is the strength of the gym owner. After all, apprenticeship fees are equal to protection fees most of the time. Since it is a protection fee, it is natural that it is valuable to pay. The stronger the strength of the martial arts master, the greater the deterrence. The disciples under the door will be safer. Therefore, Qi Li has already made a plan. After the martial arts gym is built, he will immediately start a new round of kicking the gym. Although there is no disciple, there is no way to complete the whole process off kicking the hall. But if you lost the face of those museum owners, wouldn't you prove your own strength? When the time comes to gain fame, are you afraid that there will be no disciples in the martial arts gym? System, host, the martial arts school you requested, this system has already been built, do you have any other requirements? While Qi Li was thinking, the martial arts gym in front of him had been knocked down and rebuilt. I have to say that the speed of the system is really fast. If you go to contract projects in peaceful times, then making money is just like flying. It's a pity, the plane of travel is wrong. But at this time, the system's voice did not fall. In the newly built martial arts hall, a golden light appeared. Immediately afterwards, a golden dragon scale emerged from the golden light and floated in front of Qi Li. A series of lines engraved on the golden dragon scales also appeared before Qi Li's eyes. This? Qi Li was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly realized. Is this the treasure map fragment? Isn't this golden dragon scale the scale of the great dragon sacred king? Alright, now the case has been solved. This damn troublesome rule was indeed made by the dragon sage king. What a madman, why do you have to make such a troublesome rule? However, after complaining for a while, Qi Li, who calmed down, also figured it out. If there were no such troublesome rules, the treasure map would have been collected long ago, and the keel would have been dug away long ago. How is it possible to stay in the present? Therefore, the Dragon King did this on purpose. Forget it, I don't want to worry about such a troublesome problem, let's talk about it after collecting the treasure maps first. Qi Li touched his nose, and suddenly remembered something. Golden dragon scales. What I got in the nameless city-state before is also the dragon scale of the Dragon Sage King. Is there any connection? Thinking of this, Qi Li immediately took out his dragon scales. After careful observation, it was concluded that there was a hammer connection. The dragon scales representing the fragments of the treasure map are covered with engraved patterns, and Qi Li's hand. The dragon scale inside is just a piece of dragon scale. Incredibly smooth. Okay, a misunderstanding. Qi Li shrugged, and was about to put away the 2 dragon scales. However, what Qi Li didn't expect was when he was about to pick up the dragon scale, floating in front of his eyes. With a flash of golden light, the dragon scales had already disappeared. This is integrated into the martial arts hall, which represents the recognition of the existence of this martial arts hall. Qi Li's outstretched hand was stiff for a long time before he silently retracted it. The system's presumptuous laughter filled his mind. System, host, can you do this action again? It's really interesting. Roll. Qi Lu let out angrily. He turned his head and looked around, making sure that no one saw his embarrassment, and then straightened his face. Wait a minute, system, you come back for now, put a sign outside the martial arts hall and get out. System, host, are you poisonous? But business is not delayed. Outside a newly built martial arts gym, a conspicuous notice board was also erected. The new martial arts school is about to open to recruit disciples. No matter who the beginner is, the apprenticeship fee is free. Just a short sentence. As for advertising, the shorter the advertisement, the easier it is to remember. And Qi Lu only asks for one thing, that is to highlight the main point: apprenticeship fee is free. In the environment where the martial arts gym in Luolong City competes for apprenticeship fees and earns unlimited money, just these 5 big characters are enough to attract countless people to come to ask about the situation. And as long as he entered the gate of his own martial arts school, Qi Lu would not believe that these guys could still escape. As for the apprenticeship fee being free, Qi Lu can guarantee it, of course it is true. Just kidding, when Qi Lu opened his shop before, he never asked customers for entrance fees. But when has the turnover in the store been low? When the customers came to the store, they were happy to spend, and they were busy sending Qi Lu the turnover. When opening a store, what you pay attention to is to attract customers with products, not to deceive customers with rhetoric. If the store really bullied its customers, then this kind of store must not last long. So of course, Qi Lu had to keep his original intention. Hey, why does this place suddenly have a new martial arts school? Aren't there too few new martial arts gyms in Luolong City? If the old ones didn't go, the new ones won't come. Makes sense. But this new martial arts gym is different. Look at this notice board: apprenticeship fee is free. What did you just say? Did I hear you right? You said that apprenticeship fees are free? That's right, you heard me right, this is it. Then I'll go and have a look. Anyway, it doesn't cost blood spar, and it doesn't take much effort to go there. It is necessary. After so many years, I really haven't seen any martial arts gym that doesn't charge apprenticeship fees. Not surprisingly, just such a slogan, just 5 big characters, set off a storm in Luolong City. In an environment where money-making martial arts gyms are everywhere, the temptation to waive apprenticeship fees is not ordinary. Anyway, I ran over to have a look and didn't need blood spar, so why not take a look? Thus, in less than a day, the news that a martial arts gym with free apprenticeship fees will be opened in Luolong City spread throughout Luolong City through word of mouth. Such a fast speed, even Qi Lu did not expect it. Is it just the offer of free apprenticeship fee? Is it so attractive? Then after these potential customers come to your martial arts gym, are they still willing to leave? A new type of martial arts training ground, high-quality body training pills, and affordable prices, which one is not more fragrant than free apprenticeship fees? As long as they come, they will definitely not be able to escape. However, compared to the excited reactions of the residents of Luolong City, the attitudes of the other martial arts halls are completely different. All the museum owners also gathered together and talked about this matter. This newly opened martial arts school actually wants to have free apprenticeship fees. What is going on in the head of the gym owner? How long can the martial arts gym last without apprenticeship fees? Wait a minute, if there is no apprenticeship fee, do you think this guy is sure for the treasure map? Treasure map? What a joke. It's not that easy to collect all the treasure maps. That's right, among us museum owners, there are no ones who have reached the realm of immortal bones. If we want to collect all the treasure maps in our hands, without the strength of the demon god realm, I'm afraid we can't do it. But, if the person who came was really a demon god, would he care about this skill? In my opinion, he probably wants to disrupt the business of our martial arts school. Do you want to use the free apprenticeship fee to force us to lower the apprenticeship fee? Who came up with the idea? It's too naive. Do you think we can compromise in his way? It doesn't matter, not everyone can open a martial arts gym in Luolong City. Find some disciples to teach him a lesson. As the owner of the gymnasium, you can't directly attack the disciples who came to kick the gymnasium. Alright, let this kind of newcomer know, if you want to be arrogant in Luolong City, you have to ask us if we agree. In the end, many martial arts masters followed suit and made a decision. Although on the surface, these museum owners are all competitors. But in terms of interests, they are the same. Apprentice fee is something that exists by default in all martial arts schools, and it is also an indispensable procedure. For a powerful martial arts school, the apprenticeship fee is higher, and for a weak martial arts school, the apprenticeship fee is lower. But there is absolutely no such thing as nothing. Because these martial arts masters, after losing their previous ambitions and becoming black-hearted money-making businessmen, they understand one thing: maliciously lowering prices will only disrupt the market order and destroy everyone's interests. Therefore, under the competitive relationship on the bright side. Secretly, these museum owners also have established rules for things like apprenticeship fees. You can lower the price, you can increase the price, but you must not mess around. That's why Chi Li's offer of free apprenticeship fee has seriously disrupted the martial arts market order. That's why the masters of these martial arts halls gathered together for this meeting. And decided to find an opportunity to cause some trouble for this newly opened martial arts school. Let's take a severe blow. This move is even to tell the owner of this new martial arts gym, who can and cannot be against in Luolong City. It is also to let the owner of this new martial arts hall understand what the rules are among the martial arts halls. As for this matter, Chi Lu naturally knew nothing about it. Who can guess what the masters of those martial arts gyms are discussing? Anyway, Chi Lu has been preparing for the official opening of the new martial arts gym these 2 days. A few shelves were built, and the front hall was turned into a general store, with all kinds of pills on display. From the pills that can be used in the realm of receiving chi, to the pills that can be used in the realm of immortal bones, everything is available. Then there are the training puppets on the martial arts field at the back. This is the most important part of actual combat training. After all, Chi Lu wanted to collect all the treasure map fragments in Luolong City within the rules. That is an indispensable step for the cultivation of disciples, and it can even be said to be the most important thing. Because Chi Lu, the owner of the pavilion, has the strength, so there is definitely nothing to worry about. The only thing missing is capable disciples. Therefore, how long Chi Lu can collect all the treasure map fragments depends on the strength of these disciples. Everything is ready, we can open the gate of the martial arts hall. Chi Lu, who was standing behind the counter, found the feeling of opening Aship again. Looking at the door of the martial arts hall that is gradually opening, and the potential customers or potential disciples crowded outside the door. At this moment, he found that the door of the martial arts hall was opened, so naturally looked inside. It's really weird. Didn't you cut the ribbon or promote this new martial arts gym when it opened? I don't think there is any need for publicity with so many of us crowded here. What you said seems to make sense. Customers crowded outside the gate, after a few discussions. Finally, a few brave guys walked through the gate first and entered the front hall of the martial arts hall. Then when they saw the shelves full of small porcelain bottles, they were all stunned. Did we come to the wrong place? Isn't this a martial arts gym? Why are there so many shelves? What is the small porcelain bottle on the shelf? I saw that there are many thumb-sized balls in it. Are they edible? The few customers who were too curious couldn't help but picked up a small porcelain bottle and looked inside. Although I could see the elixir inside clearly, I didn't know any of them. Wait, don't look at these things first. The person standing behind the counter is the owner of this new martial arts gym? Soon, someone spotted Qi Lu standing behind the counter, and immediately pushed the people around him. It should be, go and ask. Who's going? Are you going? The owner of the martial arts gym is at least a strong man in the realm of immortal bone. Who knows what their tempers are, if they rush forward to interrupt, they might get themselves into trouble. However, Jean Du came in, but it would be too disrespectful to the owner if he went to ask. Then, under a lot of pushing, a young man was pushed to the counter. Looking up at Qi Li's indifferent eyes, the young man, who was already a little uneasy, became even more nervous for no reason. Even speaking became a little awkward. Hello, me, I just want to ask, is it true that the apprenticeship fee is free? The young men stammered out what they cared about the most. Because in Luolong City, since the martial arts hall began to charge apprenticeship fees, there is no exception to any martial arts hall. It's nothing more than a question of charging more and charging less. There is no such thing as a free apprenticeship fee. This time, this newly opened martial arts gym can attract so many potential customers, isn't it because of the apprenticeship fee? So this question is undoubtedly the most important question to ask. Qi Lu was not surprised either, but just looked at the young man and nodded. Of course it's true. Once a word is spoken, it is hard to follow. What I have said, I never break me word. This answer also reassured the young man who asked the question. The gentle tone made him feel that the man in front of him, who might be the owner of the museum, was not as difficult to get along with as he imagined. Then let me ask again, are you the owner of this new martial arts gym? The young man asked another question that everyone cared about. Yes. This time, Qi Lu only used a short syllable to answer. Great, owner, I want to join this new martial arts school. When the young man heard this, he became excited immediately, and spoke quickly. To be honest, the potential customers, or potential disciples, who can be attracted by the apprentice fee for free today are basically idle people who have not joined other martial arts schools, and they come here for this discount. On the one hand, it was because these people felt that the apprenticeship fee in those martial arts halls was too high. And you can't learn anything under the door, it's a waste. On the other hand, I am afraid that there are not so many blood spar. After all, earning blood spar is not something that can be done just by talking about it. For most ordinary people, 10,000 blood spar are enough for their family to leave for 2 years. If you use it as apprenticeship fees and enter the martial arts gym, how will you live after that? You must know that cultivators have a huge demand for resources. If you're lucky, you really get into the door, even if it's just the realm of receiving energy, you can go to the wilderness to hunt monsters in exchange for blood spar. But what if there is no entry? Didn't those 10,000 blood crystals just go to waste? Moreover, these 10,000 blood spar, to be honest, are only the lowest grade apprentice fee. When Qi Lu was chatting with the strong man who guarded the gate before, he had inquired about it. The charging standard of their martial arts gym is really the lowest level among the martial arts halls in Luolong City. Other martial arts gyms are either of the same grade as their martial arts gyms, or higher grades. The apprenticeship fee of 200,000 blood spar stones is really not blown out, but a fact. Therefore, in Luolong City, despite the fact that there are nearly 100 martial arts halls, but there are no residents who worship under the door of the martial arts school, but there are many people there, or they are everywhere. Otherwise, the martial arts gym opened by Qi Lu would not have caused such a big commotion. Just like the young man in front of him. As soon as I heard that this newly opened martial arts school really does not charge apprenticeship fees, I made a decision on the spot. Let's go to this martial arts hall first. After all, in Luolong City, no matter how bad a martial arts school is, it can't be worse than ordinary people like them. Even the vast majority of cultivators dare not easily provoke a martial arts gym. Among other things, at least in Luolong City, most of the martial arts are connected with each other. Do you want to join this martial arts school? It's simple, just confirm your ID card. With a calm face, Qilu took out a hard card the size of a palm and placed it on the counter. This is an identity card that the system uses to change the membership card. Its main function is to confirm the identity of the customer and store the blood spar. To recognize the master with a drop of blood, just bind the breath. Ah? This? How to confirm the ID card? The young man looked at the hard card in front of him, engraved with simple patterns, and was a little dazed. Just put a drop of blood on it. Qilu explained. In fact, for things like confirming the breath, on the side of Xinjiu, you'dn't even need to drop blood, just a ray of mental power is enough. Alright. But when it comes to the Tianji domain, most of the people who worship in the martial arts gym are practitioners with low cultivation levels. And he is not very proficient in the use of mental power. So dripping blood became the best way. Oh, I got it. The young man nodded, then bit his fingertips, dripping a drop of blood on the ID card. This movement made Qi Li's fingertips ache. It's really amazing, the fingertips can be bitten as soon as they bite. Don't you need to do any preparation? It's a pity that if Qi Li didn't ask this question, he wouldn't get an answer. When the blood dripped onto the ID card, the pattern engraved on it suddenly changed, and soon, a portrait formed by simple lines appeared on the ID card. Although it looks like a bunch of patterns, if you look closely, you can still recognize who it is. Hey, this is... The young man naturally noticed this, too. This is the proof that you have been bound to the ID card. With this, other than you, no one else can use your ID card if they take it. Qilu spoke out at the right time, answering the young man's doubts. By the way, explain the role of the identity card. Can it still be used to store blood spar? The young man was surprised, then immediately took out a handful of blood spar and put it on the identity card. In the next second, all the blood spar disappeared, and the identity card also showed how many blood spar were stored in it. It is true. After confirming the role of the identity card, the young man was obviously a little excited. He was obviously just here to watch the fun, but he was pushed forward and got such a big gift, how could he not be excited? The blood spar stored in the identity card can be used to consume in the martial arts hall. Like those shelves behind you. Seeing the young man's excited expression, Qilu couldn't help reminding him aloud. By the way, the owner, I almost forgot to ask, what are those small porcelain bottles on the shelves? After asking the most important thing, the young man finally remembered his curiosity. It is obviously a martial arts gym, but it looks like a shop, can you not be curious? The elixir used when tempering the body. When purchasing, disciples of this martial arts gym enjoy a 20% discount. Qilu replied slowly. In addition, there is a martial arts practice field in the back, which is only used by the disciples of this martial arts hall. The fee is charged by the hour, and the puppet training will be charged separately. If you are interested, you can go and see it now. A training ground? The young man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, and asked cautiously, then how is this elixir used? Depending on the needs of each person, there are qi and blood pills for the realm of receiving qi, true fire pills for the realm of body training, body quenching pills, blood enriching pills for the realm of blood refining pills, blood quenching pills, etc. Qilu is still willing to explain in detail about the pill. Because of this martial arts center, they rely on these pills to earn blood spar. The martial arts training ground is only available to the disciples of their own martial arts gymnasium, that is, pills, which can be regarded as commodities that all customers can buy. It's just to reflect the superiority of the disciples in this martial arts school, so a 20% discount is given. In fact, the 20% discount enjoyed by the martial arts disciples is the original price. When outsiders come to buy, they are sold at a price increase. However, Qilu was not worried about this at all. The pills were originally 100 times more convenient than those prescriptions. And in terms of cost, the selling price of the elixir is also lower than the price of materials for collecting body training prescriptions. No matter in terms of effect, price, or convenience, the elixir has won. How can there be any reason not to become popular? Is this the condensed bodybuilding prescription? After listening to Qi Li's explanation, the young man's eyes on those small porcelain bottles suddenly became different. When cultivators in the Tianji domain exercise their bodies, the biggest problem is the prescriptions for body exercises. Otherwise, it wouldn't cost blood spar that much. Now, in this new style martial arts hall, it is possible to use pills to solve all this problem. There is nothing to say, just buy it. The disciples of this martial arts hall enjoy a 20% discount, which means that, when I buy pills, I only need 80% of the price. Right. Qi Li nodded. Awesome. Without saying a word, the young man ran directly to the shelf to pick out the pills he needed. And this conversation, those guys who pushed the young man forward also hearted, and their eyes lit up immediately. After confirming that the apprenticeship fee is really free, everyone crowded up one by one. Master, we also want to pay homage to this martial arts hall. Yes, we are all sincere. This is really the best martial arts gym I have ever seen. Looking at the crowded crowd in front of him, everything was within Qi Li's expectations. Come one by one, don't crowd, don't make a fuss, line up, everyone who wants to enter the martial arts hall is there. It's enough to confirm the ID card. There is also a martial arts training ground behind. If you are interested, you can go and see it. For pills, you can check the effect of pills by putting the ID card on the price tag. Don't ask me one by one. If you want any pill, just swipe it with your ID card, and if you have blood spar, it will be deducted automatically. Before buying pills and entering the training ground, remember to store enough blood spar in the identity card. As the crowd gradually increased, Qi Li also started to shout. The rules still need to be made clear. In order to save the trouble of selling pills in the martial arts hall, Qi Li directly asked the system to turn the shelves into a vending machine mode. The elixir can only be taken off the shelf after swiping the identity card and deducting the corresponding blood spar. As for those guys without identity cards, they can only throw blood spar 1v1. This is also a means of attracting customers. On the surface, they are martial arts disciples, but in fact they are all customers of the shop. It was nothing more than bearing the name of a martial arts disciple. Qi Li didn't care about such trivial matters at all. Anyway, with such good resources in hand, and such a huge number of customers in the martial arts gym, even if they are allowed to practice by themselves, many talents can be selected from them for kicking the gymnasium and focusing in training. But that's for later. Now, the most important thing is to attract customers, first to make the martial arts school famous. As for the issue of kicking the gymnasium, we still have to wait for the talented disciples to be selected before we can start planning. Even if the proportion of geniuses is lower, the base in the martial arts hall is large. Therefore, after the first batch of customers entered the martial arts gym and received their ID cards, the news of what was going on in the new martial arts gym was repeated again and again. For the first time, it spread among Luolong City. ID card? Elixir? A new type of training ground? All are surprisingly good things. What is even more exciting is the authenticity of the offer of free apprenticeship fee. The owner of the new style martial arts gym does not reject anyone who comes, as long as he is a disciple who is willing to worship in the martial arts hall and has confirmed his identity card, he can accept it. And the apprenticeship fee is free, and the pills in the martial arts hall enjoy a 20% discount. There is also a martial arts training ground that is only used by the disciples of this martial arts gym. Someone has already visited that training ground, and the training puppet inside is really useful. It perfectly solves the problem of insufficient actual combat, and can help the disciples in the martial arts hall use actual combat to quickly improve their own strength. Without a doubt, this is definitely the best training ground they have ever seen, or even heard of. This kind of propaganda spread all over Luolong City in just one day. Countless people are praising the goodness of the new martial arts school. All of a sudden, the other martial arts gyms in Luolong City were enraged, and their heads grew bigger. There is no other reason. Because on the first day of the opening of the martial arts gym, if you arrange for the disciples to kick the gym, it will not be of much use. After all, what kind of disciple can there be in a martial arts school that has just opened? Arranging the disciples from your own martial arts gym there so early, is it a watch the excitement? Therefore, in the plans of the masters of these martial arts gyms, their own martial arts gyms arrange for their disciples to go to the gym, usually within 3 to 5 days after the newly opened martial arts gym recruits disciples. During this period of time, it was the busiest time for a newly opened martial arts school to recruit disciples. In the first 2 days, everyone was watching and needed publicity. And after a long time, those who want to worship in the martial arts gym have already joined the martial arts gym. It happened to be between 3 and 5 days, which was the time when the publicity was the hottest and a large number of interested people came to the martial arts hall. Going to kick the pavilion at this time is the best time to give the new pavilion owner a big shot. However, what these martial arts masters did not expect was: why is the mere offer of free apprenticeship fee so attractive? And what's even more frightening is that this newly opened martial arts school actually did it. Damn it, what is the origin of this newly opened martial arts school? In this way, the time for the disciples we arranged to kick the gym will be advanced. Due to the sudden situation, the owners of other martial arts gyms in Luolong City had to get together again. Advance is also fine, this momentum is really too hot. If this goes on like this, won't this newly opened martial arts school become the dominant family? Are you kidding? Even the native chickens and dogs he accepted also want to dominate the family? That's right, no matter how many there are, they are just ants. But haven't you noticed that the pills sold in this newly opened martial arts gym are really good things? Of course I found out, the concentrate of the body training prescription, the effect is indeed quite good. Based on this alone, the progress of the disciples in his martial arts gym will not be too slow. Also, you should have heard of the newly opened martial arts gym and the martial arts training ground inside. You mean a sparring puppet for actual combat? That's right. Yes, the owners of these martial arts gyms are not stupid people. For a newly opened martial arts school, even if it is not taken seriously, it is absolutely impossible to underestimate it. So it was just the first day, some basic information about the martial arts gym opened by Chi Lu was cleared up. Those pills, as well as the new martial arts training ground, in the eyes of these museum owners, are all good things. It would be great if it could be found in one's own martial arts gym. Wait, after hearing what you said, I suddenly remembered that this newly opened martial arts school, although the apprenticeship fee is free, but the pills and the martial arts training ground are all charged. Although the disciples under the apprenticeship have saved the apprenticeship fee, the blood spar spent is not missing at all. And it's a continuous consumption. Use the discount of free apprenticeship fee to attract a lot of popularity in Luolong City, and then use pills and martial arts training grounds to make money. This guy, who will come to open a martial arts gym, is really here for us. I thought before that he really wanted the treasure map. Now it seems that they just want to crush us. But at this time a certain martial arts master suddenly said aloud as if he had just woken up from a dream. In the end, he changed his job to become a businessman, and he had a keen business sense. Do you still need to make arrangements for kicking the pavilion? One of the museum owners asked aloud. Of course we have to arrange it, and this time, we not only want to give this guy a blow. We still have to ask him to hand over the pill and the training ground. As soon as this sentence was said, it immediately got the approval of all the martial arts masters. It's just a rookie gym owner, but he wants to use this method to crush these old martial arts gyms. It's ridiculous. Pills and martial arts training grounds are nothing but heresy. The most important thing in a martial arts gym is its own strength. Chila didn't know anything about the waves caused by the opening of his own martial arts gym. Anyway, the turnover on the first day of the martial arts gym's opening has already achieved Chi Li's expected goal. There was an endless stream of people who came to confirm their ID cards. The amount was so exaggerated that Chi Lu was a little surprised. Fortunately, the process of confirming the identity card is not complicated, so the speed is very fast. Moreover, Chila didn't need to worry about buying the pills. As long as he had enough blood spar, he could buy them by himself, which was convenient. By the way, this is only the first day, and a lot of second-hand dealers have been born. Because disciples of this martial arts gym buy pills and enjoy a 20% discount. So some guys, taking advantage of the price difference, started a second sale. But Chi Lu didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. After all, such second-hand dealers don't last long. The reason is simple. The verification process of the identity card is neither complicated nor restricted, as long as people who know about these pills will definitely find a way to come to their own martial arts hall to get an identity card. On the contrary, it was these two-way traffickers who helped spread the pill to farther places. What a great thing to do. And as the effect of the training ground was publicized, more and more customers went to the training ground in the backyard. The overall strength of the customers who came to the store became stronger and stronger. There is no way, what Chi Lu opened this time is still a martial arts gym, not a shop. After learning about the elixir that is more effective than the body training prescription, and the price is even cheaper. Those cultivators must come and have a look. However, under the temptation of the martial arts training ground, he couldn't hold back, and worshipped under the door of this martial arts hall. Chila didn't mind the spies sent by other martial arts schools. Come to inquire about his martial arts information. Anyway, these things are all on the bright side, can you still take them away? However, Chila still underestimated the behavior methods of other martial arts schools. It was the second day after the opening of the new martial arts gym. Outside the door, it was surrounded by a group of practitioners who came out of nowhere. Chila took a closer look, and they were basically in the state of body training. There are also a small number of blood refining realms. These are all disciples sent by other martial arts schools to kick the gym? To be honest, Chi Lu actually expected this situation. Just didn't expect it to be so fast. After all, to give a newcomer a warning, when Chi Lu first arrived in the Voltov Heaven God realm, he had experienced it in the Extreme God realm. So when it comes to Luolong City, they will definitely not be spared. But this is the second day since the martial arts hall was opened, and the disciples in the martial arts hall have not yet been fully counted. Let alone learn something. You have sent so many disciples here to kick the hall, do you still want to show some face? Moreover, judging by the number, there may be more than one martial arts gym. But these guys who kicked the gym are all disciples of the martial arts gym. He, the gym master, can't make a move, which is the most troublesome. They're all veterans of routines, the masters of these martial arts halls. It seems that there are not one or two new owners who have suffered. Looking at the silent crowd of martial arts disciples, blocking the gate of the martial arts hall outside the door, Chila couldn't help frowning. By the way, I also sigh with emotion, the owners of these martial arts gyms, I am afraid that they still have a hand. Because among these martial arts disciples, there are no practitioners in the realm of immortal bones. Chila didn't believe that in those powerful martial arts gyms, he couldn't have and find a disciple of the immortal bone realm. It's just that it's not intended to be used against a new martial arts school. Because the disciples of the realm of immortal bones, for those martial arts masters, I am afraid that they are also the trump card used when kicking the gym. Such a whole card, of course, must be well hidden. And at this time, those customers who received their ID cards yesterday also came over. Seeing many martial arts disciples blocking the door, they couldn't help talking. How is this going? It was fine yesterday, why is the martial arts hall blocked today? Could it be another martial arts school looking for trouble? Damn it, we finally found a martial arts school that doesn't require apprenticeship fees. That is, don't these martial arts halls plan to give us a way to survive? Now what? We are no match for these martial arts disciples. I don't know, let's see what the owner has to say. Maybe it was because he was used to being bullied by those martial arts disciples. Now at this time, obviously he is also a disciple of the martial arts hall in name, and he has joined the martial arts hall. But still timid, not daring to step forward. On the contrary, some practitioners who used to be idle, joined the new style martial arts gym yesterday. After seeing the magic of the pill and the new style martial arts training ground, they immediately regarded themselves as disciples of the new style martial arts gym. At this moment, seeing that the door of the new martial arts gym was blocked, he stood up on the spot. One by one shouted indignantly. Master, our martial arts gym is blocked like this, we can't just let it go. That's right, in the past those martial arts gyms squeezed our hard-earned blood spar, and they called it apprenticeship fee. But we didn't see anything. Now that we finally have such a martial arts school that has won the hearts of the people, how can it just fall down? Master, please speak up, we are not afraid of them. Sure enough, the consequence of the unscrupulous businessman's crazily amassing money is that he is hated and even boycotted. However, Qilu really did not expect such a development. Originally, Qilu was still worrying about what method to use to solve the problem in front of him. Because in my martial arts gym, there are no disciples who can show it. As a result, who would have thought? It's true that Qilu didn't find a suitable disciple, but the group of idle practitioners outside received their identity cards only yesterday. Today, I started to pretend to be the disciples of the new martial arts school, and then each of them was filled with righteous indignation and shared the same hatred. Shouting slogans, they planned to walk shoulder to shoulder, only waiting for Qi Li's order. After all, Qi Lu is the owner of the hall. As disciples, they naturally have to obey the owner's orders. The plot changed so quickly that even Qi Lu was stunned for a while before he could react, and then nodded. Since this is the case, then teach them a good lesson and let them know that our new martial arts school is not easy to mess with. If someone can come forward to solve this matter, Qi Lu certainly has no reason to refuse. Anyway, they are also disciples of their own martial arts gym in name, so there is no need to use them. As a result, as soon as these words came out, those idle cultivators who regarded themselves as new-style martial arts disciples became even more excited. Brothers, the owner has spoken. We have to perform well and don't let the owner down. Do it. It's time for revenge. Follow me. Following the roar of excitement, the crowd surrounding the street, like a tsunami, rushed towards the martial arts disciples blocking the door. Those menacing performances, those who didn't know it, thought they had met their sworn enemy. Wait, enemy? Revenge? Qi Lu suddenly realized that he seemed to have heard the word just now. But to say it was a surprise, it wasn't really that bad. Because there is no doubt about the great power of those martial arts schools in Luolong City, there is nothing to say about this. However, it is really a joke to say how good the reputation of those martial arts schools in Luolong City is. Relying on their own power, those martial arts gyms have done a lot of bullying in Luolong City. Otherwise, how could it be said that the apprenticeship fee is actually approximately equal to the protection fee? As long as you join the door of a certain martial arts school, you can live very comfortably except when kicking the gym or being kicked from the gym. Get in trouble. This is probably what it means to avoid disasters if you lose money. However, having said that, but those who are willing to spend money and avoid disasters are ordinary people with well-to-do families. There are also a small number of practitioners who are eager to find a backer, and they will also selectively join these martial arts gyms. But for most of the idle cultivators, it is a money-making martial arts gym that can't learn anything after paying the apprenticeship fee. Then there is no need to join at all. It's just that if you want to make a living in Luolong City, you will inevitably collide with these martial arts people. Over time, the tempers of many cultivators are not very good, and naturally they formed enemies. So it's not a problem to say the word revenge at this moment. Speaking of which, these guys were unwilling to join the martial arts gym before, but now they come to the martial arts gym opened by Qi Lu, and more, they came for the discount of free apprenticeship fee. What I thought in my heart was nothing more than, anyway, I don't spend blood spar, so I might as well go and have a look. After looking at it this way, I found out on the spot how much help the pills sold in this newly opened martial arts hall, and the martial arts practice field that is only used by martial arts disciples, are of great help to improving one's own strength. Of course, the step of confirming the identity card cannot be escaped. After all, who would have trouble with things like improving strength? And later, they also discovered that although the owner of this new martial arts gym looks young, but in terms of temperament, Duan is an unfathomable appearance. To be able to open a martial arts gym in Luolong City, at least it must be a realm of immortal bone realm, and they should not be underestimated. Now that I and others have received the favor of this gym owner, I have also decided to become disciples of this new martial arts gym. So the current situation isn't it the time for me to wait for someone to send the certificate. Of course, it is not ruled out that some of the cultivators really want to take this opportunity to take revenge on these martial arts disciples. In the final analysis, it was those martial arts clubs that collected too much money and allowed their disciples to be arrogant and domineering too much. He thought that he was so powerful that no one had the ability to deal with them. That's why at this moment, it's so unpopular. Thus, a good show of kicking the gymnasium, and his plan to give Qi Lu a blow, was disintegrated just like that. Although those martial arts disciples are not weak, most of them are in the state of body training, and some of them are in the state of blood refining. But there are so many practitioners who can't resist seeking revenge from them. So many martial arts clubs have joined forces to send disciples to kick the gym, and what rules they say are all lies. Qi Lu doesn't care whether it's a one-on-one fight or a gang fight, what's the use of talking about it? Anyway, the rules for kicking the gymnasium are only mentioned, the gymnasium owner is against the gymnasium owner, and the disciples are against the disciples, and there is no question of quantity. Now such a good opportunity, but also to talk about moral issues, talk about rules, are fools. Those martial arts schools of yours have teamed up to give me a blow, so I can't resist? So, looking at the picture in front of him, Qi Lu was still very happy. Those martial arts halls have offended too many people. The martial arts disciples who were sent over became the targets of venting. At this moment, a martial arts student would face at least 10 opponents, and even 20 opponents at most. However, it is a pity that these martial arts disciples have not yet learned the ability of 1 against 10. So without a doubt, he was beaten to the ground on the spot. Qi Lu almost didn't applaud. The owner of the martial arts gym has changed his job and became a businessman. He has learned how to make money, but have you learned the choreo of opening a shop? Do you know what it means to let customers spend blood spar, and still feel that you have earned it? If you don't know anything, how can you compete with me? Qi Lu, who was watching a good show at the gate of the martial arts hall, thought about it in his heart while watching. If the timing wasn't right, he even wanted the system to get him 2 packs of melon seeds to nibble on. In fact, now, Qi Lu probably wants to understand why things have become like this. The most important thing is the difference between the new martial arts school and other martial arts schools. Before Qi Lu came to Luolong City, as a martial arts school whose mission was to make money, he had already said it before. It's just a master who takes money and does nothing, relying on his own power to run amok. If it weren't for the large number of martial arts gyms, there would still be a balance. Maybe it will become extortionate. Until Qile came to Luolong City and opened this new-style martial arts gym. Only then did the people of Luolong City realize what a martial arts gym with good value for money is. It is completely different from the previous martial arts gyms that only knew how to make money. This is simply a bright light for the idol cultivators in Luolong City. So taking advantage of this opportunity, not only as a vote, but also to tell other martial arts. Your behavior has indeed caused public outrage. You just didn't have the strength to overthrow you before, so you dared not speak out. Now, with such a bright light in front of them, they will no longer be obedient. Good. Good fight. Qile looked at the martial arts disciples who came to kick the gym, and now one by one, they were all thrown on the street. After all, he couldn't help clapping his hands, feeling quite relieved. Anyway, Qile wasn't afraid of offending other martial arts gyms, let alone being threatened by those gym owners. Speaking of which, if there were no rules for martial arts, Qile would want to demolish all those martial arts right now. But open a shop, do business. Instead, Qile found a very suitable shop in Tianjiu, which is the current martial arts hall. Listen to what the system said: in order to let your body of law catch up with the power of law you have mastered in terms of physique. This blood spar still needs to be collected. Don't think that Qile opened this martial arts gym just to collect all the treasure maps. In fact, it is the same as opening a store in Shinjiu to collect faith stones. Everything is still based on improving one's own strength. You know, the fleeing demon emperor is not dead yet. What if the demon emperor has returned to his heyday when he appears next time? Shouldn't it be prepared in advance? Master, fortunately, he did not disgrace his life. After the matter was dealt with, a group of exhibitors ran over and bowed their heads. That's what they said, but there is no doubt that they had a good time themselves, and most of their previous anger was vented. Coming here now is actually talking to Qile. They are disciples of the new style of martial arts. If other martial arts come to make trouble, why not go to the owner of the martial arts first? Okay, you've done a good job. Anyone who wants to enter the martial arts gym can go in. Of course Qile knew what they meant, but he didn't mind either. Because these customers have indeed helped him solve a major problem, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with helping him as a backer. There is nothing wrong with it. In addition, for all those who participated in the battle today, the pills in the martial arts hall are 40% off, only for today. After a pause, Qile added another sentence. Immediately, the customers surrounding the martial arts hall cheered. Long live the owner! Great, it turned out to be a 40% discount. Look, this is the difference between the new martial arts school and other martial arts schools. Can those previous martial arts halls be called martial arts halls? That's right, those martial arts gyms only know how to extract our blood spar, but they don't teach anything. It seems that, brother, you are also someone who has been cheated. That's not it. The cheering customers all got into the martial arts hall. Today's 40% discount is only available. Don't let it go to waste, you must increase your efforts. Buy. Can such a big discount be seen in other martial arts gyms? How is this possible? Regular promotional methods can gain so much goodwill. It seems that the martial arts gym in Luolong City is really a model of black-hearted businessmen who are used to being bullied by shopkeepers. Looking at the excited customers, Qile couldn't help thinking in his heart. Speaking of this, what happened just now gave Qile an idea. If I say that I take advantage of the number of martial arts disciples to go to the martial arts gym, can there be hope? Moreover, if you successfully kick out all the martial arts gyms in Luolong City, you will get their treasure map fragments. Doesn't that mean that the entire market in Luolong City belongs to new martial arts gyms? This is a huge temptation. Although the current new style martial arts hall has a great reputation and a good reputation, It is only one of nearly 100 martial arts halls. It is not big enough to eat the entire market. After all, the struggle between martial arts halls is also very cruel, in a sense. No matter how good the reputation of the new style martial arts school is, customers who come to the martial arts school must also consider whether the new style martial arts school can stand out from the many martial arts schools in Luolong City and exist for a long time. Otherwise, if I joined a new martial arts gym, if the new martial arts hall collapsed, wouldn't he also suffer along with him? Therefore, the treasure map fragments need to be collected, and the market in Luolong City must be obtained. However, if you go to the gym in the current state, the number of disciples may be enough, but the quality is still a bit short. The previous thoughts were just circling in Qi Li's mind, and were soon thrown out of his mind. No way, the advantage in quantity is better than the advantage in quality. At some point, quantity really doesn't translate into quality. Because this is not something that can be freely transformed. This time, many customers were able to clean up these martial arts disciples. The main reason is that the disciples sent by the martial arts school are at most in the realm of blood refining. However, relying on the advantage of numbers, those who can be dragged to death will at most reach the realm of blood refining. If only I met those disciples from the realm of immortal bone that the martial arts master hides at the end and uses as a trump card. The advantage in numbers is really useless. Therefore, in his own martial arts school, there was no disciple of the immortal bone realm before. Qi Li thinks it's better to keep a low profile. Anyway, there is no rush to collect treasure map fragments. Wouldn't it be fun to overthrow all those martial arts gyms at the right time? Boom. It was the muffled sound of fists hitting the table. The news of the failure of the martial arts disciples sent by each martial arts hall to kick the gymnasium was naturally transmitted back to each martial arts hall at the first time. Those martial arts masters also got the news immediately. The first reaction was unbelievable. However, after confirming the authenticity of the news, it is not surprising that the tables and stools were smashed. The trickiness of the new style of martial arts brought these martial arts masters together again. Damn it, is this really a martial arts gym that has only been open for a day? We have joined forces with so many martial arts schools and dispatched disciples in the past, so they were cleaned up like this? How the hell did that guy do it? Several museum owners who suffered heavy losses asked, while patting the table. There are strong and weak martial arts gyms in Luolong City. For those powerful martial arts schools, the loss of some disciples may not be a big deal, and it will not hurt the muscles and bones. But for some weak martial arts schools, unless it is a registered disciple of a cash machine. Otherwise, whenever there is a little loss, you will feel distressed for a long time. The failure of this operation not only did not give the newly opened martial arts school a disqualification, but also contributed to its prestige. It really doesn't match the plans of myself and others. This was our mistake. I didn't expect that a mere discount of apprenticeship fee free could attract so many idle practitioners, which led to the failure of our plan. Those damned guys, it's fine to contradict our martial arts before, but now they dare to sabotage our plan. Do you really think we have a good temper? A curator sitting in the main seat said in a deep voice. It can be regarded as an explanation of the reason for the failure of this operation. It's a pity that they still didn't reflect on their past behavior, they just felt that someone dared to disobey them. Damn it. Wait a minute, now they are all disciples of the new martial arts school. As the owner of the gym, we cannot attack them unless we directly attack the new martial arts hall. Otherwise, according to the rules of kicking the gym, the treasure map fragments owned by our martial arts gym will disappear. The places in the martial arts hall will also be given up. The owner next to him, who seemed very sensible, stopped it with a voice. The rules are in front of them, and they are not only restricting the new museum owners, but also restricting themselves. So, the idol cultivator in Luolong City has been dealing with martial arts for so long. The routines that should be used can actually be used. The operation at this time really made these martial arts masters very uncomfortable. If the places in the martial arts hall were given up, how could they collect apprentices and make money in Luolong City? There are not a few strong men in the realm of immortal bone staring at the places in the martial arts hall. Of course I know, is that all? The museum owner who was sitting on the main seat before asked with a frown. Of course we can't just let it go. I don't want to see a newly opened martial arts gym that is not under our control. Just judging from the current situation, even if we send a disciple from the realm of immortal bone, and really give him a big shot, it won't be able to dampen the enthusiasm of those guys who want to join the new martial arts school. The elixir of the new martial arts hall, as well as the martial arts training ground, are the biggest attractions. So, we should look at it from a different angle. First buy the elixir of the new martial arts gym, train our disciples, and then go to the kick gym. And, together with the museum owner, we will solve everything. It's better not to have a martial arts school that is out of control. Another museum owner put forward his own ideas. This time, these martial arts masters were humiliated by a rookie master. If such a situation happens again in the future, won't their prestige in Luolong City be wiped out? Therefore, it is necessary to kill chickens and monkeys. Before, he just dispatched a disciple of the martial arts school, and gave him a blow in the past. In fact, he was taking care of the face of the rookie gym owner, and let his martial arts disciples suffer a little loss. By the way, he can also take the initiative when discussing with him about pills and martial arts training ground later. But now, it is obvious that the new owner is not willing to negotiate peace. So, what else do you have to worry about waiting for yourself? The master of the martial arts gym who is out of control, just solve it. Release the quota of the martial arts hall, and replace it with an obedient martial arts master. In that case, it makes sense. The pills in the new martial arts hall and the martial arts training ground are really good things. If the new owner is willing to hand over these things, then it's not impossible to keep him alive. Then it's decided. After a while, let's solve this matter. Now, buy some pills and see the effect. In case the rookie owner would rather die than hand over the things, wasting these good things for nothing. That's right, it's a good thing to hoard some pills first. If the new pavilion master refuses to cooperate, then we have a way to attract more disciples. The masters of the martial arts hall present here, with your words and words, you quickly completed this plan. The first step is to go to the new martial arts hall to purchase pills, and then hoard these pills. Then, the gym owners led their disciples to kick the gym. Such a guy who is out of control should not start a martial arts gym. By the way, at the last moment, I asked the new gym owner if he would hand over the pill and the training ground. If you like, then all the best. If all major martial arts halls have these pills and new martial arts training grounds, the competitiveness will naturally return to the same starting line. It is even easier to collect money than before. And if the new host is very stubborn, he is unwilling to cooperate. That's okay. Before that, the elixir that was hoarded was just for use at this time. The new martial arts gym has been overturned, and the new gym owner will naturally have to deal with it. Then, when the new martial arts gym is gone, and the new gym owner is also gone, naturally, the martial arts field will no longer exist. Elixir, there is no source. At this time, wouldn't the pills that they had stockpiled in these martial arts gyms become the most attractive thing? Wouldn't it be easy to recruit new disciples with this method, and wouldn't it be great to resell a hand of elixir and make a lot of money? No matter how you think about it, no matter what the rookie gym owner does, these martial arts gymnasium owners are not at a loss anyway. So, the task now is to hoard medicine pills. Who is talking about me? For some reason, Qi Lu sneezed again, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself. It's really weird. Those martial arts gyms sent their disciples to kick the gymnasium. They obviously failed. Why is there no movement now? Those martial arts masters have lost face, don't they plan to get it back? Qi Lu, who was rubbing his nose, couldn't help but think of it when he saw the sea of people in the martial arts gym. Earlier, the group of martial arts disciples who came to block the door were thrown into the street before they even made a move, but they lost a lot of face. Qi Lu thought that this would be an excuse. An excuse for the masters of those martial arts gyms to come over and inquire about their crimes. As a result, after waiting for several days, there was no movement at all, as if the masters of those martial arts gyms had disappeared. Oh, what a pity. Therefore, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh a few times every day. It would be great if the masters of those martial arts gyms brought their disciples to Xingshi to inquire about their crimes. That saved Qi Lu the time to go out by himself, and he could take down the running owner on the spot. Then close the gate of the new martial arts hall, and all the remaining disciples will be surrounded and suppressed in this place. After all, the customers in the store, as long as they have an ID card, they are all disciples of the new martial arts school in name, and they can make a move. And customers who participate in the war can enjoy a 40% discount for one day. With such good benefits, Qi Lu is not worried that these customers who have an advantage in numbers will not want to do it. Because the pills in the martial arts hall are not cheap. Although compared with those bodybuilding prescriptions, the price may be lower. But that is also a comparison, it does not mean that the price of these pills is very low. Therefore, with a full 40% discount, I don't know how many blood spar will be saved, can I not be willing to work hard? It's just a pity, just like Qi Lu sighed. Why do the owners of those martial arts gyms seem to have disappeared at this time? Even after those martial arts disciples came to block the door and were taught a lesson, the turnover in the martial arts gym started to rise steadily, and the momentum has never decreased. This is really a miraculous phenomenon. At first, Qi Lu thought that even though the martial arts gym in Luolong City was shattered in his hands, the power in Luolong City was not small at all. Will he use this to put pressure on other people, so that those customers dare not go to their martial arts gym openly, thereby reducing the turnover of one's own martial arts school? But in fact, judging from what Qi Lu saw with his own eyes, I always feel that maybe it is because of my new style of martial arts that I lost the face of so many martial arts in one go. So let these customers think that this is the confidence of the new martial arts. If you don't have enough strength, how can you be willing to offend so many martial arts schools in one go? And his attitude was still so tough. After offending him, he didn't show any sign at all, and even started celebrating in the martial arts hall. For example, the 40% discount promotion of the day. That's a loss of face, and you have to throw it in the mud and step on it. So it became what it is now. Not only do no customers worry about whether other martial arts schools will have opinions. Instead, they all rushed towards their new martial arts gym. After all, the elixir is really fragrant, and the training ground is also really useful. However, Qi Lu could never have imagined that after he offended all the martial arts schools. The reason why the turnover can still rise steadily is that a considerable part of the sales are contributed by those martial arts gyms. In order to hoard a sufficient amount of pills, those martial arts halls send different disciples to the new martial arts hall every day. Then he began to purchase all kinds of elixirs wantonly, as if he didn't care about the blood spar at all. The daily expenses are like opening the gate to release water, without any restraint. Because in the view of the masters of those martial arts gyms, the pills that they are hoarding now can be sold after the completion of the plan anyway, and they will be sold at a higher price. The more pills you hoard now, the more blood spar you will earn after the plan is implemented. Therefore, under this kind of thinking, these martial arts gyms spend blood spar, as if they are not spending their own blood spar. The more you invest, the more you earn. As for the failure of the plan, what is the situation? With so many martial arts masters joining forces to deal with a new master, is there any possibility of failure? No way. Then it became what it is now. Calm on the surface, dark. The ground is undercurrents. The current sales volume has increased greatly, and the turnover has been rising steadily, which is only the prelude before the start of the plan. Of course, these martial arts halls wantonly hoarded the pills in the new martial arts halls, but they actually had another idea. Just thinking, can rely on their accumulated financial resources to empty out the pills in the new martial arts gym. In this way, there is no need to keep the rookie host alive after kicking the pavilion. Then talk to him about cooperation in a good voice. Just do it right away. There is one thing to say, if Qi knows this idea, he might die of laughter. Wanting to empty out the pill reserves in the new martial arts gym, this is the funniest joke Qi has ever heard. No kidding, as long as the blood spar is in place, there will be as many pills as you want. There is no upper limit at all. Moreover, the more pills are sold, the more Qi earns. As far as the system is concerned, a pill made from one blood spar is worth at least 20 blood spar on the shelves. Possibly more than that. For a 40% discount, there are 12 blood spar. If you want Qi to lose money with a net profit of more than 1000%, then this dream must be too beautiful. It's just that Qi never knew about it. I was just wondering why the growth rate of turnover is so weirdly fast these days. Could it be that the customers of Luolong City are too enthusiastic? Whatever, what the hell, the customers are warm, and that's a good thing. What else could happen? Even if something unexpected happens, it will be blocked by soldiers and covered up by water, so don't worry. Thinking about it this way, Qi has been living comfortably these days, and has regained the feeling of visiting a shop. That kind of laziness, that kind of comfort. The customers who came to the store were said to be disciples of the new martial arts school. But to be honest, few of them would take the initiative to disturb Qi. Generally speaking, in martial arts gyms, the existence of the master is mainly used to control the field, not to teach disciples. Of course, if a disciple has any doubts about his cultivation, he can still ask the owner of the gymnasium. In addition, in the martial arts gym, there are also masters who are responsible for teaching the registered disciples. It's just that Qi doesn't have it. But then again, with the existence of new-style martial arts training grounds, verbal teaching is obviously not that effective. It's better to let the disciples go to the martial arts field for actual combat, and accumulate combat experience will be more effective. However, it doesn't seem too good to let these nominal martial arts disciples grow wildly. That's why Qi would occasionally find time to explain some details that need to be paid attention to during the battle, as well as some practical combat skills and some ways to deal with the enemy. And this item is also the place that surprised the customers in the store the most during this period of time. You know how tyrannical Qi fighting skills are. Even those top demon gods may not be as strong as Qi in terms of combat skills. Even if it is just a few minutes of teaching occasionally, it can point out the shortcomings of most practitioners and the mistakes they often make, and then make suggestions to help them correct them. This kind of welfare, in other martial arts gyms, is rarely encountered once a year. At that time, the entire new martial arts hall was boiling. At the same time, it made these customers realize that the owner of this new martial arts gym may be stronger than they imagined. It's just that how strong it is, these customers who are at best in the realm of blood refining, really can't think of it. After all, just in the realm of immortal bones, low level and high level are the difference between cloud and mud. It has also been said before that the realm of immortal bones is high level, but it is equivalent to the existence of gods. It is definitely not a realm that can be compared with the low-level realm of immortal bones. Therefore, in the eyes of these customers, the owner of the new martial arts gym should at least be a high-level existence in the realm of immortal bones. Among the martial arts gymnasiums in Luolong City, among the many gymnasium owners, this can also be ranked first. Thinking about it this way, these customers immediately felt that they were really in the right place. As long as the owner of the gym is strong enough, the status of the martial arts hall can be maintained. Speaking of which, this is indeed the case. Because of the issue of kicking the gymnasium, it needs to be divided into two parts. Between the gymnasium owner and the disciples, when kicking the gymnasium, there is actually no relationship. However, if there are no disciples in a martial arts gym, then for those gym owners, at most, there is no way to make money. But if the owner of a martial arts gym is gone, the consequences should be conceivable. Although the existence of martial arts disciples will allow martial arts to continue to exist, but the absolute will continue to decline until it is completely disintegrated. After all, a martial arts gym that doesn't even have an owner, will it be pushed by the crowd? I'm afraid this question can be guessed without even thinking about it. In Luolong City, the answer is without a doubt. Don't look at this time, the owners of many martial arts gyms, who are friendly on the surface, can still get together to discuss issues. But it was the time when something happened in a certain martial arts gym. Those amiable expressions can turn into vicious expressions on the spot. Therefore, from here, we can see the importance of the owner to a martial arts school. The most important reason why Qi Lu didn't use this method to deal with those martial arts gyms was that his martial arts gym didn't have enough disciples, nor did he have strong enough disciples. He really solved the owner of the martial arts gym, and he couldn't deal with the remaining problems. In the end, it's not that it's cheaper than other martial arts schools. Qi Lu didn't want to do such a thankless thing. It's better to open a martial arts gym by yourself first, and discuss this issue from a long-term perspective. Then, it became what it is now. So, the days passed day by day. Qi Lu was at a rare leisure in Luolong City. Those days when the martial arts school doesn't come looking for trouble, it's really comfortable. Seeing the accumulation of blood spar, Qi Lu realized that his body seemed to be getting stronger. It turns out that after the system has condensed the power of the blood spar, it can really be used to strengthen the body of law. Is this feeling of becoming stronger while lying down uncomfortable? It's a pity that the comfortable days are always difficult to last. On this day, Qi Lu was still sitting on the recliner, behind the counter, watching the situation in the martial arts hall. It is also a kind of enjoyment to watch the grand occasion of the sea of people. However, outside the martial arts hall, there was a loud shout, suddenly. The owner of the new martial arts gym, please come out and meet me. Hearing this voice, Qi Lu stood up abruptly. Should. Those who come will always come. I thought those martial arts schools were really willing to swallow their anger. Sensing the breath outside the martial arts hall, there are not a few strong people in the realm of immortal bones. And behind these strong men, there are also a large number of cultivators with uneven auras. Most of them are in the realm of blood refining, and some are in the realm of body training, but the proportion is not so high. After such a circle of perception, Qi Lu knew it. It must be the masters of those martial arts gyms, bringing their martial arts disciples, and ran over to Xingshi to inquire about the crime. That's really a good time. Qi Lu has been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was still thinking before, why didn't these guys come here, the face-off being lost, really just forget it. Thinking about it now, it turned out that they were waiting for the right time and planned to jointly visit. Are you joining forces? Qi Lu touched his chin, then nodded. It's a coincidence that it's better to come here. They are willing to come together, so they can catch them all in one go. I am the owner of this new style martial arts gym. I don't know what you were doing here. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately walked out of the counter, tidied up his clothes, and then Xingshi ran to the gate of the martial arts hall. Outside the gate, a group of masters of the martial arts school, with their disciples, happened to surround the new martial arts school. This time, because the masters of various martial arts halls are in charge. So on the street, even though there were a lot of people watching, it was not at all the same as the last time. It seemed particularly quiet. After all, the last time I was just a disciple of various martial arts gyms, my cultivation level was just like that. In Luolong City, although the major martial arts halls can be domineering. However, the power gathered by idle practitioners should not be underestimated. So last time, it was just the words of those martial arts disciples who didn't dare to provoke public anger, so naturally they pretended not to see it. But this time is different. The owners of the martial arts gym are all strong in the immortal bone realm. There are even some powerful martial arts gyms, and the masters of them are still high level, even perfect and tyrannical existences in the realm of immortal bones. The idle cultivators in Luolong City also have self-knowledge, but they dare not annoy the masters of these martial arts gyms. So even if the onlookers watched, they only dared to watch cautiously. Let alone those ordinary people. If it wasn't for their curiosity, they wouldn't even want to come here. So far, even though there are not many people eating melons around, there is still a large open space. I don't know the owner of the museum, how to call him. At this time, among the owners surrounding the new-style martial arts gym, one with a rough face suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, after such a long time, they have never known the name of the owner. It's really a bit remiss. Together. Chila simply said one word. Okay, Master Chi, you should have been here in Luolong City for quite some time. Hearing the words, the owner of the gymnasium nodded, and continued, Don't you know the rules for opening a martial arts gym in Luolong City? Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was in the tone of provoking a teacher. What rules can there be in opening a martial arts gym? Don't brag or criticize, even if there are any rules, it's not set by you museum owners yourself. Do you really think that the Dragon King has time to set up so many rules? It would be nice to be able to perfect the matters of kicking the hall. It's as if you know the Dragon King better than I do. Thinking so, Chila curled his lips and said, I don't know what the rules are. But I know, after you ask someone else's address, shouldn't you also declare your family name? This sentence is simply choking on the guy in front of him. Because of what the names of these museum owners are, Chila really has no interest at all. Who cares about the name of a dying man? But sometimes, it's good to choke each other and interrupt their rhythm. Lo. The owner who spoke was stunned for a moment, before reporting his name in a cold voice. It turned out to be the owner of the Luo Hall, so I don't know, what are the rules you want to tell me when you come here today? I'm new here and I'm not sensible, so you should be more sensible. Chilu also imitated the other party's tone, and asked this question, slowly. By the way, he choked out in a strange way. To be honest, Chilu really wanted to see what the other party wanted to play with. After all, it was also the wishes of many museum owners in Luolong City. If I don't cooperate a little bit, wouldn't I be too sorry for their plan, although it is quite brainless. Maybe he was used to being arrogant and domineering in Luolong City, so hadn't realized at all whether the opponent he met could be provoked, so he dared to treat him as an enemy indiscriminately. That's good, it saves Chi Lu a lot of time. At least for one thing, all these gym owners are gathered here, so there is none for Chi Lu, a martial arts gym, and a martial arts gym to come to the door. Newcomer, don't you think your current attitude is too arrogant? In any case, we are all your predecessors, if you want to speak with such an attitude. Then it's no wonder we didn't give you a chance. Hall Master Luo frowned when he heard Chi Li's eccentric tone. The master of the martial arts gym, who was following behind Master Luo, also had an angry expression on his face at the moment. Obviously, Chi Li's attitude made him feel quite dissatisfied. A new gym owner who has only been in Luolong City for a few days, really thinks that he is lucky. He ended up in a martial arts gym, and then won a place in a martial arts gym, Does he feel that he is invincible? You know, the owners of these martial arts gyms all know it. The owner of the martial arts gym that Qi Lu destroyed before was nothing more than a fourth-level waste of the immortal bone realm. For those powerful martial arts gyms, for those gym owners whose cultivation base is above the 7th level of the immortal bone realm, such a weak martial arts school is simply an existence that can be destroyed with a wave of hands. The reason why it has been kept is because the owner of this martial arts gym is obedient. After all, in the eyes of the masters of these martial arts gyms, an obedient puppet is obviously more useful than a strong man. If Qi Lu knew the thoughts of these martial arts masters, he would probably be able to guess. Why did the former gym owner, the old man, agree so readily to himself that he was willing to disband the martial arts gym? It's not just because I don't want to continue to be a puppet. Anyway, enough blood spar was obtained, so it would be a good thing to get rid of the martial arts gym as soon as possible. In this way, if Qi Lu knew about this, he would definitely think in his heart that it was another good thing for both parties. But it's not bad now. The former owner of the old man had already left Luolong City. It is said that when he left Luolong City, he laughed very loudly, which made Qi Lu a little puzzled at that time. Could it be crazy? It also makes sense now. Therefore, when Qi Lu showed such an attitude, in the eyes of these martial arts masters, it was a kind of disrespect. A mere rookie owner dared to talk to them like that. It was the same when they sent their disciples to kick the hall before. They didn't know how to be polite, but they directly embarrassed them. What a damn guy. What they represent is the union of martial arts gyms in the entire Luolong City. Prior to this, which martial arts school was not allowed to act according to their faces after it was opened? Why is this newcomer so ignorant? Senior? Hearing this, Qi Lu looked at these martial arts masters for a long time. Just when these martial arts masters wanted to show a serious expression and show the majesty of a senior, Qi Lu sneered, and then said disdainfully, "So, are you planning to sell your old age to me? What a joke, you are all here to kick the hall, can I still spoil you? Failed to kick the hall, lost face, and came to argue with me about my qualifications? It turns out that opening a martial arts gym in Luolong City, do you still have qualifications? Then what kind of treasure map fragments are still competing for, and they can be handed over directly to the first martial arts gym opened in Luolong City? The oldest qualifications. Boy, so you don't intend to listen to persuasion?" The owner of Luo's complexion darkened, and said in a cold voice. The other martial arts masters following behind also took a step forward following Master Luo's movements. The terrifying coercion swept up like a sea tide in an instant. The people who were watching from a distance were so frightened that they backed away again and again. Even those cultivators felt a little uncomfortable under the aftermath of this coercion. It can be seen that the owners of these martial arts gyms are really angry at the moment, although they came here to kick the gym. But before that, the attitudes of those martial arts masters are obviously still open to negotiation. But now, no more. This is terrible. With so many martial arts gyms coming to kick the gym at the same time, can the owner really stand it? Damn it, is the new martial arts school going to be destroyed today? In Luolong City, can't there be such a good martial arts gym for martial arts disciples? Those damn martial arts halls only know how to make money and suppress new martial arts halls. Every time a new martial arts gym appears, they will do this to pull down those new gym owners. No, we can't go on like this. When some customers of the new style martial arts school saw this scene, they couldn't bear it any longer. Because the new style of martial arts is good, these customers are all seeing it. Compared with other martial arts, it is many times stronger. Forget about the newly opened martial arts gyms in the past, anyway, they are all like dogs, and if they are suppressed, they will be suppressed. It's just dog eat dog. But the new style of martial arts is different. These customers are real beneficiaries. Moreover, apart from the pills and training grounds in the new martial arts hall, the lectures on combat skills that the owner occasionally provides the mayor also first-class good things. In other martial arts halls, it is something that only core disciples can hear. This also made the customers who came to the new martial arts hall really feel it. In the new martial arts gym, I was really regarded as a disciple. Rather than a cash machine, a tool for making money. Therefore, when these martial arts halls join forces to launch an attack, they really don't want to sit idly by. Even if we lose to these martial arts gyms, we can't just watch like this. If this continues, after the new martial arts halls are destroyed, won't we continue to be bullied by these martial arts halls? Yes, can we continue to live with the days we once were? These damned martial arts are not as good as the new martial arts. We should advance and retreat with the museum owner. Think about the spirit and effort that the museum owner has put into you. Can you still watch? For the new martial arts school. With a burst of anger, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became noisy. The shouting of slogans made Qi Lu a little stunned. It's really weird, on my side, there is no fight between the hosts. What are you guys shouting about? I don't know when kicking the gymnasium. Is it the host against the host, and the disciple against the disciple? However, having said that, Qi Lu felt the hearts of these customers. The reason for this situation may indeed be the arrogance and domineering Ofto's martial arts gyms in Luolong City. However, more is the contrast between each other. There is a saying that people will die if they compare themselves with others, and they will be thrown away if they compare goods. Although the former martial arts clubs in Luolong City were arrogant and domineering, when the general environment was like this, everyone naturally dared not speak out. But now, there is a new style of martial arts established by Qi Lu as the leader to fight against these martial arts. Then the accumulated anger will naturally burst out. It can only be said that this is the general trend. The will of the people is the direction of history. Of course, in Qi Li's view, there is actually another very important reason that needs attention. That is the folk customs of the Tianji region, which indeed tends to be tough and irritable. Only a few words were said, and the battle was about to begin. Qi Li didn't even need to make a sound, and there were no impassioned clichés. In the past, this was almost impossible. From this point of view, sometimes, the tough folk customs may not be all bad things. At least this time, Qi Li gained the upper hand in public opinion, and his reputation far surpassed other martial arts schools. The reason is also very simple, because at this time, the new martial arts school is standing in the position of a victim. Let the residents of Luolong City who are watching here, as well as the idle practitioners, have empathy. In addition, they still carry the names of new martial arts disciples. Thinking about it this way, why not follow the owner of the gym and fight against these martial arts that oppress them? However, the sounds of the surrounding crowd's anger also made the complexions of many gym owners gathered outside the new martial arts hall turn gloomy. It's really noisy. You ants, chickens, and dogs, dare to show such expressions to me and other martial arts masters, you are really brave. Do you know that what you are doing now will bring you death? The host Luo looked around with cold eyes, and said in a cold tone. The expressions of the other martial arts masters also proved what Master Luo said. In their eyes, these guys who were basically ants, now want to resist them? I really don't know how to live or die. Do they think that with a new style of martial arts as their leader, they will have a chance of winning against so many martial arts? I have to say, this is really not a very funny joke. Among the many martial arts schools in Luolong City, some have been in operation for a long time, and even have been operating here for thousands of years. The amount of resources and the strength of the foundation in the martial arts hall are simply beyond imagination, and it is by no means as simple as imagined. Otherwise, why are there so many martial arts gyms that don't value treasure map fragments at all? Akil represents an opportunity to advance to the realm of a demon god. But in Luolong City, even though many martial arts gyms are constantly changing, has there really not been a demon god? That is of course impossible. Even if the number is extremely rare, such cases have indeed occurred. Similarly, it is precisely because even without the help of dragon bones, the existence of the realm of demon gods has appeared. So at a certain moment in the past, a certain martial arts club suddenly discovered that, compared to the extremely difficult task of collecting all the treasure map fragments, why not rely on the convenience of the martial arts gym to collect cultivation resources? In this way, even if he didn't get the treasure map fragments, he still achieved his goal. It's just that in Luolong City, those martial arts masters who have been promoted to the realm of demon gods, without exception, chose to give up the martial arts and left Luolong City after they were successfully promoted. After all, their original purpose was to take advantage of the convenience of a martial arts gym to achieve the position of demon god. Then after the goal is achieved, staying in Luolong City and guarding this martial arts gym seems to be putting the cart before the horse. Because staying in Luolong City, given the general environment here, it would be difficult for him to continue to become stronger. That being the case, why not leave here and look for opportunities elsewhere? That's why on the surface, it looks like Luolong City has never had a demon god. Of course, it's almost the same in fact. According to the history of Luolong City, it has been almost 1,000 years since the last demon god appeared and left Luolong City. Such a long time is enough to clean the memories of most residents in Luolong City. After all, ordinary people live that long. For thousands of years, you don't know how many generations have been reproduced. How can you still pay attention to such a long history? On the contrary, those martial arts masters, after knowing this period of history, will feel that they must have such an opportunity. You don't need the help of dragon bones, you can also be promoted to the realm of demon gods. Well, having confidence is indeed a good thing. But let Chila say it, that is. Don't you even look at it, how long has it been since the last demon god appeared? For nearly 1,000 years, you have not made any movement, so it is estimated that there is no great opportunity, and you have no chance. But these words, because Chila didn't know the reason, so naturally he wouldn't say it. In short, it is because of various reasons. This caused the masters of these martial arts gyms to dare to glare at the residents and practitioners of Luolong City when they discovered them. All of a sudden, it became extremely angry. Because before that, although Chila didn't give them face. But Chi Lu is also the owner of the new martial arts gym after all, at least in terms of status, there is not much difference from them. But what are you bastards and ant-like guys? Dare to be dissatisfied with us? However, in the face of the threat of the Luo Pavilion Master, the cultivatorship came out this time were not afraid. For the sake of the new style of martial arts, we are determined to advance and retreat with the owner of the gym. This time, we will not be silent again. The days of you domineering martial arts clubs should come to an end. Today, we will never back down. Your threats won't work, the museum owner will make the decision for us. Once the fiery temper breaks out, it is very hard-headed. If you shrink your head just because of a few threats, do you still want to hang around in Luolong City in the future? Anyway, before the new martial arts hall was destroyed, no matter how threatened these martial arts masters were, they could only talk about it verbally. The only ones who can really make a move are the disciples of their martial arts school. Okay, it's really good. You damned ants actually dare to resist us. After hearing these angry shouts, the gaze of the owner of Luo's hall suddenly became more gloomy and cold. Since you are so reckless, no wonder we are so cruel. All the disciples of the martial arts hall listen to the order and form affirmation. All rebels, kill without mercy. Since the ants dare to resist, they can only be crushed to death. There are a lot of residents in Luolong City, even if some of them are lost there, it won't have much impact. As long as the martial arts school is still there will be plenty of opportunities to make money. Yes. The many martial arts disciples who followed the martial arts masters quickly changed their positions after receiving the order. Soon, small battle formations were formed. Fighting in a place like Luolong City, which is not too spacious, a small battle formation is obviously much more flexible than a large battle formation. Although these martial arts halls are arrogant and domineering, they still have some real skills. Otherwise, it would not be possible to inherit it for such a long time. A small battle formation, but it has some strength. Qi watched this scene, touched his chin, but didn't say anything. To say it was an accident, it wasn't really that big of a deal, because Qi never underestimated his opponent too much. He claimed to be just an ordinary store manager, and passers-by who didn't intend to offend, of course he should be more cautious when doing things. However, when talking about this battle formation, Qi remembered it. 2 days ago, I seem to have held a small lecture in the martial arts hall, explaining the usage of some battle formations. Brothers, these martial arts disciples are ready to go to war. Should we continue to stand still? Of course not. Got to give them some color. How good the museum owner is to us, let them see it today. Brothers, let's start to end the battle. The self-proclaimed disciples of the new style of martial arts, the next second after those martial arts disciples formed small battle formations, under the incredible wooden pipes of many martial arts masters, they formed more exquisite small battle formations array. This is what Qi has emphasized many times. Small battle formations and large battle formations are not unrelated. Because a large battle formation can also be composed of multiple small battle formations, thus forming a closer connection. Compared with those martial arts disciples who are flexible, they fight on their own, and are extremely loose in small battle formations. Qi casually taught the battle formation method to be more than 10 times better than theirs. Take the small battle formation as the point, and the cooperation between them as the line. Soon, the opponent's small battle formation was cut into small pieces, so as to break them one by one. How could this be? Where did they learn their battle formation? It is absolutely impossible for them to comprehend such an exquisite battle formation by themselves. And not only that. If you want the members of the battle formation to cooperate closely, long-term training is essential. But it's only been a few days. Even if the owner of the new martial arts gym is willing to teach them how to form a battle formation, it is absolutely impossible to have this level of cooperation in such a short period of time. How the hell did they do it? Without the training of actual combat, even the simplest battle formation, it is impossible to have such a good cooperation. There is nothing wrong with it. Needless to say, just this scene definitely left those martial arts masters dumbfounded. The disciples in their martial arts gym have trained so hard for so long, and have also gone through various actual combats to hone the coordination of the battle formations, so as to polish the combat effectiveness of these battle formations. But in this place, they will be separated by these local chickens and dogs, and they will be broken one by one. This is simply impossible. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, and even confirmed again and again that it wasn't a dream. These martial arts masters are more willing to believe that the scene in front of them is simply a dream. However, the reality is cruel. If you lose, you lose. All the way through the battle, they lost completely. Hey, these guys, have you listened to the battle formation method I explained before? Well, to be honest, Qi was actually a little surprised when he saw this scene. Because the opening of the lecture hall in the martial arts hall is purely Duetto Qi interest. The reason is, since I have opened a martial arts gym, if I don't care about anything, I would be somewhat incompetent. So I found something for myself to do, such as opening this random little lecture hall. Why is it called random small lecture hall? Because each small lecture hall is only a few minutes, or only 10 minutes. And the starting time is not fixed. Qi will talk for a while in the martial arts gym when he is in the mood. If the interest does not come, this small lecture hall may not appear for a long time. The other one is also the content in the small lecture hall, which is completely random. When Qi Lu thought of something, he would say something. The first 2 times, because I thought of the role of battle formations in large-scale battles, I talked about them in different categories. I didn't expect the customers in the martial arts hall to be so eager to learn, and they really listened to every word. However, what Qi Lu never expected was that. In fact, these customers are more than just listening. After learning that the owner of the new martial arts gym may open this random lecture hall at any time. But there are some customers who wait in the martial arts hall every day, preparing all the time, recording the content of the random lecture hall, and then taking it back to analyze and study word by word. The high degree of studious is simply beyond imagination. This is to let Qi Lu know, maybe he will award a study medal to this type of customer. As for, after learning the battle formation, the actual combat when running into the battle formation. Could it be that the martial arts field is beautifully placed? Don't brag or criticize. In the martial arts gym opened by Qi Lu, actual combat training is the link that needs the least worry. Moreover, judging from the frequency of use of the martial arts training ground, even if it is charged by time, every time a sparring puppet is consumed, a certain amount of blood spar is required. Therefore, Qi Lu can always find out every time he looks at the background of a martial arts income. The blood spar income in the martial arts training ground is actually not much worse than the income from selling pills in the front hall. After all, under the supernatural power of the system, the area of the martial arts training ground can be ignored. The ability of this RB system to make money is always ridiculous. When it can earn blood spar, it has always been able to solve these venue problems clearly. So, it became what it is now. In the confrontation on the battlefield, the side of the new martial arts school was able to show a tendency to be completely suppressed. After all, in terms of the number of disciples, there is no need to worry about the new martial arts gym with the gimmick of free apprenticeship fee. As long as you walk into a new style martial arts gym, you will always be unable to restrain your hands, so you can't help but take your own identity card. It's the same even if other martial arts schools join forces to attack. Anyway, as far as the number of martial arts disciples is concerned, they will never suffer. It's unbelievable. It's just a newly opened martial arts gym, but it can teach the way of Batlido such an extent. I have to say, we did underestimate you a little bit, Master Qi. Hall Master Luo took a deep breath, and looked at Qi Lu again. I'm so proud of you. It's what surprised me the most when you came to kick the gym. Qi Lu heard the words, but replied unhurriedly. Then, after a slight pause, he hurried ahead of the owner Luo, and continued, Don't you think it's strange? Before, you were the ones who were looking for trouble for me, but you said I didn't give you face. You guys, are you too arrogant? In the last sentence, Qi Li's voice suddenly rose. As an ordinary store manager who doesn't want to cause trouble, Qi Lu is just afraid of trouble, not because he has a good temper. If someone bullied him, then Qi Lu would definitely repay him twice as much. Arrogant? Master Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous light shining. You are indeed an interesting newcomer, but unfortunately, your attitude is too bad. Listen well, Master Qi, we don't want to continue talking nonsense with you. If you are willing to hand over the pills in your martial arts hall and the martial arts training ground, we will save your life. If you don't want to, then you can only blame your own fate. When it came to the end, the murderous intent in Luo Guanju's tone had long been undisguised. The skill of negotiation lies in the comparison of the strengths of the two parties. The strong will always dominate. So the owner of the Luo Pavilion doesn't want to talk nonsense now. The backbone of the new style of martial arts is the Master Qi in front of him. As long as he gets rid of him, the remaining disciples will be destroyed by themselves. Therefore, even if the disciples in his own martial arts hall lose to the disciples of the new martial arts hall, it doesn't matter. What's more, with so many martial arts schools coming together, so many martial arts disciples, will they really lose? The disciples of the realm of immortal bone haven't appeared yet. It turns out that you have taken a fancy to the elixirs and training grounds in my martial arts hall. You have really good eyesight. Qilu tilted his head and sneered. Then he raised his hand, pointed at many martial arts masters, took a deep breath, and said, "But, do you have the ability to get it?" Perhaps the tone of this sentence is not very proud, and even a little flat. As if to state a fact. However, hearing it in the ears of the Master Luo and many other martial arts masters, it is the greatest ridicule. Master Qi, it seems that you are really looking for death. We have already given you a chance to live, but unfortunately, you don't cherish it yourself. Then don't blame us, your subordinates are ruthless. After saying those words, the owner of the Luo pavilion exploded with momentum, charging towards Qilu. The many pavilion masters following him were no exception. One after another erupted with terrifying coercion, turning into terrifying shocks, as if they wanted to use boundless coercion to defeat this lifeless new pavilion master. This is also a demonstration of killing chickens and monkeys. The purpose is to tell the entire Luolong city that these martial arts gyms are the real masters of Luolong city. You weak ants, you should curl up under the majesty of the martial arts hall, trembling. That is the correct way. The violent coercion soared to the sky, and it really alarmed the entire Luolong city. After all, it was the coercion erupted by the joint efforts of many martial arts masters, so powerful and terrifying. The ground was crushed by this coercion on the spot, and the sky was filled with stone powder, flying like smoke and dust, covering up the scene of the battlefield. It also made the surrounding martial arts disciples suddenly startled, and looked at the other battlefield around them with horror. Is this the battle of the hosts? Unexpectedly, so terrible. To be honest, in Luolong City, battles between the pavilion owners really rarely happen. Because the obedient museum owner has a secret alliance, no need to do anything. The disobedient museum owner has been cleaned up long ago. Only Qilu, who came to Luolong City suddenly, was an exception, and he was also an uncontrollable rookie pavilion owner. So today's battle is indeed a rare battle in Luolong City. Regardless of the scene in Luolong City when Qilu first arrived in Luolong City, it seemed that there were traces of battle everywhere. But a large part of them were left. The vicissitudes that have come down, not the current disputes. The atmosphere of silence and killing is only due to the high pressure of many martial arts gyms. Everything is not as imagined. This also made Qilu angry. The subordinates are ruthless? If you really have the ability, I'd like to see it. Unfortunately, you didn't. Qilu will never show mercy to enemies who have murderous intentions in his heart. You don't even have a demon god, but you want to deal with yourself. You really are ignorant and fearless. Boom. There was a loud noise that seemed like the mighty might of the sky, suddenly coming to the world, suddenly sounded. The aura on Qilu's body rose into the sky like an erupting volcano. Facing the coercion of many hall owners joining forces, it was like a fierce beast from ancient times, roaring to meet it. Hidden strength? There is no need for this at all. Before, Qilu didn't rely on his own strength to push all these martial arts halls across. I am still worried that if the movement is slow, there will be unnecessary accidents. After all, the rules of kicking the pavilion still need to be followed. Without a master, a martial arts school can easily be eaten up by other martial arts schools. And if the owner and the disciples could not be resolved together at that time, the treasure map fragments would not be obtained. It also violated Qilu's original intention. But now, since the masters of the martial arts halls in Luolong City have all come over, it saves Qilu the time to search. Such a good opportunity. As long as they are wiped out here, the remaining problems will be solved. Many martial arts halls have all lost their masters, that is the state of a group of dragons, without a leader. There is no need to worry that the martial arts gym without the owner will be beaten away by other martial arts gyms. Because all martial arts are the same. Then just accept them one by one. The rest of the disciples are nothing to worry about. This aura, this coercion, no, it's impossible. How is it possible? How is it possible to be so strong? It can't be wrong, such a strong momentum is definitely in the realm of Ademon God. Oh my God, what we want to deal with is actually a demon god, how could this happen? Impossible, am I dreaming? Devil god, this is actually a demon god. It's over, it's all over now. The terrifying coercion has completely surpassed the realm of immortal bones. Although these martial arts masters are a little arrogant, their knowledge is still there, so it is naturally impossible not to recognize them. It's just that after realizing the truth, the expression on his face suddenly became mournful, terrified, unbelievable. The complicated emotions caused the expressions of these martial arts masters to become extremely distorted. They can't believe it, and they don't want to believe it. What I and the others wanted to deal with turned out to be a real demon god. It's a pity that they still think that if they join forces with others, it will be easy to clean up a new pavilion owner. Who can think, who is willing to think? The strength of this rookie pavilion master is the realm of the demon god that they have always longed to achieve. That tyrannical power is the realm that all practitioners dream of. Devil. And it's not just these martial arts masters. The martial arts disciples, who were still fighting fiercely, did not perform very well at the moment. Facing the last genuine demon god, these martial arts disciples, no matter which martial arts they worshipped at, fell to their knees at this moment, curled up, shivering, not even daring to breathe. They have heard about the might of the demon god for a long time. After all, in this falling dragon city, a demon god once appeared. Although that was a long time ago, history does record it. With just a few gestures, you can shatter the world. What a terrifying power that is. Especially in a place like Luolong City, where there is no demon god's favor, the appearance of any demon god is the prestige of dominance. No one can go against his will. The disciples among the many martial arts gyms may have never thought in their life that one day, they would still see the demon god. It may be an honor to be able to witness how tyrannical a demon god is. But how lucky it would be if the place where this demon god appeared was his own martial arts gym. Unfortunately, this is a luxury. The owner of the new martial arts gym turned out to be a demon god. This scene also stimulated the many practitioners who were fighting for the new style of martial arts. Let them deeply feel that their choice is not wrong. Our hall owner is actually a demon god. I knew that our choice would not go wrong. Those damn martial arts gyms will be punished one day. This is heavenly punishment, Your Majesty the great demon god, who came here for our well-being. We are willing to follow the great demon god forever. For the owner. The owner of the demon god realm participated in the battle in person, and the fighting spirit of many customers suddenly rose to the extreme. It's just like. It was as if he had been slapped with chicken blood, even his eyes were flushed with excitement, and his fighting spirit was even more high-spirited. This time, the battle between the martial arts disciples became even more overwhelming. After all, even those museum owners couldn't withstand the terrifying coercion of the demon god. You must know that the realm of immortal bones is perfect, and the realm of demon gods seems to be only one step away. But if you really want to calculate it, in terms of combat power, there is a huge difference. Even if it is 100 times difference, it is too small. What's more, these martial arts disciples who don't even reach the realm of immortal bones. Anyway, the faces of these martial arts masters have long been covered with pain masks. Master Qi, I really didn't expect you to have such strength, so why did you come to Luolong City to fight with us? Under the terrifying coercion, the owner of the Luo Pavilion still spoke aloud under tremendous pressure. Because fighting a demon god, they have no chance of winning at all. Only by speaking out and discussing with each other can there be a chance of survival. In the treasure map of Luolong City, the buried treasure is nothing more than a dragon bone. What use is it to you? This is told from the perspective of interests. Besides, even if it is you, it may not be easy to deal with so many of our martial arts schools in one go. You have to know that in the martial arts halls in Luolong City, all the martial arts that have been passed down for thousands of years have appeared before the Lord of Demon Gods. Presumably, even if you are already a demon god, you don't want to face so many enemies of the same level at once. After describing the interests, it is necessary to explain the relationship of interests. The owner of Luo Pavilion is also right, although the number of demon gods that appeared in Luolong City is very rare. But there is no doubt that as long as the demon god was born in Luolong City, it must have come from a certain martial arts gym. Even later, these demon gods chose to leave Luolong City. But there is still an inextricable relationship with the martial arts gym in Luolong City. Therefore, even if it is regarded as a hidden threat, the words spoken by the owner of Luo are acceptable. This was also a question that Qi Lu had thought about before. Of course, it's not that they are afraid of those demon gods born from Luolong City. Rather, I am worried that the owners of these martial arts gyms will not be afraid of the power of demon gods, because their martial arts halls have once given birth to demon gods. As a result, what Qi Lu had envisioned at the very beginning, when kicking the gymnasium, only get rid of the gymnasium owner, and then slowly plan to go bankrupt. That's why the plan has never been implemented. And the current situation seemed to confirm Qi Li's original conjecture. Although these martial arts masters are under the coercion of the realm of demon gods, it is very difficult to perform. But that's only because of the huge gap in strength. When it comes to bearing the power of the demon god, it really can't stand it. But not out of genuine awe. After all, in those powerful martial arts halls that have been passed down for a long time, every owner of the gymnasium is proud from the heart. I feel that there was a demon god born in my martial arts gym, and if I have a relationship with a certain demon god, I can do whatever I want. Even if they meet a real demon god, they still try to use this kind of affection to talk to each other, or even threaten them. The reason is very simple. No matter how strong Qi Lu is, he is just a demon god. But there is more than one demon god coming out of Luolong City. Considering the stakes, I believe no demon god would be willing to offend several demon gods in one go over such a matter. That's why at this moment, the owner of the Luo Hall, he showed a sense of confidence. You guys are really confident. However, after hearing these words, Qi Lu didn't change his expression at all, but just smiled disdainfully. Then, with a faint voice, he said, "But why do you think that I am afraid of those demon gods? Only you are qualified to threaten me?" Qi Li's retort question stopped all the martial arts masters on the spot. Just kidding, Qi Lu didn't have the slightest fear of the 8-armed sky-reaching and 6-winged wind demon back then. Can you still be afraid of those demon gods who came out of Luolong City? No blows, no black, 8-armed heaven and 6-winged wind demons are powerful demon gods that have survived from ancient times. Although they died in the god realm not long ago, their strength before their death was not 10 times stronger than the demon gods in Luolong City. But even so, Qi Lu still did it right. Now, coming to Luolong City, can these martial arts masters be frightened? All of a sudden, the owner of the Luo Pavilion became a little flustered. If his whole cards can't frighten the demon god Master Qi, then something serious will happen. It's not hard to say that all martial arts masters, including myself, don't even think about surviving in the hands of Master Qi. Master Qi, think about it, this is not a wise decision. The host Luo said in a panic. Offending a demon god is really not a wise decision. But there is no way, when they, the pavilion owners, came here together and prepared to kick the pavilion, things could not be undone. Even if he begs for mercy in time, I'm afraid he can only let himself and others die more happily. So I can only use the name of the demon god from the martial arts hall to gamble. It would be the best if he could frighten the hall master Qi in front of him. And if it's not frightening, it doesn't seem to be much different from the original ending. It's nothing more than a miserable death. It's a pity, looking at it now, the owner of Qi Pavilion doesn't seem to like this kind of thing very much. Is it a wise decision? Don't bother you to make a decision for me. When you failed for the first time, but still refused to give up, and came Tomi martial arts gym persistently to find trouble, your ending should be doomed. So, instead of saying these words, you might as well leave your last words while you still have time. Qi Lu said unmoved. If the masters of these martial arts gyms don't take the initiative to trouble Qi Lu, then even if Qi Lu goes to kick the gym later, at most it will be the same as the first martial arts gym, just let them dismiss the disciples. No injustice, no enmity, naturally it will not hurt life. After all, commercial competition is cruel, and it is normal for them to crush their martial arts gym. But, like now, Qi Leke doesn't have such a good temper when he is repeatedly asked for trouble. Damn it! We are fighting, we must not sit still. Run separately and leave Luolong City. Master Luo knew that it would be useless to continue talking, so he immediately made a decision. Escaping is not something to be ashamed of. As long as you can save your life, faces nothing. Escape? Qi Lu couldn't help but sneered. Do you really think that you are also demon emperors, and can you have such a strong ability to escape? With the strength of these martial arts masters, if Qi Lu could escape from his hands, Qi Lu would be able to cripple his cultivation on the spot without saying a word, and he would never come out of the world and care about world affairs. Receive. Sleepy. Qi Lu let out a low shout, then raised his hand and shook it, forming a fist with his 5 fingers. In an instant, the sky shook and the ground shook, as if the entire world followed Qi Li's movements, and there was a corresponding movement. The sky collapsed and the earth tore apart. Boom! The surrounding air is like a pair of invisible hands grasping from all directions. All the martial arts masters who wanted to escape were locked in their original places, unable to move a single bit. With the strength of physique, influence the power of heaven and earth. If you are not the lord of demon gods, you can't do it. At this moment, the faces of the martial arts masters present were all pale, as if mourning. Although it has been heard before, how terrifying the demon god lord is and how powerful his strength is. But if you haven't experienced it yourself, you will never be able to truly feel what a terrifying force it is. Since you have no last words to say, forget it. I don't care about such things. Qi Lu slowly raised his hand, and his clenched fist followed. And the invisible hands holding these martial arts masters are getting stronger and stronger. The power of heaven and earth and the power of the demon god are perfectly reflected at this moment, and the battle can be ended with just a flip of the hand. A mere cultivator in the realm of immortal bones is nothing more than a group of stronger ants in front of the demon god. Not worth mentioning at all. Hall Master Luo and the others also felt that the power oppressing them was constantly increasing. Maybe in the next moment, they will be crushed and disappear from this world. Do not. Perhaps at the last second before dying, they regretted it. But confession at this time is meaningless. This friend, why don't you give me a face and spare their lives? However, just as Hall Master Luo and the others were about to lose consciousness, a deep voice suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a majestic force emerged from the distant horizon. It seemed to be a fist mark, coming with a bang. It hit Qi Li's invisible hand heavily. A crack appeared in this attack, and it also gave Pavilion Master Luo and others a chance to breathe. It's really not the right time. Qi Lu snorted coldly, raised his eyes, and glanced at the horizon. A middle-aged man with a strong figure stepped down from the void. Every time you take a step, a circle of cracks will appear in the void, accompanied by a space shock. There is no doubt that this middle-aged man is a demon god. He is. That's right, there is absolutely nothing wrong, he is the owner of the Wild Lion Hall. The first person to recognize this middle-aged man was the owner of Luo Pavilion. He thought of the history recorded in his martial arts gym, as well as the portraits left behind. The demon god, who was once born in his own martial arts gym, and one of the previous gym owners, the owner of the Wild Lion Gym. What, is he one of the demon gods who left Luolong City, the owner of the Wild Lion Hall? Great, if it's really the owner of the Wild Lion Pavilion, we'll be saved. Who said there is no one in our martial arts school? With the owner of the Wild Lion Hall here, Luolong City will eventually be decided by our martial arts hall. Even if Pavilion Master Chi is also a demon god, he won't be the opponent of the Wild Lion Pavilion Master. That's great, that's great. Many martial arts masters heard the words, quite a sense of survival after the catastrophe. Since the owner of the Wild Lion Hall and the owner of the Luo Hall came out of the same martial arts gym, and once served as the master of the martial arts gym, and now they have returned to Luolong City, it is impossible for them to sit idly by because of their past affection. Pavilion Master Chi may really be a demon god, but the Mad Lion Pavilion Master, isn't he? However, in the face of the excited emotions of these martial arts masters, the middle-aged man Wild Lion did not respond. Just staring at Chi Lu, said, I just came near Luolong City recently, and suddenly felt that another demon god appeared in Luolong City, so I wanted to come over to see which martial arts school will be born demon god. I really didn't expect that when I came to Luolong City, I would see such a scene. My friend, why are you so ruthless when you are out of the martial arts hall together? Listening to this tone, it is a questioning look. Perhaps because Chi Lu was also in Luolong Cheng, Wild Lion felt that he was a senior. Anyway, this kind of tone made Chi Lu very unhappy. So he replied stiffly, what does this matter have to do with you? In fact, listening to the cheers of those martial arts masters, Chi Lu probably guessed the identity of the guy in front of him. It's nothing more than the former owner of a certain martial arts gym. After achieving the position of demon god, he left Luolong City. Now, is it home to see? This is Luolong City, so this matter is naturally related to this seat. This seat also came out of Luolong City, from the martial arts hall. Of course you can't let you do whatever you want. Wild Lion frowned when he heard the words, as if speaking righteously. In Chi Li's view, it was quite ridiculous. If the one who was besieged today was the martial arts school you used to be in, I really don't know if you would still be able to say these words. Just looking at the martial arts gym I was in before, today may be in trouble. That's why I suppress people with righteousness. It's a pity, Chi Lu has never accepted this trick. After listening to what you said, I knew that talking with you would definitely fail. In that case, then you can stop me, if you can. Chi Lu shook his head, then raised his head and said loudly. Now that the matter is over, he doesn't mind being arrogant anymore. They are all people who are dedicated to themselves, and they can only make others suffer, but not themselves. What else is there to say? It's crazy. Wild Lion grinned, showing a dangerous expression. Young man, it's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me. Do you know what happened to the last guy who talked to me like this? Among the demon gods, there are also strong and weak points. Thousands of years of tempering have also given Wild Lion a bit of proud capital among the demon gods. Maybe not as good as those top demon gods, but in front of new demon gods, Hudson still speak loudly. Coincidentally, in the eyes of Wild Lion, the young man in front of him is a new demon god. Otherwise, why did it appear in Luolong City? I'm so sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Chi Lu shrugged and said bluntly. Although only the truth. But in the eyes of Wild Lion, this kind of reaction just didn't take him seriously. Well, actually there is nothing wrong with Wild Lion's feeling, Qi Lu really didn't take him seriously. But thinking about it this way, wouldn't it make me even more angry? Very good, young man, you have successfully angered me. Then let me teach you what it means to respect seniors. The wild lion let out a roar, and then its body suddenly moved, like a lion, coming to kill. He really deserves to be called the demon god with the name of a mad lion, and his offensive style really looks like a mad lion. All of a sudden, there were sonic booms. The wild lion is a demon god known for his strength, and his fighting power is unparalleled. Seeing this scene, Luo Guanzhu and the others were extremely excited. After all, the owner of Qi Pavilion is the enemy, and the owner of the Wild Lion is his own. As long as the owner of the Wild Lion Hall wins, the prestige of their martial arts hall in Luolong City will only become louder. See, even if there is a martial arts gym where the demon god is, if you Dorito fight against their martial arts alliance, you will end up like this in the end. In the future, who else would dare to make a mistake? Even those disciples of the martial arts school had a gleam of hope in their eyes. Only the cultivators who claim to be disciples of the new martial arts gym have their hearts in their throats at this moment. Damn it, why did another demon god suddenly appear? Usually, I can't see it even if I want to see it, but now two of them pop upal at once. Are we doomed to be oppressed? It's just that no one can give them an answer. The attention of everyone present was drawn to the battle in front of them. Because the result of this battle will determine the future development direction of Luolong City. Hunting. The wild lion stretched out its claws, a phantom of a male lion, followed by this aura. Potential, condensed out. It surprised Qi Lu. After that, he also raised a hand and said lightly, "You want to hunt, you have to figure it out. Who is the hunter and who is the prey?" The mad lion known for its strength is indeed tyrannical, but in terms of strength, can it be stronger than 8 arms reaching the heaven? Even if the mad lion's aura is good, its pressure is like the sea, and its power is like a dragon. But in Qi Li's view, it was still too far away. Even Qi Lu, who was still fighting in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, would not care too much about this level of power. Not to mention the current Qi Lu, after coming to the Tianji realm, with the help of a large number of blood spar, his physique has been strengthened compared to before. Therefore, even if Qi Lu couldn't use the power of law on the side of Tianji territory, he was by no means an object that a mad lion could defeat. Puff. It was just a short muffled sound. This battle is over. To be honest, Qi Lu generally doesn't like to pester enemies whose strength is much worse than his own, once he decides to make a move. Especially when the enemy chooses to take the initiative to attack, it is even more difficult to show mercy. How could this happen? The wild lion stared in disbelief, looking at the arm that had sunk into his chest, stained with blood. Then he raised his head again and looked at the expressionless face in front of him. The vitality is passing away from his body bit by bit. "I'm really sorry, you lost, and the price you have to pay is a bit heavy." Qi Li's voice was flat and indifferent. Even if he defeated the enemy with one move, there was no excitement at all. As if this is a common thing. Let the wild lion understand that the young man in front of him really didn't feel that he was a threat. "If I want to speak again, I feel a little weak." With the passing of vitality, the wild lion now doesn't even have the strength to speak. When Qi Lu crushed the mad lion's heart, he also destroyed all the vitality of the mad lion, leaving no room for it. It's really hard work for this demon god who finally got the chance to play. It didn't take long before I got the lunchbox. However, Qi Lu didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this, because if he didn't act, he might be the one who died. This is not a sparring. In the middle of the battle, there is no mercy. The only regret is that this demon god, named Wild Lion, is a bit domineering, but it's a pity that he couldn't even survive a single move. "Now, it's your turn." Qi put the wild lion, which had completely lost its breath of life, on the ground, and then looked at the owner Luo and the others. The scene just now was so unexpected that the owner of Luo Pavilion and the others seemed to have not reacted yet. Now, awakened by Qi Li's words, he fell to the ground immediately. The fear in their hearts has completely occupied their minds. The owner of the Wild Lion Hall, but a real demon god, just disappeared like this. In front of Hall Master Qi, he was defeated without even a single move, even his life was lost. The scene that completely subverted their worldview suddenly appeared in front of them, and the owner Luo and the others lost the ability to speak. In other words, they were too frightened and shocked to know what to say. Even the owner of the Wild Lion Hall can't resist, what else can they say? Master Qi is unrivaled. It's strange, I can only blame myself and others for being too arrogant and dare to offend Pavilion Master Qi. It's too late to beg for mercy now. In other words, Qi Li didn't intend to give these martial arts masters a chance to beg for mercy. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong, those who follow others, if they don't provoke themselves, they can do whatever they like. But if you offend yourself, then feel embarrassed, the road is chosen by you. Then you need to bear the consequences yourself. Game over. Qi Li has never been a soft-hearted person. Even the wild lions in the demon god realm didn't survive, let alone the remaining martial arts masters. If they were scattered throughout Luolong City, they would not be so easy to deal with. If they were not careful, some of them might escape. But now that it's all together, it's convenient. Just don't leave a single one, solve them all. On the contrary, there were still those martial arts disciples who were already sluggish, and Qi Li didn't say anything. To be honest, the master of the martial arts hall is the culprit, and the disciples of the martial arts hall are just following orders. Now the martial arts master is gone. Then the remaining martial arts disciples will all be dismissed, and the effect will be the same. As long as you don't come to hinder yourself from receiving other martial arts, you can collect treasure map fragments. Qi Li didn't bother to take care of other things. You guys, what are you still doing here, waiting for me to take care of the food? After Qi Li mercilessly dealt with the last martial arts master, seeing those martial arts disciples still kneeling on the spot, not daring to move, he couldn't help but uttered a word. Life and death battles are too common in the Tianji realm. Those cultivators, who are not the characters who dance on the tip of the knife, as long as they start a war, they may be gone in the next moment. That's why the psychological endurance of these martial arts disciples is not as weak as imagined. He is still kneeling here now, but he is afraid that the Qi Pavilion master in front of him will take his anger on them, so he dare not leave. Who knows, if they move a little, it will stimulate the owner Qi. So, just wait for the end. Sentence. If you do this, at least there is still a glimmer of life. Then, in the midst of this extremely tormented waiting, I heard this sound like the sound of heaven. From the tone of the owner Qi and the content of the words, it is obvious that it has no intention of fussing with them. Does this mean that they survived? Many martial arts disciples who were waiting for the verdict almost wept with joy after hearing this sentence. The feeling of surviving after a catastrophe, the palpitation of life and death, and the joy and excitement of getting the final result. However, due to the presence of the Master Qi, these martial arts disciples dare not speak loudly even if they are happy. He didn't dare to make even the slightest movement. And those who are also waiting for the result are not only these martial arts disciples, but also the customers of the new martial arts gym. After knowing that the Qi Pavilion master they chose turned out to be a genuine demon god, the actions of these customers also stopped. Because they knew that even if they and others wanted to continue fighting, they had to obey the orders of Pavilion Master Qi. Lord of the Demon God, what an honor it is for them to worship under the new martial arts school. And now, Master Qi has decided to let these martial arts disciples go. Then the customers of the new martial arts gym will naturally not stop them, but let them go. How fragile the martial arts gym without the owner is, one can know without thinking about it, and it can't withstand any strong wind and waves at all. Perhaps in the past, when such a situation occurred, there would still be practitioners in the realm of immortal bones who wanted to fish in troubled waters. If you can get a martial arts gym, you can say anything. If you fail, it's just a waste of time. However, this time the situation is somewhat different. To wipe out the existence of those masters of martial arts, but a demon god, his great reputation is still alive. If they were to get their hands on the spoils of this demon god at this time, would they be hated by this demon god? This is a very vague question, but those cultivators in the realm of immortal bones dare not gamble. Because once you lose the bet, what you pay may be your own life. After all, in the previous battle, the masters of many martial arts gyms in Luolong City led their disciples to surround the new martial arts gym. After the Master Qi released those martial arts disciples, it was also spread. All the residents of Luolong City, as well as the traveling practitioners, knew about this. Master Qi of the new martial arts gym is a true demon god. Even in the previous battle, he slaughtered another demon god, the wild lion. The old man in Luolong City still knows about the legend of the owner of the Wild Lion Hall. Knowing that the owner of the Wild Lion Gym was also the owner of a certain martial arts gym in Luolong City, and later promoted to the realm of the demon god, he left. Who would have thought that at this time, the owner of the Wild Lion Pavilion would return to Luolong City? If nothing happened later, then the return of the owner of the Wild Lion Hall might be a good thing for Luolong City, because with a demon god in charge, Luolong City will become safer and more famous. It's just that people never expected that the owner of the Wild Lion Pavilion was beheaded by the owner of Qi Pavilion just after he returned to Luolong City. And what's even more outrageous is that the battle between Pavilion Master Kai and Wild Lion Pavilion seems to have only one move. To be honest, when this news came out, most people in Luolong City did not believe it. They felt that these martial arts disciples must have lied. As long as the strength of the Master Qi is boasted to be unparalleled and unrivaled, then the failure of these martial arts gyms will not be shameful. What an inferior method. But believe it or not, one thing is undeniable. That is Pavilion Master Qi, indeed a demon god, and a powerful demon god who defeated the Lion Pavilion Master. All of a sudden, the reputation of the new martial arts school can be regarded as completely popular in Luolong City. Without the constraints of other martial arts gyms, the passenger flow of the new martial arts hall once again ushered in a new peak. After all, it gathered the fame of all the martial arts gyms in Luolong City together. The name of the new style martial arts gym, the name of the owner of the Kai Gym, is already known to everyone in Luolong City, and everyone knows it. And taking advantage of this trend, Qi did not sit idle. My reputation has been established, but for the matter of kicking the gym, I still have to go from one martial arts gym to another. Those cultivators in the immortal bone realm are afraid of the power of Pavilion Master Qi, so they dare not intervene. But money touches people's hearts. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qi decided that it would be better to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Then I ordered a group of customers with acceptable cultivation levels, as representatives of the new martial arts disciples, and followed him to those martial arts halls to deal with follow-up matters. The matter of kicking the gymnasium still has to follow the rules. Qi didn't think about disobeying either. Because it is meaningless to kick the pavilion without getting the treasure map fragments. However, after going to those martial arts gyms, Qi still found some very interesting things. Didn't I say it before, in many martial arts gyms in Luolong City, there will always be some disciples of the immortal bone realm as their trump cards. Although most of them are low level in the realm of immortal bones. But this does not hinder the ambitions in the hearts of these disciples. When many martial arts gym owners went to the new martial arts gym to kick the gym, they thought it was just a newly opened martial arts gym. Therefore, as the whole card, the disciples who stayed in the realm of immortal bones in the martial arts school did not take them there. Then it became what it is now. Those core disciples who are ambitious, after knowing that the owner of their martial arts gym is gone, the first thing they think of is to become the owner of the martial arts gym themselves and take charge of this martial arts gym. After all, their identities are core disciples and direct disciples. After the death of the museum owner, it is justifiable for them to sit in the position of the museum owner. Therefore, when Qi Lu took the selected disciple representatives to these martial arts gyms, he watched a good show for free. In some martial arts schools, there are not one but several core disciples left behind. Most of them are those powerful martial arts that have been passed down for thousands of years. Competing among the core disciples for the position of the head of the hall, there is a feeling that the son is taking the throne. Is it really the throne? It's a pity that Qi Lu had to interrupt this good show because of the treasure map fragments. Let these martial arts halls dismiss their disciples first. If there is any non-cooperation, please bear the consequences. Of course, there's no need for Qi Lu to say the threat, after all, his identity is there. In the martial arts gym in Luolong City, they really didn't dare to offend Ademon God. The good show is gone. All the disciples in the martial arts hall have been dismissed, so why are those core disciples fighting for the position of the master? Maybe it should have been done a long time ago, but it's just a little difficult to gather all the museum owners together. Who knew they would come together to trouble me? The process of Qi Li's visiting those martial arts gyms was surprisingly smooth. Every time a martial arts disciple is dismissed, a fragment of a treasure map can be obtained. All of them are golden dragon scales engraved with complicated patterns. Judging from the corners, they don't seem to fit together. Are these golden dragon scales really treasure map fragments? The so-called Keel treasure, could it be a lie left by the Dragon Sage King in Luolong City? However, there is no answer to this question until all the treasure map fragments are collected. Who knows what kind of tricks the Dragon King is playing? Those demon gods who have left from Luolong City may not know the existence of the Dragon Sacred King. But Qi Lu is clear about the Dragon King. If nothing else, it is very likely that it is another powerful existence on the same level as the King of Kings. Therefore, it is difficult to guess what is going on in the heart of such a powerful existence in the legendary realm. Anyway, Qi Lu couldn't figure it out, and didn't intend to think about it. Although the process of collecting treasure map fragments was tedious, it went smoothly. It's just a complete circle around Luolong City, running through the remaining 98 martial arts halls. Qi Lu only thought this process was boring, but the representatives of the disciples who followed Qi Lu to the martial arts hall to show off their might found it very interesting. It is a very honorable thing to be able to follow a demon god. How could it be boring? This also made Hall Master Qi more famous. And what came with it was a bigger wave of apprenticeship. All the martial arts halls in Luolong City were swept away by the owner Qi, leaving only the new-style martial arts halls. So practitioners who wanted to join the martial arts gym before, naturally they could only find it in the new martial arts gym. I heard that the process of apprenticeship here is completely different from other martial arts schools. It was only after watching it that I was attracted. When there are more customers coming to the new martial arts gym, smart customers will naturally notice it. Master Qi doesn't seem to value the martial arts hall and his disciples very much. In terms of feeling, the new martial arts gym is more like a shop than a martial arts gym. But what does it matter? Everyone worshipping the martial arts gym is just to become stronger, and to find a backer for themselves by the way. Now that the reputation of the new martial arts school is so great, and the owner of the gymnasium, Qi, is the king of the demon god, who in Luolong City would dare to offend? And when it comes to becoming stronger, aren't those pills and the unique training ground enough? Now that these 2 points are in place, what else is there to say? It doesn't matter whether it's a shop or a martial arts gym. It is also because of this reason that the new style of martial arts is famous, not only in Luolong City. It was also brought to other city-states by practitioners who traveled around, passing through Luolong City. Let the fame of the new martial arts school spread farther and farther. Really famous. However, Qi didn't know about these things, he was just thinking about the fragments of the treasure map. 98 martial arts halls, 98 treasure map fragments. Adding one piece of the new martial arts gym, there are 99 pieces of treasure map fragments. Can these treasure map fragments really be put together? When the treasure map fragments are collected, they will no longer be hidden in the martial arts hall, but will be condensed. And Qi held the 99 pieces of golden dragon. When I got wet, I have to say, my head was so anxious. As we all know, the shape of dragon scales is not suitable for puzzles. So when thinking about this question, Qi didn't know how to start. If you can't spell it, will you not be able to see the complete treasure map? This is really a profound question. Fortunately, after a few days of thinking, Qi finally figured it out. If the shape of the dragon scale is not suitable for puzzles, then the pattern engraved on the dragon scale is the clue. As long as the lines of these patterns are aligned, then the complete treasure map can be obtained. Maybe this really is the answer to the question. After finding an idea to solve the problem, Qi quickly put together the dragon scales. To be honest, the final product really doesn't look like a treasure map, but rather a tattered piece of clothing. 99 dragon scales were put together in a mess, with gaps of all sizes in the middle. Fortunately, the patterns on the dragon scales are indeed matching. If you don't look at the dragon scales, but only look at the patterns, that's not a treasure map either. Sitting in the bedroom on the second floor of the martial arts hall, this is Qi's own room. After carefully discerning the pattern's appearance, Qi lifted his forehead and sighed. Is this giant dragon king in a hurry? Shapeless treasure map, inconspicuous patterns, is this an April Fool's joke? I really hope that Vault of God's Realm also has April Fool's Day. However, just as Qi sighed slightly, the dragon scales that had been pieced together suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. The patterns engraved on the dragon scales also turned into a complete pattern at this moment, covering Qi's body. In the next instant, the golden light and the dragon scales disappeared together. It turns out that those dragon scales are not a treasure map, but a teleportation circle? But where is this place? Qi, who had experienced this kind of thing too many times, didn't show any panic at all. Even in the teleportation circle, it was as calm as ever until it appeared at destination. It was a seemingly empty space, but it really existed. Except for a high platform in front of me, there is nothing. Qi looked around, confirmed that there was no danger, and walked forward. Soon, they came to the high platform, and then found that there was a groove in the high platform. A groove in the shape of a dragon scale. No way, do you need a key to open the treasure? Looking at the groove, Qi immediately figured it out. Obviously, this thing should be a keyhole. So, the number of dragon scales should be 100, not 99, right? Maybe the Dragon King wasn't lying. But wouldn't it be more irritating to put someone in front of the treasure and tell you that you can't get the treasure without the key? This is the so-called bad taste, right? It must be right. Qi was silent for a long time, then suddenly remembered. For me, it seems that I really have the last dragon scale. Is this also a choice of fate? Qi, who didn't know what to do, silently took out the last piece of golden dragon scale from his bosom, and then threw it into the dragon scale-shaped groove, impartially, no more, no less. Click! With a crisp sound, the golden dragon scale was firmly stuck in the groove. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and the might of dragons was like the sea, filling this empty space. Before Qi could think about it, a familiar aura appeared in this space. Appeared in Qi's perception. This breath. It's the Dragon King. Qi was a little dazed. He never expected that the great dragon sage king would be in this place, leaving behind a remnant soul. Therefore, what the dragon sage king left in Luolong City was not a fragment off a treasure map, but a broken teleportation array. And this so-called keel treasure is also fake. The thing buried inside is not a keel, but the remnant soul of the great dragon king. Roar! Accompanied by Yuan Longwei, a giant dragon like a mountain suddenly appeared in the sky. The wingspan of tens of thousands of meters covers the sky and the sun, and when you look up, you can hardly see the end. This is the Dragon King. I didn't expect that the first one to wake up the old man would be a young man. The vicissitudes and ancient voice sounded, with the traces of the passage off time and the endless loneliness. The remnant soul left here has been sleeping for an unknown number of years. Seeing the light of day again suddenly, even the great dragon sacred king would feel a little emotional. Senior Dragon Sacred King, to be honest, I never thought that I would see you in this place. Qi sighed and said aloud. One thing to say, this is what Qi saw, the third remnant soul of the great dragon Sacred King. It's no surprise already, it's just a bit of an accident. Young man, do you know the old man? The Dragon Sage King was obviously a little surprised to be called out by his name. After all, the passage of time can dilute many things, including memory. The wheels of history are rolling, but everything in the past may be submerged in the long river of time. Of course, Senior Dragon King, this is not the first time I've seen you. Qi shook his head and said aloud. From this point of view, the memories of the remnant souls of the great Dragon King are indeed not uncommon. In other words, if the memories of remnant souls can still be shared, then the law of souls is too terrible. Unless the remnant souls meet and then merge, that's about the same. Isn't this the first time I've seen the old man? The deep vertical pupils of the Dragon King looked at Qi Lu. In his opinion, this human race, whose body size is too small, seems to have other meanings to express. After a long silence, the Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, interesting, really interesting. Young man, you should have met other remnants of the old man before. You, come from the four directions. The last sentence, the Dragon Sage said very firmly. Although Qi Li's current level of cultivation is vastly different from when he first met the remnant soul of the great dragon, Sacred King. But obviously, even if they are also the remnant souls of the great dragon Sacred King, the difference in cultivation level between them is not so large. The remnant soul of the Dragon Sage King that Qi Lu first met was conservatively estimated to be in the realm of ordinary gods. And the remnant soul of the giant Dragon Sage King who stayed in the Sifang realm obviously had a lower level of cultivation. However, the person in front of him, without exaggeration, even Qi Lu could feel a sense of oppression. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as the human king in its heyday, but what is certain is that the remnant soul of the Dragon Sage King encountered this time is definitely much stronger than the general main god or demon god. At the very least, he is also a top demon god. Calculated in this way, the strength of the great Dragon King is really exaggerated. Just a remnant soul, coupled with the condensed dragon body, can be so tyrannical, to such a terrifying degree. It's so hard to imagine what a terrifying state of cultivation it will be when the Dragon King's soul is complete and his strength is intact. So Qi Lu didn't think it was very strange to be seen by the Dragon King at a glance. After all, the first time I met the remnant soul of the great Dragon King, I saw the origin at a glance. Yes, Senior Dragon Sacred King, I am indeed from the Sifang realm. Besides, I also saw your remnant soul left in the Sifang realm. Qi Lu didn't hide anything, and told the truth. This information is not a secret, and if you tell it, it will win some favors. Even if you can't prove that you are one of your own, you can prove that you are not an enemy. Sure enough. Young man, since you are from the four directions, why did you appear here? Even if you are on the road to the sky, the place where you appear should be in the god realm. The Dragon King nodded, and then asked again. The entanglement of the vault of Heaven God realm, the great dragon sage king knows far more than Qi Lu. Asking this question is actually a test, to see if the young man in front of him will tell the truth. It is a very stupid thing to try to deceive a tyrannical being who has mastered the laws of the soul. Whenever there is a slight fluctuation of the soul, it will be clearly captured. I did stay in the God realm at the beginning, but some accidents happened later. Qi Lu scratched his head and answered aloud. This is not something to be ashamed of. The Demon Emperor's trump card is indeed difficult to guard against, and it is understandable to be plotted against. It's just that when thinking about this incident, Qi Li's mood can't be considered very good. It can be seen that your fate has been changed. It is enough to get this answer. The Dragon King can see many things. In fact, there are some things that don't need to be said clearly. In the eyes of Peerless Almighty, they are basically revealed. Although it was recovered by a supreme force later, how could the fate that had been shaken, even if it was restored to its original state, not change at all? Hearing the words of the great Dragon King, Qi Lu was shocked. It's really scary that the Dragon Sacred King can say such a secret thing out loud. Only from this point, we can see how powerful the Dragon Sage King is. No wonder he was able to go to the divine mountain of the Central Territory to find the remnant soul of the King of Man. However, when it came to this matter, Qi Lu thought of it. The strength of the great Dragon Sacred King is obviously so powerful, but his reputation in the Shinji domain is not obvious. It can be said that there are almost no traces left. Could it be that from the very beginning, he knew the situation of the Vault of Heaven God realm, and then came directly to the extreme sky realm? If you think about it that way, it seems to make sense again. If you really want to say that, I can see you, probably because of the guidance of fate. Qi Lu took the words of the great Dragon Sage King, and followed up. The general situation is actually not bad. If it weren't for the power of the law of fate, Qi Lu probably wouldn't have come to the Tianji region. It is even more impossible to get that piece of dragon scale at the auction. Naturally, it is impossible to see the Dragon King. Therefore, in many cases, fate is really a magical thing that can make many things reasonable. However, what makes me curious is that the dragon scale you left in Luolong City is not a treasure map, is it? After clarifying the issue of identity, Qi Lu changed the subject and asked questions that interested him. The treasure map is definitely one of them. Is the answer to the lie that has been circulated in Luolong City for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years? If the treasure in this treasure map is just a remnant soul of the Dragon King. So what kind of treasure is it? Is there anyone else capable of taking away the remnant soul of the great Dragon Sacred King? Even if it's a joke, it's not like that. What is the strength of the Dragon King in front of him? Completely worthy of a top demon god. As for those guys who covet the treasure map of Luolong City, I'm afraid they haven't even reached the demon god realm, and they still want to plot against the Dragon King. What a dream. No, young man, you are wrong. Of course it is a treasure map. However, the Dragon King smiled and answered Qi Li's question. Although the answer was a bit strange, it still made Qi Li very interested, and then asked, since you said it was a treasure map, where is the treasure in it? It's not that Qi Lu is interested in treasures, it's just a little curious. Because of the appearance of the Dragon Sage King, Qi Li's weight was enough. There are some things to ask, and some things to guess. There are rumors in Luolong City that there is a dragon bone buried in the treasure place guided by the treasure map. But judging by the current situation, your dragon body should not be in this place. Qi Li didn't pause, and continued to express his opinion. It's very common for things like rumors to go bad after being passed on, and Qi Lu is just a reasonable guess. Young man, are you still thinking about the old man's dragon body? This idea's not commendable. Of course, the Dragon King heard the ridicule in Qi Li's tone. In fact, as far as the character of the dragon sage king is concerned, he isn't the kind of old-fashioned antique. So for Qi Li's ridicule, he just replied jokingly, and then shook his head accordingly. Keel, of course there are. But the old man has to guarantee that the one who gets the keel is the one awaited for. Hearing these words, Qi Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind was full of thoughts. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Sage Dragon King, the keel you mentioned is not your own, is it?" Although the tone was asking, in Qi Li's heart, he already had the answer. After all, Qi Lu has been in the vault of Heaven God realm for such a long time, and he is not a novice who has never touched anything. Human king, dragon god, demon emperor. These three are well-known existences even in the history of the vault of Heaven God realm. Now add the dragon king, probably four. It's just that although the dragon sage king is not weaker than the human king and the others in terms of strength, but in terms of fame, he is indeed inferior. So once he heard what the dragon sage king said, Qi Lu could almost guess it. Keel, especially the keel, that can make the dragon king attach great importance to it. The answer, really not much. Of course it won't be the old man's own keel. The dragon sage king replied calmly, obviously a little indifferent when talking about his keel. Perhaps it is true, because the dragon king is a very special existence in the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan, on top of the dragon body, has a unique advantage. As tyrannical as a demon god, he also envied the existence of the dragon body. Otherwise, how could the keel be so precious? However, the dragon sage king doesn't care much about his own dragon body, and it can even be said that he can give up anytime and anywhere. Probably because of the mastery of the dragon sage king, it is the law of the soul. As long as the dragon soul is not destroyed, it can be used to condense the dragon body. If the dragon soul is not destroyed, it will be immortal. Thinking about it this way, for the dragon king, the dragon body might relieve a burden. Then, apart from this point, if we make a guess, based on the information Qi Lu knows. Sage Dragon King, the keel in your hand is not the keel of the dragon god. Qi Lu didn't know much about the situation in the extreme sky territory. But among the dragon clan, there are really not many existences that are famous enough to be famous in the entire sky god realm. And the dragon sage king did stay in the divine realm for a while, and also had contact with the dragon god. Thinking about it this way, the owner of the keel is most likely the dragon god. Young man, I have to say that you are much smarter than the old man imagined. You should have contacted the dragon god. Perhaps there is still a human king. The dragon sage king laughed loudly, and then he talked more. Even Qi Li's fate can be seen by the dragon sacred king. It is impossible not to detect the aura of the dragon god and the human king. It's just too faint to be easily overlooked. I really can't think of any other answer to the keel that you value so much. Qi Lu shook his head, but did not answer the words of the dragon king. Because he still has some questions he wants to ask the dragon king, for example. But, why did the keel of the dragon god appear in your hands, and it was brought to the extreme heaven realm? This question, when you bring the keel to dragon god, he will naturally tell you. The dragon king didn't answer Qi Li's question, but just threw him a huge keel, which looked like a spine. The majesty of the dragon on it is as deep as the abyss, concealing the terrifying power contained in the dragon bone. It fell into Qi Li's hands, but he naturally restrained himself. This inevitably made Qi Lu a little curious, because this section of keel didn't look like a keel, but rather an artifact. Could it be that the dragon sacred king took a part of the dragon god's keel just to refine it into a divine weapon? Whether this guess is correct or not, Qi Lu does not know. But one thing is certain, that is, this keel is destined to be unable to be ground into powder, and then soaked in water to drink. Sure enough, the rumors in Luolong City are half true and half false. The existence of the keel is indeed true. But what's the use of holding a keel that can't be used? And the most important point is that not everyone can get this keel. If Qi Lu had never been in contact with the dragon god, it would be absolutely impossible for the great dragon king to take out the dragon bone. In the end, it was still empty. As for the option of threatening force, at least in this place, it is unrealistic. Well, no matter what, Qi Lu did collect the treasure map, got the keel, and found the trace of the dragon, sacred king. All the goals he wanted to achieve were achieved. Where is there any dissatisfaction? I will hand over the keel to Dragon God, if I can return to the realm of God. Qi Lu put away the keel and said something seriously. Then the topic changed, and he continued to speak, but, I want to know, the Dragon King, what is the purpose of you coming to the Tianji realm? It's just to accumulate strength, there is nothing to say. When asked about this matter, the Dragon King's answer became vague. This made Qi Li's eyes condense, and he always felt that there was something else hidden. But if the Dragon King is unwilling to answer, Qi Lu has nothing to do. Fortunately, knowing the whereabouts of the great dragon sacred king was already a good harvest for Qi Lu. As I said before, there are some things that I still have to guess by myself. After a moment of silence, just when Qi Lu wanted to ask something, it was the Dragon King who spoke first. Young man, the keel has been handed over to you, so the old man's mission here is considered complete. If you want to know what happens next, you can find out by yourself. The vault of Heaven God realm is both huge and small. When your fate starts to turn, as long as you become strong enough, all the fog will be automatically cleared. Speaking of this, Qi Lu suddenly felt a strong repulsive force. Before he had time to struggle, he saw a golden light flashing in front of Hizes. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the martial arts hall. The collected dragon scales were all shattered and turned into a pile of golden debris, which flew away when the wind blew. Dragon scale fragments. If you take it out for sale, it should be in short supply. For some reason, Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question, froze for a moment, and couldn't help laughing out loud. What was I thinking? I saw the Dragon King, but I didn't ask anything. Instead, I became even more confused. The keel of the Dragon God, why did it appear here? Why did the Dragon Sage King come to the Tianji realm? This matter is definitely not easy. It's a pity that the Dragon King didn't intend to answer, but threw himself out directly. From this point of view, the situation in the Tianji territory is far from being as simple as I imagined, and there must be something else wrong. Qi Lu recalled the information he asked before, and checked the keel again. This proves that what happened before was not a dream. In fact, from the words of the Dragon King, it is not difficult to hear that he is familiar with the Dragon God and the Human King. Going to the sacred mountain in the central region, he summoned back a remnant soul of the Human King, and took away a keel of the Dragon God. Then it appeared in the Tianji realm. This kind of development direction. What exactly does the Dragon King want to do? And the most important point is that Qi Lu still doesn't know how many remnant souls the Dragon Sacred King has. What level did the remnant soul I saw before belong to? Anyway, according to Qi Li's estimate, the Dragon Sage King in its heyday would never be weaker than the Human King. Logically speaking, they are all the sons of luck of an era, but the Dragon King chose to be invisible. And on the Tianji domain side, Qi Lu hadn't heard much about the rumors of the Dragon Sacred King. The best evidence is that in Luolong City, there has never been any rumors about the Dragon King. Information. Then let alone other places. Forget it, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. Perhaps the Dragon King is right. When I am strong enough, all the fog will be cleared away automatically. After thinking about it for a long time, Qi Lu finally gave up. Events that spanned several eras, and I don't know how many years have been washed away, it is still difficult to find some clues. Instead of thinking wildly here, it's better to deal with your own affairs first. As for the keel, wait until the next time you see Dragon God, give it to him. Then ask the Dragon God about these things. He should know it. Thinking of this, Qi Lu glanced at the fragments of dragon scales that were still fluttering, but didn't care about them. Wait for these things to blow away with the wind. Speaking of which, these days, the martial arts business seems to be getting better and better. The news that Pavilion Master Qi beheaded a demon god not only spread widely in Luolong City, but also began to spread to other city-states, which made the residents and practitioners in those city-states amazed. Then, with curiosity and awe, I came to Luolong City. Although Luolong City was notorious for its viciousness, such important news still attracted countless practitioners. They flocked to Luolong City, and came to the new martial arts gym. In order to become stronger, taking a little risk is nothing. Although Luolong City has a great reputation for viciousness, it is not a forbidden place for death, and it is impossible to leave. At worst, just take a look and leave. But this idea is good, but after arriving at Master Qi's martial arts gym, seeing so many miraculous pills, and a martial arts training ground that can be proficient in actual combat, there are probably not many customers who want to leave. Before spending all the blood spar on his body, he simply couldn't think of leaving. So under this virtuous circle, the business of Master Qi's martial arts is getting better and better, and his reputation is getting bigger and bigger. Even with the fame of Luolong City, it has grown a lot, and its reputation has also improved. After all, there is only one martial arts gym left, and I can't fight if I went to. As a result, the atmosphere in Luolong City changed from usual and became active. It is no longer as cold and chilling as before. Now, Qi Lu had other thoughts, for example, how to find Yushir. To be honest, the Tianji territory is so vast, and if you want to do a blanket search, that's just wishful thinking. This is also the biggest problem that has been bothering Qi Lu. But now, there is a solution. If Qi Lu couldn't find Yushir by himself, then let Yushir find it. To spread the reputation of Luolong City, to spread the reputation of the new style of martial arts, so that it is so loud that it spreads throughout the entire Tianji domain. Wouldn't that make it easier for Yushir to find her? Falling Dragon City is not a small place, you can know the direction if you just ask the way. This is much better than Qi Lu searching everywhere by himself, but still not being able to find anyone. Thinking of this, Qi Lu felt that he should do something. For such a thing as a martial arts gym, only one is open, which is really a drop in the bucket for such a huge passenger flow. The sales of pills are not bad, customers just leave after buying, and don't have to stay in the front hall all the time. But the training ground in the backyard will not work. It is necessary to increase the number of martial arts gyms. The martial arts halls must also have branches. Fortunately, when Qi Lu went to visit other martial arts gyms in Luolong City, he took precautions and only dismissed his disciples. The buildings of the martial arts hall have been preserved. This might come in handy right now. Just go there and transform those martial arts gyms into automatic sales shops. As long as you have an identity card and enough blood spar in it, you can spend it in any martial arts gym. Buy pills, or use the training ground. Qi Lu is still thinking about more services. However, the most urgent task at the moment is to arrange such a huge passenger flow. From the current point of view, the pills for body training and the martial arts training ground for actual combat can actually meet the needs of customers. The other services are just icing on the cake, not a gift in the snow. So in the next period of time, Qi Lu started to rebuild those martial arts gyms. The greater the number of branches, the greater the number of customers that can be accommodated. After those customers have personally experienced the marvelous functions of the pill and the martial arts training ground, they will naturally promote the martial arts hall. In this way, the speed of fame growth will of course be faster. Anyway, it is a well-known good place. And the owner of the martial arts gym is also in existence who can kill demon gods. Although many customers are skeptical about this matter, they think it is an exaggeration. Because the temper of Pavilion Master Qi is indeed somewhat different from those demon gods. There is no sense of arrogance at all. And it has never been shot, but it seems to be very powerful in the rumors. But there has never been a customer who is willing to defy the law and provoke the owner of the restaurant. No way, even if you suspect that those rumors are false, there is no need to prove it yourself. What if it is true? That's not to pay for his own life. Based on this, after Qi Lu opened more martial arts branches, no major events happened. However, small bumps and bumps do happen often. For example, friction between customers, quarrels, disputes, and even fights or something. Then Qi Lu was not in the mood to take care of those small things, because he was starting to renovate the branch, so some customers became more and more unscrupulous. I feel that the strength of Qi Guanzhu must have been blown out. After all, they didn't see the fall of the wild lion, so it's normal to be suspicious. And the owner of Pavilion Qi is also a little-known person in Tianji domain. Who cares for those self-important cultivators? If it weren't for the elixir in these martial arts halls, and the fact that the martial arts training ground is really easy to use, they are not so honest. So the situation became more and more serious. It wasn't until Qi Lu transformed all the martial arts gyms in Luolong City into branches. Originally, I planned to clean up some customers who seriously violated the rules, and come to make an example to others. But the sky in Luolong City suddenly became gloomy. Thunderclouds appeared all over the sky, as oppressive as doomsday, terrifying, and dangerous. What happened? Qi Lu was thinking, if he wanted to make an example of others, he should target those guys. All of a sudden, he made such a move. The weather in the Tianji territory changed too fast. It was clear just now, but now it is covered with dark clouds. Of course, this sentence is just a joke. Because Qi Lu had already sensed this thundercloud when it appeared. Several demon gods were hiding behind these dark clouds, watching the situation of Luolong City. Could it be the former owners of those martial arts halls? Qi Lu suddenly thought of the previous owner of the Lion's Hall. There are still a few demon gods who walked out of Luolong City. It may sound a little strange to say this, Luolong City is not a place where outstanding individuals are born. However, in these martial arts halls in Luolong City, if the time is short, every few hundred years, and if the time is long, every thousands of years, there will always be a demon god born, and before leaving, he will take the position of the hall master. Hand it over. Maybe it has something to do with the Dragon King. After all, where the dragon scales are, the thoughts of such a strong person might be able to gather luck. On and off, except for the guys who died in battle on the way of traveling, there are probably a handful of people who can survive. At this moment, Qi Lu reckoned that all the surviving demon gods should have come outside Luolong City. This is very interesting. At this point in time, the martial arts hall is gone. What are they doing when they come back? Qi Lu thought of the word revenge. Anyway, these demon gods used to be the masters of the martial arts gym. Now that the martial arts hall is destroyed, it makes sense to say revenge, both emotionally and rationally. It's just that Qi Lu didn't believe that these demon gods had the idea of avenging the martial arts. Most of the demon gods in the Tianji realm are ruthless guys, and they never look back after leaving Luolong City for thousands of years. But he returned to Luolong City at this time. To say it is revenge, it is better to say that there are other motives in the name of revenge. But no matter which possibility it is, Qi Lu doesn't really care about it, whether it's war or peace, there are ways to deal with it. However, in Luolong City at this moment, there are not many people who can be as calm as Qi Lu. When several demon gods come together, the coercion they condense is by no means something ordinary people can bear. The dark clouds that covered the sky and the thunder burst out were extremely terrifying. Even though Luolong City has stood in the Tianji realm for 10,000 years, it has never seen such a scene. In the past, even if only one demon god came, the entire residents of Luolong City would be trembling for a long time. Now there are so many demon gods coming in one breath, so it's okay. The boundless coercion shrouded down, frightening many residents to tremble. Even those cultivators did not dare to breathe at this time, for fear of being noticed by the demon god in the sky. That's not a good thing, but if you make these demon gods feel a little bit unhappy, you probably don't even know how to die. However, under the panic and fear, they also have doubts. You must know that the demon gods in the Tianji territory are all exist in Suho, see their heads and tails. It's not that you can't see it, it's just that it's rare to see it in a place like Luolong City. After all, in the past 1,000 years, there has not been a demon god in Luolong City. Even if there were fights and killings in the martial arts hall, it was still calm. But now, why did so many demon gods come here? What happened? It's a pity that no matter how confused they are about this question, they will never be able to ask it, because the demon god will never be the object they, ants, can question. They just need to shiver respectfully. Master Qi of the new martial arts school. Where? Probably because he felt that the cohesive power was enough, and the power Taoist mount was enough. Above the dark clouds, a majestic voice fell. Qi Lu guessed it right, and it really came for him. And this voice also made the residents and practitioners of Luolong City full of curiosity. Some guys even took a gloating attitude. Those demon gods are here to find the curator Qi. Now it's a good show. Didn't you say that Pavilion Master Qi is also a demon god? I want to see if it's true this time. Rumors are always unbelievable, you have to witness it with your own eyes. It's just an exaggeration. Now that we're in front of the real demon god, Pavilion Master Qi is probably going to show his bottom line. Maybe, let's just wait and see. A group of cultivators discovered that these demon gods were coming for Pavilion Master Qi, and they couldn't help but started whispering. After all, the reputation of the new-style martial arts gym became more and more famous, and the number of customers coming from other city-states also increased. As for rumors, the farther they spread, the more outrageous they seemed. Practitioners who have traveled are also aware of this, so not many will choose to believe it. Now that I encountered such a scene, the mood of watching the excitement obviously overwhelmed other emotions. Only the residents of Luolong City don't care much about this kind of thing, they just hope that these demon gods will not attack Luolong City. The lives of ordinary people in the Tianji realm are more difficult than those in the Xinji realm. The monsters in the wilderness are more vicious than those martial arts disciples. Without strong strength, one might not be able to survive even one night in the wilderness. That's why the walls of the city-state will become the biggest protective shield. I'm the person you're looking for, what's the matter? Now that the other party has named them by name, Qi Lu won't shy away from showing up. To be honest, Qi Lu would have opened his mouth if he hadn't been unsure what these demon gods were doing in Luolong City. You are the owner of Qi Pavilion? Did the wild lion die at your hands? Above the dark clouds, majestic voices appeared one after another. It can be seen that these demon gods have all come out of the martial arts gym anyway, and they should be familiar with each other. As for the friendship between each other, the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. But don't think about how much love exists between demon gods. It is their nature to despise love and value profit. If the mad lion you are talking about is the mad lion I know, then you are right. There was nothing Qi Lu dared to admit, since the other party asked, he should admit it openly. He wants to see what these demon gods want to do. Master Qi, I'm afraid it hasn't been long since you came to Luolong City. How dare you rely on your own force, disobey the rules of Luolong City, and act recklessly like this? The majestic voice suddenly began to question, with a serious tone. with an aura of exalting the teacher, to ask the crime. This made Qi Lu frown slightly, and asked back, "The rules of Luolong City?" "As you said, if it is the rules of kicking the gym, then as long as the fragments of the treasure map come into my hands after the martial arts are destroyed, it will not be considered that I have broken the rules." "What you said, if you set the rules yourself, then I can only give you one sentence." "You guys, what are you?" Qi Lu is not a character who can be touched by others. If the other party dares to question him, he will go back. As soon as this group of guys opened their mouths, they didn't mean to avenge the martial arts school. They mentioned the wild lion first, so there must be their plans. The questioning at this moment is just to find a righteous excuse. If it is said that the demon god valued them, it would not be these martial arts gyms. "What are we?" "Master Qi, do you know that these martial arts are all handed down from us? Now that you have destroyed these martial arts halls, aren't you embarrassing us?" The voice above the dark clouds can be regarded as revealing their true purpose. "Passed down from you? If you really have this friendship, why don't you come back once in thousands of years?" He had to choose to return to Luolong City after all the martial arts halls had been wiped out. After all, what you want is something else. For example, a treasure map. After all, only after all the martial arts halls have been destroyed can the treasure map be collected. If these demon gods didn't come to stop Qi Lu from destroying the martial arts hall, they were just waiting for this moment, the moment when all the treasure maps were collected. It's ridiculous. If you really think so, why did you wait until this time to show up? Could it be that the wild lion died in vain? Qi Lu said with a sneer. Compared with these demon gods, the owner of the Wild Lion Pavilion can be regarded as conscientious. It's just that the strength is slightly weaker, and it didn't end well. "What did you say?" The majestic voice froze suddenly. Then, the thunder gradually rose, and a terrifying roar rose from the dark clouds. The terrible coercion swept down like a sea tide, like a tsunami hitting the sky and covering the sky. At this moment, the entire Luolong City began to shake, and the trembling residents and practitioners felt that the sky was shaking. The power of the demon god is vividly displayed. Only Qi Lu knew that what he said touched the pain of these demon gods. Not long after, under the violent coercion, a voice condensed into a thread came down. This is a technique for using power, without the need for a shielding barrier. It can also prevent the sound from spreading. "Master Qi, since you've already thought of it, we won't talk nonsense to you anymore. You must have gathered the treasure map fragments. Then, as long as you hand over the keel you got, we will leave this place. From now on, what you want to do in Luolong City has nothing to do with us." In the end, he still showed a hateful face. What is brotherhood? It is impossible for the demon god who once came from the martial arts school not to covet the treasure map in Luolong City. "Are you so sure that the treasures marked in the treasure map are dragon bones buried inside?" Qi Lu asked back, which was both an inquiry and a test. The sound transmission method used is the same as those demon gods. It was just a technique for using one's own strength, and it was not difficult for Qi Lu. People who can become demon gods naturally have good brains, and of course they can hear the meaning of this sentence. After a moment of silence, the voice came again. "Master Qi, I have to say, you are really smart. Ming people don't talk dark words. We have indeed collected all the treasure map fragments, and we all know that the so-called treasure map is just a teleportation array. If not. However, these demon gods also have the ability to dominate the martial arts. How could they remain unmoved? Then there is only one answer: they have all collected the treasure map fragments. Moreover, they all went to the treasure space left by the dragon sacred king. However, without an extra dragon scale, even if he went to the treasure room, he could only return empty-handed. The prohibition left by the dragon sage king is not something demon gods like them can break. But the more this happened, the more curious they became. What kind of treasures will be hidden inside the prohibition that they can't break even after they have achieved the position of demon god? Although you can't guess it, you can imagine it. It must be extremely precious. Therefore, after these demon gods left the treasure space, they did not release the news, but kept it in their hearts. Then he left Luolong City. Why? Simple, to find an extra dragon scale. The missing piece of dragon scale, needless to say, these demon gods must have searched all over Luolong City, but couldn't find it. That's why he chose to leave Luolong City and look for it elsewhere. As for the collected treasure map fragments, because the Dragon King did not show up, the keel was not taken away. So after they left the treasure space, they were broken into fragments again, and continued to exist as martial arts halls. This is the real reason why the demon god, who was born in the martial arts hall, chose to leave Luolong City. It is also the real reason for their return at this moment. With just a few questions and a simple test, Qi Lu guessed their purpose. There is no way, Qi Lu is too clear about the nature of these demon gods. At the same time, I had to say something in my heart. The Dragon Sage King really knows how to play, and he really left a lie in Luolong City. Because Qi Lu has every reason to believe that even if these demon gods got the last dragon scale, they saw the remnant soul of the Dragon King. It is absolutely impossible to get the keel of the Dragon God without the approval of the Dragon King. It is even possible to die in the treasure room. The Dragon Sage King is not a good person. An existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the King of Men and the God of Dragons is definitely a decisive master of killing. Therefore, this so-called treasure map is nothing but a scam. Although I don't know what the use of the Dragon King with this keel is. But since the keel of the Dragon God was in his hands, Qi Lu would never hand it over. Since you have collected all the treasure maps and know what is going on in the treasure space, why are you still looking for me? Qi Lu followed the words of these demon gods, and continued to ask questions. Unexpectedly, there was a cold snort. Immediately afterwards, the voices of those demon gods sounded again. Master Qi, we've already cut to the chase, do you still want to hide it? If you don't get the keel, all the treasure maps that have been collected will definitely be shattered into pieces. How can it be like this? Only you are left in this martial arts gym. Do you really think we are easy to deceive? It has to be said that to be able to become a demon god, the IQ is indeed online. This time I came here, I should have done a lot of homework. I'm afraid there is nothing I can do just by talking. Thinking of this, Qi Lu sighed, couldn't help but shook his head, and said, it's hard to be a good person these days. At first, he wanted not to cause trouble, but it turned out that he had to come to the door by himself. Then there is no way, no wonder I am. That's right, we've talked about this part, and the solution is already very clear. Either hand over the keel, or kill all these demon gods here. So according to Qi Li's personality, it's obvious how to choose. Master Qi, what do you mean by that? Do you think you can deal with us on your own? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the demon god above the dark clouds naturally had a bad tone. In an instant, the thunder roared, and the purple lightning surged. The terrifying scene has the potential to shatter the world. At this moment, the coercion of the demon god directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It also revealed the figures of the 5 demon gods who came to Luolong City. The power of Xuanhuan rushed towards his face, and after the dark clouds dispersed, he only felt that the coercion of violence was even better. The residents in Luolong City didn't even dare to lift their heads at the moment. They either knelt down on the ground or curled up in a corner. The terrifying breath pressed down, and I felt like my blood was about to freeze. Those cultivators didn't dare to speak anymore. Anyone who dared to resist the impact of this coercion would vomit blood and could not afford to be seriously injured. Although the target of this coercion is only Pavilion Master Qi, the remaining power that can spread is definitely not weak. 5 figures. That's a whole 5 demon gods. It was a mere Luolong city, never thought that one day, such a grand occasion would be seen. It felt like a dream. Unfortunately, it was a nightmare. Master Qi, do you have anything else to say now? He who knows the current affairs is a hero. If you hand over the keel now, you will be spared. If you are stubborn, today will be your death day next year. I hope you don't mistake yourself. Be obedient. The 5 demon gods spoke out one after another, each saying a sentence, but they answered very well. It's just that what he said made Qi Lu want to laugh a little. It's really atom plate for a villain, a standard configuration for a villain. Speaking of the current situation, it really has a strong sense of déjà vu. The young ones were beaten, and the old ones came. The same plot as the routine still happened to me after all. However, there is a little difference in that the demon god is still a ruthless guy after all. If there is no treasure map and no keel, these demon gods probably have forgotten even Luolong City. This also made Qi Lu figure out why Luolong City had a treasure map, but it was still stable for so many years. It must be that these demon gods who walked out of Luolong City hid the real situation. If other demon gods know, the treasure map in Luolong City, the treasure buried inside is a good treasure guarded by a prohibition that even a demon god can't break. The demon gods from all over the polar region were estimated to flock to them that day. However, selfishness is in nature. It is a good thing for Qi Lu that the news has not been disclosed. Qi Lu, who had figured this out, naturally wouldn't show mercy. Have you finished what you want to say? If you want the keel, use your skills and snatch it from me. I hope you can do it. Qi Lu still did not forget to say a few sarcastic words before starting the battle. Immediately, the 5 demon gods frowned, and a bit of anger arose in their hearts. Since you are stubborn, prepare to die. They came here for the keel in the first place, whether or not the life of the Hall Master Qi is kept, is all the same to them. If you are willing to hand over the keel, then stay. If you don't want to, then get rid of it. And now the answer is obvious. The 5 demon gods stopped posing, and a terrifying power burst out, almost shattering the sky. Afterwards, it turned into 5 flashes of light, piercing the sky, attacking and killing, blocking all possible directions for Qi Lu to retreat. The seamless cooperation proves that they have cooperated many times. The sharp and cold killing intent also targeted Qi Lu. The attack from 5 directions is like a big net covering the sky and the sun. The goal is absolutely impossible to escape. It's really good to cooperate. If another demon god comes, I really can't deal with you. Even from Qi Li's point of view, he couldn't help but praise him. Tianjiu's study of combat skills is indeed not bad. After all, the way of the demon god is based on physical fitness, unlike the main god, who has so many bells and whistles and law power. Fighting skills are something that must be honed. It's just a pity that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how good the cooperation is, it's nothing more than flamboyance. Although it looks gorgeous, it's just like that when you actually fight. It's just that in Qi Li's mind, unparalleled fighting skills are of course very important. But the realm of one's own cultivation is the foundation. If there is no foundation, only fighting skills, it is also empty talk. Only when the two cooperate can it be called a true matchless. So watching the attack of these 5 demon gods, Qi Lu didn't feel any disturbance in his heart, but gathered his strength calmly. Then, at the last moment of the attack, the figure suddenly disappeared. Puff! 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 There were 5 muffled sounds in succession, almost at the same time. In the sky, blood splattered, drawing 5 bright blood-colored patterns, intertwined together. The demon god's blood was boiling, and it fell to the ground with terrifying power. Not to corrode, but to destroy. On the hard ground of Luolong City, traces were left behind. The 5 demon gods who originally wanted to snatch the keel, at this moment, stagnated in the void as if petrified. Only a huge pierced wound on the chest was bleeding out. Other than that, there were no other scars. In the next moment, Qi Li's figure reappeared, with fingers clenched into tiger claws, not stained with blood. To deal with a demon god of this level, it is impossible to stalemate, and a quick battle is enough. How is this possible? The vitality in the body is passing by rapidly. The horror and disbelief in the eyes of the 5 demon gods were exactly the same. The fear of death hit my heart, like eternal darkness, lingering. However, the disappearance of vitality also made them clear. This fear will not disappear, it will only accompany them until the consciousness fades into darkness and the soul dissolves into nothingness. The strength of Hall Master Qi has surpassed their imagination, and he is no worse than those top demon gods. But why, before this, never heard of it? At the last moment of life, it is too late to say regret. Together with greed, you need to bear the consequences that arise. Perhaps, what needs to be paid is life. Boom. The moment the vitality completely disappeared, the corpses of the 5 demon gods also fell from the sky. It hit the ground heavily, and the loud sound shattered the terrifying silence in Luolong City. However, after these loud noises disappeared, the dead silence in Luolong City continued. There is only the back view of the owner of the pavilion, who is incomparable stalwart. Those are 5 demon gods. It was so simple that he died in the hands of Pavilion Master Qi? This development is like a dream, and it is not a picture that the residents and practitioners of Luolong City can imagine. In short, when this scene happened before their eyes, everyone's minds went blank. Except for Qi Lu himself. It's just to solve 5 ordinary demon gods who don't know how to live or die. It's expected within one move. If you can't even do this, how can you deal with the demon emperor in his heyday? In this way, the martial arts problem should be completely solved. Qi Lu shook his hand and said something to himself. Although when the wild lion appeared, he thought that things might develop in his direction. But Qi Lu didn't know how many demon gods walked out of the martial arts hall, and couldn't investigate. Luolong Cheng has existed for such a long time, unless it is the original demon god, no one cares about it at all. The main reason is that the lifespan of ordinary people and ordinary practitioners is not enough. In addition, there is no actual person in charge of Luolong City, so a complete history does not exist. However, among those martial arts gyms, there are more or less records about the alternation of their martial arts masters. However, among the martial arts schools that Qi Lu destroyed, the one that has been in operation for the longest time is only 1,000 years old. This was also the biggest reason why Qi Lu sneered at the words of the 5 demon gods. Based on the time when these demon gods left Luolong City, their former martial arts gym must have been destroyed long ago. The martial arts halls in Luolong City are replaced very frequently. Why haven't I seen them before? So when they complained about the martial arts schools that were destroyed this time, their hypocritical gestures really made Qi Lu feel sick. Then, in a few words, they tested their true thoughts. Came for the kill? Then I'm sorry, but please, just die honestly. I hope that there will be no more life or death demon gods coming to the door. Even if those guys can't cause me trouble, it's a waste of time to deal with it. Qi Lu shook his head, exhaled, and then glanced at the corpses of the 5 demon gods lying on the ground. It seems that there is still some distance from the gate of the martial arts hall. Then forget it. You know, the skeleton of the demon god is, in a certain sense, an incredible treasure. This kind of body tempered by forging artifacts is more coveted by cultivators than those powerful monsters. If it is thrown to the divine realm, it is also a good material for refining into puppets. So Qi Lu believed that someone would help him dispose of the corpses of these demon gods. That being the case, let's go back to the martial arts hall. Coincidentally, in this way, my previous goal of killing chickens and monkeys has also been achieved. It can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. So, Qi Lu is like this, sure Shiran. Back to the martial arts hall. And the dead silence in Luolong City lasted at least another quarter of an hour before it was gradually broken. All the residents kneeling on the ground were now facing the direction of the new martial arts hall, bowing down in awe. This is the worship and admiration of the demon god, as well as the yearning and fear of power. I said before that Master Qi is not a true cultivator, but now his legs are weak, his throat is dry, and his heart is chilling. I was even so frightened that my eyes turned black. It's over, I doubted the owner of the pavilion before, and it must be hopeless now. Me too, damn it, why should I doubt Master Qi? I just hope that Master Qi won't care about us ants. If I can survive, I will definitely burn incense and pray for Master Qi every day. And those who have always believed in Pavilion Master Qi, at this time are full of praise and praise. As disciples of the new martial arts school, they are really honored. Look, come and see. The Lord of the Demon God. What is the Lord of the Demon God? That's a total of 5 supreme demon gods, and they were taken down by Pavilion Master Qi lightly. The power of the Qi Pavilion Master is really invincible in the world. It is my honor to join the new martial arts school. At this moment, after the excessive silence, the entire Luolong city boiled up. The strength of Hall Master Qi is unprecedented and unheard of for them. The demon god among the top ranks is really too far away from the residents of Luolong City. It can be said that it is hard to even think about it. Only at this moment, the battle witnessed with my own eyes, the Pavilion Master Qi proved to be truly invincible. There is no doubt that before this, Luolongcheng was already bustling. At this moment, it is not known how many visitors from the city-state gathered. Under the propaganda of so many witnesses, as long as it takes a short period of time to ferment, the Battle of Qi Guanju will surely become famous throughout the Tianji territory. With his own strength, he defeated the 5 demon gods and killed them all. This record is absolutely shocking. Even among the many demon gods, it must be one of the best tyrannical records, which can be called a shocking move. From then on, it is impossible to question the name of the owner of the Qi Pavilion. Because once there is a voice of doubt, there is no need for Master Qi to doit himself, and there will be many loyal admirers of Master Qi, who will talk about life and ideals with those who dare to question Master Qi. Make sure they never have such irrational thoughts again. Moreover, the name of the head of the Qi Pavilion is not only spread among the various city-states, but also spread to the ears of many demon gods. Such a brilliant record, of course, also made those demon gods interested in his Hall Master Qi. However, these demon gods will not believe these things just because of some rumors. Demon gods have their own means of verifying this. For example, investigate the demon gods who fought with the head of the hall, whether they are dead or alive, and where are their recent whereabouts. In the end, I came to a conclusion: the record of Qi Guanju should be true. All of a sudden, even those demon gods were boiling. What kind of Hall Master Qi is this? Where did it come from? Why did he have such a fierce record in one shot, with 1 against 5, and wiped out all of them? Could this be something a new demon god could do? It wouldn't be those hidden top demon gods who popped up on a sudden whim. This possibility is not impossible, it is better to say that it is very high. Most of the top demon gods are elusive, and they usually don't know where they stay. Occasionally, it would be an earth-shattering event, and it would be extremely terrifying. If this is really the case, then this Pavilion Master Qi, and most of their demon gods, cannot afford to offend them. Who dares to offend the ceiling-level combat power of the Tianji domain? Isn't that killing yourself? After all, this record is real, even if there are elements of exaggeration in it, the real combat power can't be wrong much. Ask yourself, I am also in the realm of a demon god, but do I have the ability to deal with 5 beings of the same realm? Obviously, don't even think about it, it's just asking for trouble. As a result, many demon gods became a little more afraid of this Hall Master Qi. Because those 6 dead demon gods were real, and they definitely didn't come out of nothing. No one wants to risk their own lives to add another record to this Pavilion Master Qi and enrich his resume. Then the best way is not to provoke this Pavilion Master Qi. Anyway, we have nothing to do with each other, so just listen to a story. And there are definitely not a few demon gods who have this kind of thinking. But Qi Lu didn't know about these things at all. There is one thing to say, listening to other people's gossip, that is the nature of watching the excitement. But when the fire burns to my body, it is not so comfortable. Therefore, Qi Li's most intuitive feeling is that the business of the martial arts hall is so good that it explodes, and the quality of those customers has changed from the usual wildness, and it has become so good that it exploded. No one jumps in line, no one gets impatient, no one finds trouble. All the customers who came into the martial arts hall were polite and courteous. This made Qi Lu very happy. It seems that my previous act of killing chickens and monkeys is still very effective. You know, there is one disadvantage of being famous, that is, there are many troublesome things. In order to avoid trouble, it is also necessary to properly show one's own strength. However, the matter of Luolong City has been dealt with. What should be done next? It has been decided before, to make a name for himself in Luolong City first, and make it famous in the entire Tianji region. Then, it was time to wait for Yu Shi'er's news. Because Qi Lu didn't intend to stay in Luolong City forever. It would be the best situation if Yu Shi'er could find Luolong City. If Qi Lu got the news of Yu Shi'er first, then he would not hesitate, but would go directly to find out the truth. Therefore, the next thing to do is to continue to develop the martial arts school. Anyway, idleness is idleness, and these pills, and the boring martial arts field all the time, will also experience fatigue. Still need to continue to develop new products. Caixing So, what is better to do with new products? Qi Lu, who is free, has always had a lot of whimsical ideas. But it is not easy to find a new product that fits the Tianjia market. If you work in the catering industry, you may be famous among this group offers cookers, but the style of being a demon god will not go down. Although the identity of this demon god was spontaneously installed by those worshippers. However, in view of this status, it is quite easy to use at ordinary times, so Qi Lu didn't bother to clarify. Of course, I won't admit it either. When the time comes to deny it, there is no psychological pressure. So, after thinking so much, do you have any good ideas about new products? Qi Lu propped his chin, seemingly closing his eyes to rest his mind, but actually the thoughts in his mind were spinning wildly, constantly sifting through various thoughts. The customers in the martial arts hall are also very sensible, and try to be as quiet as possible, so as not to disturb the owner of the martial arts hall. After all, Pavilion Master Qi closed his eyes, who knows what he was thinking. Don't think about killing a few martial arts disciples to add to the fun. Then, under this silent atmosphere, Qi Lu suddenly thought of the purpose of the 5 demon gods who came to Luolong City earlier, dragon bones. There is one thing to say, the keel is indeed a good bait. Although ordinary keels are not very attractive to demon gods. But for ordinary cultivators, even cultivators in the realm of immortal bones are still incomparably precious treasures. And the treasure map left by the dragon sacred king, the biggest factor that really attracted the 5 demon gods was actually the restriction that they could not break no matter what, making them feel that there must be unimaginable treasures in it. That's why he was so attentive, always paying attention to the situation in Luolong City. As a result, Qingqing's life was ruined. Therefore, Qi Lu also got inspiration from this point. Of course, the so-called enlightenment is definitely not such a low-end way of selling keels. In any case, the keel is one of the top natural treasures. How can it be so cheap? If it is sold as a commodity, it would be to despise the value of the keel. So the way Qi Lu came up with was to use the keel as a reward, or as a bait, to attract more customers to Luolong City. Not blowing or black, ordinary keel, the supernatural Erbi system, can still be produced. Qi Lu didn't need to contribute the dragon god's keel. Because to be honest, the keel of the dragon god is a truly unique and good thing. Qi Lu could not bear to take it out. You must know that Qi Lu had previously shown the system the dragon god's keel, asked this question, and got the answer. It is said that it cannot be analyzed at present, and cannot be imitated. This made Qi Lu deeply understand that it is really worthy of the keel of the dragon god, and even the system can't imitate it. It really is a first-class good stuff. It must be put away carefully, and it must not be lost. Therefore, in the martial arts gym, the dragon bones used as rewards are actually low-end products produced by the system. However, this low-end product is also relatively speaking. The actual quality can still match the ordinary keel. That's quite enough. After all, what a tyrannical existence the dragon god is, there must be none to say more. So now that the reward has been figured out, what method should be used to send the reward out? This is a very profound question, but for Qi Lu, it is not a difficult problem. When designing New World Mode levels, I did a lot of things like this. Isn't it just to find a way to stump customers, simple? So, on this day, outside the new martial arts hall in Luolong City, the ground suddenly split open, and a tall tower rose from the ground. But within a few breaths, it stopped growing and stood firmly on the ground. Counting from bottom to top, it happens to be 100 floors. What is this thing? What happened again? Who dares to challenge the owner of the Qi Pavilion? What's going on with this tower? I don't know, does any of you know? The 100-story tower suddenly appeared, and it can be said that it went straight into the sky. Not to mention the residents of Luolong City, even people in the surrounding wilderness can see it clearly. Everyone was shocked, completely unaware of what happened. And the most panicked ones were those customers who had just walked outside the new-style martial arts hall. Suddenly, a tower rose from the ground. If they didn't frighten them out of any good or bad, they were considered big-hearted. It would be more convincing if they didn't sit limply on the ground. Fortunately, this panic did not last long, because there was a sign outside the tower. It says, "Challenge the 100-story tower. If you want a keel, go to the 100-story tower." Under the title, there are detailed competition rules. That's right, this is what Qi Lu thought of. Using challenges to distribute rewards is the best way to arouse customers' enthusiasm for competition. On the top floor of this 100-story tower, there is a complete keel, waiting for all challengers. All customers who want to participate in the challenge only need to spend 1,000 blood spar to purchase a ticket to participate in the challenge. If you have the ability, it is equivalent to buying a whole keel with 1,000 blood spar. What a deal. Isn't it 10,000 times stronger than the previous rumors in Luolong City that if you collect all the treasure map fragments, you can get a dragon bone? This is also the reason why Qi Lu set the final reward of the 100-story tower challenge as a keel. Because in Luolong City, there is such an atmosphere. What? It turns out that this tall tower was made by the owner of the Qi Pavilion. The challenge of the 100-story tower, if you can pass this challenge, you can get a whole keel. This is not a joke, a whole keel? Do you think Master Qi will joke with you? It makes sense. If you say that, isn't this whole keel real? Master Qi is willing to take out a whole keel as a reward. What a broad-minded and noble state this is. The Master Qi should be invincible in the world. Then, as Qi Lu expected, the entire Luolong City erupted, and countless people began to cheer. Due to the constant rumors in Luolong City, they felt that if they could get this whole keel, it would be equivalent to getting a chance to step into the realm of a demon god. Such a good thing is in front of you, how can you not be happy, not happy? But all the cultivators who knew the news began to praise the benevolence and righteousness of Master Qi. I praised Pavilion Master Qi for his great compassion, and thanked Pavilion Master Qi for his great kindness and virtue. A broad avenue leading to the realm of the demon god can be placed in front Ophi's eyes one day. Such an opportunity must be seized. Isn't it just a ticket for 1,000 blood spar? What's the difference between this and a free gift? Then after the news spread, the outside of the 100-story tower was crowded with people. That scene, like locusts crossing the border, swarmed in without end. Qi Lu in the martial arts gym was shocked. These guys really don't take 1,000 blood spar seriously. Although it had been expected for a long time, the challenge of the 100-story tower would definitely be extremely popular. But in less than half a day, it alarmed the practitioners in Luolong City, which is too outrageous. Sure enough, the attraction of a whole keel is extremely huge. This is the highest state of the empty glove white wolf. Qi Lu couldn't help talking to the system in his mind. In addition to the cost of building the 100-story tower, there is almost no other expenditure, and the entrance fee is continuously collected. In terms of the construction cost of the system, even if it is only the entrance fee for 1,000 blood spar. According to the enthusiasm of these customers, it will take 3 to 5 days to pay back. After that, it's pure income. One must know that the rules of the 100-story tower challenge are actually not complicated. Just buy a ticket to go in, challenge layer by layer, there is no time limit, as long as you are defeated, you will be thrown out. Then if you want to go in again, you have to buy another ticket and start the challenge from the first floor. And in the 100-story tower, each floor has a difficult battle waiting for the challenger. And it will be adjusted according to the strength of the challenger. Each level is more difficult than the next level. There is absolutely no such thing as an easy pass. However, Qi Lu will not write these hidden settings on the bulletin board. These are left to the challenger to savor. Of course, the whole keel placed on the top floor is indeed real, Qi Lu can't fake it. However, there was one detail that Qi Lu didn't mention, and it was impossible for him to say it. That is, this whole keel used as the final reward is alive. That's right. The last challenge of the 100-story tower challenge is a living bone dragon. If you can defeat the bone dragon, you will naturally get a complete keel. Simple reason, right? As for whether those challengers have the ability to defeat the bone dragon, that's out of Qi Li's consideration. Anyway, Qi Lu can guarantee the truth of the information written on the bulletin board. But I didn't say that I wouldn't hide some information. So, it's not false advertising. At most, it's just being scolded for a secret change. System, so, in terms of Black Heart, you are the better host. What nonsense are you talking about? You are a Irby system, you know, Ahammer. Listening to the system's words, Qi Lu couldn't help curling his lips, and said disdainfully, "This is what I call using the smallest expenditure to obtain the highest profit, which is the highest achievement of a businessman, do you understand? If you don't understand, you know how to blackmail me, and you don't want to make progress." When it comes to the art of sophistry, how can a simple system be Qi Lu's opponent? System, really? System, the host, don't ask this system for a keel. This system will take that keel back now. Wait. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu quickly stopped. The damn Irby system, why did it suddenly learn to be smart and know what touse to threaten the most effective? System, you can say that I have a black heart, but you also helped me, so I can't escape. Talking about me is like talking about yourself. Of course, Qi Lu can bend and stretch, but the keel is a vital bait, and it is absolutely indispensable. Although Qi Lu knew very well in his heart that in this 100-story tower challenge, there were only a handful of challengers who could reach the top floor. There are very few challengers who cannot fail under the attack of the bone dragon. However, even if the keel is only used as an ornament, it must be necessary. System, this system doesn't care, as long as it can earn blood spar, the host can say whatever you want. Really Urbi system, thick-skinned is amazing. But Qi Lu won't get entangled in this kind of issue, usually bickering is a daily routine to relieve boredom. Right now, we should focus on the 100-story tower challenge. After all, a whole keel can attract more than just practitioners from Luolong City. It also has a huge attraction for practitioners in other city-states. The 100-story tower challenge, which is in full swing, has already begun. Since Hall Master Qi didn't specifically explain it, the challengers were a bit misunderstood. It is believed that there is only one keel, and it is placed on the top floor off the 100-story tower. Whoever can reach it first will get it. It made countless challengers flock to the tower, frantically challenging the opponents in the tower. Just to be the first to get the keel. That is an opportunity to achieve the position of demon god, who wouldn't want it? Qi Lu was naturally happy to see such a scene, and the daily tickets made a lot of money. The slogan "If you want to get a keel, go up to 100 floors" followed the news and spread to the major city-states. By the way, since there is only one 100-story tower, Qi Lu can only add the power of the law of space to the internal challenge space, separating all challengers who enter it. Put them in each challenge space. This method also exists in the Tianji realm. With the power of the demon god, it is of course possible to shatter the void and open up a new space. It's just that compared with the convenience and stability of the law off space, the space opened up by brute force is far behind. But the degree of similarity between the two is not enough to arouse suspicion. With Qi Li's methods, unless those top demon gods come, they can see some clues. However, the ultimate reward for the 100-story tower challenge is just a keel. It still can't attract those ceiling-level combat powers to come and watch the fun. So Qi Lu doesn't have to worry about this aspect at all. However, as the news of the challenge of the 100-story tower spread more and more widely, more and more practitioners knew the news. The challengers who came to Luolong City to participate in the challenge were also batch after batch, with an endless stream. It made Qi Lu think about other things. For example, how to keep the challengers in the 100-story tower challenge so enthusiastic. Because based on Qi Li's experience, the proportion of challengers who persevere and become more courageous after setbacks is indeed not high. Even if there is a keel as bait, to hang the appetite of those challengers. But the sense of frustration that has been elusive is still the most effective cold water when quenching enthusiasm. Moreover, in the eyes of some challengers, the keel of the 100-story tower is a hole, and can only be obtained by one challenger. So when the gap between yourself and other challengers is too large, do you feel hopeless? That's a sure thing. A challenger who has the courage to catch up has already possessed the foundation to become a strong person in terms of character. It is a pity that such challengers are usually in the minority. So how? It is a science to effectively keep many challengers' enthusiasm for the challenge unabated. But for Qi Lu, the answer to this subject actually has a very simple general formula. That is, Xuanhuan. The 100-story tower challenge is indeed quite difficult, and the process extremely boring. After all, under Qi Li's settings, the gatekeepers on each floor of the 100-story tower are not good. Even if they are all combat puppets, there is still a gap in combat power among the combat puppets. During the previous battle at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, Qi Lu collected the corpses of many demon gods. Now that it has been refined into a battle puppet, it happens to be used to its full potential, and it is thrown into a 100-story tower for those challengers to have a try. So from here, we can know how serious the frustration of challenging the 100-story tower is. However, the factor that really dampens the challenger's enthusiasm lies in another point. That is, if you are less than 100 floors, you will not get any rewards. In this way, the entrance fee for 1,000 blood spar is in vain. Maybe once or twice is not much. But 10 times, 100 times? Moreover, the more times the challenge fails, the more frustrated the feelingis, the remaining enthusiasm will naturally not be so high. Therefore, in order to alleviate this anxiety, Qilu decided to add a point exchange mechanism to the challenge of the 100-story tower. As long as you participate in the challenge, you can earn points. It doesn't matter if you fail the challenge. Although there is no reward, you can get certain points according to your performance. The accumulated points can be exchanged for some non-sale items in a special point mall. Speaking of which, Qilu's method is actually very simple and clear. The points mall was specially developed for this point exchange mechanism, and the products in it can only be exchanged with points. Blood spar cannot be bought. In this way, not only the enthusiasm of the challengers can be maintained. It is also able to turn more customers into challengers and participate in the 100-story tower challenge. A good way to kill two birds with one stone is Qilu's consistent style, simple and trouble-free. Moreover, those products that were not intended to be sold in the martial arts gym before can also be exchanged in the points mall. For example, some precious high-grade medicinal materials, limited edition elixir, powerful armor, various combat skills, interpretation of battle formations, etc. In short, most of them are some good things, otherwise how can they be called not for sale? Qilu didn't want to fool people on the points mall. That would affect your reputation. Although for Qilu himself, those commodities were useless gadgets, but for the customers in the martial arts hall, they were treasures that would definitely be looted. It's a pity that the rigid rule of point products is that points can only be used to redeem the products. Just having blood spar is not enough, you have to go to the 100-story tower to change it. As for the efficiency of conversion, it varies from person to person. For stronger challengers, at least 1,000 blood spar can be converted into hundreds of points. And for those weaker challengers, it is estimated that 1,000 blood spar can only be converted into dozens of points. This is a difference of 10 times. However, for a commodity whose lowest price is several thousand points in the points mall, the gap does not seem to be that big. But Qilu didn't care that much. After throwing out the point exchange mechanism, it is enough to maintain the enthusiasm of those challengers. Although the keel on the top floor is far away, the points that are close at hand are something that can be seen and touched. With such a motivation, spur yourself behind, you will not give up lightly. Anyway, even if you didn't get the keel, you got the points. Although the keel is a rare item that makes the challenger salivate, the products in the points mall are not too bad. Especially those precious medicinal materials, as well as limited edition pills, are the first choice for exchange. The reason is simple. The pills in the new martial arts gym are really good, there is nothing to say about this. But the biggest problem is the variety. Yes, when Qilu opened a new type of martial arts gym, although he carefully selected the pills for sale. However, in terms of types, they did not open the door to convenience, and put all kinds of products on the shelves. It was a decision made after much deliberation. There are 4 kinds of elixirs suitable for the realm of receiving energy, 3 kinds of elixirs suitable for the realm of body training, 2 kinds of elixirs suitable for the realm of blood refinement, and 1 kind of elixir suitable for the realm of immortal bones, 10 in total. No more, no less, but it also gave the customers who came to the martial arts hall an illusion that there were not many choices. After all, the lower the cultivation level, the higher the proportion of practitioners. Then the types of medicinal pills that are suitable will naturally increase accordingly. So now that the points mall is open, there are a lot of pills that can be thrown in for exchange in Qilu's hands. Moreover, it also includes all the realms of cultivation from the realm of receiving qi all the way to the realm of immortal bones. Otherwise, why are points products so attractive? It's just that Qilu has deeply grasped the essence of hunger marketing, and said all the products in the points mall as limited exchanges. First come, first served, later, depends on luck. Because the products in the points mall will change randomly every day. The limited amount of redemption is only limited to the amount of redemption in the day when it appears. When it is randomly refreshed again and appears in the points mall, the exchange amount will return to the original amount. It fully proves one thing: luck and luck are indeed related to a certain extent. All in all, the emergence of the points mall has indeed reversed the decline of the 100-story tower challenge. It also rejuvenated the challengers, who were slightly cold, and started a new round of tower challenges. For the keel, but also for the points. For this reason, the caring owner Chi added an additional, unlimited product in the points mall for exchange. This kind of product is the delicacy that Chi Lu has been thinking about before. A cook can never refuse delicious food. It's just that when Chi Lu stayed in the realm of gods before, those gods didn't eat much, and lost their cooking souls. It also caused Chi Lu to be much less interested in food, so he didn't think much about it. However, later, when traveling to various divine kingdoms, Chi Lu still tasted some special delicacies from the divine realm. By the way, I also visited the last sales end of the emerging industry of animal meat restaurant. Therefore, after coming to the Tianji territory, Chi Lu was also affected by the atmosphere here. Physical cultivators are all cooks, and the Tao of the demon god is in great demand for all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures in terms of tempering their bodies. Coincidentally, the delicacies provided by Chi Lu in the points mall. Naturally, it also has the effect of strengthening the body. Although it is a little weaker, it is far less direct than the pill. But it doesn't matter. For real rice cookers, the weight level of taste is very high. In addition, the supply of delicious food is unlimited, and the exchange price is much lower than other commodities, so of course there is no need to worry about sales. Even because of this incident, Pavilion Master Chi was praised again. Known as the owner who understands people's hearts most. The devil with the most beautiful heart. Hearing this, Chi Lu was at a loss. Could even a demon god have the most beautiful heart now? Sure enough, if there are some praises, you can only listen to them, whether it is true or false, there is really no way to get to the bottom of it. However, the food thrown into the point mall is the most real situation. Whatever Chi Lu wants to eat that day, the gourmet food that appears in the points mall will be what it is. The biggest reason for this situation was that one day, Chi Lu suddenly got hungry and thought of a certain dish. Then I thought about talking to the system to see if I could get the system to solve my hunger directly. After all, Chi Lu still hasn't lost his hobby of tasting delicious food. But this damn Irby system, the old habit of being stingy again. On the spot, he used the excuse that the host should not be greedy for enjoyment, so as not to forget his duty, and refused Chi Li's request. Chi Lu was so angry that he sat on the armchair and thought hard for half an hour before he came up with this idea. If the host can't be greedy for enjoyment, then it becomes a commodity, so there is no problem. Then, such a product appeared in the points mall. Different food every day. However, in order to stop the system's mouth, Chi Lu, after turning the delicious food he wanted into a commodity, would go to the 100-story tower when he had time to get some points to prove his integrity. It is definitely not relying on the identity of the host to eat and drink for nothing. Of course, even if Chi Lu eats and drinks for nothing, the system won't say anything. As a store manager, you have the right to dispose of the products in your store, which is a privilege you have from the very beginning. But sometimes Chi Lu just has nothing to do and wants to find something to do for himself. Then the 100-story tower is the best choice right now. By the way, give encouragement to those challengers, let them see that Master Chi will also challenge the 100-story tower with them. It can give them an illusion a demon god is fighting side by side with them. What an honor! And this method, the so-called spiritual motivation method, has a huge effect in many cases. Because in battle, not only one's own hard power is very important, but also willpower is also indispensable. Otherwise, it would be pretty good if he could display more than half of his strength. However, after news spread that Hall Master Qi occasionally challenged the 100-story tower, those challengers discovered another thing, which surprised them a lot. That is, every challenge record of Hall Master Qi has stopped at the 99th floor. Why? Is it impossible to pass 100 floors? No, it is absolutely impossible. How could the majestic demon god not be able to pass the challenge of this 100-story tower? Then there is only one answer. Master Qi must be aware that the top floor of the 100-story tower is just a complete keel. Therefore, in order to abide by the rules of the 100-story tower challenge, and to leave the keel to challengers like them, Hall Master Qi deliberately did not go up to the 100-story tower. Otherwise, how could it be possible to stop at the 99th floor every time? You must know that ordinary practitioners can make a lot of progress every time they challenge the 100-story tower. Not to mention being the demon god's Hall Master Qi. Thinking about it this way, the image of the owner of Qi, in the minds of all customers, has become much taller. The already quite stalwart image, after receiving another huge blessing, is like the empress of the emperor. So sometimes Qi Lu wondered, with such good conditions, why didn't the demon gods of the Tianji domain take the path of gathering faith? There is no reason for ordinary people to worship the invincible. It could be out of fear, or it could be in anticipation. If it is condensed into faith, it won't be too difficult. It's a pity that the conditions are so good. Fortunately, Qi Lu was just thinking about these issues, and they had little to do with him. However, as the momentum of the 100-story tower challenge intensified, the strength of the challengers attracted was getting stronger and stronger. Among them, there were even some demon gods who were extremely curious, and they all came to Luolong City. The purpose is to see how miraculous this 100-story tower is. As for whether you can get the keel, it depends on fate. Demon gods don't place too much value on ordinary keel bones, unless they are the keel bones that are left behind after the fall of giant dragons that are comparable to top demon gods. It's just that those demon gods never felt that the Master Qi was willing to take out that level of keel as a reward. So it was regarded as a visit to Luolong City for sightseeing. By the way, let's see if the Hall Master Qi, who has become famous throughout the Tianji region, is really that strong recently. Of course, knowledge belongs to knowledge. If it is an act of hostility, it will be too stupid. Because Qi Lu was somewhat surprised when he found out that the first demon god came to Luolong City. I thought to myself, why did another demon come to Luolong City? Is it also aimed at the keel? However, Qi Lu was still very calm when he didn't feel any killing intent, or even any hostility. Everyone who comes is a guest, and it is a bad way to treat customers without reason. Although Qi Lu did greet him kindly. You came here for the keel too? Keel? The demon god who was asked was stunned for a moment looking at Pavilion Master Qi. Because he didn't expect that the owner of the pavilion would take the initiative to talk to him, he seemed a little stunned. After all, in those rumors, the achievements made by the head of the pavilion will always describe him as a vicious person. Otherwise, how could they kill the 5 demon gods in one go without taking a breath? How cruel it is. No, I didn't come here, specifically, for the keel. So the demon god quickly came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, I'm just curious about what kind of challenges are in the 100-story tower, so I came here to take a look. If Master Qi is not happy, I will leave now. I am just an ordinary demon god, and I have nothing to praise, and I don't have any achievements. In front of a demon god who has suddenly become famous and has a fierce reputation like Pavilion Master Qi, he really doesn't have the confidence to speak harshly. However, in such a respectful tone, Qi Lu was indeed a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. No need, as long as you don't cause trouble in the martial arts hall, I'm not interested in taking care of that much. With a reputation outside, sometimes, it is very easy. So the rules of the owner of the Qi Pavilion spread like this. And this time, the news was spread through a demon god, so the credibility has naturally improved a lot. After learning that Pavilion Master Qi's temper is not considered bad, he also attracted many demon gods to visit for a while. Everyone is curious about the famous demon god. Especially those demon gods, looking at the existence of the same level as themselves, they are potential opponents. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in 100 battles. You can never go wrong with more information. Qi Lu accepted this development calmly. Anyway, no matter how those demon gods probed, it was impossible to see his details. On the contrary, it was because of the arrival of these demon gods that the reputation of Luolong City was really raised. It really welcomes visitors from all over the world. Basically, no matter how far apart the city-state is, there will always be cultivators running over just to see the 100-story tower. Such a big name. Presumably, as long as Yu Shi'er hears about Luolong City, she will find a way to come to Luolong City. No matter how bad it is, there should be a message. During the usual waiting, Qi Lu comforted himself like this. Otherwise, it is meaningless to be in a hurry. However, what Qi Lu could not have imagined was that the first acquaintance who came to Luolong City and came to the new martial arts gym was really someone he hadn't expected. Seeing the little lowly who walked into the martial arts gym, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then stood up with a swish. Qi Lu accepted this development calmly. Anyway, no matter how those demon gods probed, it was impossible to see his details. On the contrary, it was because of the arrival of these demon gods that the reputation of Luolong City was really raised. It really welcomes visitors from all over the world. Presumably, as long as Yu Shi'er hears about Luolong City, she will find a way to come to Luolong City. No matter how bad it is, I will send a message. During the usual waiting, Qi Lu thought so. Otherwise, it is meaningless to be in a hurry. However, what Qi Lu could not have imagined was that the first acquaintance who came to Luolong City and came to the new martial arts gym was really someone he hadn't expected. Seeing the little lowly who walked into the martial arts gym, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then stood up with a swish. Nayland Qingqi. Why are you here? Yes, that's right, the first acquaintance who came to the martial arts gym opened by Qi Lu was Nayland Qingqi, who had gone to other lower planes to collect the power of faith in the past. Logically speaking, even if the power of faith is collected enough, one should appear in the realm of God if one embarks on the road to heaven. Why did you come to the extreme heaven realm? Qi Lu frowned, thinking about it. On the contrary, Nayland Qingqi took a look at the martial arts hall, and then ran to the counter very familiarly. He patted the counter and shouted, Qi Lu, it's really you that the curator Casade, I thought the rumors were false. Rumor? What rumor? Qi Lu looked Nalenkin chess up and down to make sure that he really did not admit his mistake. Although I am surprised, there are always unimaginable things, and we still have to figure them out first. It's just that a Pavilion Master Qi appeared in Luolong City. Although he is powerful, as long as he abides by the rules, nothing will happen. I feel a bit like you, so I ran over to have a look. Nayland Qingqi explained. This made Qi Lu a little confused, and couldn't help asking, is it because of this? Which of the points you mentioned resembles me? Is it powerful, or does it obey the rules? Could it be that the impression given to customers was too rigid when we were in Donghuang? The same surname as Qi. Nayland Qingqi replied. With this strange brain circuit, Qi Lu didn't know what to say for a moment. After regaining consciousness and sorting out his thoughts, Qi Lu felt that Hestil couldn't follow Nayland Qingqi's brain circuit. Otherwise, it will soon be led astray. Let's go back to our own rhythm first. Forget it, Shaoqi, it's a good thing you found this place. However, why did you appear in this world? Did something happen? Qi quickly returned to the topic. This is the heavenly territory, and there is no road to the sky connecting it. After all, the demon gods in the Tianji realm don't need the power of faith, let alone creatures from lower planes to fill the vacancies of believers. So Nailan Qinchi would appear in this place, it was really unexpected. The reason has to be figured out. Hey, Qi Lu, isn't this the Vault of Heaven God realm you told us about? However, when asked this question, Nailan Qinchi stared at Qi Lu with a puzzled expression instead. The meaning of the words is very simple. Didn't they develop believers and collect the power of faith before to come to Vault of Heaven God realm? It's true to say that, but it's also in the Vault of Heaven God realm, so there are differences. Qi Lu scratched his head, thinking in his heart how to explain this question. Because of the difference between the divine realm and the heavenly realm, Qi Lu only learned about it later, so he didn't mention it to Nailan Qinchi and the others. Another point is that Qi Lu feels that there is no way to reach the sky in the Tianji territory. So no matter what, as long as one came to the Vault of Heaven God realm through the road to the sky, it is impossible to go to the Tianji realm. As a result, who would have thought that such a special situation would appear? So after thinking for a while, Qi Lu still felt that he should speak clearly. They have all come to the Tianji realm, so they still need to learn more about this aspect. What? Where I am, is the Tianji realm? Sister Lanya and the others are all in the realm of God? It was also the first time Nailan Qinchi heard about this, and was stunned. Fortunately, Qi Lu activated the shielding barrier in advance, so the customers in the martial arts hall did not notice the abnormality. After a while, Nailan Qinchi came back to his senses, clenched a fist with one hand, and punched the other little hand violently. It's no wonder I haven't found Qi Li's shop before, so you haven't been here before. Then can we go back now? Fortunately, Nailan Qinchi's reaction was not violent. But it was precisely because of this that Qi Lu became a little curious. I feel that Nailan Qinchi should have experienced some things after coming to Tianji domain, otherwise it would not be so peaceful. So Qi Lu shook his head first. Not at the moment, I am also looking for a way to go back. Then he changed the subject again, and asked aloud, what about you, Xiaoqi, you are not in any danger here in the Tianji region, right? There is one thing to say, as far as the fighting atmosphere is concerned, the Tianji realm is much more dangerous than the Xinji realm. But the good thing is that the Tianji domain has never encountered a situation of people coming from a lower plane. So there is no such thing as a guide. In addition, if Nailan Qinchi can embark on the road to the sky, no matter how low the cultivation level is, it will still be in the realm of immortal bones. If you encounter someone who is overwhelmed, you are still able to deal with it. But what Qi Lu is worried about is that the most dangerous thing is to use the power of law on the Tianji domain side. Because the power of law belongs to the power of the extreme gods, and on the side of the extreme sky, it is the symbol of the enemy. No, as soon as I arrived in Tianji territory, an uncle came to receive me. It was arranged by you, Qi Lu. Nailan Qinchi shook his head and replied. Then that uncle also told me that the power of law cannot be used in this place. At that time I was still thinking, how strange, why can't the Vault of Heaven God realm use the power of laws? Where Uncle Mingming took me there, the law of ice is very strong. Following Nailan Qinchi's chatter, Qi Li's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Uncle? Qi Lu noticed Nailan Qinchi's title. Strange, is there anyone who knows Nailan Qinchi in Tianjiu? But from what Nailan Qinchi said, it was obvious that she didn't know this uncle. Then get rid of those guys from Donghuang first. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't think there was any uncle in Donghuang who could come to the Sky God realm one step ahead of Nailan Qinchi. And it was very unexpected to come to the Tianji realm. The probability is simply too low. Well, it's just an uncle. When he saw me, he seemed quite surprised. but inside and outside the words, I feel quite familiar with me. Nailan Chinchi tilted his head, recalled for a while, and then continued. Are you not afraid of being cheated? Chila said helplessly. Can you trust strangers so easily just because they look familiar to you? Good boy, don't learn it. I thought it was someone you arranged. Nailan Chinchi repeated the reason. After all, he was not familiar with the place. Fortunately, nothing happened. But having said that, with Nailan Chinchi's strength, it is not so easy for those who want to plot against her to succeed. As for the demon god, he doesn't have so much free time. But that person is right. It is true that the power of laws cannot be used in the Tianji realm. Unless you can remove all traces of the power of the law that you have used, it will be very troublesome. Only on this point, Qi Lu agrees. After a pause, Qi Lu continued to ask, Shao Qi, is there anyone else here besides you? I don't know, but I'm sure I haven't found anyone else. Nailan Chinchi shook his head. That's right, accidents, if they occur frequently, can't be called accidents. Only things that happen occasionally can be called accidents. Qi Lu, what's the matter? Could it be that other people have also come to the Tianji realm? After a short silence, Nailan Chinchi looked into Qi Li's eyes and asked suddenly. Then without waiting for Qi Li's answer, he continued, if you're looking for someone, maybe I can help you. Really? When Qi Lu heard this, his eyes lit up. On one's own strength, trying to find someone in such a large area of the Tianji territory is far more outrageous than looking for a needle in a haystack. But if he wanted to use more people, there was no good way for Qi Lu. Is it by offering a reward? Yu Shi'er didn't know the rules of Tianji territory, if she used the power of law to fight. If Qi Lu rashly used the method of offering rewards, he might harm Yu Shi'er. So if Nailan Chinchi can really help, that would be great. Of course, the uncle who received me is very nice, and I think he is the lord of a city-state. There must be enough people in hand, and they will definitely be able to help you. Nailan Chinchi nodded and said aloud. Mentioning that uncle again aroused Qi Li's interest. From this point of view, the uncle that Nailan Chinchi met was probably an acquaintance in a certain sense. Qi Lu had this premonition in his heart, and felt that it was really necessary for him to go and have a look. Since this is the case, then Xiaoqi, take me to meet the uncle you mentioned. Moreover, it would be better to talk about things like finding someone by yourself. After all, I was going to ask others to do things by myself, and I always felt a little arrogant in the way of passing on words. No problem. Nailan Chinchi agreed immediately. Come, but quickly pointed to the customers in the martial arts gym. What about here? Here? It doesn't matter here, anyway, I have nothing to do here. Qi Lu shrugged and answered casually. It is also a truth. With the current prestige of guard Qi Master, Qi Lu is also a mascot in the martial arts gym. The customers who came to the martial arts hall were all respectful and polite, and there was no one who dared to make trouble. So it doesn't matter whether Qi Lu stays in the martial arts gym or not. Okay then, let's go. Nailan Chinchi also knew what kind of personality Qi Lu had, since he said it was fine, it was fine. By the way, where are we going? The Frozen Holy City. Although the location of the Frozen Holy City is relatively remote, it does not mean that this city-state is not famous. On the contrary, in the Tianji realm, the reputation of the Frozen Holy City is quite large. Because there are many ways that can be used to exercise the body, and the prescriptions for exercise are only a part of them. And for some cultivators who like to rely on crazy torture to achieve the purpose of tempering their bodies, all kinds of harsh environments are one of the most ideal conditions. It's just that for most practitioners, the ordinary harsh environment has long since lost its effect. In fact, as long as the physical cultivation in the Tianji domain reaches the level of blood refinement, it can be regarded as invulnerable to fire and water. Even in the midst of raging flames, it is only as if you are in a sauna. Therefore, some special environments, naturally, have fame. For example, the frozen holy city mentioned now is a city-state famous for its terrifying frost. Frost mixed with the majesty of heaven and earth shrouded the frozen holy city. The closer to the center of the city-state, the stronger the power of the frost. This kind of terrifying frost is not comparable to ordinary harsh environments. The power of heaven and earth is the cohesion of laws and the will of heaven and earth. It is true that the Tao of the demon god does not cultivate the power of laws, but this does not mean that there is no cohesion of laws in the world of the Tianji region. On the contrary, it is precisely because the way of the demon god does not involve the power of laws, so the display of the power of heaven and earth is even more tyrannical. After all, in the God realm, the concentration of the power of law is an excellent place for enlightenment for those gods. After comprehending the mystery, the condensed power of law will naturally be able to crack it. Of course, if the power of heaven and earth is too strong, it will become a place that gods dare not touch. However, there is still the main God, and it is still difficult for the situation to get out of control. Well, that's not the point right now. Back to the topic of the frozen holy city. It is precisely because of the condensed frost condensed by the terrifying power of heaven and earth that enveloped the frozen holy city that this city-state has become a very famous holy place for body training, to temper the body with the power of frost. Coupled with the central area where the power of frost is the strongest, even the existence of the demon god realm needs to be approached carefully. This is the reason why the frozen holy city is really famous. How terrifying is a city-state where even a demon god can come and temper his body. And the more frightening thing was that Nailan Qinqi and Qi Le said that the uncle who received her was the lord of the frozen holy city. Wait a minute, so there is such a thing as a city lord in the city-states of the Tianji territory? Maybe it will exist, after all, there are exceptions everywhere. However, if the rumors about the frozen holy city are true. In the central area of the frozen holy city, the power of frost is so strong that even the demon god needs to be careful to ensure that he will not be injured. So how powerful is the guy who can become the lord of the frozen holy city? This question can only be known when Qi Le meets the city lord. But there is one thing to say, the frozen holy city is really suitable for Nailan Qinqi, and returning here is like returning home. The bloodline of ice is different, under the erosion of the power of frost, it is a kind of enjoyment instead. It is also able to spontaneously devour the power of frost to enhance its own strength. The frozen holy city, I have only heard of it before, but I have never been here to see it. Looking at it now, it really is well deserved. Standing outside the walls of the frozen holy city, Qi Le could feel that a vast force of frost, like a curtain hanging in the sky, condensed on the frozen holy city and shrouded it. Mighty, like a wave, slapping out. Impacting everything within the scope of the frozen holy city. As far as the eyes can see, there is a blank space, and everything is made up of ice crystals and white snow. Walls, gates, sky, earth. Everything, as if made of ice crystals, fused together and became the frozen holy city in front of me. Qi Le could clearly perceive that within the scope of the frozen holy city, there was a strong law of ice flowing. There is even a superior law of the law of ice, the law of annihilation. Looking far away, you can still see some scattered cultivators outside the frozen holy city, bearing the force of the frost that swept out, carrying the impact force one after another, in order to achieve the goal of tempering physical purpose. The stronger the strength, the closer the location is to the frozen holy city. Those who can enter the frozen holy city must at least be in the realm of blood refining. The dignified blood refinement realm, in other city-states, is not a big or small master. However, here in the frozen holy city, it is just a qualification to enter the city gate. Moreover, Qi Le also discovered that there were no guards at the gate of the frozen holy city, and there were no traces of friction when the city-state was switched on and off. This shows that the gates of the frozen holy city may never have been closed. Thinking about it too, in such a terrible environment, not many people can enter the city gate, so what is the problem of siege? Let's go, Qi Lu, the uncle, should stay in the city lord's mansion. Nayland Qinchi led the way and walked into the frozen holy city first. Qi Lu naturally followed closely behind. Hoo. This step into the city gate is like a clear dividing line. The power of the frost that came from the impact suddenly increased sharply, as if a giant frost beast was roaring, trying to tear apart those who entered the city. Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It deserves to be the legendary frozen holy city. Such a terrifying environment naturally made there no ordinary residents in the frozen holy city. Although the ice-sculpted buildings on both sides of the street are gorgeous, there are not many people living there. They are all practitioners who came to test the power of frost to exercise their bodies and selectively lived in these buildings. Naturally, some cold-resistant medicinal materials and food are stored. To be honest, medicinal materials and food that can withstand the power of the frost in the frozen holy city and not be destroyed are, in a sense, considered a unique treasure. But Qi Lu didn't care about these. He even wanted to know who the owner of the frozen holy city was. Fortunately, the roads in the frozen holy city are not tortuous. After all, the population is small, so almost all roads are straight. Following Nayland Qinchi, Qi Lu soon came to a palace-like building. The dazzling ice crystals were particularly gorgeous. This is the city lord's mansion of the frozen holy city. However, even in the city lord's mansion, there are still no guards outside. It is enough to see that although the frozen holy city is very famous, there are really not many practitioners who are willing to live here for a long time. Of course, another more important reason should be the location of the city lord's mansion, which is the central area of the frozen holy city. A place where even demon gods have to be careful. Those who can come to this place to be a guard probably would not be willing to be a guard. Nayland Qinchi was able to run over so easily because of her blood of ice. And Qi Lu can also run the law of ice to fight against this frost force. What's more, relying on Qi Li's own cultivation level alone, it is not difficult to come to the city lord's mansion. Uncle, are you there? Nayland Qinchi took the lead and walked into the city lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the gate, he started to yell. He looked skilled, obviously he had done it many times. Little girl, why are you looking for me? Soon, a helpless voice rang out, probably because he was often tortured. Let's talk about it first, I don't have time to play with you. However, before the words fell, there was a sudden turning point. Huh? You actually brought guests over this time. Little girl, it seems that you really have something to do with me this time, so let's bring the guests here. Having said that, I stopped. Just hearing this voice, Qi Lu felt that it was quite familiar. Then I saw Nayland Qinchi running ahead, so I had to quickly follow. Nayland Qinchi went upstairs first, then stopped at the door of a room, and looked back at Qi Lu. Qi Lu, who was following behind, looked at the room carved out of ice crystals, shining brightly. Although it had a gorgeous feeling, he really can't tell the room number. I really don't understand. In this city lord's mansion, there are probably less than a handful of living practitioners. Is it really not a waste to build such a large building? However, this is not an issue that Qi Lu needs to be concerned about, because I saw Nayland Qinchi help open the door of the room. Immediately afterwards, he saw the figure standing in the room again. It was indeed a somewhat impressive appearance, which immediately brought out Qi Li's memories. No way. You are the Overlord? To be honest, after finding this figure in his memory, Qi Lu was really shocked. Under the guidance of the teleportation array formed by the treasure map, Qi Lu was not so surprised or shocked when he went to the treasure space and saw the Dragon King. However, this time, Qi Lu was indeed a little confused. It should be right, and it can't be wrong. The person in front of him is definitely the one Qi Lu has seen before, Overlord. Although he had only seen the inheritance phantom during Lan Ye's inheritance ceremony, Qi Lu would never remember it wrong. He must be the Overlord in the legend. However, when we were in the Sifeng realm, in the far west, on the road to the sky that had been destroyed, wasn't there the remains of the Overlord? So what happened to the person in front of him? Moreover, why did the Overlord, who once fought side by side with the Dragon-Sacred King, appear in this place? The frozen holy city of the extreme sky region. Things are getting more and more interesting now. Even though the person in front of him has no armor or weapon in hand, the faint look of contempt cannot be hidden. Not everyone can imitate Ba Wang's attitude and courage. Oh? What you just said. It seems that the guests brought by the little girl are quite extraordinary. The man Nayland Qingqi called uncle obviously heard Qi Li's surprised voice. After looking up and down around the visitors, he immediately let out a hearty laugh. There was no surprise, nor the astonishment of being recognized, but only incomparable self-confidence and boundless arrogance. This is the Overlord, who looks down on the world and has the confidence to deal with all emergencies. Looking at your reaction, I shouldn't have guessed wrong. Hearing the uncle's laughter, Qi Lu confirmed his guess. Although the appearance is somewhat different from the one in the inheritance phantom, the former appearance can be vaguely seen. And most importantly, the Overlord's temperament will not change. Yes, you guessed right. However, if you didn't feel the aura of the great Dragon King from your body, when you said the words before, you wouldn't be standing here so peacefully. Overlord admitted his identity very frankly, and even spoke his mind quite bluntly. In the face of all suspicious people, try to eliminate them as much as possible. However, this short conversation caused Nayland Qingqi, who was standing aside, to stare at Overlord in astonishment. What? What? Qi Lu, what did you say just now? You mean uncle, he is Sister Lan Yi's Overlord? The huge amount of information made Nayland Qingqi a little incoherent. Fortunately, the meaning of the words is still clear. It seems that Nayland Qingqi also remembers that the class inheritance scroll that Lan Yi got back then contained the Overlord's inheritance. Speaking of this, Qi Lu had to sigh again. The system is really capable. How can anyone's inheritance be obtained? I don't know if I can think of a way to let the system fish out the inheritance that the King of Kings put in the long river of time. System, host, although your idea is very good, this system can clearly tell you that it cannot be done. I haven't asked yet. Qi Lu pouted. Although I have already guessed the answer in my heart, but before I am sure, I always have a little idea. If it is done, wouldn't it be a big profit? System, you didn't ask, doesn't the system know how to look at it by itself? However, the system's rebuttal was only half-spoken, as if suddenly realizing something, it stopped abruptly. System, wait, no, nothing. Let's talk about it, let's see how you deny it this time. Qi Lu stretched out a hand silently, and then raised a finger in the middle. I used to always say that this Urbi system likes to peek at the thoughts of the host when it is free. This time I didn't talk about it, but the Urbi system spoke out by itself. Then there's no way to lie. But Qi Lu was not interested in getting entangled in this kind of matter that everyone knew clearly, but took the initiative to change the topic. Let's put aside the inheritance of the human king for the time being. I want to know more now. What is the inheritance of the Overlord? The Overlord is still alive and well. How did you get the Overlord's inheritance? This was one of Qi Li's biggest questions after meeting Ba Wang. The human king was able to put his inheritance into the long river of time because the human king really fell. The wisp of remnant soul left now can only be regarded as the result of chance and coincidence, not the king's own plan. But the Overlord in front of him is obviously a complete soul, not a remnant soul. That proves that Overlord should not release his inheritance. In other words, the system is so powerful that even the strong who are still alive can get inheritance. System, host, what you are asking is really a profound question. Rarely, the system began to lose sight of it. It seems to be deliberately avoiding this problem. But will Qi Lu allow the system to avoid this problem so easily? Just ask on the spot. It seems that we still need to talk about how you should explain your behavior of peeking at my thoughts. System. System, okay, this system knows, just tell you. System, host, you have to know that this system has never said that the inheritance of the overlord comes from the one in front of you, because the previous inheritance is too weak, right? This? What you said seems to make sense. Qi Lu was clicked by the system's words, and immediately thought of this question. Yes, if you really want to talk about it, the inheritance of the overlord that Lan Yi obtained before, the phantom of the inheritance that appeared, and the realm of cultivation that Lan Yi possessed at the time seemed to be very extraordinary. But now, see. When the overlord was in his true form, he suddenly realized that he was indeed too weak. Able to stay in the central area of the frozen holy city, and is also the lord of the frozen holy city. Overlord's cultivation level is undoubtedly among the top demon gods. And if nothing else happened, even the top demon gods might not be willing to totally offend the overlord. The strength of the real body is so tyrannical, compared with the inheritance phantom, it is not worth mentioning at all. If it is really the inheritance of this overlord, no matter how you say it, the cultivation realm of the inheritance phantom should be an ordinary realm of a demon god. But the fact is, it's too far away. Now being mentioned by the system again, Qi Lu suddenly realized that he might have misunderstood. In other words, the real situation is not what I take for granted, but another kind. You know, the overlord used to be an existence that fought side by side with the dragon sacred king. Before that, Qi Lu also met the dragon king, and saw the true power of the dragon king. Then the overlord's strength must not be much weaker. In addition, Qi Lu also knew the ability of the great dragon sacred king, and if he could help himself, he might not be able to help others. So when I think about it this way, could it be that the overlord's inheritance that the system fished out was actually left by a remnant soul of the overlord? In this way, it can indeed be explained, but why the dragon king did this is a mystery. It's really troublesome, these ancient powers. All these things you do are playing charades, and you can't even guess them. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care. But when Bawang was mentioned, Qi Lu also wanted to understand why Nailan Kinka was taken to this place. It is because what Nailan Qinchi got is the inheritance of the Ice Spirit Sage King. The former Dragon Sage King, Overlord, and Ice Spirit Sage King were all partners fighting side by side. Now that Overlord sees the successor of the Ice Spirit Sacred King, he naturally has a natural affection, and of course it is impossible to let him go. Moreover, Qi Lu reckoned that Nalankan chess would appear in Tianji region because of this reason. Otherwise, how to explain that Overlord was able to discover Nailand Qinchi in the first place? Did Nailand Qinchi go straight to the frozen holy city? Who knows? But for Nailand Qinchi, Qi Lu still has to answer. Maybe it's not the Overlord in your impression, but it shouldn't be far behind. Qi Lu glanced at Nailand Qinchi and said something pointed. Remnant souls from the same soul are naturally close to each other, except for their different strengths. This can also be reflected in the body of the Dragon King, which is not uncommon. It's just that the Overlord in front of him, the soul that might have been damaged, has been completely repaired. That's why Qi Lu didn't think of this possibility in the first place. Really, no wonder the uncle said that when he saw me, I looked like an old friend of his. Nailand Qinchi showed a suddenly realized expression, and didn't think too much. Now that Qi Lu has confirmed that this uncle is safe, there shouldn't be too many problems. Huh? It seems that you have all met me before. Overlord looked at the appearance of the two and guessed something. Of the two people in front of them, one is the successor of the Ice Spirit Sage King, and the other has the aura of the great dragon Sacred King. After all, they were all guaranteed by his old friends, so Boang naturally wouldn't treat him as an enemy. It's just that Overlord is still very curious about their experiences. Yes, we've met before. Sheila looked at Boang and nodded. Then he added, it's just that the scene at that time should only be remembered by us. In the far west. As soon as the name of the place was said, Boang raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be in that place, there is indeed a body of mine. So, you've seen the Dragon King, right? You don't need to talk too much to talk to wise people, let alone talk to this kind of ancient power. Just a few words can make the other party think of many things. So there is no need to think about concealing it, because it is very likely that you are doing useless work, and it will damage your image instead. It's better to speak clearly, it's not something to say anyway. It's a coincidence that I saw it not long ago. Sheila shrugged and said. Since the Overlord and the Great Dragon Sacred King are both in the Tianji realm, there is no reason for him not to know about the treasure map of Luolong City. Sure enough, when Sheila said these words, Overlord nodded as expected. To be recognized by the Dragon Sage King has already proved his identity. Since that's the case, don't know your name yet? Overlord then said this sentence. Maybe exchanging names is a basic etiquette, but in Overlord's view, if it is an enemy, then there is no need to have this etiquette. Anyway, after the war, it will be life and death, so why waste time? So when he asked this question, it meant that Boang did accept Qi Lu. He also admitted Qi Li's identity. Qi Lu. Qi Lu heard the words and answered aloud. Is it Master Qi of Luolong City? Overlord does pay attention to current affairs, and is no stranger to the title of Guardian Qi. As soon as I heard this name, combined with what I said before, I naturally thought of this point. It's just a false name, not worth mentioning. Qi Lu touched his nose and smiled modestly. Others called Qi the owner of the hall, and I didn't feel this strange feeling yet. Why did I feel strange when I arrived at Boang's place? It may be because the Overlord is the true ancestor of the human race. In a short period of time, you can become famous, and your name will shake the sky, and you will enjoy such a great reputation. It can be seen from this, that the strength of Pavilion Master Qi cannot be underestimated. Overlord doesn't have any weird feeling. It is also something to be proud of to see the juniors of the human race grow to such a state. At least it proved that my previous choice was not wrong. Compared with you, it's still far behind. This sentence is really not Qi Li's modesty. Just looking at his own real strength, Qi Lu is really no match for Overlord right now. In the ancient times, the strong men who fought against the heavenly god realm were existences standing at the peak of their combat power. Like a king. Although it is dormant now, it is also for a bigger plan. Okay, you don't have to be humble with me anymore. You should be more aware of your own situation than I am. Let the little girl bring you here this time, she probably has something to do with me. Overlord smiled, then stopped this meaningless modesty, and brought the topic back on track. Sheila didn't believe Boang didn't know Nayland Qinqi's name, so he just called little girl to appear more affectionate. After all, in terms of seniority, Overlord and Bingling Sage King are of the same generation. And Nayland Qinqi, as the successor of the Ice Spirit Sacred King, is naturally a generation younger than the Overlord. In this way, the title of little girl is quite appropriate. Sheila glanced at Nayland Qinqi by the way, and found that she didn't seem to have anything to say after learning the identity of the Overlord. Then he said, yes, this junior came here this time, and I really want Totrable the senior with something. Although it is something to ask for, but it is indeed a senior. Let's talk about it first. If I can help, I will definitely help. Overlord didn't talk too much, because he wouldn't make a choice that conflicted with his own plan. I want Senior to help find someone. I don't know if Senior has any good solutions. Qi Li said quickly. As for other questions that I want to ask Overlord, let's talk about it later. Satisfying one's curiosity is not as important as finding Yu Shi'er. Find someone? If it's just a lack of manpower, I can still help. I still have some news channels from Tianjiu. Hearing that it was just finding someone, Overlord agreed without saying a word. Anyway, it has been operating in Tianji domain for so many years. The Overlord is not like the Dragon King, who has been staying in the treasure space and never appeared. Being able to become the city lord of the frozen holy city, the news channel's in his hands, and the contacts in the Tianji territory will naturally not be missing. They are willing to spend a lot of money to curry favor with the demon god, but there are plenty of people out there. Then thank you, Senior. Qi Li saluted respectfully. You're welcome, it's a pleasure to meet you, too. If the human race can have people like you appear, then the human race should be happy. Overlord waved his hand, and looked at Qi Li with kindness towards his juniors. Tell me about the person you are looking for. If there is any news from my side, I will send someone to Luolong City to inform you. If you still want to return to Dragon City, it is not a problem to stay in the frozen holy city all the time. Anyway, they are all waiting for news. Where are they waiting? Moreover, even if the Overlord makes a move, it is not a simple matter to Tozark the entire Tianji domain in a short time. With this time, Qi Li can seize the time to become stronger again. It is also good to deal with the situation that arises later. Okay, then I'll go back to Dragon City and wait for your news. Qi Li nodded and didn't ask any more questions. How to organize the manpower is the Overlord's business, not a question that Qi Li needs to ask. But knowing that Overlord is there to help, I can feel a little more at ease. Thinking of this, Qi Li used the law of fate again, and took a look at his own destiny thread. Although it cannot be changed, it can see the direction. The other thread of fate wrapped around her own thread of fate is still intact, which means that Yu Shi'er is still safe for the time being, which is really great. Qi Li secretly rejoiced in his heart. In this way, he can go back to Luolong City and wait for the news with peace of mind. Qi Li, did Sister Shi'er come to the Tianji realm with you? Nayland Qinchi followed Qi Li and asked. It's all accidents, this is not a good place. Qi Li. Shaking his head, he answered. At least for those who have no strength, it is quite unfriendly. Don't worry, Qi Li, Sister Shi'er is so strong, she will definitely be fine. Nayland Qinchi originally wanted to pat Qi Li on the shoulder. But when he did this, he realized that he seemed a little short, so he just reached out and patted Qi Li's waist. I think so too, Shi'er's strength is very strong. Qi Li replied with a smile. The frozen holy city and his party are still very rewarding. Not only got Bawang's help, but also knew that there is not only the existence of giant dragon sacred king, but even Bawang is here. However, speaking of it this way, it seems that they have never heard of the title of Overlord in the divine realm. Even Dragon God doesn't know much about Overlord's affairs. However, Qi Li clearly remembered that the former Overlord's inheritance phantom said that Lanyi had a familiar aura on him. And Lanyi's current identity has been revealed, one of the followers of Thinking of Man, the spirit of time. Then, according to what the Overlord's inheritance phantom said, it can be inferred. Overlord should know the spirit of time, so he must also know the existence of human king. Going deeper, it can be deduced that the great dragon sacred king went to the sacred mountain of the central territory and summoned back a ray of remnant soul of the human king. At that time, Overlord must be present. After that, they came to the Tianji realm together. It looked as if some kind of agreement had been reached. They gave up the divine realm to the human king, and they came to the heavenly realm to complete their future plans. It's a shame that these questions haven't been asked yet. But the most important thing right now is Yu Shi'er's problem. As for what those ancient masters want to do, when the right time comes, the truth will naturally come to light. So just wait now. Do not. It's not completely quiet either. Because Qi Li's gains in the frozen holy city are not limited to these. In order to become stronger as soon as possible, the speed of earning blood spar must be further accelerated. The 100-story tower challenge has already gained a reputation, and there is an endless stream of challengers heading to Luolong City. Every day, the streets outside the 100-story tower were crowded, and at the same time, the entire Luolong City became extremely crowded. The biggest reason is that there is only 100-story tower. After all, Qilu also knows about the keel, rare things are more expensive. It is the most attractive time to take out only one whole set, and it is unreliable if there are too many. Therefore, the biggest role of the 100-story tower challenge is to build a reputation, not how many customers it can accommodate. And now, fame has already started, it's time to move on to the next step. Then, the inspiration Qilu received in the frozen holy city can come in handy right now. As for what kind of inspiration you received, it's actually very simple, the way to forge your body. In Qi Li's martial arts gym, the only way of body training that can be chosen at present is pills. The martial arts field is essentially a place for honing actual combat experience, and it has little to do with body training. Therefore, Qi Li used the power of ice in the frozen holy city as an excuse to develop a new way of body forging. Frost Forging Tower. Like the frozen holy city, the body of the challenger is tempered with the power of frost to achieve the effect of body forging. However, the frost body forging tower has a very clear hierarchy. The higher you go, the stronger the frost power and the better the body forging effect. By the way, Qilu also added security measures in the frost forging tower. When the challenger who entered the frost body forging tower was on too high a floor, and the challenger was about to be unable to hold on, he would be automatically thrown to a lower floor. In order not to die in the frost forging tower like the ice sculptures outside the frozen holy city. As for how to promote the frost forging tower, it is natural to borrow the fame of the frozen holy city. Moreover, what is better than the 100-story tower is that the frost forging tower can be built as many as you want, as long as the number of customers is enough, you can continuously harvest blood spar. After all, the new frost body training tower, like the martial arts field, is charged by the hour. And the higher the floor, the higher the fee. However, Qilu believes that as long as the effect is good enough, there will still be an endless stream of customers. And the higher the floor, the more yearning for customers. Because the stronger the power of frost, the better the effect of body forging. If it is not unbearable, who wants to be on the lower floors? Blood spar is not a problem at all. Didn't you see the martial arts training ground in the martial arts hall? I said always overcrowded? Practitioners in the Tianji territory are crazy when it comes to body training. So, after finalizing the plan, Qilu took Luolong City as the first pilot city-state and notified the system. Overnight, 100 frost forging towers were built, distributed in various locations in Luolong City. Basically, they are not far from the Wuguan branch. Anyway, it is a chain industry, and it is convenient for customers to consume if it is close. Fortunately, this time, although a bunch of towers popped out of nowhere, the residents of Luolong City seem to be. Some are commonplace. We all know that Pavilion Master Qi is very capable, and understand that Pavilion Master Qi's strength is unfathomable, so there is nothing strange about it. Instead, they quickly gathered outside the frost forging tower, discussing the purpose of these towers. Why is it such a tall tower again? And this time, so many appeared in one breath, the Master Qi is really powerful. Could it be that these high towers are used as a place to challenge the 100-story tower? Does Master Qi have so many keels? Didn't Master Qi get the treasure map of Luolong City? Who knows how many dragon bones are in it? In the legend, isn't it said that there is only one? Who can guarantee that the legend is true, in case there are so many dragon bones buried in the treasure map. What you said seems to make sense. After all, we haven't seen the places marked on the treasure map. That being said, didn't Master Qi take out all the dragon bones? It's not impossible. So that's how it is. Master Qi has such a broad mind, and he is willing to take out all the dragon bones he gets. It's our greatest luck that Master Qi can come to Luolong City. The tall tower that appeared in Luolong City, because of previous experience, was subconsciously thought of by these residents as a 100-story tower. All of a sudden, there were voices praising the owner of Qi Pavilion one after another. After all, there was only 100-story tower before, so naturally there was only one last keel. But now, there are so many 100-story towers suddenly, doesn't that mean that the number of keels has also increased? As the number of keel bones increases, the chances of obtaining keel bones will naturally increase for those cultivators. Of course, it is to sing praises to the owner of the alignment hall. Anyway, it doesn't cost blood spar to say good things. However, this misunderstanding did not last long, and the notice board outside the frost forging tower was erected. The function of the frost forging tower and the charging situation are introduced in detail above. You only need to use your ID card to swipe the registration crystal ball outside the frost forging tower. You can enter the tower, choose a suitable floor to start exercising your body, and the blood spar stored in the ID card will also be deducted in real time. Once the blood spar in the identity card is consumed, it will be automatically moved outside the gate of the frost forging tower. By the way, the minimum consumption of the frost forging tower is 1 blood spar. In other words, no matter which floor the customer goes to, the deduction range for each blood spar is 1. It's just that the higher the floor you are on, the faster the deduction will be, which is very user-friendly. Responding to Qi Li's slogan, completely squeeze out every blood spar from the customers. Of course, it is also in line with Qi Li's other philosophy, we must make customers happy. For those cultivators, as long as the forging effect of the power of frost is good, there are only a few blood spar. Not a problem at all. Therefore, when the notice board outside the frost forging tower appeared, the residents who were chattering outside suddenly changed the topic. It turns out that these high towers are not used for the challenge of the 100-story tower. Perhaps the keel in Master Qi's hand is not that many. Yes, the rumors that may be in Luolong City are indeed true, and there is indeed only 1 keel. But does it matter? Isn't this frost forging tower bad? It's true, isn't the frost forging tower better than those things that can't be obtained? You are only thinking about the keel, even if there are so many keel, you may not have a chance to get it. You have to know that the reputation of Hall Master Qi has spread throughout the entire Tianji region. The cultivators who come to our Luolong City every day come from all directions, from various city-states. There are countless of them, and there are many geniuses among them. They all come for the keel. Even they dare not lightly say that they will definitely get the keel, you are too confident. Let me say, this frost body forging tower is better, at least we can all use it. As long as you consume blood spar, you can use the power of frost to forge your body. Also, I heard that the frozen holy city, which is famous in the extreme heaven realm, is famous for its power of frost. Speaking of which, I also remembered, Master Qi, didn't he leave Luolong City for a while before? Yes, there is such a thing, and I remember it. Now it seems that during the time when Pavilion Master Qi left Luolong City, he probably went to the frozen holy city, obtained the power of frost, and then built these frost forging towers. What? If that's the case, isn't it saying that Pavilion Master Qi went to the frozen holy city specially for us? These frost forging towers were built especially for us. So that's how it is. The righteousness of the owner of Qi Pavilion is simply touching. Then let's go in quickly and try the function of this frost body forging tower, so as not to disappoint Master Qi's wishes. I believe that Hall Master Qi will not let us down. Isn't that a matter of course? Who is Master Qi? The top demon god in the world is invincible in combat power, and what he does is naturally impossible to fail. Although the direction of discussion in Luolong City has changed, Qi Lu's influence is not that great. Because no matter it is a frost training tower or a 100-story tower, the benefits to practitioners are the same. One is the unlimited points, and the final kill, waiting for the challenger. The other is to consume blood spar, to temper the body. The number of these towers, the more the better. How could anyone have an opinion? Therefore, after figuring out the function of the frost body training tower, the cultivators who came to Luolong City naturally rushed in, eager to experience the body training effect of the power of frost. The ID cards were swiped one by one, and the customers ran into the frost body training tower one by one. From the first floor, there was a terrifying force of frost, circling the entire floor. Next to the wall, there are futons arranged in an orderly manner for customers to choose whether to stand or sit. The stairway to go up is at the innermost part of the entire floor. Only by passing through the power of frost hovering in the floor can one go to a higher floor. This is also to prove that he really has the ability to go to higher floors. After all, the higher the floor, the stronger the power of frost hovering. If there is no such measure, it is estimated that most customers will go directly to the higher level, just to get a stronger forging effect. However, they don't think about whether their bodies can bear it. Do you really think that every cultivator can break through and then stand up? That's why he will die and survive? Just kidding. Are you really a descendant of your own phoenix? Only when you are on the verge of death can you stimulate your potential and be reborn from the ashes. Don't even think about it. The body forging power in the frost body forging tower is the power of frost. Where is the condition for rebirth from the ashes? Although saying this seems to be joking, the consequences are definitely quite serious. If it is really frozen into an ice sculpture by the power of frost, it is basically declared that the game is over. That's why Qi Lu had to mark it in big red characters on the notice board outside the frost forging tower. Choose a floor and do what you can. If you advance rashly, you will be at your own risk. Well, now that you have been warned, there is nothing else to do. Those who can't be persuaded by good words, those who are willing to die, just let them exist as a warning. But then again, considering the reputation of the owner of Qi, there are not many customers who would not listen to the warning. Because the power of frost in the frost forging tower is indeed quite powerful. Although deeply loved by customers, it can always cause the most damage at the level of effectiveness. Therefore, there are really not many customers who can rush forward with the power of frost regardless of their physical condition. Even because these customers are the first time to contact the power of frost. As a result, these customers rushed upwards without thinking, and few of them could reach the middle and upper floors of the frost forging tower. Everyone is advancing hard in the power of frost, so they shouldn't be laughed at. After all, everyone is the same. However, this situation changed after a few days. The physique of a cultivator cannot be generalized. After adapting to the impact of the frost force, the stronger the physique of the cultivator, the higher the floor he will naturally climb. As a result, a new atmosphere of comparison has formed. Let's see who in the frost body forging tower can go up to a higher floor. Although there is no practical significance, it is indeed possible to satisfy one's own vanity through this kind of competition. As a result, a trend has formed. It's just that sometimes there are conflicts between practitioners, but they didn't want to fight to the death because of such trivial matters. So they agreed to enter the frost forging tower together, and then desperately climbed the stairs until the protection mechanism of the frost forging tower was triggered. When being ejected from the frost forging tower, whoever gets to the higher floor wins. In this way, conflicts are resolved. To be honest, when Qilu heard about this, for the first time, he was a little confused. I thought to myself, these cultivators in Tianjiu are really creative. Isn't it just a place to exercise their physique? Can all of this play out? It seems that these guys are not grumpy, but save face. However, what Qilu didn't expect was that this seemingly child's play approach was approved by most of the customers. They felt that the frost forging tower was built by Hall Master Qi for body forging, and it was also the most fair place. Using the mechanism of the frost forging tower to conduct a competition is tantamount to being the referee in person. In this way, who would be dissatisfied with the result? Isn't that just dissatisfaction with the curator Qi? So this trend quickly spread and reached the ears of practitioners. Including those cultivators who came from other city-states, they heard about this incident on the first day they came to Luolong City. At first, they might laugh at those guys, saying your decision is naive. To use this method to decide the outcome. If you want to aspire to become a demon god, you should fight fearlessly. If you don't even have this bit of blood, then you need to repair a hammer. However, after these cultivators tried the effect of the frost body training tower, they also recognized this approach without exception. The reason is very simple, because the danger in the frost forging tower isn't small at all. Climbing the stairs, the competition is not only one's own combat power. Although Hall Master Qi has added a protection mechanism to the frost body forging tower, but the situation that can really trigger this mechanism instantly when the customer's life is hanging by a thread, will those who want Todi be thrown to the floor below? Or throw out the frost forging tower directly. Therefore, this kind of competition method that is popular in Luolong City is to compare who is more willing to fight. Also known as willpower. Xinxiang warnings are everywhere. However, the popular competition method has also promoted a wave of frost body forging tower. There was an endless stream of cultivators who came here admiringly, and soon, 100 frost body training towers were not enough. Qilu was a little surprised by the speed at which the customers were full, and felt that he had really underestimated the market potential of Tianjiu. The previous 100-story tower challenge only had one tower, so there was not much to see. But this time, there were 100 frost body forging towers, and they were all fully booked in just a few days. Moreover, this full state is continuous. To put it simply, even 100 frost forging towers can't satisfy the customers who are constantly using it. The Tianji territory is huge, beyond imagination. The market that can be developed is naturally huge. This reminded Qilu of the shop in Xinjiu, and it seemed to be the same. But on the Xinjiu side, Qilu has already started the online shopping mode, and is raking in a lot of money for himself. The branch's income in this aspect is considered small. But in Tianjiu, the business has just started. Then, with the same market experience, you must refer to your past experience for a business that has just started. Branches, a large number of branches must be built. Qilu seemed to see the mountain-like blood spar waving towards him. Based on the stability of the timing and charging of the frost forging tower, the more you build, the faster you can eat blood spar. It is a full booking mode all the time, so there is no need to worry about the waste of resources. After all, the frozen holy city is indeed located in a remote place. Even if they are quite famous, there are not many cultivators who are willing to go to the frozen holy city to seek punishment. Moreover, those ice sculptures standing outside the frozen holy city are Thebiest words of dissuasion. Even if they are silent, they are quite powerful. It's completely different from the frost forging tower, which will trigger the protection mechanism once life is in danger. Kick people out of the frost forging tower directly. The approach may be a little rough, but it can indeed save lives. This essential gap is the biggest reason why the frost forging tower is famous. Many cultivators use various harsh environments to temper their bodies. The fundamental purpose is to become stronger, not to die. Therefore, Qi Lu has full confidence that the Frost Forging Tower will definitely become popular. So on this day, the owner of the Qi Pavilion left Luolong City again under the watchful eyes of many customers. Hey, have you all seen that? Pavilion Master Qi has left Luolong City again. I saw it, we all saw it. What new moves will Master Qi make this time? I'm really looking forward to it. The last time I left Luolong City, I went to the Frozen Holy City. When I came back, I built the Frost Forging Tower for us. This time, I don't know where Master Qi will go. Maybe it's another city-state. Could it be that Master Qi has any new ideas and needs to try it? After the challenge of the 100-story tower, it's the Frost Forging Tower. I'm really looking forward to the next action. Trust in Hall Master Qi, the demon god is above, he will never let us down. Because of the great righteousness of the Qi Pavilion Master, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. With the Lord of the Demon God, he can consider so much for us, it is really unprecedented, and there will be no one in the future. Master Qi will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth, and be immortal forever. It was a very serious discussion at the beginning, but it gradually became crooked later. In Luolong City, praying for the Lord Qi and singing praises to him seems to have become the most common thing. This is the so-called worship emotion, and of course it is the truest thought of many residents. The demon god, the one who stands aloof. In the past, they were always regarded as ants and dismissed. But only Pavilion Master Qi is different. He is willing to consider the weak and help the weak become stronger. This kind of behavior, not to mention being unique among the demon gods, even if it is extended to the entire Tianji territory, is unique. Therefore, for ordinary people, Hall Master Qi is a kind of belief and a cohesion of worship. Even for most cultivators, the existence of Master Qi can be regarded as a bright light on their way forward. Lamp. Light up their way. Therefore, ordinary praise is no longer enough to praise the owner of the Qi Pavilion. You must pray sincerely. However, there is one thing to say, if Qi Lu knew about this, he would probably be a little dumbfounded. I never thought before that there are such benefits to opening a martial arts gym. If I knew it earlier, I should have done it long ago. In fact, the worship and admiration of these ordinary people can be transformed into the power of faith to a certain extent. Even Qi Lu hadn't thought about this before. Gather the power of faith, and all of them have been collected in the Tianji realm. It can be regarded as the first person in history. Of course, the premise is that Qi Lu knows about it. However, the specific situation is Qi Lu didn't know about it. The stingy system always likes to make a fortune silently. Of course, this kind of good thing should be quietly put away. How can it be publicized? So Qi Lu was kept in the dark. However, as long as Qi Lu asks a question, the system will answer truthfully and will not hide anything. It's a pity that Qi Lu has never paid attention to these problems, and he doesn't know when he will realize it. Fortunately, the purpose this time is not these things, but to go to other city-states to build frost forging towers. It was pitiful to say the least, because Qi Lu had to fly by himself because it couldn't use the power of law. In the vast wilderness, looking for city-states. Then, because the reputation of the curator Qi may be well known to everyone, but there are really not many people who know what the curator Qi looks like. Therefore, there were many misunderstandings in the process of building more frost forging towers. Because many residents in the city-state don't know what the frost forging tower is. Facing the sudden tower, rise from the ground. And once it appears, there will be tens or hundreds of them, who is not afraid. Fortunately, there are still many practitioners who know the frost body training tower, almost all over the city-states. On the contrary, when building a branch for Qi Lu, he provided a lot of help. Well, the most important help is to confirm the identity. Tell people, he is the owner of Qi Pavilion. Good guy, the name of the owner of the Qi Pavilion is more useful than being present in person. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, and the frost-forging towers that rose from the ground received the most solemn welcome. The cultivator with the identity card, although returning to his hometown, still got into the frost body training pagoda at this moment, and started his daily practice without hesitation. By the way, I still feel in my heart. I really didn't expect that Pavilion Master Qi would be willing to come taught his kind of place and build a frost-forging tower to benefit all people. What kind of luck is it in our city-state to be able to wait for such a supreme existence as Master Qi? It's really worthy of being a demon god of benevolence and righteousness who has never been seen before, and who will never come after. Everything you do is for the sake of benevolence and righteousness. Whatever you do, what you think, is all selfless. We must publicize the deeds of Master Qi. The daily prayers and daily praises of many practitioners for the Master Qi begin in this way. Watching Pavilion Master Qi go away, everyone admired from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of benevolent move is this? What a big heart is this? If all the demon gods can be like Pavilion Master Qi, the Tianji territory will surely rise with the wind. It's a pity that it can't be done, and it can't be done. In conventional understanding, the demon god is a symbol of violence. Demon gods like the Master Qi are not only unprecedented, but also recognized by many practitioners, and there will be no one in the future. On the other hand, because the traces of Hall Master Qi did not hide anyone, it was quickly publicized. Everyone knows what Master Qi is doing. It turned out that he went to another city-state to help build the frost-forging tower. At this moment, those cultivators who came from other city-states were so moved that their eyes were wet. The majestic demon god can actually do this. Isn't such a demon god worthy of admiration? Isn't such a demon god worthy of worship? The answer is yes. The image of Hall Master Qi instantly grew taller, becoming extremely majestic, with a majestic light that could hardly be seen directly. Reflecting on what I have done in the past, compared with Master Qi, the gap's huge. It's because we misunderstood the intention of Master Qi. We only thought of Luolong City, but the owner of Qi Pavilion is concerned about other city-states. This is the pattern, this is the spirit. Faced with such courage, I can only feel ashamed of my previous thoughts. Yes, me too. Master Qi has done so much for us, and we still want more. In this way, we are really greedy. Master Qi is the demon god who is sincerely for the Tianji territory, and the #1 demon god we recognize. In the future, if Master Qi needs anything, we will definitely go through fire and water. Do whatever you want. Such bold words were spoken, and immediately received a lot of approval. Qi Lu would never have imagined that he just wanted to build more branches so that he could earn blood spar faster. To be able to gather so many people's hearts, and to gain so much power off faith. This place is really the Tianji domain, right? It's unbelievable. Maybe this is because planting flowers intentionally fails, but planting willows to make shade unintentionally. Although Qi Lu has done this kind of thing before. But every time I encounter it, I feel very strange. I obviously don't have this kind of thought. Why did it become like this? It is really unpredictable. Human nature is unpredictable. But it doesn't matter anymore. The unexpected joy is always better than the unreasonable disaster. As Qi Lu ran from city-state to city-state, the reputation of Qi Hall Master became bigger and bigger. The reputation is naturally getting better and better. The worship of the strong makes it almost impossible for these city-states to scold the chef when they are full. After all, the attribute of the white-eyed wolf is mainly based on the fact that the opponent's strength is not strong enough to pose a threat to itself. But at the state of Hall Master Qi, how can a supreme demon god be the object of their criticism? How dare you scold the chef when you are full? Your head will be screwed off. That's why it is said that Xingmi's favor and Mi's hatred are all behaviors between ordinary people. If it is changed to praying to God, this kind of thing is called God's gift, and the supplicant can only thank him. To say that God is wrong is basically a brain defect. However, ordinary people and practitioners really have nothing else to say except praise and thanks. However, those demon gods who are in the same realm as Pavilion Master Qi are a little uncomfortable. It's just that I feel that the owner of Qi's doing this is a bit hypocritical. As a demon god overlooking the world, why bother with the lives of those ants? He also purposely built the frost forging tower for those ants, and he did not hesitate to waste his precious time for this. What can you get in the end? A good name? Or some blood spar? I really don't understand, what kind of reputation does a majestic demon god need? In the Tianji realm, all demon gods grew up in battle and blood, how many good ones can there be? To put it bluntly, as long as one achieves the position of demon god, one will no longer have a good reputation. Everyone is the same, stepping on numerous corpses, crossing the long river off blood, and walking all the way. As for the blood spar, it is even more incomprehensible. For the existence of the demon god realm, the role of the blood spar is no longer better than nothing, but nothing at all. Then what is the owner of the Qi Pavilion doing with so many blood spar? There is one thing to say, the treasures of heaven and earth that are suitable for the existence of the demon god to temper the body are not things that can be bought with blood spar. As long as you come across it, it will definitely be unscrupulous, and you will fight hard, relying on your strength to seize it. Blood spar, that's a joke. Therefore, in the eyes of many demon gods, the actions of Hall Master Qi are too pretentious. Of course, the idea is this idea, but they will not stop what Qi Guan is mainly doing. Just talking behind the scenes. The main reason lies in the strength of Qi Guanzhu, which is too cruel. It would be too embarrassing if you were afraid of being beaten up by the owner of the pavilion if you said it face to face. However, such thoughts are not limited to those demon gods, those city-states visited by the Lord Qi, and the cultivators living in them can also think off these things. I also thought about it, what is the purpose of the curator Qi doing this? If it is said that the owner of Qi Pavilion is purely for the blood spar, they will not believe anything. Just kidding, would a demon god be troubled by the blood spar? Besides, when did those demon gods seriously earn blood spar? As long as the words are spoken, some people will enshrine the blood spar. If at this time, the demon god said one more thing, if there is a limit to the number of worshippers, no kidding, the cultivators who rushed to worship the blood spar would break their heads in order to compete for these places. This is a real brain breaker. There are not so many opportunities to curry favor with the demon god. Do you really think that those devil gods are rare, because you look at good things like treasures? Therefore, in the eyes of the majority of cultivators, Master Qi's actions are no less than selfless dedication. The emergence of the Frost Body Training Tower has really provided many practitioners with the space and methods to exercise their bodies. And the symbolic collection of some blood spar must be because the owner of Qi Pavilion does not want them to feel that he owes him a kindness. However, how could he not be moved by such an obvious approach? It is precisely because of these thoughts that those cultivators are grateful to Master Qi for his dedication from the bottom of their hearts. This kindness, if there is a chance in the future, it must be returned to Pavilion Master Qi. Although I don't understand why the Hall Master Qi would do this. But this does not affect the actions of the owner of the Qi Pavilion, which is so impartial. System, host, this system suddenly feels that this news is not. Let me tell you, something is not very good. What's up? Qi Lu, who was heading to the next city-state, suddenly heard the voice in his head, and couldn't help but froze for a moment. All of a sudden, what news do you want to say? System, it's like this, host, you have a huge amount of power of faith recorded. Hearing this, Qi Lu was silent for a while, and then asked abruptly, where are you from Divine Realm? System, no, it's from Tianjiu. The power of faith on the Tianji domain? Is there such a thing here? To be honest, Qilu really didn't think about such a thing. If the system didn't say it, he wouldn't know it. It turns out that the Tianjia domain can also generate the power of faith, which is really amazing. System, host, this system suddenly discovered that you are not that smart sometimes. If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush and scold me. Qilu curled his lips, expressing to the system's words that he was not disturbed at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still asking questions, Qilu would have go back with a strange ambiguity when he said anything. System, the power of faith can be produced by any creature with self-awareness, and it is not limited to a certain world or a certain piece off heaven and earth. System, it's just that I have never thought of using this power in the Tianjia domain before. You know that's not the question I'm asking. Qilu supported his forehead and replied. Do you need to explain the source of the power of faith again? The core of this problem is that I have not done anything to collect the power of faith, so why is the power of faith recorded? And it's a huge amount of power of faith. System, okay, let the system explain. System, the biggest reason is that you, the host, build frost forging towers everywhere, which seems to have misunderstood those guys. System, before this, there wasn't so much power of faith recorded. Wait a minute, you wait for me first. Before that? Qilu stopped suddenly, as if he had caught some clue, and interrupted the system. You mean, the power of faith was recorded in the account before this, but you never told me? As soon as this sentence was asked, there was a period of silence. With the system's evasive attitude, Qilu knew that this guy was acquiescing. This time, it may be that the power of faith came too much, so I felt that it was necessary to inform before I would say it. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Qilu didn't hear the system's answer, so he didn't speak. Anyway, as long as you know about this kind of thing, the benefits will not be less. It's just that I don't know what to do without a notification, and I will still become stronger when it is time to become stronger. But after the system said it, Qilu also understood that if he could collect the power of faith in the Tianjia domain, it would definitely be a great initiative. Moreover, the Tianjia territory is still a pure land of faith. The environment is much stronger than that of Shenjiu, and there are no main gods and gods to carve up believers. That being said, if you continue to build branches yourself, not only can you get more blood spar, but you can also get more power off faith. That would be great. Thinking of this, Qilu felt more motivated. The construction progress of the branches of the frost forging tower located in various city-states has sped up a lot. Of course, most of the time is spent on the road, and the construction time is basically only a short while. Once you arrive at the place, just tell the system, and within a quarter of an hour, there will be enough frost body forging towers to rise from the ground. Such a superb construction ability reminded Qilu of his dream. If you want to be an urban architectural designer, can you let the system help you complete your whimsical ideas back then? It's such a pity that such a good system has made me a store manager who I just waiting to die. What a waste of talent. But there is no way, it is always difficult to reflect ideas into reality, and we should learn to accept reality. Just like that, Qilu speeded up, walking over from city-state to city-state. How many city-states there are in the Tianjia territory is still unknown. Because every moment, new city-states will be built, and there will be city-states destroyed and turned into ruins. Or even disappear completely. So counting the number of city-states has become an impossible task. Anyway, Qilu didn't remember how many city-states he had traveled to. As long as it is encountered, a frost forging tower will be built according to the size of the city-state. For a large city-state, build a few more frost forging towers, and for a small city-state, build a few fewer frost forging towers. In terms of quantity, it is enough to meet the needs of most practitioners, and it is impossible to accommodate all customers. Otherwise, how could the frost body forging tower be fully booked? This is a little trick that Qilu will use when building a branch. Hunger marketing, but practice makes perfect. And in this way, the waste of resources can also be avoided. But just as Qi Lu was running around to build the frost forging tower, and after an unknown amount of time, a man in ice armor found him. "Master Qi, hello." The ice-armored man saluted respectfully. "Hello." Qi Lu looked at the man in ice armor, and felt the aura of an overlord from him. They should have set off from the frozen holy city to find him. After all, when Qi Lu left Luolong City, he was very generous, and all the residents saw it. And when he went to other city-states, he never hid his tracks. If you want to look for it, it's easy to find. This is what Qi Lu deliberately did. In case Overlord got the news of Yu Shi'er, but couldn't pass it on to him. In that case, could it be that there is news about Yu Shi'er? "Master Qi, we have already received information about the person you are looking for." Sure enough, the man in ice armor didn't talk nonsense, and he cut straight to the point and got straight to the point. "Where is she?" Upon hearing this, Qi Lu asked immediately. "Building a branch is not as important as bringing Yu Shi'er back, this is the top priority." It would have been impossible to complete it if it wasn't for rummaging through the Tianji territory alone. Qi Lu would have done it a long time ago. "No, Master Qi, before I talk about this, I want you to calm down a little, and then listen to me." The ice armor man continued. This gave Qi Lu a very bad premonition. Then, it came true soon. "We haven't found the person you are looking for, but we already know that she once appeared in Scarlet Fire City. Also, if the news I got is correct, she should have been hunted down by the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and then disappeared." The man in ice armor spoke truthfully, without any concealment, and naturally his expression did not fluctuate at all. He is just a messenger. However, when Qi Lu heard the news, a killing intent flashed in his eyes. The surrounding world shook suddenly, and a force of frost suddenly emerged, causing the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. The ice-armored man only felt that his whole body was cold, and cold sweat broke out from his body. The terrifying killing intent was even colder than ever before. "Qi, Master Qi." When he said this, the ice armor man's teeth were chattering. "Although I have heard of the prestige of Qi Guanju before, but only after experiencing it personally can one understand how powerful this power really is. It is just a trace of killing intent, but it can make oneself feel the threat of death, how terrible it is." "Don't worry, I'm fine, thank you for bringing the news over. Red Fire City, and the Scarlet Fire Demon God, right?" Qi Lu waved his hands, restraining his killing intent. "Yes, it is." The ice-armored man took a deep breath before speaking. Even though Pavilion Master Qi has restrained his killing intent now and has become the same as before, he still dare not be disrespectful in the slightest. "Tell me about the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and where does he usually appear?" Although the tone of his speech was calm, the question he asked made the ice-armored man subconsciously think of what Pavilion Master Qi wanted to do. It must be to ask the Scarlet Fire Demon God for an explanation. The Scarlet Fire Demon God is a demon god who survived from ancient times, and is now the lord of the Scarlet Fire City. Strong strength, possessing the talent of Scarlet Fire, able to draw the fire off purgatory for his own use. Usually, stay in Scarlet Fire City. The ice armor man didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately told all the news he knew. "Is he the lord of Scarlet Fire City?" Qi Lu repeated. Although the city-states in the Tianji territory generally do not have a city lord, it is not absolute. If a demon god is willing to become the lord of the city, it is a dream for any city-state. Just like the overlord of the frozen holy city. However, for a demon god, if there is no reason, he may not be willing to be a city lord. The overlord may be dormant in the Tianji territory, so it doesn't matter where he stays, the most important thing is not to be ostentatious. The frozen holy city is located in a remote location, and it is protected by the power of frost, so it is naturally a good choice. What about Scarlet Fire City? Yes, because there is a magma underground lake under the Red Fire City, which can help the Scarlet Fire Demon God quench his purgatory fire, so he occupied the Red Fire City and stayed there. Actually, Red Fire City was not called Red Fire City before, but Lava City. It was changed after being occupied by the Scarlet Fire Demon God. The Ice Armor Man continued. I see. In this way, it is easy to understand why the Scarlet Fire Demon God has been staying in Scarlet Fire City. It turned out to be for the underground magma lake. If there is nothing else, tell me the direction of Scarlet Fire City, and you can go back and report. By the way, say hello to Overlord for me, and tell him, thank you for his news. Qi Lu took a deep breath. Take a breath, and then speak. It seems that this Scarlet Fire City must take a trip to find the Scarlet Fire Demon God and ask about the situation. Then after asking the situation clearly, let's solve it on the spot. Dare to chase and kill you Sheer, this life cannot be kept. Master Qi is polite, Scarlet Fire City is in this direction, just go straight all the way. The ice-armored man saluted respectfully again, and then pointed out the direction for Qi Lu. After Qi Lu left, he turned around and left. Although the direction is indicated, it is not close to Scarlet Fire City. Even if they set off together, the man in ice armor returned to the frozen holy city first to report back. The main reason is that Qi Lu didn't use the law of space, and he was afraid that he would miss the Scarlet Fire City when jumping into the space, and that would be troublesome. After all, Scarlet Fire City does not have very obvious features like the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Even the magma underground lake is buried underground. So I had to go on my own. In the frozen holy city, Overlord also got a report from the man in ice armor. Then he touched his chin, and said without any hesitation, let's release the news that Master Qi is attacking Scarlet Fire City. With the current reputation of Hall Master Qi, I believe that there will be many people willing to help Hall Master Qi. Overlord is not a shy person. Isn't it just a city of red fire, just take it down. Anyway, in the Tianji territory, sieges are not so rare, they happen from Tomato time. Otherwise, how could so many city-states disappear without any sign? Do you really think it was all caused by monsters? Don't blame all the disasters on Warcraft. There are constant disputes among the cultivators in the Tianji realm, and there are also many battles between demon gods. Now there is Master Qi leading the attack on Red Fire City. I don't know how many cultivators who have a grudge against Scarlet Fire City are willing to follow Master Qi to charge into battle. Not to mention those guys who want to take advantage of the troubled waters of the war, there are countless of them, fighting everywhere. So, following the Overlord's instruction, the news that Qi Guan mainly attacked Scarlet Fire City spread out all at once. Especially in those city-states that Master Qi has been to, he got the news at first time under the circumstances of deliberately doing so. All of a sudden, those cultivators who felt that they had been favored by Pavilion Master Qi became excited. Master Qi wants to attack Scarlet Fire City, is the news true? It should be true. Some people have seen Pavilion Master Qi before, so it should be right to see the direction of progress. That's all right. Master Qi has given so selflessly for us, now it's time for us to repay Master Qi. That's right, it's time for us to repay Pavilion Master Qi. The quota to attack Scarlet Fire City must be ours, let's go now. What are you talking nonsense about? I've already reached the gate of the city. Come on. Target, Red Fire City. It didn't take much time at all. Without Qi Li's knowledge, an unknown number of practitioners had gathered. At this moment, they are marching mightily towards Scarlet Fire City. From the looks of it, it was aimed at the goal of destroying Scarlet Fire City. However, their speed is destined to be unable to keep up with Master Qi. Although the magma underground lake in Scarlet Fire City is buried underground, it can be regarded as a symbol. Qi Lu was on the road, and every time he encountered a city-state, he would stop and feel the ground to see if there was a magma underground lake. If not, just move on. If there is, it's the place to find it. Boom. This is Scarlet Fire City. The moment Qi Lu sensed the magma underground lake, he directly stepped on the ground. With an earth-shattering bang, the ground suddenly split open, and a terrifying force invaded the ground. Boom. Starting from the position Qi Lu stepped on, a huge crack continued to spread, and within a few breaths, it became an abyss. The target is the underground magma lake. Since the Scarlet Fire Demon God occupied the Scarlet Fire City because of this magma underground lake. Then the method to lure the Scarlet Fire Demon God is very simple. All you need to do is to shoot at that piece of magma underground lake. Soon, a dazzling flame emerged from that huge crack in the ground. Like a ray of light in an abyss. That is a sign that the rift has touched the underground lake of magma. Going forward, the edge of the magma underground lake can be destroyed and the magma in it can be drained out. At this moment, an angry voice sounded. Who dares to come to my Scarlet Fire City to make trouble? Could it be another new demon god who doesn't know how to live or die, and wants to come here? Can't he use my name to establish his prestige? The voice was a little hoarse and seemed a little harsh. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid monster covered in dazzling flames, like a pile of magma, rushed out from the crack in the ground. Then I saw a flash of fire, and the humanoid. The object appeared in front of Qi Lu. Qi Lu sensed this majestic aura, and knew that this guy should be the Scarlet Fire Demon God. This guy, isn't he a human race? Qi Lu narrowed his eyes. This point was basically confirmed when he saw the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Of course, it is not uncommon for the Scarlet Fire Demon God to not be a human race. Most of the demon gods in the Tianji realm are not human races, but other races with stronger talents. When it comes to things like tempering their bodies, those races that are inherently tyrannical in their physical bodies obviously have an advantage. For example, the Scarlet Fire Demon God in front of him should belong to the rock people. Then, by coincidence, he got the talent of flames, which merged with his own blood power, and then he became what he is now, like a pile of terrible lava. No wonder they would come to Scarlet Fire City and soak in the magma underground lake every day. Are you the Scarlet Fire Demon God? Qi Lu asked aloud. Although it can be sensed, this guy's aura is indeed in the realm of a demon god, and he is still a top demon god. But routine inquiries are still required, so as not to find the wrong person, which is bad. I am the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Who are you? What do you want to do in my Scarlet Fire City? The magma monster in front of him, the Scarlet Fire Demon God, stared at Qi Lu with those condensed eyes. Boy, I have never seen your breath before. You can't really be a new demon god who doesn't know how to live or die. You were bewitched by someone, so you came to Scarlet Fire City to seek death. The Scarlet Fire Demon God can naturally perceive that the aura of this young human race in front of him is also in the realm of a demon god. No wonder they dared to come to Scarlet Fire City to make trouble. But these years, there are not a few demon gods who have come to Scarlet Fire City. Some are to kill the Scarlet Fire Demon God to make a name for themselves. Some are coveting the remains of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. You must know that the lava body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God will condense into lava crystals after his fall, which can be used to temper the body, which has a very magical effect, and is attractive enough even for the demon god. That's why he attracted a lot of greedy demon gods, wanting to kill the Scarlet Fire Demon God in order to strengthen himself. This is a common occurrence in the Tianji territory, and the unrest among demon gods is mostly due to such things. In order to become stronger, you can use any means. As long as I can become stronger, what does the life and death of others have to do with me? However, those demon gods who dared to attack the Scarlet Fire Demon God all these years unfortunately died in Scarlet Fire City. There are always a lot of people who are overestimated, and it is no exception among demon gods. The Scarlet Fire Demon God is a powerful demon god who has survived since ancient times. Even if he is now dormant in the Scarlet Fire City and is no longer in the Tianji realm, it does not mean that he has become weaker. On the contrary, with this underground lake of magma, the strength of the Scarlet Fire Demon God even faintly improved a little. It is extremely difficult for a demon god who is one of the top demon gods to go further. But in this Scarlet Fire City, in this magma underground lake, the Scarlet Fire Demon God felt a glimmer of hope. Naturally, she didn't want to leave. This is also the biggest reason why the Scarlet Fire Demon God is entrenched in Scarlet Fire City. After all, there are many ways to exercise your body. Depending on the race, the various approaches vary, sometimes wildly. Therefore, in the eyes of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, anyone who dares to destroy the magma underground lake is his enemy. And the young man of the human race in front of him deliberately ran to Scarlet Fire City, and without a word, the first thing he did was to directly attack the magma underground lake. Doesn't that just mean that he came for himself? That being the case, there is nothing to say. The enemy should be forever buried in Scarlet Fire City, sent into the underground magma lake, and become the nourishment for him to become stronger. I don't think I'm looking for death. On the contrary, what you have done, in my opinion, is like looking for death. Sheila looked directly at the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and didn't have any emotional fluctuations because of the scorching pressure on him. In the eyes of the newly promoted demon god, this coercion may indeed be a little scary. The power attribute of the Scarlet Fire Demon God made his coercion also carry a trace of the heat of the fire of purgatory. And this kind of scorching heat will turn into a terrifying high temperature when the target is oppressed to the level of a demon god. If the Red Fire Demon God intends to release the coercion, it is absolutely possible to reduce all enemies under the coercion that are not in the realm of the demon god to ashes in an instant. There is no way to escape alone. Even for those newly promoted demon gods, it can cause considerable restrictions, forcing them to be unable to exert their full strength. Otherwise, how could it be said that there are always demon gods who are overwhelmed and come to trouble the Scarlet Fire Demon God? Then he buried his life in the magma underground lake. It's just a pity that this kind of coercion has no effect on Qi Lu. Including the flames of purgatory mixed with coercion, it also couldn't pose the slightest threat to Qi Lu. Something I've ever done? Boy, I have done too many things. Which one are you talking about? The Scarlet Fire Demon God sneered when he heard the words, and the scorching coercion that erupted suddenly became stronger. It seemed that he was expressing his anger towards this young man of the human race who was reckless and arrogant. After all, in the eyes of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, no matter what he has done, it cannot be done by others. Come and talk to him. Right or wrong, it's what he wants to do. Looking at your emotions, it seems that you are expressing dissatisfaction with what I said. Qila narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was asking, and said this sentence. But without waiting for the Red Fire Demon God to reply, he continued, but it doesn't matter, I'm not here to discuss right and wrong with you. I don't care what you want to say, anyway, in my opinion, you are just a damn enemy. When the positions are different, it becomes meaningless to talk about right and wrong. So Qila never struggled with this issue. You think the same as I do, boy, there's no right or wrong, it's just what you want to do. Do whatever you want, that's the rule of conduct. The Scarlet Fire Demon God suddenly laughed out loud. In terms of this concept, he agrees with what this young man of the human race said. Just like those demon gods who came to Scarlet Fire City because of greed in their hearts, they were clearly coveting their lava bodies, but they insisted in speaking righteous words and making messy excuses. The high-sounding words are really disgusting to hear. It's better to say something straight. The Scarlet Fire Demon God can still look up to them. For example, this young man of the human race now. It's rare to meet a like-minded person like you. I will let you die happily in the battle later. The Scarlet Fire Demon God said these words as if he was making a promise. Be sure of your victory. Instead, Qi Lu had a playful smile on his face. If you firmly believe that you can win, how about answering a few questions for me first? Qi Lu didn't mind what the Scarlet Fire Demon God was thinking, as long as Heck knew Shier's whereabouts. I grant your last wish. At such a time, the Scarlet Fire Demon God is quite easy to talk to. It's just that the murderous intent hidden in his flaming eyes cannot be ignored. The Scarlet Fire Demon God, who has gone through the ancient war, has never been a soft-hearted person. It's just that he has been dormant in Scarlet Fire City all these years, which made him feel too boring, so he just wanted to have some fun. So, do you still remember a girl who came to Scarlet Fire City not long ago? If you remember, it should be a girl from the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Qi Lu asked the first question slowly. He didn't think Shier would leave a name, so he didn't say Shier's name. As it is now, the Scarlet Fire Demon God doesn't care what those guys who come to Scarlet Fire City are called. He only cares about himself. If they are travelers, let them fend for themselves. If they are enemies, get rid of them. A girl from the Moon Spirit Cat clan? A subrace? The Scarlet Fire Demon God stared closely at Qi Lu, as if recalling something. Then the expression in the pupils suddenly changed, became a little sharp, and his face also became a little hideous. It's hard to imagine that a humanoid monster formed by a pile of lava can have such rich expressions. I remember the person you mentioned. She seems to have the aura of a king. Damn it, that's not a good memory. I hate this breath, so I want to kill her. Kill her? Hearing this, Qi Lu suddenly asked back. The calmness before has also disappeared, and the voice is a little dull, and the anger is vaguely suppressed. And from these words, Qi Lu also understood that the Scarlet Fire Demon God probably experienced the last battle on the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. During the battle started by the human king, because of his lack of strength, he fled back to the Tianji realm in embarrassment. That's why he hated the king so much. Speaking of which, there are only a few demon gods who have survived the battle that the king of the people started on the sacred mountain of the central region. All of them fled back to the extreme sky region, and then hibernated, for fear of being found by the king of man. He clearly remembers hating the king of Ren, but he dare not take revenge. He can only scatter his anger on the successors of the human king, which is really a typical example of bullying. That's right, just kill her, just like I want to kill you now. The Scarlet Fire Demon God is not a fool. When he heard that the young human race in front of him was looking for the successor of the human king, had thought of this, there must be a relationship between the two of them. Hatred for the king of humans will cause anger. Your anger is so strong, it can be seen that you didn't do it. Qi Lu knew that if he continued to ask normally, the Scarlet Fire Demon God would not be able to answer, so he changed his method. Damn king, I don't know what method she used to protect her inheritor. That's why the damn inheritor was allowed to escape. But I know that you don't have the aura of a king. Hearing these words, the Scarlet Fire Demon God suddenly became irritable, and his tone became extremely unkind. Like a dog whose tail has been stepped on. But I know that you don't have the power left behind by the human king. Hearing these words, the Scarlet Fire Demon God suddenly became irritable. Like a dog whose tail has been stepped on. When he was defeated by the king of humans, in order to survive, he fled back to the Tianji territory in embarrassment, looking for an opportunity to become stronger. Now that he has met the successor of the human king, there is still nothing Hitsan do about her. What a shame. I finally found Scarlet Fire City, and found this underground magma lake, just to become stronger, and then went to the king of men to return the humiliation I had suffered, one by one. Now that even the successor of the king of humans can't deal with it, how'd Sanha deal with the king of humans? Therefore, the anger of the Scarlet Fire Demon God surged up all of a sudden. It's great to get this news. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew exactly what level of strength Yu Shi'er was when she was thrown by the Gate of Fate to the Tianji region. If he was really met by the Scarlet Fire Demon God, he would definitely not be his opponent. But fortunately, the King of People still saved a hand. It really deserves to be planned to seal the existence of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and the work is really impeccable. I just don't know where Yu Shi'er has gone now. Presumably, even if he asked the Scarlet Fire Demon God, he wouldn't be able to know about it. Otherwise, the Scarlet Fire Demon God would not be staying in Scarlet Fire City now, but would continue to chase and kill him. That being the case, it's time to deal with the aftermath. The Scarlet Fire Demon God wants to get rid of himself, so why doesn't he want to get rid of the Scarlet Fire Demon God? I heard that the lava body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God is an extremely rare treasure, so it can be regarded as the harvest of this trip. I hope you can still think like this when you are dying. When the Scarlet Fire Demon God is furious, he doesn't like to talk nonsense. The flames on his body suddenly soared, as terrifying as a magma eruption. The flames of purgatory. A punch blasted out, like a volcanic eruption, coming with a violent and incomparable power. That was a real volcanic eruption, or rather, it was more terrifying than aerial volcanic eruption. It was as if the sky and the earth were howling. The flames that were so red that they were almost black swept over, burning Samak that the void was twisted to the point that it was about to be shattered. Just like the anger of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, he didn't intend to test anything, he just wanted to solve the problem with one move. It's so direct. But it's okay, I don't want to keep moaning. Qi Lu also raised his fist, and then clenched it tightly, a trace of flame burst out from between his fingers. Red Fire Demon God, in order to prevent you from being unwilling to lose, I will borrow your moves. The talent of the Fire of Purgatory was obtained by the Red Fire Demon God Bikants, and it can drive the might of the heavens and the earth for his own use. But for Qi Lu, it was not complicated. As long as you integrate the law of fire and the law of death into your attack, you can show the moves of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. For example, at this moment, the flames of purgatory. As Qi Lu said, using the moves that the enemy is best at to defeat him is the best way to strike. Killing and killing people is the most terrifying place. Boom! Flames all over the sky suddenly emerged, not weaker than the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. The law of fire and the law of death were perfectly concealed by Qi Lu, covered under the moves of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Normally, Qi Lu would not use the power of law so generously, it would only cause trouble for himself. But now that there is such a good shield as the Scarlet Fire Demon God, when it use it. The berserk flames immediately turned into a sea of flames and roared towards them. Obviously it was the Scarlet Fire Demon God who made the move first, but Qi Lu came after him. The sky and the earth were dyed fiery red by the crimson flames, dispelling all darkness. Even the underground lake of magma that emerged from the fissures in the earth seemed eclipsed by the raging flames. What a terrifying power this is! In the Scarlet Fire City below, all the residents and practitioners were trembling at the moment. Who is Lord Scarlet Fire Demon God fighting with? I don't know, but this time the enemy seems to be particularly powerful. Could it be stronger than Lord Red Fire Demon God? Who knows, the person who came didn't report his name, and we don't know who it is. Master Scarlet Fire Demon God, you must win. Residents living in Scarlet Fire City naturally want to pray for the Scarlet Fire Demon God at this moment. Although the Scarlet Fire Demon God forcibly occupied the Scarlet Fire City, it was also because of the Scarlet Fire Demon God's prestige that the Scarlet Fire City was given peace. Even the Scarlet Fire Demon God never cared about the life and death of these ants. But as long as the prestige is still there, it is enough. However, the Scarlet Fire Demon God who was fighting Qi Lu now had a look of astonishment on his face. Looking at the young man of the human race on the opposite side, he actually used exactly the same moves as himself. It is no exaggeration to say that the brain of the Scarlet Fire Demon God almost crashed at this moment. How can this be said? When did the ability of the fire of purgatory become so common? Moreover, the moves used by the young man of the human race on the opposite side are even more powerful than himself. Boom! In the next instant, two flames with exactly the same power attribute bombarded together. It was like two shocking waves that slapped together fiercely, causing a terrifying sound and shattering the surrounding void. The shock wave that swept out turned into substantial ripples and scattered in all directions. Like ripples on the surface of the water, circle after circle. Spread away and destroy everything. Crack. This crisp sound also represented a crack in the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. The strength of the body of lava is so terrifying. Under this move, there are actually cracks. Why do you have this power? The fist of Scarlet Fire Demon God trembled a little. Who are you? Who I am? Facing the question from the Scarlet Fire Demon God, Qi Lu smiled playfully, and then replied slowly, probably the one who took your life. After all, although the name of Hall Master Qi has spread throughout the Tianji region, but not many people know what it looks like. What's more, the Scarlet Fire Demon God has been soaking in the magma underground lake all the time, and doesn't care about these things at all. To this day, the owner of Qi Pavilion, the Red Fire Demon God, who has Recento fame in the Tianji territory and is well known to everyone, may not have heard of it. Therefore, it is quite normal not to recognize the owner of the Qi Pavilion. Qi Lu naturally didn't bother to say anything. Big words. Boy, you don't really think that you can deal with me if you have some skills. Hearing the words, the Scarlet Fire Demon God was instantly enraged. With his back against the magma underground lake, no matter what, it's impossible to lose. Just now, I was just astonished that the strength of this young man of the human race was the same as my own. It was because of my carelessness that I lost to him. Didn't expect to be ridiculed. It seems that if I don't show some real skills, I will die. I'm just telling the truth. Qi Lu shook his hand, calming down the fluctuation of the power of the lavery well. With the increasing income of the blood spar, after the body of law has been strengthened, it seems that the control over the power of the law has also become stronger. This is really an unexpected discovery. It seems that partiality is really not a good thing. Since this is the case, then you can continue to attack and see. The Scarlet Fire Demon God roared angrily, and then clapped his palms together. In an instant, the magma underground lake seemed to be about to erupt, and began to surge violently. After coming to Scarlet Fire City for so many years and honing himself in the magma underground lake for so many years, the Scarlet Fire Demon God has long controlled the power of this magma underground lake. This is the condensation of the flames of the earth. If refined into the body, it is enough to compete with the power of heaven and earth. The majesty of the heavens and the earth is in a state of panic. Lava condenses, ground fire armor. Following the anger of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, the magma in the magma underground lake suddenly rose up. Then, like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, it surged towards the Scarlet Fire Demon God, turning into a thick layer of battle armor. At the same time, the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God continued to grow. Originally, he was only a head taller than Qi Lu, but he was inflated rapidly like an inflated balloon. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. As the magma continued to pour in, the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God quickly became like a hill. With a figure of hundreds of meters covering the sky and the sun, combined with the oppressive feeling of the Shangdihuo armor and the falling lava, it is extremely terrifying. Bah! I saw the lava falling to the ground, and the unimaginable high temperature instantly melted the earth. Seeing a wisp of white smoke rising up, Qi Lu understood that this was no ordinary magma at all. It really deserves to be the condensed fire of the earth. After turning into a battle armor, not only the defense power is terrifying, but the high temperature it carries also has a terrifying destruction that is amazing. In other words, this is simply beyond the scope of high temperature. Boy, did you see it? See this incomparable power? The Scarlet Fire Demon God looked down at Qi Lu, as if he was looking at Anand at his feet. The terrifying body shape brings a terrible sense of oppression. This is not only a moving hill, but also a volcano. Now, our battle has officially begun. After devouring the power of the magma underground lake, the Scarlet Fire Demon God's mentality obviously became more conceited. Although this power is only temporary, but the sudden powerful force will definitely disturb the state of mind. At this moment, the Scarlet Fire Demon God just stood there, and the surrounding space would continue to distort and then shatter. What a tyrannical force this is! It is almost able to crush those top demon gods. For the Scarlet Fire Demon God who is eager to break through, it is even more coveted power. Now that I got it, how could I not be ecstatic? Where? I'm afraid it's just a temporary illusion. I think so, our battle is now officially beginning. Your strength really surprised me, but it's also just right, let me try, how much I have changed. However, Qi Li's attitude did not change at all. Even with the blessing of the Earth Fire armor, the Scarlet Fire Demon God strength has been improved like never before. But in Qi Li's view, it wasn't that he couldn't deal with it, it was just a little troublesome. Because before the Earth Fire battle armor was condensed, the Scarlet Fire Demon God was at most at the same level as the 8-armed heavenly armor, maybe a little weaker. After all, he didn't have such a tyrannical brute force. 8 arms reaching heaven is known as the unparalleled brute force in the extreme region of the sky, which can reach the sky. It is not a joke. Therefore, if the Scarlet Fire Demon God can fight the 8-armed heaven, there is a high probability that he will lose. Then, for Qi Lu, the former Scarlet Fire Demon God was really not strong. Didn't you see that Qi Lu was able to fight against the Demon Emperor in the battle that took place at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory before? Didn't he lose the wind? Then it's not a big problem to deal with an 8-armed celestial being intern. Of course the same is true when it comes to the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Until now, the Scarlet Fire Demon God exhausted the magma underground lake he occupied, and the power of the earth fire he possessed, condensed the earth fire armor, and temporarily raised his own strength to the limit that can be improved. You know, the Scarlet Fire Demon God had never done this before. Therefore, Qi Lu felt a little threatened. But it was just a hint of threat, not to the point of being unstoppable. It can even be said that it is the opposite. The Red Fire Demon God, at this moment, is qualified to be Qi Li's opponent. It was not a threat to Qi Lu. So in Qi Li's view, the Scarlet Fire Demon God could help him by taking out the ground fire battle armor as his trump card. Just to help test how much my strength has improved after coming to the Tianji domain. If he dared to chase and kill Yu Shi'er, of course he couldn't let the Scarlet Fire Demon God die so happily. His pride must be crushed bit by bit. This is the strategy of punishing the heart. Scarlet Fire Demon God, if you really have that much confidence in your earth fire armor, you can try to attack. I see you look so excited, why not let you make the first move? Qi Lu said in a flat tone. But what he said was full of irony, as if he didn't pay attention to his enemies at all. The combination of the two made the Scarlet Fire Demon God even more angry. Because he could clearly feel that the young man in front of him was dismissive of him. It was as if the ground fire battle armor he condensed was nothing in Heise's, just a beautiful decoration. Damn it, I will let you know the consequences of despising your enemies. Especially when this enemy can crush you into powder. The Scarlet Fire Demon God, whose body was as huge as a hill, roared and raised his fists. In an instant, a shadow fell from the sky and landed on the ground, casting a large area of darkness. The fist that fell like a meteorite, carrying an earth-shattering coercion, smashed down, without any intention of showing mercy. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, dragging flames and rushing towards it. The terrifying momentum made Qi Ligao take a look. For physical training, the huge size is also a source of strength. The bigger the body, the more powerful and difficult it can be to resist. This is also one of the reasons why the Scarlet Fire Demon God is conceited. At this moment, coupled with the increase of the ground fire armor, the fire of purgatory naturally appeared on the fist of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. The space was so scorched that it was distorted and deformed. And with the blowing down fist, all the void that passed along the way was shattered. Boom! The sound of the huge storm, after being extremely concentrated, is more like the continuous roar of thunder. It created a boundless momentum, and also added a spiritual pressure to the attack of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. It's as if the sky is falling and the mountains are falling. It's terrifying. However, Qi Li's face remained calm all the time. Seeing such a terrifying attack, he just exclaimed in his heart, and did not show any emotions. With this level of strength, you do have the capital to be proud of. If you let this punch fall, I'm afraid that, within a radius of 10,000 miles, you will be razed to the ground by you. Actually, Qi Li tried his best to underestimate the power of this punch. The Scarlet Fire Demon God's angry blow, plus the power temporarily raised Toph limit, and the fire of purgatory that was upgraded by the earth fire armor. When this punch hits the ground, not to mention such a simple matter as raising 10,000 miles to the ground, the dirt and rocks on the top layer may be wiped out into nothingness by the flames of purgatory. Scarlet Fire City not far away is naturally no exception. However, the Scarlet Fire Demon God doesn't care about the Scarlet Fire City at all. He will stay here only because of the magma underground lake. Now that the ground fire battle armor is solidified, it will no longer turn into a magma underground lake, and the meaning of Scarlet Fire City will be gone. That being the case, how could the Scarlet Fire Demon God worry about Scarlet Fire City? Just get rid of this young human race. It's good that you understand, young man of the human race. Don't think that if you have some ability, you don't know the height of the sky. The ground is thick. You have to know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the human world. You should not show your little ability to embarrass others. The fate of daring to provoke this seat is to disappear in this world like now. The Scarlet Fire Demon God roared like thunder, full of murderous aura. The attack speed was even faster by 3 points. Naturally, Qi Li couldn't be caught without a fight. Hearing the words of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, he smiled faintly and said, "If your strength is as strong as your ability to speak big, that would be great. In that case, there is still a chance to win against me. Unfortunately, you didn't." After saying that, Qi Li's right arm and right fist immediately burst into a violent flame. Then in an instant, it turned into a monstrous fire wave, surged up, and condensed into a huge fire fist, no smaller than the Scarlet Fire Demon God, attacking and counterattacking the Scarlet Fire Demon God. The fire fist roared like the wrath of the earth. Qi Li's move was to defeat the Scarlet Fire Demon God in a place he was proud of. As long as the Scarlet Fire Demon God makes a move, Qi Li will choose the same but more powerful move to deal with it. Since the Scarlet Fire Demon God wants to use his fire fist to attack, Qi Li will naturally accompany him to the end. Otherwise, why would Qi Li let the Scarlet Fire Demon God make the first move? Boom! The two waves of flames collided together, instantly dyeing the entire sky in the color of fire. Reflected on the earth, it also shrouded the sky above Scarlet Fire City. The terrible high temperature, even above the sky, made the residents of Scarlet Fire City feel a burning sensation. It seems that the place they are in is not some Scarlet Fire City, but a huge steamer. Those who are weak in strength are directly passed out by the heat. If the high temperature continues, it is unknown whether he can wake up. The life of those practitioners is also difficult. The coercion of the demon god comes regardless of the suppression of the enemy, and they cannot resist it at all. How could this be? How could there be such a terrifying power? Devil God, the strength of this demon god is not weaker than Lord Scarlet Fire Demon God. No, it's impossible. Lord Scarlet Fire Demon God is undefeated. We won't lose. Boom. This is the sound of those cultivators falling directly to the ground after being unconscious. It is a breeze for two demon gods to destroy a city-state. Unless a certain party is instantly killed and completely unable to exert its own strength, it will become a picture of nothing happening. It's like those demon gods who fought with Pavilion Master Qi in Luolong City. He didn't show half of his strength at all, so he died. However, the Scarlet Fire Demon God is obviously much stronger than those demon gods who came out of the Luolong City Martial Arts Hall. That's why we can fight so stalemate. Maybe it's not appropriate to describe it as stalemate, it should be said that it has shown his own strength. After all, Qi didn't attack first from the very beginning, but used another method to kill people. Flame of Destruction. Qi let out a low shout, and the flames on his arms suddenly became more solid. Endless power of laws merged into Qi Li's right arm, using his flesh as a barrier to cover up all auras. However, the power of the law of fire, the law of death, and the law of destruction are all integrated into the flames through the right arm. This is a move that Qi Li can only use after the physical strength of the body of law increases to a certain level. It was also a move that Qi Li only learned after coming to the Tianji realm. Use the body of law to fully carry the power of law. It can guarantee that when using the power of law, it will not be noticed by any enemy, so as not to cause trouble for itself. In the past, Qi Li couldn't do this kind of thing because his body of law wasn't strong enough. So now, Qi Li realized that increasing the strength of his body is still good for the body of law. Otherwise, many difficult operations would be impossible to complete. It was also as Qi Li started to use the power of the law, the flame that was stalemate with the Scarlet Fire Demon God started a fierce attack. Like an awakened ancient ferocious beast, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the Scarlet Fire Demon God's fist. That fist is like a hill. The jumping flames and swaying flames are like the bloody mouth of an ancient fierce beast, with sharp teeth inside. It fit tightly into the arm of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Crack. Crack. At this moment, crisp sounds continued to be heard. A series of cracks also began to appear on the arm of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and then began to spread rapidly. That was the place that was wrapped in flames above Qi Li's fist, and it was the place that was bitten by the terrifying flame beast. Perhaps the demon god in the Tianji realm, with his powerful physique, has a strong resistance when fighting against the power of laws. But it also depends on who is using this power of law. No, it's impossible. How could such a thing happen? When the rift appeared, the Scarlet Fire Demon God's face also changed, and the conceited look completely disappeared. The arrogance when he was talking big before has also become a little hysterical, like a lunatic who is unwilling to believe in reality. Perhaps in the next moment, he would have a mental breakdown because he couldn't bear the reality. But Qi Li knew that with the level of mental tenacity of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, it would not be so easy to collapse. It's just the scar on the arm, which really exists, reminding the Scarlet Fire Demon God of his failure and his powerlessness. I have the fire armor. I can't lose. Saying this, it was like the Scarlet Fire Demon God talking to himself. However, Qi Li knew very well that these words like talking to himself were the Scarlet Fire Demon God's strengthening of his own heart. Because the subconscious mind of the Scarlet Fire Demon God has already accepted this fact. That is, he was defeated by a young man of the human race in what he was best at. Be it physique or the extremely talented Purgatory Flame, they were all defeated, and even suffered a crushing defeat. Earth-fire battle armor? Are you sure you still have the fire armor? Qi Lu smiled playfully, as if reminding something, but also as if laughing at something. The law of fire, the law of death, the law of destruction, the Trinity, integrated into Qi Li's attack, is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, but infinitely multiplies the power of the three. The power of the earth fire really comes from the might of the heaven and earth. But what is said is only the same nature, not the same power. Moreover, even though the earth fire armor condensed by the scarlet fire demon god uses the power of earth fire, it is still just a magma underground lake, which is far from the entire Tianji territory. Compared with the real power of heaven and earth, there is nothing comparable. So after coming to the Tianji territory, in front of Qi Lu, who had made a new breakthrough, at most it was used to practice his skills. Because when the scarlet fire demon god fled back to the extreme sky region and chose to lie dormant in the scarlet fire city, he was already doomed. If you can't face death directly, it will be difficult to continue to break through. Just like the 8-armed sky-reaching and 6-winged wind demon that fell from the sacred mountain in the central region. They are all powerful demon gods who have survived since ancient times, and they are all demon gods who escaped from the human king and returned to the Tianji realm. Even if they belong to the top ranks, there is still a big gap in strength between them. After the scarlet fire demon god has condensed the ground fire armor, his combat power can indeed be enhanced a lot. But the mistake was in using it to deal with Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu is not a path that specializes in physical fitness, nor is it a path that specializes in law power. Instead, the two go hand in hand and make up for each other. So in Qi Li's view, the scarlet fire demon god's actions are quite heretical. What did you say? After hearing Qi Li's words, the scarlet fire demon god suddenly raised his head. An ominous premonition suddenly surfaced in my heart, and in the next second, it came true. The arm that was cracked by the fierce flame beast's bite was unable to move. The ever-spreading cracks also began to spread along the arm, and gradually spread farther away, spreading bit by bit, and unexpectedly spread to the ground fire armor. What is this? My ground fire battle armor has started to shatter. The scarlet fire demon god widened his eyes and made an unbelievable sound. This is the magma underground lake that he has occupied for thousands of years, and the ground fire battle armor condensed is supposed to be indestructible. But at this moment, a crack appeared in front of his own eyes. And what was broken at the same time was not only the earth fire armor, but also the state of mind of the scarlet fire demon god. The fire of purgatory that once helped him to be invincible has no effect. The magma underground lake that I worked so hard to find has also lost its meaning. Could it be that everything I did was in vain? At this moment, the scarlet fire demon god thought of the successor of the human king that he had met before. I have nothing to do with that damned guy. In Scarlet Fire City, I let that guy escape. It's all because of the king of human beings. After so many years, he still can defeat the king of human beings? Even, it cannot pose a threat to the inheritors of the king. Sometimes, the broken state of mind is a process of gradual accumulation. In the end, only one fuse is needed. I really didn't expect that this fuse would burn so fast. Qi Lu saw that something was wrong with the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and Heck knew it almost in his heart. You know, even if he was as strong as the Demon Emperor at the beginning, there was a time when his mind was broken, let alone the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Compared with the real pride of heaven, the only one who will be Hiddish himself. Qi Lu knew it when the Red Fire Demon God said he wanted to seek revenge from the human king at the very beginning. This thought has become an obsession. Just like the Demon Emperor, if you don't slay the demon in your heart, you can't move forward. However, unlike the Scarlet Fire Demon God, the Demon Emperor is much smarter and knows to find another way to get rid of the demons in his heart. Only the Scarlet Fire Demon God left behind his heart demon, which remained in his subconscious mind. Normally it might not matter. But when it comes to the real critical time, it may be fatal. For example, now. Scarlet Fire Demon God, the way you look now, you should understand. From the moment you fled back to the extreme heaven realm, you have been a complete loser, arrogant. So what if you don't want to admit your failure? Could it be that denying the truth will allow you to change the outcome that has already been settled? Qila looked at the Scarlet Fire Demon God with an extremely ugly face, and said it word by word. Every time he said a word, the Scarlet Fire Demon God's face became more serious. Shut up. Shut up. The huge body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God swayed, looking like a crumbling mountain that was about to collapse. The cracks that appeared on the ground fire battle armor are still spreading and expanding. It added a bit of bleakness and sadness to the Scarlet Fire Demon God. However, at this moment, when the Scarlet Fire Demon God was furious, or when it became angry from embarrassment, in the distance, bursts of shouts came. Red Fire City is ahead. Everyone, don't worry, don't panic, Scarlet Fire City will be here soon. Brothers, are you ready for battle? Master Qi came to attack Scarlet Fire City. It must be that Scarlet Fire City is unkind and unrighteous first. We will attack Scarlet Fire City with Master Qi, which is the general trend and what we should do. Follow me, go. Qi Lu was stunned by the sudden burst of strange shouts. Let alone the Scarlet Fire Demon God, who doesn't know anything. How is this going? Qi Lu looked at the place where the shout came from in a daze. Then I saw a team of countless practitioners rushing over from all directions, forming a torrent. The target is the Scarlet Fire City, not far away. I want to attack Scarlet Fire City? When did I say I was going to attack Scarlet Fire City? Qi Lu was once again puzzled by the meaning conveyed by these shouts. But the Scarlet Fire Demon God frowned, and said angrily, it seems that you have planned for Scarlet Fire City for a long time. It's really intentional to have so many ants tangled up and come to attack Scarlet Fire City. As for the title of Hall Master Qi, Scarlet Fire Demon God didn't care. Of course, the real reason is, because he has been soaking in the magma underground lake, not asking about the world, so the Scarlet Fire Demon God actually doesn't know the name of Qi Pavilion Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. To be honest, cultivators from various city-states gathered to attack Scarlet Fire City along with Master Qi. In a way, it is due to the respect and gratitude of the curator. But another reason is also possible, that is to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the fire. When every city-state is destroyed, what appears are massive resources, which become ownerless and are plundered arbitrarily. This kind of thing is true in small city-states. Then let alone a large city-state like Scarlet Fire City, where the Scarlet Fire Demon God sits. With Pavilion Master Qi leading the charge ahead, what are they afraid of? They can just follow along. This kind of good opportunity to kill two birds with one stone and take advantage of it is not many. Therefore, due to various reasons, such a large group of cultivators gather to attack Scarlet Fire City. And as those practitioners get closer and closer, some people could already see the huge body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, as well as Pavilion Master Qi, beside him. Many practitioners may not be familiar with the Scarlet Fire Demon God. But looking at the huge figure, he almost guessed the identity of this behemoth. But for Hall Master Qi, they expressed their gratitude and respect from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally they would bring Hall Master Qi's figure into their minds. At this moment, looking from a distance, he only saw a rough outline, and he recognized the owner of Qi. Then, the mood became more excited. Brothers, Master Qi is really here. The source of the news is correct, Hall Master Qi is really leading the charge. I really didn't expect that before we came, Pavilion Master Qi was fighting alone. What a respectable act. For the sake of the owner, we must speed up. Brothers, prepare to fight. Follow Pavilion Master Qi and attack Scarlet Fire City. Big fellows, don't be afraid, even if there is the Scarlet Fire Demon God sitting in the Scarlet Fire City, we also have the Master Qi. That's right, Hall Master Qi is the strongest, and the final victory must belong to us. A mere Scarlet Fire Demon God, how could he win over our Pavilion Master Qi? Everyone, follow me. The new style of martial arts is immortal. Master Qi is invincible in the world. Following countless strange shouts and Qi Li's inexplicable eyes, the speed of To's cultivators increased a lot, and they began to approach the Scarlet Fire City. Qi Li didn't know what to say. Who can tell me, what is this? What's the situation? Qi Li is now helpless enough to support his forehead. Qi Li had no idea where the practitioners who attacked Scarlet Fire City gathered from. It's also unexpected that they gathered together and started to attack Scarlet Fire City at this moment. There is one thing to say, although Qi Li has never concealed his whereabouts. But he will not take the initiative to speak out about his actions. Besides, Qi Li's goal was not to attack Scarlet Fire City. What does the behavior of these cultivators have to do with him? Why should this matter be recorded in his head? Scarlet Fire Demon God, are you sure it wasn't because the people in Scarlet Fire City did something outrageous and offended too many forces that this kind of thing happened? Qi Li's deep suspicion is entirely possible because of such a situation. However, then again, the situation in other city-states is not much better. Everyone is offending each other, but at this time, Scarlet Fire City has a fuse that can detonate the explosive barrel. The deterrent power of the Scarlet Fire Demon God has dropped to an unprecedented level. With the owner of the Qi Pavilion standing in front, everyone hastened to come over, revenge for revenge, and revenge for grudges. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't conflict with my purpose. They can do whatever they want. Thinking about it this way, Qi Li felt that it made sense. His target is the Scarlet Fire Demon God anyway, so what will happen to the Scarlet Fire City have anything to do with him? Even if it was because he made this sharp knife and cut off the barrier of Scarlet Fire City, this result appeared. If you have to blame, you can only blame the Scarlet Fire Demon God for doing something wrong. Rather than him shooting at the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Red Fire Demon God, at this moment, do you still have the mood to pay attention to these things? Instead of worrying about the safety of Scarlet Fire City, it's better to think about how to survive. Qi Li straightened his face, looked at the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and said, no matter what purpose those guys come here for, they have nothing to do with Qi Li anyway. Just finish your own work first. Damn it, you don't really think you've won. The Scarlet Fire Demon God's face was extremely ugly, with angry twists and hysterical madness. To sum it up, it is the shaking of one's confidence after a broken state of mind. Do your best and want to make a last-ditch effort. Call. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared on the huge body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Then in the next second, this blazing black flame slowly merged into the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, turning into patterns on the surface of his body, densely packed, forming a complex pattern. Numerous array patterns overlapped together, making people dazzled and dazzled. If you don't pay attention, you will feel dizzy and dizzy. Damn human race, I don't care what you think about Scarlet Fire City, or why you came here. Since you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to be killed by me. Let me show you my strongest power. The Scarlet Fire Demon God stared closely at Qi Li, and as the patterns on his body gradually condensed, his voice gradually became stiffer. Just imagine, such a huge body wants to be covered with various patterns. What a complex project that is. It only took a few breaths for the black flame to appear and extinguish. Accompanied by the rising breath of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and the ever-increasing coercion. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the void suddenly shattered. Cracks appeared in the earth, because it was difficult to bear this force. have you finally remembered to work hard? Qi Lu was not surprised at all. It is not uncommon for the Scarlet Fire Demon God who can escape from the human king to have some desperate means. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the King of Man back then? It's just that at this time, it seems a little late to try hard again. He fled in embarrassment when he was not an enemy of the king, so naturally he would not be Qi Li's opponent now. Even if Qi Lu is still not as good as the former king of human beings, how many enemies did the king of human beings face in the past? But now, what Qi Lu needs to face is just a Scarlet Fire Demon God. I almost know how much I have changed, Scarlet Fire Demon God, this battle should also come to an end. After Qi Lu finished speaking, his aura, like the Scarlet Fire Demon God, began to rise steadily. And the speed of climbing is more than 100 times faster than that of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Unleash the full power of the body of law. At this moment, Qi Lu realized that if he could completely lock the power of the law in his body and turn it into his own power, then his every move, word and deed could become the law. It's for you can't follow what you say. To achieve this state, the body of law needs to be strong enough to fully carry the law. The power of this law is not the power of ordinary gods, or the power of laws mastered by the main god. It is the power of law between heaven and earth. Qi Lu is so far away. The realm, although still a lot worse. But at least, I already know the direction I am going, and now, it is also aidist. A little test to prove my conjecture. The body of lava, the fire of purgatory, condense the body. Earth fire emerges, shock. But at this moment, the Scarlet Fire Demon God let out an earth-shattering roar. The body already covered with black lines, as if the mountains were turning, the attack that covered the sky and the sun fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, following the Scarlet Fire Demon God, he stepped forward. It was supposed to be an underground lake of magma, but at this moment it was a large dry pit, and a flash of fire suddenly appeared. That is the most blazing ground fire. In an instant, it turned into a fire dragon, biting towards Qi Lu. There is a shocking attack above, and a terrifying fire dragon below, blocking all escape routes. The formation shook the sky and the earth, and it was indeed the last resort of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Roar. The fire dragon condensed from the ground fire also let out a roar like the Scarlet Fire Demon God. The fiery coercion immediately dissipated, like a storm formed by flame waves, slapping away towards the surroundings. Looking from a distance, even the void became distorted by the high temperature. Is this your strongest move? Qi Li's eyes were fixed, and his expression became serious. Generally speaking, the momentum created by the demon gods of the extreme sky domain is not as terrible as the main god when they attack. After all, the main god can use the power of law to mobilize the power of heaven and earth into a means of attack. Once he makes a move, it is naturally earth-shattering. However, don't underestimate the demon god's attack just because of this kind-of thing. In fact, although the demon god's attack does not look gorgeous, it is precisely because the power is concentrated enough that the destructive power it contains is even more terrifying and deserves more attention. Just like the current Scarlet Fire Demon God, this seemingly ordinary move. But if it really fell down, it would definitely be a catastrophe, and it would be no joke to shatter it in a radius of thousands of miles. Even Qi Lu would never try to bear this shock head-on. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Qi Lu to watch the attack of the Scarlet Fire Demon God smashing towards him. Then let me use you to test my new moves. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then stretched out his right fist. The law of destruction, the law of force, the law of space. As Qi Lu recited silently in his heart, strands of law power quickly gathered in his right fist. This is to use the body of laws as a container to carry the power of these laws. Instead of using the power of law to arouse the power of heaven and earth. If he can succeed, Qi Li's fighting methods will be multiplied several times. The process of condensing the power of the law seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes a moment. But Qi Lu made an unexpected discovery. This is the pattern of law? When the power of the law was extremely concentrated, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that an incomparably mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his right fist, and after that, the number continued to increase. Each pattern has a different shape and texture. Qi Lu knew that these were all the appearance of the Tao pattern of the law, and there was absolutely no way they could be wrong. And go to the law power that he condensed, the law pattern presented. Could it be that the Tao of law appeared in the supreme throne because of the extreme cohesion of law? In other words, increasing the carrying capacity of the supreme throne can also carry more law power? Qi Lu didn't know about this question. However, when the law pattern emerged, Qi Lu knew that his guess should be successful. Integrate the power of the law into your body instead of using it. This is equivalent to enchanting. It's just a law-level enchantment. Scarlet Fire Demon God, since you said it, this is your strongest blow. Then why don't you use this trick and try to receive a punch from me? Qi Lu raised his right fist, staring at the law Tao pattern on the back of his hand, and the crack on his arm that appeared at an unknown time. Blood is spilling out right now. That's because there are too many law powers gathered, and the damage caused is not a big problem. Don't be so arrogant. Give me death. The angry voice of the Scarlet Fire Demon God descended from the sky. When the huge body shouted, it was like thunder roaring. The fire dragon condensed from the ground fire also charged in front of Qi Lu, and in the next moment, it was about to explode with unparalleled destructive power. However, Qi Lu just raised his right fist and swung the punch in a bland manner. Shoo! The sound of piercing the sky came suddenly. Compared with the Scarlet Fire Demon God, Qi Lu, who was like an ant, collided with the raised right fist and the giant fist that smashed down like a mountain. In this scene, the visual impact is really terrifying to a certain level. Qi Lu's fist might not be as thick as the palm lines in the palm of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. But such a huge difference in body size made Qi Lu abruptly stop the naked body. The fist of the Fire Demon God. Boom! The earth was shattered, and a terrifying shock wave also erupted. Like a real air wave, it spread towards the surroundings, and the impact carried by it was terrifying. The attacking fire dragon was clearly approaching, but under the impact off this wave of air, it almost dissipated. The ground fire burning on his body flickered, as if it was going to go out in the next second. However, this is not the most shocking thing. Crack. When this slight sound sounded, a crack also appeared at the place where Qi Lu's fist touched the Scarlet Fire Demon God's fist, and then spread rapidly towards the distance. In the next second, conspicuous cracks appeared one after another, and then spread. Just like the black fire patterns covering the surface of the Red Fire Demon God's body, the cracks are also all over the Red Fire Demon God's body. When the power of the law is combined with the same tyrannical physique, the power produced is by no means a simple addition. These are two forces that can complement each other. The combination of reality and reality turns into the strongest. Except that Qi Lu's physique is not strong enough, and after integrating the power of law into the attack, he will cause damage to himself, everything else is perfect. This is impossible. This time, the Scarlet Fire Demon God had no chance to continue fighting. With Qi Lu's attack, the powerful law power has crushed the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Just like a high mountain collapsed, the body of the Scarlet Fire Demon God continued to shatter, and then hit the ground. The huge roar, as well as the shaking of the earth, all proved this point. The Scarlet Fire Demon God fell. And the fire dragon condensed from the ground fire was also crushed by Qi Lu. Without the Scarlet Fire Demon God, it's just a mere fire, and it can't hurt Qi Lu. Nothing is impossible. The moment you run away, you are a loser. Qi Lu withdrew his right hand that was still bleeding. It was not an injury caused by the scarlet fire demon god, but the backlash of the power of law. It will take a long time to perfectly control this power. It's just a pity that the scarlet fire demon god doesn't know where Xi'er went. This is where Qi Lu feels regretful. But there is nothing to complain about. It is always a good thing to find Xi'er's trace. At least it's better than nothing. But I have to say that Xi'er's luck is really bad. In the Tianji realm, the number of demon gods who escaped from the hands of the human king is no more than 2 palms at most. Among the demon gods in the entire Tianji realm, the ratio is extremely low. How bad luck is it to meet? Anyway, after wandering around in the Tianji realm for so long, Qi Lu also knew a scarlet fire demon god. And I didn't meet myself. Wait. Recalling this incident, Qi Lu suddenly froze for a moment, then felt something was wrong. If the guess is correct, such a thing will happen. It is very likely that it is not because of Xi'er's bad luck. It's because Xi'er's fate track was messed up by the demon emperor. That's why she came to Scarlet Fire City and met the Scarlet Fire demon god. The law of destiny, it is difficult to directly target and obliterate. But it can change the fate of the target, create various dangers and desperate situations, and put the target to death. Xi'er is probably like this now. Because the fate was messed up, it fell directly from the gate of fate into Scarlet Fire City, and encountered the enemy of the King of Man. Fortunately, King Ren did everything without leaking water, and he saved Xi'er by saving an extra hand. But after Scarlet Fire City, what kind of danger will Xi'er encounter? Is this the horror of the law of destiny? Thinking about it, Qi Lu felt terrible things would always develop to the bad side. If it weren't for the threat of his fate being corrected by the system, Qi Lu felt that he might not be able to live so smoothly. It can't go on like this. Try it and see if you can use the law of fate to calculate Xi'er's whereabouts. Qi Lu glanced at the corpse of the scarlet fire demon god. After the lava body fell, it would turn into lava crystals. It is an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It is also in existence from the realm of the demon god, so the value is naturally needless to say. At this moment, they are piled up beside Qi Lu like this, as many as a small mountain, which is considered a huge harvest. Taking advantage of the cover of this lava crystal hill, Qi Lu also waved his hand, condensing the law of destiny. He wanted to check Xi'er's fate trajectory, but was blocked by an invisible force. Qi Lu couldn't help sighing. The demon emperor's knowledge of the law of destiny is indeed not low. When the fate of the two is intertwined, it is not so simple to check. Because of fate, there are variables. When 2 threads of fate are intertwined, the variables that appear more than double. Even if it is the law of fate, it is difficult to deduce it. We can only pin our hopes on the overlord. Qi Lu reluctantly restrained the law of fate. Then I heard the cultivation of those attacking Scarlet Fire City. Readers, the noise is gone. Master Qi is indeed the strongest. Even the Scarlet Fire Demon God is no match for Pavilion Master Qi. Isn't that a matter of course? Master Qi is an existence that is invincible in the world, and he is just a Scarlet Fire Demon God. So what if the Scarlet Fire Demon God is a powerful demon god stored in ancient times? In front of our hall Master Qi, he is as vulnerable as a chicken and a dog. Dare to fight against the owner of the Qi Pavilion, and this is the end. The lava crystals all over the ground. What are you thinking? These are all the trophies of Master Qi. Compared to such delusion, let's quickly attack Scarlet Fire City. Master Qi got rid of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. It's just a Scarlet Fire City, leave it to us. That's right, brothers, prepare to attack Scarlet Fire City. Come on. I don't know where to gather the practitioners who rushed here, but they witnessed the previous scene. Although I heard the rumors, I also know that the strength of Qi Guanju is much stronger than ordinary demon gods. But after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, it is still like a dreamlike picture. The Scarlet Fire Demon God, the powerful existence that has survived since ancient times, is not a powerful existence that can be compared with those newly promoted demon gods. However, in front of Hall Master Qi, he couldn't find a bargain. Even if he could fight fiercely with Pavilion Master Qi, he still couldn't escape the fate of falling in the end. How tyrannical is the strength of Hall Master Qi! It is indeed a symbol of invincibility. Therefore, even if they all know how precious and rare lava crystals are. But when passing by this pile of lava crystals like a hill, he didn't even look sideways, and he didn't even dare to have the slightest greed. Just kidding, no matter how precious lava crystals are, how precious is their own life. Are these lava crystals the owner of the Qi Pavilion, and are they things that and others can see? It's better to capture Scarlet Fire City as soon as possible. Without the Scarlet Fire City, where the Scarlet Fire Demon God sits, the comprehensive strength of those cultivators is actually the same. At this time, they witnessed the fall of the Scarlet Fire Demon God with their own eyes, and the impact on their minds was unprecedentedly huge. Under such a huge blow, it is not bad to be able to exert 5 achievements in own body. Therefore, the besiegers who came from afar did not hesitate at all. When they came over, they had 2 thoughts. One is to thank Pavilion Master Qi and to repay Pavilion Master Qi for his kindness. So Hall Master Qi came to attack Scarlet Fire City, and they followed. And the other is to fish in troubled waters and get some resources after breaking through Scarlet Fire City. What is the most profitable thing to do? Looting after breaking the city is definitely one of them. Especially for a large city-state like Scarlet Fire City that has stood fortunes of thousands of years, the wealth accumulated is absolutely unimaginable. Even a little bit leaking out from between the fingers is enough for them tote. So, watching Pavilion Master Qi clean up the Scarlet Fire Demon God, isn't the rest of the work theirs? Don't even think about lava crystallization, but you can still think about it in Scarlet Fire City. Presumably, a demon god as powerful as Hall Master Qi should not come to compete with them for these trash. Well, in fact, it is indeed impossible for Qi Lu to do such a thing. Because he never had the idea of playing Scarlet Fire City. Injustice has its head, and the debt has its owner. What I am looking for is the Red Fire Demon God, but I will not vent my anger on the Scarlet Fire City. However, if Scarlet Fire City were to encounter catastrophe due to the fall of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, then Qi Lu would not care about it. Or let them do it for themselves. After all, in the Tianji territory, many city-states are destroyed every day, or even disappear completely. Scarlet Fire City just unfortunately became one of them, and it was not a big event. At least after the city was destroyed, most of the buildings could still be preserved. After this great war is over, it can continue to exist as a city-state, maybe it will change its name, but it won't disappear completely, then it is already very lucky, what more do you want? So Qi Lu didn't care that much anymore. Seeing those guys start to attack the city, Qi Lu touched his chin, didn't say anything, just observed for a while. Then put away the lava crystals on the ground, and Xuanhuan left here. Slip away, the rest of the matter has nothing to do with me. Huh? Where's Master Qi? Wait, why is Hall Master Qi missing? But soon, some practitioners discovered this. After all, the existence of Pavilion Master Qi is still very eye-catching, and it is impossible not to notice it. Now Pavilion Master Qi suddenly disappeared, causing a commotion. But it didn't take long for the commotion to be calmed down by some other practitioners. Is it important? Brother, Master Qi has helped us get rid of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, so don't you help us attack the city? Aren't you asking too much? Maybe it's because Pavilion Master Qi wants to see our performance. That's why I left. That is, when you are attacking the city, can you concentrate on it? We are fighting here, don't think about those who have something. Take advantage of the fall of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, and when the people of Scarlet Fire City are in turmoil, break the city quickly. Don't let Hall Master Qi think that we are a bunch of trash. It's time for us to show our strength. For Master Qi, for the glory of the new martial arts school. That's right, even if Hall Master Qi is no longer here, we can't relax. Start attacking. Because of the departure of Hall Master Qi, the commotion subsided. All the cultivators who came here showed a high-spirited fighting spirit and rushed forward. The target, the Scarlet Fire City, in front of you. And the image of Hall Master Qi, who had already left, in their minds became more and more mysterious. Even the Scarlet Fire Demon God who has survived since ancient times is no match for Pavilion Master Qi, so how strong is Pavilion Master Qi? Prior to this, although they believed in the strength of Hall Master Qi, they felt that Master Qi must be invincible in the Tianji territory. However, that is only the Hall Master Qi in their belief. To put it bluntly, he is the imagined Pavilion Master Qi. But now, when their imaginations are reflected in reality, they feel a little unreal. It turns out that Hall Master Qi is really invincible. In this way, when the beliefs of these practitioners become real, they will feel that their choices are not wrong, they should do this, and they should believe in Master Qi. Then what kind of results will appear? Naturally, needless to say. Of course, the power of faith that Hall Master Qi can obtain suddenly skyrocketed a lot. Anyway, Qi never imagined that bringing these guys to watch the battle would have such benefits. If I had known earlier. Probably won't waste this time. But I have to mention one thing, the power of faith will actually increase as the degree of faith the believer has in the object of their belief deepens. To sum it up, it can actually be distinguished by the levels of broad believers, devout believers, and fanatical believers. It's just that for those gods and the main god, they don't really care about it. Rather than deepening the faith of believers, they would rather develop the number of believers. After all, it is necessary to give benefits to deepen the degree of belief. However, those gods, as well as the main god, looked at their followers more like they were looking at a group of ants, although in fact, it was true but they couldn't express it so directly. Even if I feel unhappy, I can always make a play. Too bad they just don't. Why give benefits to those ants? On this point, Qi did much better. There is no way, Qi is still a store manager in essence, not a cold-blooded main god. For those believers, they can trade with the object of their beliefs to get what they want. That is a great reward, as if one's demands have been met. The worship and belief in the bottom of my heart will also deepen. And on this basis, Qi showed his incomparable strength. Then the two must be able to complement each other, and they can greatly improve the level of belief of their believers. Even if Qi didn't do this intentionally, the fact is how it developed. So, when Scarlet Fire City was caught in the flames of war, Qi who was still heading down Longqing Road, received a reminder from the system. System, host, to tell you the truth, this system suddenly discovered just now that showing those guys your heroic posture in battle seems to be helpful in collecting the power of faith. What? Qi was confused by the sudden words of the system. But he reacted quickly. This should be because the power of faith in the hands of the system has increased again, and the amount is not small, otherwise it would not have said it out. In other words, those guys who came to Scarlet Fire City under their own names are really their followers? He really came here to help himself. Qi immediately thought of this matter, otherwise, where could the sudden increase in the power of faith come from? Qi also knew about the theory of belief levels. Understand that the higher the believer's level of faith, the higher the power of faith that can be provided. It's just that Qi doesn't specialize in the way of the main god, so things in this aspect just go with the flow. After all, to some extent, the faith stone is much easier to use than the power of faith. But things that come in vain are really fragrant. If you can show your strength properly and still have such an effect, then when it's okay. Qi was still willing to rest. Why bother to find something to do for yourself? To be honest, Qi does not completely rely on the power of faith to improve now, and the effect of the blood spar is even higher at present. Because I want the body of law to go hand in hand in terms of physique and law power. Then the part where the power of the law surpassed the body before now needs to work hard to catch up. In this way, under the current circumstances, the role of blood spar is naturally higher than the power of faith. Up. What's more, the Shao Jiu is still receiving faith stones in a steady stream, so the demand for the power of faith will be further reduced. Reasonable and convincing. So what Qi Lu is thinking about now is how to increase the income of blood spar. There is no way, the power of faith comes so fiercely, if you don't increase the income of blood spar, how can you catch up? Wouldn't the gap between the two be getting bigger and bigger? Listen, is this what people say? If those gods knew Qi Li's thoughts, they would probably curse like this. And he only dared to curse in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak out. Think about it, I'm busy again. The branch of the frost forging tower hasn't been built yet, forget it, let's not go back to Dragon City. Thinking of this, Qi Lu made a sudden stop, then turned around resolutely, and went to a nearby city-state. Since he wanted to increase the income of blood spar, he couldn't continue to lazy. There are countless city-states in the Tianji territory, and every time one more frost forging tower is built, there will be an extra income. Some time was delayed because of the Scarlet Fire Demon God. But now, the matter of the Scarlet Fire Demon God has been dealt with. Then it's time to continue what you didn't finish before. Those city-states that haven't built a branch of the Frost Forging Tower are all looking forward to the arrival of Hall Master Qi. This sentence is by no means a joke, or an exaggeration, but a truth. Ever since the Lord Qi came to various city-states and built frost forging towers for those city-states. In almost every city-state that does not have a frost forging tower, the residents inside are looking forward to the arrival of Hall Master Qi. Looking forward to the day when Hall Master Qi can build several frost forging towers for them. This is divine grace. Because of the effect of the frost forging tower, all customers can see it. After experiencing it personally, everyone knows that this is definitely one of the most effective methods of body training. And according to the different floors, the applicable crowd is also quite clearly divided. For example, the lowest level of the Frost Body Training Tower contains the power of frost. Even if ordinary people enter, they will not suffer too much damage. Common people use. Therefore, this reflects the greatness of the Lord Qi's divine grace. I will not discriminate against anyone who wants to join the new martial arts school because of their strength. After all, no matter who joins the new style martial arts gym, whether it is Qi or low in strength, it is impossible to be higher than the Master Qi. But this is a manifestation of an attitude, which makes these practitioners feel that they are valued. This is the basis of reverence and adoration. It is also a source of faith and allegiance. Although Qi Lu didn't think of this, but for the customers of the new martial arts gym, they already had such thinking. And what happened in Scarlet Fire City this time is actually a concrete manifestation of this kind of thinking. For the sake of Qi Guanju, charge into the battle, go through fire and water, and do not hesitate to do so. However, having said that, although the Frost Forging Tower will continue to be built. But it's not a problem if it goes on like this. Qi Lu, who was still on his way, stroked his chin, thinking in his heart. Perhaps the Frost Forging Tower can be used as one of the sources of income for blood spar, but it is absolutely impossible to build it in all city-states. 1. Because it takes too long to do so, and it may not be completed. As for the other, due to the constant battles in the Tianji territory, most of the city-states are in danger of being destroyed. Building frost forging towers in those city-states is actually a waste of resources. Therefore, in Qi Li's thinking, it is enough to build the frost forging tower for large and medium-sized city-states and some famous city-states. For other small city-states, they can only lament their bad luck. Because when building branches, we must also consider the consumption level. On the side of the extreme heaven realm, it is no match for the extreme God realm. The regional division of the divine realm is based on the divine kingdom. There may be regional differences in the consumption level of the entire kingdom of God, but overall, there is absolutely no problem, so naturally every kingdom of God must be reached. But in the Tianji territory, it is based on the city-state, which is far from being comparable to the kingdom of God. Then some city-states that are not stable will of course have to be selectively abandoned. So after traveling to countless city-states, Qi Lu began to think about other issues. For example, think of another good idea and continue to open branches. The potential of the frost forging tower can be considered exhausted, and it is impossible to keep building it. There is always a saturation point. But the potential of the branch is impossible to tap. Anyway, there is no news about Yuxia right now, so I can only take advantage of this time to build more branches. After all, every branch is a source of blood spar. In addition, what Qi Lu likes most now are those branch stores that can boost by themselves. As long as there is an identity card and enough blood spar is stored in it, it can be consumed in every branch. Therefore, Qi Lu has already started to think about developing a self-service identity card business. We are only responsible for building branches frantically. As for the customers, just prepare the blood spar, enter the store to consume and etc. Everyone is responsible for their own part, isn't it a happy cooperation? That's right, that's it. Then what new products should we sell in the next branch? This question needs to be thought about carefully. It is necessary to further drain the blood spar from the customers. This is Qi Li's instinct as a professional store manager. Of course, the premise of consumption is still based on fair trade. To put it simply, the seller feels that he has made a profit, and the buyer feels that it is worth it. That is the best transaction mode. Buying and selling by force does not appear in Qi Li's dictionary. So, this is indeed a question worth thinking about. Would it be a good idea to open the new martial arts gym in other city-states? Qi Li thought about this question. Although the new martial arts hall is called a martial arts hall in name, it is actually a shop. The main commodities are some commonly used pills that can be used in large quantities, and there is also a martial arts training ground that charges by the hour. These are basic facilities, and they are also used to hone the foundation. Just look at the effect of the elixir in the martial arts hall. Although it includes the types of pills used in the realm of receiving Qi Toth realm of immortal bones, fundamentally speaking, they can indeed be classified as basic pills. Yes, they are used in various realms of cultivation, basic medicine. The advanced pills are placed in the points mall outside the 100-story tower. And it still appears randomly, limited redemption. Qi Li did not do it once or twice in the hunger marketing, where rare things are more expensive. It can be said to be quite effective. It can maximize the desire of customers to buy. Because as long as the quality passes the test, no matter what it is, with the word limited, it can always become more expensive. Therefore, it seems feasible to open the new martial arts gym to other city-states. To be honest, Qi Li never had this idea in the past. The martial arts hall seems to be a special product of Luolong City, and if it is thrown into other city-states, what if it is boycotted? The original forces in various city-states are not so easy to get along with. They are very active in safeguarding their own interests. And Qi Li didn't want to go through a lot of trouble for this kind of thing, so his idea was naturally shelved. But at this time it is completely possible to start implementing this plan. Because the fame has been fired. The name of Pavilion Master Qi is known to everyone in the current Tianji region, and everyone knows it. Especially after the battle in Scarlet Fire City, it became known to all. The mighty Scarlet Fire Demon God was beheaded by Pavilion Master Qi and died on the spot. Even Scarlet Fire City was breached by the following cultivators, and a large amount of resources were divided up. But all the monks who participated in this battle have made a lot of money, which can be called a sudden wealth in the first battle. And all of these are gifts from the owner of Qi Pavilion. Because if Hall Master Qi hadn't killed the Scarlet Fire Demon God, they would never have been able to break through the Scarlet Fire City. From this point of view, it is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that it is the gift of Qi Guanzhu. For this reason, the Battle of Scarlet Fire City became famous overnight. Those guys who didn't have time to rush over, their eyes were red with envy, and some would slap themselves in the middle of the night, sighing secretly, why didn't they follow? Why did you miss such a great opportunity to make a fortune? Then, in the constant reflection and chanting, I became firm in an idea: following Master Qi is definitely right. Of course, Qi Lu is definitely not clear about these things. But it doesn't matter. Qi Lu is very clear that even if he is in the Tianji territory, he can be regarded as a little famous. If other people know the thoughts of the curator Qi, it is estimated that the word little famous will have to be redefined. Therefore, the idea of opening the martial arts gym to other city-states is feasible. However, in addition to martial arts, there should also be some new products. Basic elixirs and martial arts training grounds may be necessary to strengthen the foundation, but the profits are actually not high in comparison. Of course, to be more accurate, it should be that the speed of earning blood spar is not fast enough. It's like eating and drinking is just needed, but the profit is definitely not as good as luxury goods. Speaking of which, I seem to have some good things in my hand. While thinking about this question, Qi Lu suddenly remembered. When I killed the Scarlet Fire Demon God, I also got a lot of lava crystals. That is a first-class good thing. In terms of rarity and preciousness, it is no less than Keel bones, and even more so. After all, Keel is such a thing: if you can find a dragon and kill it, you can get a Keel. The degree of completeness depends on the intensity of the battle. But there is no certainty about lava crystallization. Not all members of the Rock People clan can produce lava crystals after falling. Even members of the Rock People clan who could achieve the position of demon god are nothing more than a pile of rubble after their fall. Because the Scarlet Fire Demon God is special, lava crystals are also special. Then use lava crystals as a reward and build another challenge level. I don't know how many customers it can attract. The 100-story challenge is not limited to Keel as a reward, the same is true for lava crystals. However, in order to distinguish, Qi Lu still made a small change. Then, a brand new building, Flame Trial Tower, just debuted. Combining the characteristics of the 100-story tower and the Frost Forging Tower, as a brand new high-level building, it is not only a challenge, but also a body forging place. The Flame Trial Tower also has 100 floors, which is an advanced variant of the 100-story tower. The reward placed on the highest level has changed from a Keel to a lava crystal. This is not because Qi Lu is stingy, but because he wants to build a few more Flame Trial Towers, and he really can't give too many lava crystals. Although after the fall of the Scarlet Fire Demon God, the lava crystals left behind were piled up like hills. But no matter how many this number is, it is still in a state of only exiting but not entering. The product of the Demon God realm, ordinary items are fine, and the system can still produce them with hard work. But the Scarlet Fire Demon God is not an ordinary demon god, and the lava crystals left behind are naturally not ordinary items. Therefore, the lava crystals in Qi Li's hand only had so much weight, and when they were used up, they would be gone. Naturally, I have to save it. Because the most important point is that this time the Flame Trial Tower, Qi Lu doesn't want to be the same as the previous 100-story tower, and can only build one. Qi Lu can't say that he has everything that is needed for dragon bones. Isn't that self-deprecation? So this time the lava crystals in hand must be used to the fullest. Of course, the more important reason was that these lava crystals were crystallized, and Qi Lu couldn't use them himself. With a system in hand, who needs these things? At that time, taking away the lava crystals, in fact, Qi didn't want to use them for himself, but to see if he could create new business opportunities. Isn't this coming now? Moreover, in addition to the challenge of a 100-story tower, the flame trial tower also has the effect of body training. That is the power of flames attached to each floor. This item, what Qi claimed, was naturally taken from the fire of purgatory off the scarlet fire demon god. Such a good excuse is useless. By the way, it has also been made into the same model as the frost forging tower. The higher the floor, the stronger the power of the flames contained. Then, in the case of the invasion of the power of flames and the attack of the guardians on each floor, the challenger who can persist is the real strong one. A challenger who can obtain lava crystals is certified as a strong man. And this sentence, it's really not an advertisement made by Qi, but said by those challengers themselves. It was like the discussions among the customers when the flame trial tower was just launched. Have you heard that Master Qi has developed a brand new tower? It's really strange. It seems that the owner of Qi Pavilion has a special liking for the construction of towers. From what you've said, maybe it's really possible. Then shall we tear down all the houses in the city-state and replace them with towers? It's not impossible. If the owner of the Qi Pavilion is happy, then Don too. Hey, is this what we're talking about now? When catering to the preferences of the strong, it may appear anywhere, which is not uncommon. After all, there are too few hobbies shown by the owner of the pavilion. So far, there is only one high-rise building that can be seen, which may be something that the owner of the pavilion likes. Otherwise, why does Pavilion Master Qi like to build towers in various city-states so much? Whether it was the 100-story tower built in Luolong City at the beginning, or the frost body forging tower built in other city-states later. Or this time, the new raging flame trial tower. Wait, what did you just say? Master Qi has developed a brand new tower? What is that? This time it can be regarded as grasping the point. The flame trial tower. A combination of a 100-story tower and a frost-forged body tower, which is currently the most challenging tower. The person who brought the news answered immediately. Those challengers, in such a short period of time, have already divided the 3 types of towers that have appeared so far. Because no matter it was the 100-story tower at the beginning, or the frost body training tower, or the flame trial tower, one word was inseparable. That is, climbing the tower. In other words, it's a challenge. If you think about it carefully, you will find that these 3 high towers, no matter how the mode changes, you need to climb the tower. And the higher you go, the higher the difficulty, and the greater the challenges you will encounter. Therefore, when the challenge exists, it is natural to distinguish the difficulty. And the 3 kinds of tall towers that have appeared so far, in order of difficulty, from low to high, are Frost Body Forging Tower, 100-story tower, and Flame Trial Tower. Among them, the Frost Body Forging Tower is the lowest difficulty because it is a pure body forging tower. When it comes to tower climbing challenges, all you need is physical strength. But the 100-story tower and the Flame Trial Tower in the back are different. If you want to climb the tower, all you need is real combat power. Although Master Qi's original intention was not to turn these high towers into a place for competition, but to simply use them to benefit all practitioners, or ordinary people who aspire to embark on this path. Of course, this kind of thing is only what those customers think so, and it has nothing to do with what the owner of Qi himself thinks. After all, it is impossible for anyone to ask the owner of the Qi Pavilion, what is the purpose of getting out these high towers? Anyway, it's all right if you get the benefits, why are you so entangled? Therefore, after ignoring the original intention of the owner of the pavilion, the activity of climbing the tower, or this challenge, has become a pastime mode for many challengers to compete with each other during the process. There are 2 main methods of competition. One is that there is no time limit, and it is a competition to see who can climb the tower with a higher number of floors. The other is to limit the number of floors to climb the tower, so that it takes less time to try. Before entering the tower, the challengers will first agree on which method to use for the competition, and then bet on their lottery. During the competition, there will be no limit on the number of people. Those who are willing to participate can join together. Anyway, it's a way of entertainment besides climbing the tower. Some prizes can also increase some motivation. The greater the number of people, the greater the pressure of competition and the greater the motivation, which is a good thing. That's why many customers would say the last sentence when discussing the flame trial tower that Master Qi started to build recently. The most challenging tower yet. Because the higher the challenge, the more challengers you can attract. Those cultivators, who are not the ones who have tempered their bodies to the point of insanity, like this kind of thing of honing their limits. And the more difficult the challenge, the bigger the bets for those challengers. It hurts to lose once. Naturally, they will do their best to squeeze their limits crazily. This kind of ethos made Qi Li's latest flame trial tower popular all of a sudden. In all the city-states visited by the Lord Qi, when the cultivators meet, the first thing they say is not a greeting like "Have you eaten?" but a question like "Have you climbed the tower today?" It is enough to see how popular the three kinds of towers launched by the owner of Qi. No, the two kinds of towers are so popular. Because there is only 100-story tower, which is located in Luolong City, so I won't talk about it. But there are plenty of frost training towers and flame trial towers. Especially the frost forging tower, almost countless. On the contrary, due to the limitation of the number of lava crystals in the flame trial tower, Qi Lu will only build one city-state. Lava crystals will only be put on one piece, whoever has the ability will take it away, and there will be no challengers after that. On the contrary, it stimulated the motivation of those challengers. Just like the first 100-story tower challenge, the keel placed inside is the same. However, the flame trial tower is better, because the lava crystals in this city-state have been taken away, and another city-state can be exchanged. It depends on the speed of the challengers. Qi Li did not intend to make any restrictions in this regard. If there really was a certain challenger who could take away all the lava crystals, Qi Li would not care at all. Anyway, it's useless to me, so why continue to pay attention to this aspect of things? However, the flame trial tower, like the 100-story tower, is a tower that tends to challenge the tower defenders. It's just that the environment of the flame trial tower is more difficult. The final harvest is still for lava crystallization. So if you want to keep the challengers enthusiastic, you still have to open the points mall. During the process of building flame trial towers everywhere, Qi Li thought off this matter again. In fact, the points mall is not only something that keeps challengers enthusiastic, it is also a guarantee of the popularity of the flame trial tower. After being able to guarantee that the lava crystals from the flame trial tower were taken away, the popularity remained as high as ever. After all, the vast majority of challengers had no hope of obtaining lava crystals. Then Points Mall is the best choice. Although the products inside are randomly rotated every day and are exchanged in limited quantities, they are guaranteed to be rare. Compared with the regular products in the martial arts hall, it is much stronger. Moreover, in Qi Li's plan, when building the Raging Flame Trial Tower this time, a commercial martial arts gym will also be built next to the Raging Flame Trial Tower, which will be used as a place for self-service identity card collection. In order to prevent potential customers from various city-states from going to Luolong City when they want to spend. If it is a city-state that is closer, it will not take long to go to Luolong City. But if it is too far away, it will be a great persuasion. In this way, how many potential customers will be lost? Even if Qi Li hasn't calculated it, he can roughly estimate it. At least there are more than 30% of all customers. Definitely a huge loss. Therefore, Qi Li couldn't tolerate such a loss, and had to open the martial arts gym to another city-state. Of course, the pills that should have been placed in the martial arts hall, as well as the martial arts training ground, are naturally indispensable. After all, it is also an income, who would think too much? So time passed slowly in such busyness. It wasn't until Qi Lu put the last lava crystal in his hand on the top floor of a certain flame trial tower that the expansion of the branch this time was officially over. Qi Lu also returned to Luolong City. In the Tianji territory, Luolong City is a relatively familiar place. I don't know how long this day will last. Qi Lu was referring to, of course, the days of aimlessly waiting for news. This is also impossible. Qi Lu has only been in Tianji region for a long time, and he can't even call out the names of many places, let alone go to investigate the news. If he hadn't met the overlord, Qi Lu wouldn't be able to get news of Yushierno. Although it is now in a similar situation as before. But at least there is hope. Damn Scarlet Fire Demon God, he didn't get any follow-up news from Yushierno. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh again. There are good and bad things about this matter. If the Scarlet Fire Demon God really knew about Yushier's subsequent movements, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in Scarlet Fire City honestly. He will definitely set out to chase after the successor of the king. If that happens, Yushier will be in danger. But if the Scarlet Fire Demon God didn't know Yushier's whereabouts, then Qi Lu also had no way to start from this aspect, and went to find Yushier. So it can only be said that it is mixed. Qi Lu, I'm here to play with you again. Outside the door of the martial arts hall, there was the sound of Nalan Qinqi, and then a little loli ran and bouncing around. He came to the counter very familiarly, and then patted the table. This scene is no surprise to the customers in the martial arts hall. Because when Master Qi was not in the martial arts gym, this little loli often came to Luolong City. At the very beginning, when everyone saw that she was so casual with the owner of Qi, they kindly reminded her. Pavilion Master Qi has a noble status, and is a powerful demon god. If you accidentally angered the owner of Qi, the consequences would be disastrous. Who knew that the little loli just waved her hand at that time, saying that she and the owner of the hall are very familiar, and there are not so many things. Everyone only thought that she was talking big because she was trying to save face, so they didn't expose her, but just warned her a few words. As a result, these customers didn't find out until the owner Qi returned to the martial arts hall. This little loli doesn't seem to be talking big. The relationship between her and Master Qi is indeed very familiar. It turns out that the name of the owner of the Qi Pavilion is Qi Lu. However, even if they knew about this, no one dared to call the owner of Qi by his name, that would be disrespectful. Then the appearance of Nalan Qinqi became a spectacle in Luolong City. And after that, some people recognized the origin of Nalan Qinqi. It comes from a remote but very famous city-state, the Frozen Holy City. Then, there was news from the demon god, saying that he had seen this little loli from the Frozen Holy City, walked into the city lord's mansion of the Frozen Holy City, and had a close relationship with the city lord of the Frozen Holy City. Who is the lord of the Frozen Holy City? To be honest, not many people know about it, and most of them only know the name of the Frozen Holy City. But not many people know about it. It doesn't mean Bawang is not well known in Tianji domain. Although he is dormant in the Tianji realm, the strength of the overlord is definitely not a joke. For ordinary people and ordinary practitioners, it is a secret, but for those demon gods, it has never been a secret. Many demon gods know that the Lord of the Frozen Holy City is definitely a monster. His strength is among the best among many demon gods. The demon god who once fell in the Frozen Holy City has never gone through 3 tricks in the hands of the Lord of the Frozen Holy City. Even most of the demon gods who fought against the city lord of the Frozen Holy City were instantly killed by one move. This is the strength possessed by the city lord in the legend of the Frozen Holy City. Therefore, all of a sudden, Nalan Qingqi's identity not only became a mystery, but was also highly praised. With the two big backers of Pavilion Master Qi and the City Master of the Frozen Holy City, anyone who knows a little bit will not be able to offend Nalan Qingqi. On the contrary, it is better to confess like a little ancestor. And now, Nalan Qingqi has come to Luolong City again, and many customers have naturally noticed it. Xiaoqi, I don't have much fun here. Except for the few towers outside. Qilu lay on the counter, looked at Nalan Qingqi, and said. Little Lolita has always entertained herself, and she came here just to say hello. Nalan Qingqi's diligent running towards Luolong City was actually to climb the tower. Because there are few people in the Frozen Holy City, and it also has the power of frost to forge the body. So Qilu didn't plan to use it as a market to build those towers and martial arts gyms. After all, there were no customers. The frost body training tower is useless, and the flame trial tower is too wasteful. If you don't even have customers, you won't be able to use the martial arts gym. So, Nalan Qingqi, who was bored in the Frozen Holy City, naturally liked to run to Luolong City. Because on the Tianji territory side, Nalan Qingqi is familiar with the city-states, namely the Frozen Holy City and Luolong City. As long as you are not in the Frozen Holy City, you are in Luolong City. Otherwise, it is on the way to these two city-states. Running back and forth, almost all the practitioners along the way knew Nalan Qingqi, so naturally they would not cause trouble. Qilu, are you still thinking about Sister Sheer? Nalan Qingqi asked one more question this time. Nalan Qingqi, who knew about this matter, was also very concerned about Yue Sheer's news, and it was considered to be for Qilu. Seeing that Qilu didn't reply, he went on to say, Qilu, you don't have to worry too much. I heard from Uncle that there are already clues. But there is no clear news yet, so I won't tell you. Any clues? Qilu didn't know about this, so when he heard this, he raised his head. There are some clues, but you won't know if it's useful until you sort it out. I should tell you soon. Nalan Qingqi nodded and said. It is indeed not an easy task to find someone in the entire Tianji territory. It is indeed not easy to find clues, Bawang's connections, and power so quickly. I see, Xiaoqi, you go and play. Qilu responded and said nothing more. For professional things, it is better to leave it to professional people to do it by yourself. Although it is not a mess, it will not help much. There is a high probability that it is just an extra worry. It is better to continue to wait. Seeing this, Nalan Qingqi didn't say any more. Instead, he ran out, chose a flame trial tower, swiped his ID card, and walked in. The frost body forging tower is almost useless against Nalan Qingqi, and the challenge difficulty of the 100-story tower is too low. That's why she chose the flame trial tower. Use the opposite force to hone yourself. Because on the other hand, Nalan Qingqi does not need keel, so naturally there is no need to smash the 100-story tower. Why not choose the advanced version of the 100-story tower, the flame trial tower? Speaking of this, it is also interesting. At the very beginning, Nalan Qingqi also went around the frost forging tower. It turned out that the power of frost inside was not as good as that of the Frozen Holy City, and it had no strength at all. Knowing about this, Qilu said on the spot, isn't this natural? What's going on in the Frozen Holy City? Let alone ordinary people, even ordinary cultivators would have been frozen into ice sculptures in the past. If this level of frost power is directly thrown into the frost body forging tower without being weakened, then it is not a business. Instead, they murdered for money. Since it is an industry facing a large number of customers, it should be done in line with popular standards. Then Nalan Qingqi said that the blood spar that went into the frost forging tower was a waste. Then, I entered the 100-story tower and went to visit it. In fact, it is still impossible for Nalan Qingqi to climb to the top of the 100-story tower. But climbing to the upper half is very easy. So after climbing the tower for the first time and surpassing most of the challengers, Nailan Qingqi has no interest in the 100-story tower. The main reason is that Qi Lu also liked to play in the 100-story tower when he was free. But each time, they only climbed to the 99th floor. Then Nailan Qingqi understood Qi Li's idea, that he wanted to keep the keel. So later, Nailan Qingqi stopped climbing the 100-story tower, but replaced it with the flame trial tower. For Nailan Qingqi, who has the blood of ice, the difficulty of climbing the flame trial tower is higher than that of ordinary challengers. But it was this high difficulty that aroused Nailan Qingqi's competitive spirit and wanted to really challenge his limits. Because only by breaking through the limit again and again can one become stronger at the fastest speed. From Nailan Qingqi, although she can't see a sense of urgency, her desire to become stronger is indeed very pure. The successor of the Ice Spirit Holy King. Now it has been confirmed that the Dragon Sage King and the Overlord are still alive, so what about the last Ice Spirit Sage King? Qi Lu watched Nailan Qingqi's back walking out of the martial arts hall, and couldn't help thinking about it in his mind. This was before the information I learned when I was in the Four Directions. The Dragon Sage King, Overlord, and Ice Spirit Sage King are three great powers fighting side by side in the same era. This point is better than the human king back then, who went to the Vault of Heaven God Realm alone and fought alone in the Extreme God Realm. Of course, the fighting alone mentioned here refers to the same level of power, rather than literally fighting alone. The power gathered by the human king back then was not small at all, and it was enough to shake the foundation of the divine realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the human king to attract so many main gods when he was laying out the divine mountain in the central territory. However, at that time, there was no one who could be at the same level of cultivation as the human king and fight side by side with her. In this respect, the great dragon king is much better. There is also the Overlord, and the Holy King of Ice Spirit. But now that I think about it, the human race is really a race that produces a lot of talents. Of the four powers mentioned, 3 of them were from the human race, which is really rare. And the remaining one is still recognized as a powerful race, Dragon Clan. Including the dragon god he encountered after coming to the Vault of Heaven God Realm. Then there are 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses who can be mentioned by name. But these are not important, the issue being discussed now should be whether the Ice Spirit Sacred King is still alive. Although the Holy King of Ice Spirit has left a legacy, it is hard to guarantee that the Holy Dragon King will not leave behind. What if it was another body manipulated by a remnant soul? One thing to say, until now, Qi Lu has not figured out how many remnants of the Dragon Sacred King left behind. The law of the soul is really miraculous. It is worthy of being one of the supreme laws. If you master it to the limit, it is indeed infinitely wonderful. It's a pity that although Qi Lu is a body of law, but it is not something that can be done overnight if you want to master ascertain law to perfection. Not to mention the higher the level of the law, the more difficult it is to perfect, and the more difficult it is to master. These things cannot be rushed. Unless Qi Lu is willing to give up the advantage of the body of law and specialize in a certain kind of law power. In this case, it can save a lot of time and push the power of this law to the limit at the fastest speed. But is it necessary? Obviously unnecessary. The laws and forces are interlocking, and only when they go hand in hand can they complement each other. If only one of them is developed, or some types, for the body of laws, there will be a short-board effect. At that time, it will not be so good if it is hindered by other law powers. Master Qi. Just as Qi Lu was thinking about this, a somewhat familiar figure walked into the martial arts hall. It was the man in ice armor who came to report to him before. Is there any news? When Qi Lu saw the man in ice armor, he immediately sat up straight. If nothing happened, he wouldn't come here for no reason. Yes, Master Qi, this time, we have indeed found the whereabouts of the person you are looking for. It's just that this news requires you to go to the frozen holy city first, and let the adults tell you in person. The ice-armored man nodded and said respectfully. Is the overlord looking for me? Qi Lu was a little surprised, but he didn't hesitate. He stood up directly, stretched out his hand, and said, in this case, let's not waste time, let's go. If something really happened to the overlord, then it's not a trivial matter, let's go and have a look first. Anyway, I have nothing to do anyway, it's just an extra trip. As for Nailan Qingqi, let her stay in Luolong City and play tower climbing. Anyway, I didn't stay too long before, and it's not bad this time. Coming to the frozen holy city again, it was still the same environment from ancient times. The howling power of frost is the symbol of this place. But Qi Lu suddenly thought of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. In other words, the environment of the frozen holy city will be like this, and it will not be related to the Ice Spirit Holy King, right? The possibility is very high. But now is not the time to delve into such questions. Following the ice-armored man, he came to the city lord's mansion of the frozen holy city again. This time, he was familiar with the road. Overlord has long been waiting in the study. After all, in a city-state like the frozen holy city, there are not many residents, so naturally there is nothing to deal with. To be honest, Qi Lu felt that the overlord would live in seclusion in this place. Did he just want to have a leisurely time? Overlord, you asked someone to call me here, but what's the big deal? Qi Lu was the only one who came to the study, so there was nothing to greet. Go straight to save time. Master Qi, I do have something to tell you. Overlord nodded, and said, the person you are looking for has already been determined. Where? Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but stepped forward and asked anxiously. After waiting for so long, I finally got the news, how could I not be in a hurry? Infinite battlefield. Overlord said the name word by word. But Qi Lu was taken aback for a moment, and then repeated the name. Infinite battlefield? Qi Lu had never heard of this name. Because infinite battlefield doesn't sound like the name of a certain city-state. Could it be a secret place, or a place like a different space? Is there such a secret realm in the Tianji territory? Overlord, where exactly is this infinite battlefield you mentioned? After a little recollection, Qi Lu was sure that he didn't know this place, so immediately asked. A shattered space poured out by the blood of the strong. It's okay for you to call it a secret realm. There are countless rare treasures buried in it, attracting countless powerful people to flock to it. It's just that there are not many people who know the infinite battlefield. The person you are looking for may have stumbled into it by mistake. Overlord briefly introduced the infinite battlefield to Qi Lu. It was a different dimensional space located somewhere in the extreme heaven realm. It contained distorted world rules and countless top-notch treasures that even demon gods would salivate over. It was a genuinely dangerous area. Similarly, it is also a secret space that attracts many strong people. It's just that a strong person who can know the existence of the infinite battlefield is at least a high-level cultivation realm of the immortal bone realm. Otherwise, it is those demon gods. In addition, the weak are not worthy of knowing the existence of the infinite battlefield. But Qi Lu didn't know about this matter. The main reason was that no customer mentioned the name of Infinity Battlefield in the martial arts hall. Qi Lu himself will not take the initiative to understand these things, so it is only now that he knows the existence of the infinite battlefield. Sure enough, it is a secret space, and it is also the top secret space. Qi Lu was not surprised after listening to the introduction about the infinite battlefield. Even the high-level cultivation realm of the immortal bone realm is just the lowest threshold for entering the infinite battlefield. Isn't this the top secret space? But, why did you Shi'er enter the infinite battlefield? Maybe it was really because of a mistake. Fate is indeed a very magical thing. When it starts to exert its strength, anything can happen. Overlord, is your news accurate? Qilu was silent for a while, then suddenly asked. The rules of the world and the infinite battlefield are distorted. It is easy to get in, but it is difficult to get out. This is what the Overlord himself said. If you want to enter the infinite battlefield, you must make sufficient psychological preparations, including dying in it. Not every strong person who goes in for gold digging can come out. It can even be said that there are very few gold diggers who can come out. However, there is another point, which is also an undeniable fact. That is the powerhouses who came out of the infinite battlefield, without exception, they all grew into the top demon gods. Even though most of those demon gods have not lived to the present, it cannot be denied that they have left a rich legacy in history. It is precisely because of the existence of these facts that many powerful people flock to the infinite battlefield. Who wouldn't want to climb to the highest point of Tianji domain? The demon god among the top ranks is undoubtedly the existence at the top of the pyramid of combat power in the Tianji territory. Now that there is such an opportunity in front of him, let alone Thosa cultivators in the realm of immortal bones, how excited they will be. Even those demon gods will not give up. But is the infinite battlefield so easy to advance? Anyway, it is also the top secret realm space. How can it be possible to enter as soon as you want, and get out as soon as you want? Overlord's first sentence was not wrong. The infinite battlefield is a space watered with the blood of the strong. If you want to go in, as long as you can find the door to the secret realm, you can go in at any time. But if you want to come out, you have to fight for the spot yourself. A quota made of blood. This is why Qile had to be cautious. Once entering the infinite battlefield, it will definitely delay for a long time. If there is any change in the outside world during this period, or if the news is wrong, then it will be troublesome. Don't worry, Master Qi, you don't have to worry about the accuracy of the news. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Now, it's up to you to decide. Overlord said very firmly. But to be clear, the infinity battlefield is just a place, and the Overlord doesn't know what's going on inside. It is also impossible for him to really send people to the infinite battlefield to inquire about information. It is unrealistic to do so. Therefore, the rest of the matter can only be left to the owner of Qi to choose. Should we enter the infinite battlefield, or continue to wait? I know what to do, thank you for the news, Overlord. Qile nodded slightly, thanked him, and made a decision in his heart. You're welcome, I can't be of much help. Overlord waved his hand. Qilu went on to say, actually, I still have one last question to ask. What? Where is the gate of the secret realm? If you want to go to the infinite battlefield, you must pass through the gate of the secret realm. However, the position of the gate of the secret realm is not fixed, but appears randomly. And even if the gate of the secret realm appeared, the time of existence will not be too long. After a few days it will disappear again, and then reappear in the next place. It can be said that even if you want to enter the infinite battlefield, you must first find the door to the secret realm. Fortunately, there is more than one secret gate in the infinite battlefield. Although it appears randomly, it is not really a needle in a haystack. I guessed that you would ask that question. Just in time, I got the news that there is a door to a secret realm not far from the frozen holy city. It will probably last for a few days. If you want to go, hurry up. Overlord showed an unexpected expression on his face, and pointed out of the study. Is this my luck? Qile murmured to himself, then bowed his hands to Bawang, then I will take me leave first. Overlord smiled and said, then I won't give it away, Master Qi, I hope you can find the person you are looking for. Fortunately, Qile had the foresight to change the shops left in Tianjiu to self-service mode. Whether it's those martial arts halls, or the towers that will follow, and the Points Mall, they don't need people to guard them. ID card is the only proof. And the martial arts gyms opened in various city-states are the only way to get the identity card. Therefore, even if Qi Lu doesn't notify those customers now and suddenly disappears for a while, it will have no effect at all. Anyway, it's all self-service, and it's impossible for those towers to be destroyed by them. As long as you have blood spar, you can enjoy the fun of consumption. Under such circumstances, of course, Qi Lu would not make a special trip back. He should go to the gate of the secret realm earlier. Go straight in the direction indicated by the overlord. Vaguely, Qi Lu could see an inconspicuous spatial ripple ahead. If he didn't come here specifically to find the door to the secret realm, Qi Lu might have ignored the space ripple. Really, it's not conspicuous at all. It wasn't until Qi Lu came outside the gate of the secret realm that he realized how faint the space ripple was. It's really hard for those guys who want to enter the infinite battlefield, and it takes a lot of effort to find a door to the secret realm. On the contrary, Yu Shi'er, who bumped into the infinite battlefield by mistake, probably encountered this kind of space ripple, and walked in without noticing it. Of course, it does not rule out that she walked in on purpose. But what the truth is, it is meaningless to discuss it now. Let's go in and have a look first. Qi Lu stretched out his hand and touched this space ripple. The power of the law of space can be clearly perceived. On the opposite side is a different space from the vault of Heaven God realm. The infinite battlefield, let me see how exciting it is. Thinking so, Qi Lu resolutely stepped through the gate of the secret realm. Frozen Holy City, City Lord's Mansion. Overlord's gaze, looking into the distance, is the direction where the gate of the secret realm appeared. Master Qi, in your body, I can feel the breath of an old friend. Before you came to the Tianji realm, you should have met the King of Man, right? That is the Dragon Sage King who stayed in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, waiting for the succession of the younger generation. I didn't expect that the person who waited would be you. Now, after coming to the Tianji realm, you have also taken what was left by Great Dragon Sacred King. This is probably the arrangement of fate. In the end, you still have to enter the infinite battlefield and walk on the road we have all walked. Only by coming out of it can we be called a real strong man. Perhaps Qi Lu would never have imagined that when he first met the Overlord, many things had already been seen through. This is the powerhouse of the ancient times. Even if they hibernate, it does not mean that they are old. However, the appearance of the gate of the secret realm was indeed a coincidence. But it can also be said to be the choice of fate. It happened at such a time. After all, it is a bit too coincidental. Overlord also knows that things like fate will always exert their strength in some strange places. But that's what makes it interesting. Human King, what will you look like now? It's not true, has it fallen? Overlord looked into the distance, muttering to himself. His eyes became darker. As he spoke slowly, he seemed to have thought of something, and there was a look of reminiscence on his face. The city lord's mansion also fell into silence. Only the blizzard in the frozen holy city was still blowing. Day and night. The feeling of crossing the gate of the secret realm seems to be no different from that of crossing the gate of space. But Qi Lu just felt an indescribable weirdness. Maybe it's because the world rules of Infinity Battlefield are different from those of Sky God Realm. This is something the Overlord has said before. It's just that I didn't elaborate. I just said that you will know it after you experience it in the Infinite Battlefield. After arriving at the Infinite Battlefield, Qi Lu could feel the difference. His vitality seemed to be locked. In other words, the lifespan is locked. It's really a strange space. The first thing you do after entering is to lock the vitality. It stands to reason that it should be infinite vitality, but it can be locked to such a degree. It really deserves to be a distorted world rule. Qi Lu was a little surprised, but also a little stunned. As I said before, gods, main gods, and demon gods are all theoretically infinite in terms of lifespan. As long as he didn't die due to something like a battle, there would never be a day when he would die. That is the so-called immortality. However, after coming to the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu clearly felt it. My lifespan is only 30 days left. In other words, as long as you stay in the infinite battlefield, you will die after 30 days. Is this the distorted world rule? Overlord has never mentioned this before, so it means that there is a way to break this situation. Qi Lu quickly calmed down, and after careful thought, he understood. If the weird rules that lock the vitality cannot be broken, then all the strong people who enter the infinite battlefield will perish. It is impossible for anyone to get out from here. So this should be nothing to worry about. Let's look at the surrounding environment and think about how to find Wuxir. Thinking of this, Qi Lu calmed down and began to look around. Qi Li's first thought was an atmosphere that was so quiet that it could be called dead silence. It was really strange. In the infinite battlefield, there was not even a ray of breeze, and the atmosphere was full of chilling and oppression. The place where Qi Lu appeared was also a piece of ruins, like the ruins of ascertained city-state, with a lifeless appearance. On the ground, apart from broken bricks and broken tiles, there were only some withered and yellow low plants. Looking at it as a whole, it doesn't look like a place with living creatures at all. It fits the name of this secret place quite well. Isn't an infinite battlefield just a battlefield? It's troublesome now. What should I do? Qi Lu scratched his head. Bawang didn't introduce this aspect of knowledge. It made Qi Lu not know what to do now. It's just such a dead, desolate place. The front, back, left, and left are all ruins of broken bricks and tiles, so what can be done? Moreover, in this infinite battlefield, it seems that not only my vitality has been locked, but all my strengths have been suppressed. The strength of physique, and the power of law. After observing the surrounding environment, Qi Lu also made new discoveries. As the vitality is suppressed, so is one's own strength. I don't know if it was caused by the rules of the infinite battlefield, but Qi Lu felt that his power was also locked. I really don't know whether such a secret space is formed naturally, or who created it. It's really kind of magical. Qi Lu moved his body a little bit, and tried to mobilize the power of the law. Then it was confirmed that although the power in all aspects was weaker, it could still be used, and there would be no delay. After all, under the world rules of the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu doesn't believe that the gold diggers who come in will be favored. Since one's own power is locked, the power of other people must also be locked. If everyone is on the same starting line, then there is no problem. Who is strong and who is weak, I don't know yet. So, the biggest problem right now is how to find other gold diggers. Let's not talk about anything else, let's talk about the current situation where the two eyes are smeared, and I have to find someone to clarify the confusion. However, just when Qi Lu was about to find a random direction to go, a slight sound came into his ears. The rustling sound was like a breeze. At first glance, there seems to be no problem. But Qi Lu was sure that someone must have touched it. Tisk, even the perception has been suppressed, to be so close to discover the enemy. Qi Lu frowned, complained a little, then looked in the direction where the voice came from, and said loudly, "You don't have to hide, the noise is too loud. As long as you are not deaf, you can hear it." As soon as these words came out, Sisi Suasua's voice suddenly stopped, as if it had never appeared before. But Qi Li's gaze didn't move, but kept staring at the direction where the voice came from, calm and determined. After a long time, there was a sound of praise that seemed to be mocking. Are the rookies who come to the infinite battlefield now so strong? It's really rare. Before the words fell, several figures stood up from the cover of the ruins. The fur, fangs, and claws on their bodies proved that they were not human races, but werewolves who were known for their physique and speed. The flickering light in the pupils of the beasts showed the ferocity in their hearts. This is a group of unexpected guests. It is always a good thing to be able to see living things, whether it is an enemy or a friend. Qi Li's eyes were still calm, without any disturbance, but he was a little happy in his heart. When you don't understand the situation, it is the right way to ask those senior people. If they won't say it, just hold your fist and make them do it. Especially when the object of questioning is one's own enemy, there is no psychological burden to do this kind of thing. I have to say, the way you welcome newcomers is really old-fashioned. While thinking about it, Qilu also spoke. Can't we use normal means to welcome newcomers? To be honest, Qilu had encountered this kind of thing when he first came to Fault of Heaven God realm. It's at the receiving point on the other side of the divine realm. This time, it won't be extortion or something like that. Normal? Hearing this, the werewolf who seemed to be the leader couldn't help but sneered. Boy, you are really a newcomer. In the infinite battlefield, there is no such thing as peace. You die and live, that's the most normal thing. Having said that, several werewolves moved their bodies. Then the werewolf leader went on to say, you must have noticed it, your lifespan is only 30 days. That's right, it seems that everyone is the same when they come to the infinite battlefield. When Qilu heard this, he knew it. Sure enough, every gold digger who enters the infinite battlefield will be locked in vitality. Of course it's the same. All creatures who come to the infinite battlefield, regardless of strength, no matter what race, no matter what state they were in before, their lifespan will be locked to 30 days. That is to say, if you don't do anything, you will definitely die in the infinite battlefield after 30 days. The werewolf leader looked at Qilu as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The explanation at this time may be crocodile tears. Let this lamb, which is about to be put on the chopping block, die clearly. Qilu didn't pay attention to the eyes of the werewolf leader, but just listened to his words and motioned him to continue. This act of ignoring immediately made the werewolf leader's eyes more fierce, and his tone became a little violent. Seems to be suppressing anger. So, if you want to survive, you have to fight. As long as you can kill the opponent, the rest of his lifespan will be absorbed by you. As much lifespan as the target you kill is left, you will have more lifespan. Newcomers, this is why you will be targeted. 30 days, not too short. When the werewolf leader said this, the gloom in his eyes became murderous. There was no time for Qilu to digest these words, and he rushed forward before he finished speaking. The few werewolves following behind also followed behind the leader of Thorwolves, outflanked them, and attacked Qilu. It can be seen that they do this kind of thing not once or twice. Combination techniques and perfect coordination. However, Qilu was still thinking about what the werewolf leader said. So, if you want to survive, you have to fight constantly to absorb the lifespan of others to maintain your own life. Is this the infinite battlefield? It really is a magical secret realm. It's really interesting. Qilu had been thinking before that there must be a way to break such weird world rules. But I didn't expect that the way to crack it was so simple and rude. Since this is the case, I will accept your lifespan. Seeing that several werewolves had already attacked and killed him, Qilu definitely came to his senses, but he still started to move calmly. To fight back, it is natural to be sharp and decisive. To be honest, Qilu really didn't pay much attention to these werewolves in front of him. After all, when all aspects of strength are suppressed, what Qilu has to rely on is what he is best at: fighting skills. To be able to talk to them well, I just want to inquire about information. In the end, they didn't even need to ask, they just said it themselves, which is naturally the best situation. So at this moment, the battle has begun, and it is necessary to make a quick decision. Although your cooperation is very good, it can be called seamless. However, I'm going to tell you a truth now. Flaws, sometimes, come from lack of strength. Qilu looked around at the several werewolves who attacked and killed him, with a faint smile on his face. In an instant, the figure turned into a phantom, flashing and moving, like lightning flashing and thunder roaring. When the factor that determined the battle became his best field, Qilu was never worried that he would lose. Qi Li's fighting skills were honed by countless rebirths. Even if it's a seamless combined attack, as long as there is a weak point, Qi Li can shatter that weak point, thus smashing this set of combined stunts. Boom! In an instant, the phantom flickered. In just half a breath, one of the several werewolves who attacked and killed them flew upside down. In the air, there was also a splash of blood. Once in a fighting state, Qi Leke will show no mercy. Life and death fights are not competitions, but if there is a slight negligence, the one who loses may be his own life. So facing the several werewolves who attacked and killed them, Qi Li seized the fleeting opportunity, and directly used the fiercest moves to break through their combined attack, that is, directly crippled one of Thorwolf's. The shortboard effect is always particularly obvious in the coordinated offense. If the weak point is not strengthened, it will become a breakthrough for the opponent. This is an eternal truth. It was also the reason why Qi Li didn't like to team up with others to attack. After all, without a long period of running in, if you really want to achieve perfect cooperation, the required combat awareness and adaptable combat skills are extremely terrifying. Even if Qi Li can guarantee that he can do it, it doesn't mean that the guy who cooperates with him can do it. Then as a sharp knife, it might be a better choice to fight alone. Just like it is now. Although the situation at the moment is more like there is no way to do it. Who told Qi Li to run into the infinite battlefield alone? But this does not prevent Qi Li from fully utilizing his advantages. Too slow and too weak. After blowing away a werewolf, Qi Li didn't stop. Instead, he sent the remaining werewolves flying out one by one while speaking plain but sarcastic words. Rather, after the first werewolf was kicked out of the battlefield, the remaining werewolves were nothing to fear at all. In a sense, the shattered combination attack is not as effective as a normal attack. Because the weak point will become more obvious. In the eyes of the enemy, this is a glaring weakness. Damn it, I kicked the iron board, how could the rookie be so strong this time? The leader of the werewolf, who got up quickly from the ground, looked at Qi Li with vigilance, and the thought of retreating had already begun in his heart. In a place like the infinite battlefield, if you can't beat your opponent, you must escape as soon as possible. Because in the end of the battle, life and death must be separated. Everyone is fighting for life, begging for mercy is meaningless. So the werewolf leader didn't say those meaningless nonsense, but began to think about the issue of fighting or fleeing. After finally surviving in the infinite battlefield for such a long time, who would want to die so easily? To be honest, at this time, the leader of the werewolf thought of his own past. Those were the days before entering the infinite battlefield. Although at that time, the leader of the werewolf was still a long, long way away from the top demon god. But no matter what, he is still a demon god. Moreover, among the werewolf clan, there is only one demon god in 1,000 years. What a beautiful period of time it was, enjoying the reverence and fear among the werewolf clan. It can be said that they could do whatever they wanted. No matter what you want to do, you can be satisfied, as if everything is under your control. Until I knew about the infinite battlefield. An opportunity to become the strongest demon god is right in front of me. The werewolf leader felt that he should fight for this opportunity. After all, so many facts were right in front of him. Every strong man who came out of the infinite battlefield has become a legendary existence. The demon god among the top ranks has left a rich and colorful mark in history. No matter which aspect it was, it deeply stimulated the leader of the werewolf. Let him choose to resolutely come to the infinite battlefield to find this illusory opportunity. When everyone is proud, they will feel that they are the chosen one, the son of destiny. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. When the werewolf leader came to the infinite battlefield with enthusiasm and expectation, he was severely slapped in the face by reality. A demon god only has 30 days left to live. If you want to survive, you have to fight and take the lives of other gold diggers. This weird rule has caused all the strong players who entered the infinite battlefield to start desperate mode. No effort is spared in every battle, just to win the final victory. Then the leader of the werewolf discovered what it means to have people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. If it weren't for his first-class ability to escape, it would not be his turn to do this thing that entraps newcomers. After all, newcomers are the best traps, and there are a lot of gold diggers rushing to do it. Competing for a lifespan and staying alive seems to be the main theme in this infinite battlefield. As for more stuff, for example, how to become stronger can only be considered after saving enough lifespan. Anyway, the leader of the werewolf knew that he didn't have time to think about those things now. What he regrets the most now is why he came to the infinite battlefield. Isn't it good to stay in the outside world honestly? This is probably the thinking of most gold diggers after they came to the infinite battlefield. However, those who have the ability never. The powerful existence that came out of the limited battlefield but kept silent about the situation inside. I don't know for what purpose. But now is not the time to think about these issues. Still thinking about how to escape from this place. The werewolf leader felt a headache when he thought of this question. Why is it so smooth for others to hunt newcomers, but if you come by yourself, you can kick the iron plate? It's definitely impossible to fight. If I go together with myself, the offensive is so easily resolved, what else can I do? You know, before that, unless those fellows that the werewolf leader met were also joining forces, none of them could escape the joint hunting of their werewolf clan. This is the unique skill of their werewolf clan. Especially effective against lone prey. It is also the guarantee that the werewolf leaders can survive to this day after the infinite battlefield. Incomparable to the geniuses among those demon gods, most of the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield are in a state of survival. If statistics can be made, the elimination rate of the strong players entering the infinite battlefield. That was to an appalling degree. Your fighting spirit is disappearing, what's wrong? Do you want to escape? After repelling these werewolves, Qi Lu clearly felt that their fighting spirit had turned into a retreat. This is the normal state in an infinite battlefield. Once a war starts, there are only two outcomes. Or, separate life and death. Or, retreat with one blow and leave directly. Unless it's the last few days of my life, when I have to work hard. Otherwise, the farther away from death, the less courageous these guys will be. In the past, when life was endless, I didn't feel anything. On the contrary, at this time, knowing that he has few days to live, perishes his life instead. What a strange state of mind. But none of this had anything to do with Qi Lu. If it's just fighting, Qi Leke is not afraid at all. We just suddenly realized that treating a newcomer like this is really unfriendly. The werewolf leader tries to save some face for himself. But as far as the current situation is concerned, this is obviously a matter of self-deception. You guys can change your face so fast. Qi Lu chuckled, but couldn't tell whether it was irony or a statement. Hey, rookie, you just came to the infinite battlefield, do you know the rules here? Just treat the senior who welcomes you like this, do you know what it is? The leader of the werewolf was still making unreasonable words. Or maybe he was just trying to attract the attention of the enemy for his own escape later. However, Qi Li's expression remained unchanged, he just quietly watched the werewolf head's funny performance. Facing enemies who had the intent to kill him, Qi Li never planned to let them go. But I want to make the most of it. Before they die, just ask for more information. Welcome? I think that you will be reduced to this point, so you are not very strong in the infinite battlefield. If this is a secret space where strength is used to speak, then everything you just said is meaningless. Because you also said that if you want to survive, you must fight. Qi Lu spoke slowly, and he was sure that the werewolves in front of him really wanted to escape. It seems that no matter where you are, there are guys who bully the weak and fear the hard. It's just a pity that Qi Lu didn't intend to let them leave. Whether it's because of the behavior of these werewolves, or their longevity, there is no reason to let them go. The things you do should allow you to retain a lot of lifespan. That's really, thank you for your hard work. This time, it was no longer those werewolves who attacked, but Qi Lu started to attack on his own initiative. Fighting against a group of enemies trying to escape is not easy. Although it may not be very good to use the term "the army is defeated" like a mountain in this kind of place. However, when the fighting spirit disappears, how much of the fighting power can be displayed? The answer is obvious. What? Damn guy, you still want to take our lives? What a daydream. The leader of the werewolf was startled when he saw that the newcomer in front of him dared to take the initiative to attack. However, the anger also rose at the same time, and then it became more and more intense. The closer you are to death, the more you cherish your life. Naturally, the leader of the werewolf couldn't sit still and wait for death, so he immediately jumped up from the ground and roared loudly. I wanted to let you go, but now you dare to take the initiative to attack, so take your life. After saying that, the other werewolves also jumped up. A high-pitched howl of wolves seems to increase their courage and combat power, making them not afraid of death. Ah! In an instant, several werewolves followed the leader of the werewolves, attacking and killing them forward. The afterimage is like lightning, like several black lights, coming through the air, intertwined together, full of ferocity. But don't forget, this time, it was Qi Li's first attack. Qi Lu, who already had the upper hand, would give the enemy room to breathe after getting the upper hand? Naturally, it is impossible. If it is said that the combined attack moves of these werewolves before were like a waterfall, rushing down, then Qi Li's attack at this moment is like a tsunami, pouring down from the sky. Compared with waterfalls and tsunamis, how could it be possible to stop it? Moreover, Qi Lu didn't even use the power of law in this attack. It's just dealing with a few werewolves, there's no need to show all your cards. Although it is said that after coming to the infinite battlefield, one's own power will be limited. But this is also divided. The existence of the realm of demon gods and the practitioners of the realm of immortal bones, even after limiting their strength, the remaining combat power is still completely different. In fact, how could it be the same? For the demon god, the infinite battlefield is really a good cemetery. Therefore, the final defeat and even death of these werewolves who kicked the iron plate are all destined results. The only value is probably to tell Qi Lu some basic information. 1. Qi Lu spit out a word lightly. In the next instant, a werewolf flew out without breath. In the previous fights, it wasn't that Qi Lu couldn't be ruthless, but that after being snatched first, the range of attacks would be limited. After all, Qi Lu needs to leave some strength to defend at any time while attacking. But this time is different. After grabbing the upper hand, all the strength can be used on the offense. Because offense is the best defense. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for these werewolves to resist Qi Lu's attack. 2. Say the second word. Another werewolf flew upside down, landed, and lost all vitality. At the same time, Qi Lu also felt that his lifespan had increased, and it was very clear and accurate. 2 werewolves, the combined lifespan is 35 days, really poor. Although it is not clear how long they have been in the infinite battlefield, on average, the lifespan is less than 20 days, which is almost at the level of passing in front of the gate of hell. Maybe this is the real situation in the infinite battlefield. All the newcomers, from the moment they came to the infinite battlefield, only had 30 days left to live. And with each passing day, there will be one less day. In other words, all the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield are in the same situation. The more people alive, the more lifespans need to be consumed every day. And every additional newcomer, from the overall point of view, only increased the lifespan by 30 days. If it is divided equally among 30 people, it means that each person can only live one more day. This is a brutal fact. No wonder so many gold diggers like to raid newcomers. Because living people will only increase the number of lifespans consumed overall. Weak people might as well die. It is really a road paved with blood. 3. So it was impossible for Qi Lu to show mercy. This is helping everyone in the infinite battlefield and saving the overall lifespan. It is always better to consume it alone than to consume it with so many people. I believe everyone can understand what he did. No. Why is this so? Why does a strong man like you appear in the infinite battlefield? The werewolf leader was looking at the werewolves beside him, who were being killed one by one, and their attacking movements were deformed. The unbelievable expression on his face seemed so distorted and real. However, Qi Lu didn't intend to answer his question. In other words, what the werewolf leader said was not a question, but a sigh. When encountering a strong enemy that is impossible to defeat and impossibly to escape, this should be regarded as a last word. Recalling my past, lamenting my life, and regretting why I entered the infinite battlefield, by the way. This is probably the whole process before dying. 4. 5. Qi Lu read out the numbers indifferently. The situation of the battle has also become more and more obvious, and it is basically a one-sided situation. Until, when the werewolf leader was left. Only the werewolf leader remained. The last one. Under the unbelievable eyes of the werewolf leader, Qi Lu ended his life. Then feel how much lifespan you have increased. 142 days, the leader of the werewolf provided nearly 50 days. The leader of the werewolves. With this calculation, my lifespan increased from 30 days to more than half a year. Qi Lu felt very good. System, can you hear me? Can you solve the problem of longevity? After solving the problem in front of him, Qi Lu finally had time to ask the system. In fact, before, Qi Lu wanted to ask the system if there was a way to solve this problem. It's just that those werewolves appeared too timely. System, host, you must be very clear in your heart that the problem of lifespan is only caused by the suppression of world rules in the infinite battlefield, rather than your own lifespan being deprived. System, if you want to solve this problem, you only need to leave the infinite battlefield, and you will recover. Of course I know that's the case, but it's true that you will die after your lifespan is exhausted. Qi Lu spread his hands and raised his concerns. Because it is not so easy to come up with an infinite battlefield. In fact, in history, after coming to the infinite battlefield and discovering the weird rules inside, there are countless gold diggers who want to leave. However, there are not many who have really left the infinite battlefield. The reason is that if you want to leave the infinite battlefield, you need to collect the qualifications to leave. 2 conditions need to be met. The first condition is a 10-year lifespan. This alone has stumped countless people. How difficult it is to turn the 30-day lifespan when entering the infinite battlefield into 10 years. Even if they were all new hunters, it would take 120. What's more, there are so many gold diggers in the infinite battlefield, how can there be so many newcomers to hunt for you? This alone has reduced the survival rate to less than 1%. Not to mention, there is a second condition. But that is also a task that can only be completed by going to the central area of the infinite battlefield and entering the deeper secret space. It is rumored that the way to get out of the infinite battlefield is also hidden in the deeper secret space. A 10-year lifespan is just an admission ticket. This is also the reason why Qi Lu met these werewolves here. Because they are not qualified to enter the deeper secret realm space at all, and can only hunt in the periphery. System, this system understands the host's concerns, but I'm sorry, this system can't do anything about it. That's right, this is the suppression of world rules. Although this was the expected answer, Qi Lu had already sighed silently. The power of the world's rules is not comparable to the power of those laws. This is equivalent to the will of one world. The infinite battlefield and the Tianji domain have the same root and origin, and the power level of the world rules is naturally at the same level. If you want to resist this level of power, if you can do it, then there is none to come to the infinite battlefield to search for gold. After all, you can even shatter the will of heaven and earth in the extreme sky region. How can you care about such a little thing? There is one thing to say, don't look at how terrifying the demon god looks when he fights. But for the entire Tianji territory, it is simply a drop in the ocean. But even if the space is broken, it can be repaired very quickly. To be honest, in the face of the will of the Tianji territory, or the vault of heaven god realm, the demon gods are stronger ants. If you want to shake the vault of heaven god realm, that's just a joke, Yotsant even dream of it. So after getting the system's reply, Qilu also put away his thoughts. Collect 10 years of life, and then enter the deeper secret space. What a hassle. This matter was also asked by Qilu from the leader of the werewolf. However, this group of werewolves are not qualified to enter the deeper secret space, so they don't know the situation inside. But one thing is certain, that is, the guys who can go into the deeper secret space are all first-class powerhouses. Just look at the screening mechanism of the infinite battlefield. From a lifespan of 30 days, to a lifespan of 10 years, you can get an admission ticket. From such a crazy knockout match, it is conceivable how terrifying the existence that survived is. It's no wonder that, without exception, the strong who can come out of the infinite battlefield have become the top demon gods. Standing at the top of the pyramid of combat power in the Tianji domain. In this elimination mode, the ones who can come out of it are all monsters. But for Qilu, it was indeed a little troublesome. After all, before Qilu came to the infinite battlefield, his strength had already stood at the top of the Tianji domain. It's just that there is still some distance from those monsters that are rarely seen in thousands of years. For example, the Human King, or the Great Dragon King. Because of these existences, they are the real powerhouses standing at the top of the pyramid of combat power. But this is not important, anyway. In the infinite battlefield, if you want to get the qualification to go out, the conditions are there. It is not a limited number of places. As long as the conditions are met, you can go out. So from Qi Li's point of view, the importance of this matter should be placed in the back row. The more important thing should be to find Yu Shi'er. Because the purpose of Qi Li's coming to the infinite battlefield is to find Yu Shi'er. The regional distribution of the infinite battlefield is similar to a huge concentric circle. Circle in circle. Starting from the outermost area, the further you go, the more dangerous it is. This is probably a matter of convention for the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield. If the strength is not up to the standard, just stay in the outer area honestly, greet those newcomers, and don't go inside. Because the area inside the infinite battlefield is very dangerous, if you are not careful, you will die. So under the lesson of blood, everyone is also very sensible. These default rules will not be violated casually. The reason is simple, those who broke the rules are now gone. The rest are those who are willing to abide by the rules. This can be regarded as a form of natural selection. Therefore, the werewolves that Qi Li met were actually not very strong in the infinite battlefield. After all, how strong would it be to meet these guys in the outermost area? The threshold for entering the infinite battlefield is only the high level of immortal bone realm. In the god realm, this level of cultivation is just a newly promoted god, and it is really not a top existence. Then again, entering the infinite battlefield through the gate of the secret realm, the place where it appears must be in the outermost area. As for where it appears randomly, which can be regarded as a buffer space for many gold diggers. This discovery also allowed Qi Lu to determine the direction he was looking for in the future. Of course, it is a region-by-region search. Because according to Yu Shi'er's strength, she can't go far. The premise is that Yu Shi'er doesn't have a head. And if you want to leave the infinite battlefield, you need to enter the deeper secret space. Naturally, it is at the very center of this concentric circle. So according to Qi Li's thinking, it is to find Yu Shi'er first, then make up 10 years of life, and finally go to the center of the infinite battlefield, enter the deeper secret space, and find a way out. It's easy to say, but in practice, I don't know how long it will take. Hopefully it won't take too long. Thinking of this, Qi Li suddenly felt something, and turned to look at the corpses of those werewolves. The scene in front of him shocked Qi Li's heart, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In just a few minutes, the corpses of those werewolves had turned into a pile of dry bones. All the flesh and blood disappeared, and I don't know where they went. How is this going? Seeing this scene, Qi Li suddenly had a creepy feeling. A corpse that has only been dead for a few minutes, even an ordinary person, will not turn into a pile of dry bones. What's more, the strong people who can come to the infinite battlefield are at least high-level existences in the realm of immortal bones. It is even more impossible for their corpses to undergo such strange changes in such a short period of time. It looks like this secret space is devouring these corpses. Wait, devour these corpses? As soon as this idea popped up, Qi Li recalled a sentence Ba Wang said. This is a space watered with the blood of the strong. It fits so well with the scene in front of me. So this sentence, is that what it means? Qi Li had a feeling of sudden realization, but he also felt that it might not be exactly what he meant. After all, my understanding of the infinite battlefield is not deep, or very superficial. Because this has just come to this secret space, and it has not been actually explored. Who knows if he will misinterpret the meaning of Overlord? So Qi Li was not too busy drawing conclusions. But one thing is undeniable, that is, the corpses left by those werewolves killed just now, the energy inside was indeed swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. As for why such a thing happened, Qi Li didn't know. Perhaps, it has something to do with the locked lifespan. Interesting, this place not only locks everyone's lifespan, but even the corpses can't stay. I don't know what novel discoveries will be made later. Qi Li shook his head and didn't worry about the situation anymore. Anyway, from the current point of view, the impact on oneself is nothing other than lifespan and the power to be suppressed. What's more, this kind of influence is the same for any strong person who comes to the infinite battlefield. There is no favoritism. So there is no need to worry about this aspect. It is more practical to go to other places first and find a way to find Yu Shi'er. The area of the ruins where Qi Li is now is not too small. Apart from being lifeless, ruins can be seen everywhere. It's a good place to ambush. No wonder those werewolves are here to ambush newcomers to Infinity Fields. It's a pity that they chose the wrong target and lost their lives in vain. Fortunately, apart from those werewolves, there is no one else ambushing Inta's place. Maybe they were cleared by werewolves. Because of ambush newcomers in most infinite. In the eyes of veterans in the big battlefield, they are all fat jobs. If you can grab it, it is naturally the best. Of course, what we are talking about here are those guys who can only live in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield. It does not include those geniuses who have advanced to the inner area, or those who are truly powerful. The pattern of those tyrannical existence is not so small. How could it be possible to stare at the newcomer? But none of this has much to do with Qi Li. He just wants to choose a direction based on his intuition, just go straight forward. Let's find a living person first. Otherwise, walking around like a headless chicken alone is not a solution. After all, Qi Li's current location is the outermost edge of the infinite battlefield. No matter how you go, it's impossible to go further outside. And as long as you walk in, or wander around in the same area, there is a high probability of meeting people. There are not a few gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield. Although it is said that the high-level threshold of the immortal bone realm looks very high. But for the entire Tianji realm, how many high-level practitioners are there in the realm of immortal bone? Difficult to count. No matter how you say it, the realm of immortal bones cannot be compared with the realm of demon gods. What's more, above the high level of immortal bone, there is also the realm of immortal bone, which is one step away from the realm of demon god. Therefore, there is definitely no need to worry about the number of practitioners who will come to the infinite battlefield. Absolutely no less. Because in the Tianji realm, I don't know how many practitioners in the immortal bone realm are stuck at the last step. This is also where the biggest shackles lie. No matter what method is used, practitioners who cannot break through and be promoted to the realm of demon gods. Then you can only go to the infinite battlefield to try your luck. This is also the biggest source of gold diggers. And it is true that those guys came to the infinity battlefield to pan for gold. Even until just now, Qilu didn't understand the reason for the title Gold Digger. So at this time, Qilu understood. Just after he chose a direction at random and advanced about hundreds of kilometers, a large figure appeared not far in front of Qilu, about a few kilometers away. They were shadowy, and if you count them roughly, there must be at least hundreds of people. What are they doing here? A gang fight? Qilu thought of it curiously. Through some simple understanding, Qilu also understands that in the infinite battlefield, there are also divisions of power. Of course, to be more precise, it should be the grouping of the weak to keep warm. We are all dying people, so why kill each other again? It's better to join forces and focus on others. Then between different groups, there will be regular battles, and at the same time they will hunt newcomers. After all, they are all lingering people, and it should be impossible to go into the inner area. If you want to leave the infinite battlefield, the most basic condition is 10 years of life. For the vast majority of gold diggers, it is also an almost impossible task, and they are also very knowledgeable and do not expect extravagantly. Then, in the thoughts of these guys, there is a more unpretentious wish. If you can live one more day, that's just one day. So seeing so many people gathered together, Qi Li's first thought was that they were going to fight again. However, the atmosphere at the scene was as tense as Qi Li had expected. However, when Qi Li got closer, what made him even more curious was the big tree surrounded by these guys. It was a towering tree with a height of at least several hundred meters. Its trunk was so thick that dozens of people might not be able to hug it. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. It's just that on this towering tree, there are no leaves, only bare branches bearing 10 fruits. Those fruits were about the size of an adult's fist, and were as bright red as blood. Under the light, they shone with a dazzling red light, as carved from ruby. A strange, big tree. It seems that the fruit on it is the goal they are fighting for. Qi Li looked at the 10 ruby-like fruits and couldn't help thinking in his heart. The reason why the strong who came to the infinite battlefield are called gold diggers is because there are countless rare treasures in the infinite battlefield, and even demon gods will covet it. Obviously, the red jade fruits in front of me should be one of them. I just don't know what it's useful for. To be honest, Qi Li's knowledge of Tiankadibo is really not that deep. After all, the more time you use the system, the less demand for natural materials and earthly treasures. For things that are not in demand, there is naturally no need to understand them. But then again, even if you have enough understanding of Tiankadibo, it will not be of much use in the infinite battlefield. The rare and exotic treasures here are basically alien species that do not exist outside. The veterans in the infinite battlefield know a little more. For newcomers, almost all of them are unfamiliar things. So Qi Li didn't feel that there was anything wrong, but chose to touch it quietly. Let's see what these guys are going to do. With Qi Li's ability, as long as he wants to, it's impossible for these guys to find him. And the fact was exactly the same. Qi Li was almost behind them, and the hundreds of people were still deadlocked as before. After getting closer, Qi Lu could roughly see it. The hundreds of people in front of them should be divided into 3 factions. And there are people of all races. Feathered, scaly, winged. The one with 6 hands, the one with 8 legs, the one with pincers. Anyway, as far as Qi Lu can recognize, there are more than a dozen races. It really is a great fusion. But these are not important. What is important is the dialogue of these guys. One of the forces is led by a scale tribe covered in scales. Although they are thin, they are very imposing. As soon as he opened his mouth, there was a strong smell. We want 5 of these 10 blood spirit fruits, and share the rest among yourselves. As soon as these words came out, the group of fellows following the scales roared immediately, as if they were threatening. However, the other leading guy, a feathered human race with wings on his back, disapproved and said, "You are so arrogant. You want 5 of them as soon as you open your mouth. Then how do we divide the remaining blood spirit fruit?" After the feathered man finished speaking, another burly rock man also spoke. "Yes, you want 5, and I want 5. What a joke, the blood spirit fruit is so precious, how can it be something that you can just open your mouth?" From this conversation, Qi Lu could also see the strength of the 3 forces. Because as soon as the leader speaks, the younger brothers behind him will roar, to increase their momentum. It looked like a bunch of savages. But aside from this one slot, in fact, the overall strength of these 3 forces is not very different. The scale armor clan might be a little bit stronger. But if you really fight, it may not be useful. I just don't know where he got his confidence from. It seems that you have great opinions. Could it be that the 5 blood spirit fruits I left for you can't be shared equally? The scaled armored clan smiled coldly, and then said aloud, "In that case, then I will do something good. I'll take 6 of the blood spirit fruits, and you should be able to share the remaining 4 equally." Hearing this, Qi Lu, who came over quietly, almost bit his tongue. Is there really nothing wrong with this guy's brain? After saying this, are you really not afraid of being besieged by the other party, and after you drive him out of the game, you will distribute the spoils? Or, after staying in the infinite battlefield for a long time, the brain will become difficult? Your ability to tell jokes is getting stronger and stronger. The rock man's face darkened, and he said coldly, "In that case, there is nothing to talk about." "Just right, I don't want to continue talking with you, it's a waste of time, it's more practical to speak with fists." It can be heard that the rock man's temper is not ordinary violent. This reminded Qi Lu of the scarlet fire demon god. In other words, shouldn't the rock people have a gentle and friendly temper? Why are they so irritable? And the Uran clan on the side also answered, "I also have the same intention, negotiation is really unreliable. As long as all your people are killed, you won't get a single blood spirit fruit." At this point, the negotiations basically broke down. It also made Qi Lu, who was lying on the side, ready to inquire about some news, extremely speechless. Are these guys really planning to negotiate properly? Or, they have already decided to fight from the very beginning, and the negotiation is just a formality? One thing to say, who talks in this tone? As far as the tone and way these 3 guys spoke, it was clear that they were going for the purpose of fighting. Then there is a hammer to negotiate, you have made it clear from the beginning, if you see the truth, it will be over. How civilized you are. But to be honest, this is also the atmosphere in the infinite battlefield. Negotiations are a waste of time. However, the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield, especially those who were still trapped in the outermost area. The most missing thing is time. So compared to negotiation, fighting is their favorite thing. If there is any problem, it will be over after a fight, why bother to talk about it for a long time, and there is no way to come to a result. So it became the scene in front of Qi Li's eyes, this is the most real word without speculation. Brothers, give it to me. Kill them, the blood spirit fruit is ours. Not only the blood spirit fruit, but also their lifespan is ours too. Come on. Kill. After the negotiation broke down, the group of guys behind the scales were Theons who reacted the fastest. It can be seen from this that they are real, and they came here for the battle from the beginning. Negotiation or something is just a pretense. However, the opponent's reaction speed was obviously not slow, and he quickly came back to his senses. Damn guy, I knew a long time ago that they couldn't be so kind to negotiate with us. That's right, with their style, it's a good thing that they didn't steal these blood spirit fruits in a sneaky way. The breakdown of the negotiations was expected long ago. Do you think you can plot against us? What a daydream. Everyone, follow me. Let these guys know what can and cannot be done. Kill them, take their life. There is also blood spirit fruit. Since they don't follow the rules, then we don't have to be polite. Follow me, kill. Immediately afterwards, the men and horses brought by the Uran tribe and the rock people also rushed up, screaming, and collided with the men and horses of the scaled armor tribe, and immediately knocked people on their backs. Everyone has been sealed with a part of their power, and when they start fighting, they will naturally feel less like the sky is falling apart. But the cruelty on the battlefield is not lacking at all. Even because of the weird rules of the infinite battlefield, it has been magnified a lot. In order to prolong their meager lifespan, these guys fight with all their might. No one dared to hold back. Because if you keep your hands here, you may not have the chance to fight next time. Roaring, shouting and killing, the heaven and earth were shaken. The battle of hundreds of people is like 1,000 troops, and I have Toadmire the voices of these people. Chilu watched enthusiastically from the side, but on the battlefield, not far away, what disappeared were real lives. The brutal battle will not change because of the scale of the battle. Those guys who have lost their vitality, after falling down, can't stand up again. But Chilu is here, not only to watch the excitement, but also to observe and confirm his guess. For example, the remains of those who have died. It is really withering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a plant that has lost water. Even worse than described. Those withered and fragile bones seem to turn into dust and scatter away when the wind blows. Sure enough, the infinite battlefield will devour these corpses. Chilu confirmed this matter. I haven't noticed it before, so it's just a guess. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I was still a little surprised. However, what is the purpose of the infinite battlefield devouring these corpses? And looking at those who are fighting, it should be commonplace for such a situation, so it is not surprising at all. After all, what happens after death has nothing to do with them. There is no thought of resting in the ground in Tianji territory. The thing that frustrates the bones is nothing more than venting anger. If you think about it this way, you will find that in the infinite battlefield, you just need to work hard to survive. As for what will become of those corpses, what does it have to do with them? Or, what inside information do they know? However, as for the specific situation, Chilu still doesn't know. We can only wait until these guys finish fighting first. Anyway, in the battle in the infinite battlefield, the remaining lifespan will be superimposed, and there will be no waste at all. Chilu really wanted to collect lifespans, so he just had to wait until the end and kill the survivors. But now, obviously, the focus is still on gathering intelligence. So I can only lie on the sidelines and wait. Fortunately, it was only a battle of hundreds of people, and it was divided into 3 forces. It really started, and it didn't last too long. After all, in this kind of place, once a war started, it would be a real desperate effort. And there will be no temptation. Because you don't know if your opponent will hit with all your strength when you are probing. In case of a mistake, you may not even be able to show all your strength, and you will die on the spot, thanks So Chilu could wait with peace of mind, as if he was watching a good show. counting the hours, calculating how much longer they can go on. At most, it will take another 2/4 of an hour to reach the sky. Brothers, we are about to win, everyone work harder. Do your best, never retreat. Kill all the enemies, let them know, and mess with our end. Come on. If you want to survive, don't keep your strength. The blood spirit fruit is ours, and your lifespan is also ours. The roaring sound continued, but the flames of war began to gradually extinguish as they continued to burn. Because the fuel is really short. Hundreds of people participated in the battle, but at this moment, there are only less than 30 people left. At this moment, more than half of the fallen ones have turned into a pile of dry bones, dead bones in the true sense. And under the aftermath of the battle, they were blasted into crumbs, or directly crushed into powder. In a sense, it was really shattered. Indeed, even the ashes were thrown away. Now that the fuel for the war is almost gone. So this battle is almost over. Qi Lu, who was lying on the side counting the time, silently calculated in his heart, thinking, it was only less than an hour. But to be honest, it's just a battle of hundreds of people, and it can last for an hour, which is actually pretty good. After all, the battles in the infinite battlefield are basically desperate battles. Not so many time-wasting temptations. This time, if it weren't for the melee between the three forces, it is estimated that the duration would be shorter. And this is because this time the war, before it started, was divided into two hostile parties due to negotiation reasons. The Featherman and the Rockman are teaming up to fight the Scale Tribe. Wait a minute, press and hit. When Qi Lu thought about this, he suddenly noticed a small detail. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but when I think about it now, I realize that such small details are unusually conspicuous. That is, the battle between the feathered people and the rock people against the scaled people did not use their full strength at all. To be more precise, these three guys should be acting. It's just that their acting skills are extremely superb, and it's impossible for ordinary people to see it. In addition, in this battle, the strength of these three guys is the strongest, so no one noticed their battle at all, and it was actually just a performance with superb acting skills. If it weren't for Qi Li's sharp eyesight, he might not have noticed this. Because before this, Qi Lu had never thought about this kind of thing. Who would have thought that the superficial viciousness of these guys was just for the sake of subsequent performances? No wonder the content of the negotiations between them seemed so strange. It seems that they are rushing to provoke a fight at all. Acting. If their negotiation is for the current battle, what benefits can they get? Life? After discovering this suspicious point, Qi Lu frowned again. If these three guys provoked this battle for the sake of longevity, then they shouldn't be playing games with each other here. Instead, you should fight other people, and then actually hunt and kill the enemies to take their lifespan. But now it seems that although they are acting, they have not shot at others. On the contrary, those guys who followed them got a lot of lifespan. What is the benefit to them in doing so? Qi Lu didn't know. Because in a place like the infinite battlefield, there is no need to buy people's hearts. The fact that whoever has the biggest fist has the biggest right to speak has been brought into full play in the infinite battlefield. The leaders of the three parties don't need to do such things to buy people shirts in order to win over the younger brother and consolidate their status. Repression by force is more effective. That's why Qi Lu was confused. Who would do the thankless things? These three guys must have another purpose for acting like this, and you will know it after watching it. Anyway, this battle is almost over, and the result will come out soon. The situation at the scene was similar to Qi Li's expectation. When the people who participated in the battle are almost wiped out, the next step is the finishing work. I don't know how those three acting guys will end up later. Is it a showdown, or a real fight? Then, just as Qi Lu was thinking about this question, the scaled armored clan seemed to have been mortified suddenly, and unexpectedly received the joint heavy blow from the Featherman clan and the Rockman, and then flew out backwards. After falling to the ground, there was a violent cough, and blood spurted out of the mouth as if he didn't want money. The large and small wounds on his body also proved the seriousness of the injuries of this scale armor clan. Although Qi Lu could tell that those wounds were actually minor injuries. But this didn't stop those guys who were still fighting next to them from feeling that their leader was seriously injured and was unable to fight anymore. Damn it, the two of you joined forces to deal with me alone. Even if you win, it will be an invincible victory. Today's revenge, I will definitely avenge it tomorrow. The Scales, who pretended to be struggling to stand up from the ground, gritted their teeth, and began to utter harsh words as usual. The Rockman not far away roared fiercely, I won't give you a chance to take revenge, you can't leave here today. However, the words were fierce, but the movements in his hands did not keep up with them at all. It's like letting go of the Scales on purpose. Unfortunately, the war was in full swing, and no one noticed it at all. Immediately afterwards, under Qi Li's stunned expression, that Scale tribe ran away, just like that. Yes, why did you run away like this? Compared with the superb performance before, this last play was a bit too clumsy. What is happening? Just ran away like that? What about the person you brought here? Leave it here, no more. Question marks popped up in Qi Li's mind one after another. The sudden scene was indeed a little shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qi Lu would never have believed that the end of this battle was so hasty. It ended with the Scale Armor clan running away. Then, on the side led by the Scale clan, the rest of them were naturally abandoned. In front of the cultivators led by the Yuan tribe and the Rockmen, they were immediately destroyed, and they were all cleaned up. Not a single one was left alive. Great, we won. Then these blood spirit fruits are all ours. And the lifespans of those guys, ha ha ha, I've just gained half a year more lifespan this time. You actually added half a year to your life at once, I'm really envious. I only took more than 70 days of life this time. That's not bad. And there will be blood spirit fruit to distribute later, maybe we can get one too. Makes sense. After the war, less than 20 people survived. At this moment, they are all beaming, without the slightest sadness after the war, or the horror of the rest of life after the catastrophe. Instead, he showed off his achievements in this war with others, with a proud face. Life. It is the basic capital to survive in the infinite battlefield. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with oneself? Because in this kind of place, even a person who was a partner in the last second may stab himself in the next second. Therefore, rather than thinking about the life and death of others, it is better to save more of your own lifespan. Only in this way can one obtain the qualification to enter the deeper secret realm space. After all, as long as you stay in the infinite battlefield, you will never have a real sense of security. Only when you get out of the infinite battlefield can you be truly liberated. Perhaps this is the siege. Those outside want to come in, but those inside want to get out. And the escaped Scale clan, under the joy of victory, no one would care. It's just a bereaved dog. Since it escaped, it's better to hide it honestly. This scene made Qi Li's mouth reveal a playful smile. Is that how the Scales escaped? Obviously, it's impossible. Qi Li didn't believe that there would be no way of communication between the three leaders. Even Qi Li himself had already locked onto the aura of the scaled armored clan in secret, so he could chase after it later. But now, we still have to look at the situation here first. Well, this battle is our victory. The Rockman's voice, loud and high-pitched, also officially announced the result of this battle. So, next, we can distribute these blood spirit fruits. The Feather race also followed suit. Immediately aroused the people below, issued a burst of cheers. The fundamental reason why they will start this war is not because of these blood spirit fruits. Now, finally, it's time to distribute the spoils. This battle is a victory created by both of us, so the 10 blood spirit fruits should be equally divided. When the Yuan tribe said this, they turned their heads and glanced at the rock man before continuing. You and I each take 5, there should be no objection. Can? The rock man nodded, and then glanced down again, those guys whose eyes were full of expectation. As for how the loot should be distributed, they are the leaders, and they also need to consider the feelings of the people below. Although their opinions are only for reference. But it can't all be ignored. Then pick it up immediately. After reaching a consensus, the Yuan raised their heads and glanced at the blood spirit fruit on the bare branches, which was like a work of art. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Qilu always feels that the colors of the 10 blood spirit fruits have become more vivid. I'll take the 5 that belong to us first, then leave here, and then distribute them. You guys should have no objections. As he spoke, the wings on the back of the Yuan tribe moved, and their figure instantly appeared beside the blood spirit fruit. He reached out and grabbed 5 blood spirit fruits. What the Yuan tribe said just now was not only for the rock people, but also for their own people. Of course, such things as dividing the spoils have to be done behind closed doors. Please. The rock man stared at the movements of the feathered people, and only said aloud after he picked 5 blood spirit fruits. Although just now, they were in a state of joining forces. But after the enemy is repulsed, they may become enemies at any time. So I have to guard against it. Then let's take our leave. The Yuan tribe nodded slightly, then turned to look at the cultivator below. Let's go. After saying that, the cultivators belonging to the Yuan camp hurriedly set off and followed them away from this place. Only the rock man and his little brothers remained. Interesting, is this the end of this play? I don't think so. Qilu, who was hiding nearby to watch the play, had a wider smile on his face. Because he can be sure that this play is not over yet, and there will be more exciting plays in the future. As predicted. Just after the rock man watched the Yuan tribe leave, he flew up the tree and picked off the remaining 5 blood spirit fruits. And the cultivators below also started to make noise immediately, looking at rock man with burning eyes. Looking forward to having one of my own among the 5 blood spirit fruits. After all, the number of people present was close to 10. 5 blood spirit fruits are not enough anyway. Unless these blood spirit fruits can be used to squeeze juice, and then the juice is divided equally. However, it is a pity that there is no way to use such high-end operations to deal with any kind of natural treasures. Such an approach is not only a bit silly, but also very likely to waste these precious blood spirit fruits. Therefore, he can only hope that his leader will notice him. However, the rock man with the blood spirit fruit in his hand obviously didn't think so. Brothers, I know, you all want to get the blood spirit fruit and want to be chosen, right? The rock man's eyes swept over the faces of all the people present. Right. That's right. We all want blood spirit fruit. Those cultivators also shouted quite sincerely. This is not the time to be reserved. It is not unreasonable for a crying child to have milk. Now that the leader has asked, of course. Expressed his will. Since everyone wants the blood spirit fruit, you all saw it just now. There are 10 blood spirit fruits on this tree. Having said that, the rock man looked back deliberately before continuing. If we can get all of them, we don't have to argue about how to distribute them here. What do you think? The last sentence clearly clarified his purpose. It is the idea of defeating the group of Yuan people. Sure enough, it is one of the survival rules in the infinite battlefield: don't trust anyone except yourself. Because all the partners who have fought side by side with you may turn around and stab you for profit. Seeing this, Qilu fell silent. Although this scene was both unexpected and reasonable. But when it really appeared in front of my eyes, I was quite touched. The trust in the infinite battlefield is so fragile, as thin as a piece of glutinous rice paper. You don't even need to poke it, it will shatter on its own when the wind blows. It's wonderful. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still lurking now, Qi Lu would have wanted to applaud. And after the rock man made this suggestion, the reactions of the practitioners below were predictable at all. Guys who can survive in the infinite battlefield have no concept of allies in their hearts. Some are just conquering and being conquered. So when the rock man said that he wanted to take back the 5 blood spirit fruits that had been allocated, everyone was overwhelmed. I told you a long time ago, these blood spirit fruits belong to us. I shouldn't have given out the blood spirit fruit before. What kind of bastards are they, and they are also assigned to take away our blood spirit fruit. Brothers, let's catch up, get back the blood spirit fruit that should belong to us, and teach them a lesson. That's right, if there are 10 blood spirit fruits, there is no need to distribute them. If there are 10 blood spirit fruits, then each of us can get 1 blood spirit fruit. Of course. Everyone's emotions were ignited. In the face of vital interests, the so-called allies are not worth mentioning at all. It's just that under the high fighting spirit, none of them noticed the mocking light flashing in the rock man's eyes. As if to say, what a group of fools who are easy to control. However, these are off topic. They could clearly see the direction in which the Feather Clan group left, and it hadn't been long. If you go after it now, it shouldn't take long. Then the flames of war should continue. In order to get back those 5 blood spirit fruits. Go, and get back our blood spirit fruit. The rock man said loudly, his passionate fighting spirit inspired the fighting spirit of the younger brothers. Now that he has the affirmation of the leader and his own interests, how can not work hard? As soon as these words came out, many cultivators almost rushed out screaming, and chased in the direction where the feathered people left, as if something had really been snatched from them. That momentum is really justified. But the rock man who encouraged them to pursue followed slowly behind. It looks like he is leaving, as if he is leaving, but it is more like chasing after him. Qi Lu, who was lying on the side, naturally didn't want to miss this good show. He also followed slowly. In order not to be discovered, of course, you can't act too hastily. In fact, the group of Yuan people didn't have much distance before they were overtaken by the rock people's younger brothers. And it looked like they were attacked by surprise. Before the battle started, 3 people were lost. Then, at the fastest speed, a resistance was organized. During the process of fighting back, the guys who were attacked also questioned angrily. How is this going? You bastards, how dare you come and attack us? We fought side by side just now, and now you treat us as enemies. I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have let you go before. Why did you do this? However, in the face of such questioning, the attacker smiled grimly. Why? If you want to ask, just ask why you took away our blood spirit fruit. Those 5 blood spirit fruits should have belonged to us, but you took them away. Shouldn't you accept sanctions? Now, we're just here to get back what should belong to us. The voice that answered was confident. But he really expressed the anger of the questioner. What a bunch of despicable fellows, both of us were victors in that battle just now. You actually say now that the 10 blood spirit fruits are all yours? What a big face. All of a sudden, the anger on both sides came up. When the brain is overwhelmed by anger, rationality, and so on cease to exist. In the minds of this group of cultivators, there is only one thought now, which is to kill them all. It's not for longevity, nor for blood spirit fruit. Just to teach these damned guys a lesson. Then the war started again. However, this battle was obviously not as intense as before, and the movement of less than 20 people was still a little smaller. Anyway, following behind, Qi Lu, who vaguely saw the situation on the battlefield here, felt a little bored. After all, he had just fought before, and now he has not rested well, and a new round of fighting has started. Everyone is almost at the end of their strength, what can be seen. If it wasn't for the anger in their hearts that burned their rationality, they would have to fight desperately to decide the outcome. It is estimated that this battle will not be fought. And the rock man following behind also joined the battle at this moment. Yes, he was acting with that feathered race again. Qi Lu could see clearly from behind. What the hell are they doing? Seeing the familiar appearance of the Yuan and the rockman when they were acting, it was obviously not the first time. And more importantly, regarding this sudden attack, the Yuan tribe was not surprised at all. It looks like it was expected. Or to be more precise, it was as if it was being performed according to the script, without any sense of panic. That's right, it's the script. It seems that their purpose will soon surface. Qi Lu was looking forward to that moment, and he also believed that it will take long to wait. Because those guys who came to start the second war were almost dead under the influence of anger. It wasn't until the last 5 people remained that they suddenly woke up. How so? What happened just now? Why are there only so few people left all of a sudden? Blood spirit fruit, we are here to get back the blood spirit fruit. But now that it's like this, is there still a need to fight? Yeah, now that it's like this, there's no need to continue fighting. Looking around, the corpses that fell to the ground and turned into dry bones, the surviving cultivators have become rational. If the fight continues, in the end, it is estimated that only the last survivor will be left. So there is really no need for that. Besides, with the current number of people, 10 blood spirit fruits are almost 2 for each person. Then hit a hammer and distribute the spoils directly. Having figured this out, the eyes of the remaining cultivators all looked at rock people and feather people who were still fighting. Counting the 2 of them, there are only 7 people present, and 10 blood spirit fruits are completely enough. However, the development of things was far from as simple as they thought. Just after these cultivators stopped, a rather familiar voice suddenly appeared. So you want to stop fighting? How is this possible? As soon as the voice came out, it attracted everyone's attention. Of course it also included Qi Lu, who was lying on the side. After seeing the person who made the sound, everyone was stunned. Because this person is the scale that escaped before. Here, what's the situation? Everyone was shocked. Didn't this guy escape? Why is he running back now? Aren't you afraid of being attacked again? However, what made them even more unexpected was, at the same time, the rock people and the feather people who were still acting stopped their hands, and together with the scales, they stood in a triangle and surrounded the remaining 5 people. You want to stop now? Wouldn't that be a waste of our painstaking design? As soon as these words came out, the audience was silent, only the surviving cultivators were left with astonishment on their faces. And irrepressible disbelief. Painful design? The sound of swallowing saliva sounded, and a guess emerged in the hearts of the survivors. The body also began to tremble. I don't know if it was because of fear, anger, or other emotions. The battles they fought before were all designed. How can this make them accept it? And, as far as the current situation is concerned, there is one more important thing. That is their current situation. As long as anyone with a discerning eye can see it, it seems to be very bad. Because their leader, or in other words, the 3 guys who were their leader just now, at this moment, the murderous intent in their eyes has already appeared without any concealment. This killing intent was very clearly told to all the practitioners present. None of them want to leave. The 2 wars you experienced were of course our designs. In the infinite battlefield, although we are not inclined to negotiate, such child's play negotiations will not happen. All we want is your life. The scale's tone was as arrogant as ever. But at this time, his arrogance turned into the confidence of a strong man. And the taunt of the hunter? When facing the prey that fell into the trap, those hunters would always sneer to show their strength and wisdom, stimulate the emotions of the prey by the way, and let them know their weakness. Just like now, the plan has reached the last step, and the prey has all walked into the trap. In the eyes of hunters, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Then the words of the Scaled Armor clan are pure sarcasm. At this moment, Qilu also understood. It turned out that this scene was a game from beginning to end. Those three guys, the Featherman clan, the Scaled Armor clan, and the Rockman, were all in the same group. They pretended to be hostile, and then, relying on their strong strength, they each recruited troops in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield. After all, for the vast majority of guys who went to the infinite battlefield to pan for gold, it is obviously a good choice to know the rules and then find a backer, which can at least improve their survival rate a lot. Of course, except for those heavenly geniuses, or peerless powerhouses. Those existences will not stay in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield for long at all, and will enter the inner area. As for these three guys, Qilu estimated that they would not provoke such an existence. Because that's just asking for trouble for yourself. Therefore, one can imagine the strength of the gold digger who can become the younger brother of these three guys. However, it was precisely because those younger brothers were not very strong that they were calculated so easily. Then it fell into the current situation. The steps are very simple, after the respective recruitment stages are completed. The feathered people, the scaled armored people, and the rock people, they will always find ways and opportunities to make the three forces collide. What happened after that was not much different from what Qilu saw. As long as the men and horses in your hands are almost exhausted, you can collect the net. That's what's happening now. These two battles were designed by you from beginning to end? Damn it, damn it. You will not end well. The remaining 5 practitioners had angry expressions on their distorted faces. After a series of emotions such as astonishment, surprise, shock, and fear, the only thing left is anger. Who would not be angry if he was counted on by others, to such an extent? They want their own lives. Whether we will end well or not is unclear. But what is certain is that you guys will not end well anyway. The rock people didn't care about the harsh words these guys uttered. To them, the barking sounds of these trapped prey are nothing but impotent rage. It's like when you are slaughtering sheep, you can't stop the mouths of those sheep, and don't even let them bark. That would be a little too inhumane. Although it is a bit ridiculous to use the word humane on these three guys. But the meaning is right, it's just an analogy. If your last words are these words, then I'm sorry, these words are probably in vain. The feathered people also followed suit. The one who seems to be the most friendly also has no mercy at all. Because in a place like the infinite battlefield, pity is the most useless emotion. Okay, stop talking nonsense to them, pray, always pray, until death. Send them on the road early, and then go to find the next batch of prey. On the other hand, the arrogant Scale clan urged impatiently at this time. It is not once or twice to do this kind of game, to hunt these newcomers who ran to the infinite battlefield. Just looking at their desperate expressions before they die is enough. Why explain so much? Okay, let's send them on the road earlier. Hearing this, the rock man nodded, agreeing with the words of the Scale Armor clan. Naturally, the Huron didn't say much anymore. The three of them are old acquaintances, and it is only when they cooperate that they have such a tacit understanding. Superb acting skills are no joke, at least these prey have never seen through their intentions. Don't think that you can take us as prey so easily after calculating us. Even if we die, we won't make it easy for you. No one wants to sit still, let alone these angry cultivators. Hearing these three guys talking like no one else was there, it was as if they were already fish on a chopping board. The 5 practitioners immediately looked at each other, and then understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and they were all the same as themselves, kill them. That being the case, then kill it. Let these hunters know that no matter how well planned they are, they will be bitten by their prey. Even bite to death. Roar. With a roar, the 5 practitioners shot at the same time. Even the rock people, the feathered people, and the scales cooperated tacitly, forming a triangle to guard the 3 directions. But when facing the remaining 5 prey to attack together, there will be some headaches. However, it's just a headache. I really don't know how to live or die. I wanted you to die happily, but now, let you feel your own weakness first. The scales frowned, and roared ferociously. No hunter likes to see his prey dare to resist him. Because that would make him waste a lot of energy to deal with these prey, which is not only troublesome, but also a waste of time. However, when the prey really starts to resist, no matter how troublesome it must be done. As the scale armor said, these 5 practitioners are absolutely impossible to be their opponents. After all, in the previous 2 battles, the Scaled Armor clan, the Rock people, and the Feather clan were all acting. Although it seemed that they fought fiercely, in fact, they didn't consume much power. On the other hand, those cultivators, after the war, spared no effort to attack. After the 2 battles, the power consumed has already reduced their strength by more than 70%, and now it is just the end of their strength. Even relying on anger and forcing his last breath to fight back, it was still too far away. What's more, there was another thing that these guys who were dazzled by anger didn't notice. In other words, it was actively ignored. That is, these 3 guys, although they seem very despicable after calculating them, there is one thing that is undeniable. Being able to become their leader, whether it is the Scale Armor clan, the Feather clan, or the Rock people, is absolutely stronger than Thesa cultivators in terms of personal strength. The combination of these 2 points creates a gap in hard power that cannot be made up. In other words, the outcome of this battle is doomed. It's not the first time a hunter has set up a scheme to calculate his prey, so how could he miss something? So the process of fighting is unexpectedly simple. The resistance of the prey is of little significance to the hunter. It can't save the lives of these prey, at most it can make these prey die with more backbone. It's really troublesome. Next time when you are acting, can you be more serious? Look for a chance and use the aftermath of the battle to kill these guys. After biting the last breath of the last prey, the scales shook off the blood from their hands and complained aloud. The Feather clan smiled slightly, and said, "It's so boring in the infinite battlefield, it doesn't matter to play with them for a while." Immediately, the topic changed again. However, the lifespan of 10 years will soon be collected. Do you plan to go to the central area of the infinite battlefield? This is also the first purpose of their game, to hunt and kill these newcomers, to take life. Hundreds of newcomers, even if some consumption is removed, only one person has 20 days of life left. That also has a lifespan of more than 2,000 days. 3 people share it equally, and one person can share nearly 700 days off life. Calculated in this way, every time they do a game, they alone can gain almost 2 years of life. Excluding the time for playing the game, it only takes 6 times at most to get 10 years of life, which is enough to go to the deeper secret space, and there is even a surplus of life. That's why there is this problem of the feathered people. In the infinite battlefield, the further you go to the inner area, the stronger the enemies you can encounter. Some gold diggers, perhaps in the outer areas, can get along well. But once you go inside, you may not even know how to die. So we have to be careful with this choice. Why rush to the central area of the infinite battlefield? There are no newcomers there to deceive us. Take some extra life here is the best choice. The scales squinted their eyes and said aloud. For the inner area of the infinite battlefield, the scales have an indescribable awe. Even though he is a demon god in the outside world, compared with those real monsters, he is still a world of difference. So in the infinite battlefield, if he could, he didn't want to face those monsters so early. Anyway, life in the outermost area is nourishing enough. It's not too much fun to use those newcomers as prey. And the same trick, they can continue to use it. Because none of the prey that got into the trap can escape, so there is none to worry about their tricks being leaked. It's true, the further you go in, the more monsters there will be. The talents of those guys are not comparable to ours. When the rock man said this, although he was a little unwilling, he had to admit it. This kind of talent is really innate. It can make you stand on a higher starting line naturally, overlooking those weak. 9. By the way, this is your blood spirit fruit. This time I let you play the role of escape, so let you take 4. Saying so, the rock man threw his 2 blood spirit fruits to the scaled clan. The same is true for the feather clan on the side, and they gave 2 blood spirit fruits to the scaled armor clan. Everyone takes turns playing this role. Whose turn is it next? The scaled armored clan took the blood spirit fruit handed over by the 2 of them, and asked again. This time it's my turn. The rockman raised his hand. Okay, let's get ready, it's time to find new prey. The Yuran tribe nodded, then glanced at the blood spirit fruit in their hands, and continued, soon, new blood spirit fruits will grow again, remember Toliad those newcomers there. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. The scaled armor clan responded in this way. The 3 of them were about to leave when they heard a burst of applause. Papa Papa. The voice was crisp, and it was not far behind him and the others. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat emerged from their backs. Who? The scales turned their heads and shouted angrily. It's too scary that someone can sneak behind them without being noticed by them. Could it be another new monster? If so, that's too bad. If the plot of the 3 of them to plan their prey was revealed, not so many rookies would be fooled. The rock people and feather people who stood aside also looked warily at the place where the sound came from. Be ready to shoot at any time and take down this peeping guy. Because they know it in their hearts. The matter of how I and others hunted those newcomers must not be told. Wonderful, really wonderful. It really made me watch a good show. The one who applauded was naturally Qi Lu, who was lurking at the side. Now that the good show is over, of course it's my turn to play. After all, even though the play of these 3 guys was over, Qi Lu understood it all. No wonder their behavior is so weird, and now there is an answer. But some questions still need to be asked. For example, what is the function of the blood spirit fruit? Who are you? Why are you here? The scales stared at this young human who came out of nowhere. The sharp claws on the fingertips have already popped out. The rock people and the Yuran race are also ready to fight, and they only wait for an opportunity before they can strike at the young people of this human race. It doesn't matter who I am. Hearing this, Chila shrugged, and then put down his clapping hands. As for why I'm here, that's a good question. Although the tone of this sentence is plain, it sounds like it is teasing, and it seems to be sarcasm. It's such a beautiful play, if you don't follow it to the end, it would be too bad. Speaking of this, Qi Li's words also revealed another message. That's what they do, he sees it from start to finish, asterisk. You know everything? In the eyes of the Scale Armor clan, a fierce light flickered uncontrollably. That was the concentration of killing intent, and also the emergence of inner violence. Yes, I know all about it. Sheila said with a smile. He was even worried that the stimulation would not be enough, so he added, it started when you gathered under the big tree and snatched the blood spirit fruit. At this moment, the scene seemed a little dead silent. The Scaled Armor clan, the Feather clan, and the Rock people just looked at Qi Lu without saying a word. It's just that the condensed killing intent is getting heavier and heavier. They don't even need to look at each other's expressions and eyes to understand each other's meaning. This human race cannot stay. Then I'm sorry, boy, I'm afraid you can't save your life. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself, see. Something that shouldn't be seen. After a moment of dead silence, the voice of the scales suddenly sounded. The sound was like the firing of a starting gun. The three people who cooperated tacitly disappeared at the same time, and then appeared in three directions, beside Qi Lu. Attack without error at the same time. Your decision is straightforward, but you never thought about it. Can you really beat me? Qi Lu smiled lightly, but the expression on his face did not change at all. If he hadn't seen through the strength of these three guys and knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to pose the slightest threat to him, how could Qi Lu come out so carelessly? You have to sneak attack, no matter what. Let's talk about killing one. After all, Qi Lu never thought of himself as a gentleman, so why did he have Ito fight the enemy head-on? Since they are already enemies. So when facing the enemy, shouldn't the first priority be to kill the enemy? Therefore, Qi Lu was not surprised at all when he saw the scene of the three of them attacking him. It's better to say that Qi Lu will be surprised if they don't make a move. The strength is not strong, but the tone is not small. Newcomers, don't think that just because you have some strength in the Tianji realm, you can be unrestrained in the infinite battlefield. We want to tell you today that in the infinite battlefield, there are both geniuses and monsters. The rock man snorted coldly, and the movements of his hands accelerated by 3 points. The Yuan tribe and the scaled armor tribe were not far behind, and their power surged again. You are right, there are indeed a lot of geniuses and monsters in it. But it should be, not you. Qi Lu smiled slightly. The figure surrounded by 3 people gradually faded away. It's an afterimage. The Yuan tribe was startled, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on their backs. This human race escaped from their encirclement without them noticing. How can that be? However, before this thought was finished in the mind, the Yuan tribe felt a sharp pain in the back. Tiger claw, break! At some point, Qi Lu appeared behind the Yuan clan. With his right hand clenched in the shape of a tiger's claw, he suddenly slapped the featherman's back, and then grabbed and whipped. Crack! There was the sound of the spine being ripped apart. Terrifying power penetrated into the body of the Yuan clan, draining all Ofi's strength on the spot. A fishy sweet smell poured from the throat into the mouth, letting the Yuan know that it was the smell of blood. It is also the taste of the passing of vitality. Warm and fishy sweet, like death, it makes people feel flustered. No, it shouldn't be like this. The spirit of the Yuan clan fell to the ground dejectedly. After the strength of the whole body was exhausted, even the voice of speaking became like mosquitoes. There are 2 more. Qi Li's eyes turned sharply, and the movements of his hands did not stop. Among these 3 guys, relatively speaking, the body of the Yuan tribe is the most fragile, so it became Qi Li's first target. On the outside of the scale armor tribe, there is a layer of hard scales as a defense, which is difficult to attack. Not to mention rock people. Ordinary attacks are definitely not so easy to work. But no matter who Qi Lu is, it's not like he doesn't know how to attack unusually. The scales of the scale armor clan, I want to try it. See if your scales are hard, or the dragon's scales are harder. Silently speaking in his heart, Qi Li's hands also changed their moves, and infinite power gathered. Feel your fingertips. Eagle claw broken. Qi Li's speed was not something these 3 guys could keep up with. After dealing with the Feather clan, Qi Li's next attack was on the Scale clan. The fingertips imbued with terrifying power directly grabbed the scale's back end, touched his spine. Crack! The terrifying eagle claws pierced the scales, followed by a muffled sound. After the scales were broken, blood gushed out immediately. In the next instant, the spine of the scaled armor tribe was also broken by Qi Lu. Because there were still questions to ask, Qi Lu just disabled their abilitato act, but did not kill them. However, the current situation is probably more cruel than a dead hand. After the Feather Clan, the Scale Clan also lost all their strength, fell to the ground, and looked at the black light that flickered in front of their eyes with pain and distorted faces. Even if you are attacked, you can't see clearly how the person who attacked you did it. Is this the difference in strength? How could it be like this? It shouldn't be like this. The voices of the scales were somewhat intermittent. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making his eyesight slowly become blurred, and even his consciousness became blurred. The severe pain in his back had already passed through his brain and invaded his whole body. But after the death of the heart, the pain of the body. The pain has eased in the slightest. Is it numb? The scales didn't know, but he knew that he might as well be dead in this state. Now, the last one left. It's a member of the rock people, right? I don't know if it is stronger or weaker than the Scarlet Fire Demon God. Qi Lu, who dealt with the two of them one after another, didn't have any blood in his hands, and they were still as clean as if he hadn't made a move. While talking to himself, he also set his sights on the last person. The Scarlet Fire Demon God that Qi Lu had dealt with before was also of the Rockman clan in terms of race. It's just that from the perspective of talent, it looks more like a certain mutant variety. The fires of purgatory are terrible after all. It's just that the poor Scarlet Fire Demon God provoked Qi Lu, otherwise, at least, he would have been at ease for thousands of years. Even after devouring the magma underground lake and refining the power of the earth fire, there might still be a chance to go further. You know, whether it is the realm of the demon god or the realm of the main god, the road is very long. There may be a gap of thousands of times between the newly promoted demon gods and the top demon gods in terms of combat effectiveness. This is no joke. It may sound like an exaggeration, but it is the truth. Otherwise, how could it be said that the title of demon god sounds like Ariel name? But the gap is as far away as heaven and earth. However, this gap, in the infinite battlefield, has been shortened a lot by distorted world rules. With Qi Li's powerful perception, coupled with the continuous attempts during this period of time, he was gradually able to confirm it. The world rules of the infinite battlefield seem to be carried out in ascertained proportion to suppress the power of entrance. To put it simply, it is to reduce the power of all creatures who come to the infinite battlefield with the same ratio, so as to achieve a different kind of fairness. Although the gap between all living beings in the realm of cultivation has been narrowed. But the strong are still strong, and the weak are still weak. That's why Qi Lu was not worried about his situation, at least in this outermost area. He would not encounter any peerless powers. Now, all we need to do is get rid of the last Rockman, and the mission is complete. Damn guy, you've shown your flaws. The Rockman suddenly let out a loud roar. After all, they shot one after another, bringing down the Featherman and Scaled Armor tribes. Even Qi Lu couldn't completely adjust his movements for the next attack without wasting time. And this momentary pause, the figure revealed, is already a big flaw in this level of battle. This made the Rockman very excited. Because the offensive of this human youth was indeed too fierce and powerful. With 2 shots, he directly crippled his 2 companions. How terrifying is this level of strength? You know, before they entered the infinite battlefield, they were absolutely rampant existences in the Tianji realm. Combat power is absolutely beyond doubt. It's ridiculous that at this moment, it seems so weak and unbearable. So this fleeting flaw, once you catch it, don't miss it. Give me death. In an instant, the Rockman's size skyrocketed. The moment the fist was punched, it was as if a big mountain fell head-on, covering the sky and the sun, and it was extremely terrifying. This should be regarded as the innate ability of the rock people. They can absorb the power of the earth in an instant to strengthen their own strength. The specific performance is probably the change of their body shape. The previous Scarlet Fire Demon God was also like this, he could suddenly become like a mountain. The power displayed is also extremely terrifying. If Qi Lu hadn't seen the power erupted by the dragon god and Babel, the tyrannical power displayed by the scarlet fire demon god would probably rank among the top. What a pity. I have seen real peerless powers before, but looking at these guys again, I always feel a little bit meaningless. But then again, those names resounded through an era in history, even though Qi Lu saw him in person. But each of them is not in its peak period, and all of them are in a state of incompleteness. Although the human king retained his former body, only his remnant soul remained. The dragon god, the most powerful true dragon body, has disappeared. The demon emperor, let alone. If the demon emperor still has the fighting power of the peak period, why use the last trump card, the law of fate? Then when I arrived at the Tianji territory, I didn't even mention the giant dragon sage king I met. In other words, every time Qi Lu met the dragon king, it seemed that he was a remnant soul every time. Moreover, the dragon sage king didn't even make a name in history. If it hadn't been for the dragon god and the others, who knew that the true combat power of the dragon sage king was not weaker than them at all, Qi Lu would not have realized that this one is also a truly peerless power. After that, it will probably be the overlord. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't know how strong the overlord is. After thinking about it, it's really a pity that I haven't seen these peerless powers at their peak. However, after thinking about this matter, Qi Lu had another question. These monsters that I know well, it seems, are all my own people. Except for one demon emperor who is an enemy. So, who is their enemy? Qi Lu couldn't figure it out. If such a strong lineup really had an enemy, how strong would the enemy's lineup be? Forget it, I still don't want to think about these unclear questions. The first thing to do is to get rid of this guy in front of him. Why do you think that the flaws I deliberately exposed are still flaws? Looking at the fist that looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, Qi Lushan's shape changed again, and he directly greeted the fist. Bear's paw, broken. The eagle's claws are like hooks, and the bear's paws are like hammers. It's not that Qi Lu has learned any new moves, it's just to test his physical strength. Qi Lu's favorite thing to do is to rely solely on strength to decide the outcome. Even if there is a huge difference in size between the two parties, it is like an elephant and an ant. But the competition in strength is not necessarily the case. Boom. The fists collided, like a meteorite falling to the ground. The roaring sound continued to be heard, and the smoke and dust aroused were layered and spread outward like ocean waves. In an instant, the ground shattered, cracks spread, and the surrounding space shook violently as if it was about to shatter. The momentum is so great that it is extremely shocking. However, the eyes of the Uran and Scale tribes lying on the ground showed hope. Can you win? You won, you should have won. Keep working harder and kill that damned guy. Although the voice was weak, the resentment in the tone was real. As far as the existence of the demon god realm is concerned, as long as the body is not smashed to pieces, even if it is missing an arm or a leg, it can be recovered. So, just get rid of this sudden appearance of the Terran. Then their loss is nothing more than a broken spine. After a period of hard work, they will be able to recover. But if even the rock people are defeated, one can imagine what the consequences will be. In fact, if Qi Lu hadn't turned his own power into erosive force and poured Itinto the bodies of the feathered human race and the scaled armor race when Hamade the attack, it would be absolutely impossible for the demon god to lose his fighting power with his strong physique. After all, this is also a kind of fighting technique. Otherwise, these guys would have already run away when they saw that they were invincible. But now, the Rockman's heavy blow fell, and the smoke and dust covered the battlefield, and also covered the result of the battle. The terrifying shock wave shattered the void, and the cracks that spread out also blocked the line of sight. That human youth, is he dead or alive? The Feathermen and Scales are anxiously waiting for the result. However, at this moment, the rock man, who had become like a mountain, showed an extremely painful expression on his face. The unbelievableness mixed with it made the mood of the feathermen and scaled armor tribes suddenly sink into the abyss. Crack. Crack. It should have been a clear and crisp sound, but in their ears, it sounded like a roar from the abyss. It seems that those demons crawled out of the abyss, trying to drag them down, and they will never turn over. No, I cannot. The rock man squeezed the words out of his mouth with difficulty. Then, the feathermen and scalemen saw a crack, starting from the rockman's fist, and spreading rapidly upwards. It was like the appearance of a boulder, before it was smashed into pieces. In the next second, the crack continued to spread, and soon, it covered the whole body of the rock man. Your strength is too weak. Your physique is the same, too weak. The sound coming from the smoke and dust was like the scythe of death. It was swung lightly and deftly, but it announced the death of the rock man. The huge body began to shatter. This scene seemed familiar to Qi Lu. It seems to be somewhat similar to the scene where the scarlet fire demon god fell down. The shattered boulder fell down, as magnificent as the collapse of a mountain, accompanied by a loud bang. It was quite shocking. Of course, this is only in Qi Li's opinion, that's all. In the eyes of the Feather Clan and Scaled Armor Clan, this scene looked so hopeless. The rockman fell, and the last hope was gone. They came to the infinite battlefield. Maybe it was a joke. Although I have taught you some things, it is a pity that you will never use them again. After saying that, Qi Li suddenly swung his fist outwards, and the blown wind howled out, like a gust of wind passing through, instantly blowing away the smoke and dust. Look at the rock man in front of him again. At this moment, he has turned into a pile of rocks. People is gone. Okay, next, it's time to get down to business. Now that the battle is over, it's time to figure out the question I want to ask. Qi Li patted the clothes on his body, then came to the Scale Armor tribe, and picked up a blood spirit fruit. You guys really have something wrong with me. I didn't intend to deal with you at first, but I just wanted to ask you a few questions. As a result, you all shot first, so you can't blame me. Qi Li said this as if he was forced to defend himself. However, if you insist on justifiable self-defense, you are right. Didn't see that Qi Li only treats everyone. Did you make a move? Who would have thought that they couldn't even catch a move? The scales turned the dead fish's eyes and looked at Qi Li coldly. In his opinion, such words are nothing more than the winner's mockery of fellow sir. As long as you win, then everything is right. After all, losers can't speak. Okay, I'll just ask a few questions, and if you behave well, I'll let you go. Qi Li didn't talk nonsense. Because just after getting rid of that rock man, he has already captured more than 8 years of life. In addition to my own at the beginning, it is almost 9 years of life expectancy. This speed is really fast. Not long ago, I thought it was difficult to collect 10 years of life. Looking at it now, it seems that's the case. You say. The scales gritted their teeth and said aloud. Although he didn't believe that the human race in front of him would kindly let him go. But at this moment, what else to do but grab this last hope of survival? Could it be that he kept his mouth shut and was punched to death? Happy. Qi Li threw the blood spirit fruit in his hand, and said, the first question, what's the use of this thing? Do not you know? The tone of the Scale Armor tribe was a little surprised. It seemed that they were not pretending. Listening to what he said, it seems that it is a very rare thing not to know what the blood spirit fruit is useful for. Then what are you doing here in the infinite battlefield? Immediately afterwards, the scales asked again. Find someone. Qi Li replied without a pause. The scales fell silent again. This answer has never been heard before. There may be many reasons for the gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield, but this is the first time I have seen someone who is looking for someone. What kind of weird player is this, to use such a reason to come to such a dangerous place? No, wait. This danger should be for himself and others. For these monsters, even if there is danger, it must bring danger to others. Well, since that's the case, let me introduce you. Blood Spirit Fruit, one of the special treasures of the infinite battlefield. After taking it, it can be turned into potential and stored. After ending the silence, the scales finally introduced the function of the Blood Spirit Fruit. And this Blood Spirit Fruit actually represents one of the types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the infinite battlefield. As long as it is taken, it can be transformed into a special kind of energy, which can enhance the user's potential and then be stored in the user's body. When the user leaves the infinite battlefield, it will gradually erupt and quickly increase the user's cultivation level. This is also one of the biggest reasons why those strong men who can leave the infinite battlefield, without exception, can become the top demon gods. There is no upper limit to the number of times the Blood Spirit Fruit can be taken. But it will only work after leaving the infinite battlefield. It is such a miraculous treasure. It can ignore the threshold between realms and the shackles at the time of breakthrough, and forcibly increase the potential of the user. That's why these gold diggers scramble for it, even at the expense of their lives. After all, why did you come to such a dangerous place as the infinite battlefield? Not just for these things. In the infinite battlefield, everyone's strength will be suppressed, which gives the weak a glimmer of hope. And this Blood Spirit Fruit is also a kind of hope. It is the hope that will be revealed after leaving the infinite battlefield. So that's why it's no wonder that the elixir that can be taken indefinitely is so precious. Qila looked at the Blood Spirit Fruit in his hand, pondered for a while, and then said in his mind, "System, test it for me to see if this thing is dangerous, and by the way, see if this guy is lying." Although the words of the Scaled Armor clan sound sincere, Qilu understands that it is imperative to be on guard against others. Or your own system is reliable. System, host, you don't need to bother the system with everything. When there is danger, the system will tell you. Can't you answer my question before saying something like this? Hearing this, Qila couldn't help but say something. System, well, this Blood Spirit Fruit is edible and not dangerous, and that guy didn't lie. System, however, the effect of the Blood Spirit Fruit has little effect on you as the host. Although it was a complaint at first, the system is still very reliable. The effect is not great. Why? Oh, I see, you don't need to say it. Only halfway through the question, Qi Li's voice stopped, and he figured out what was going on. The effect of the Blood Spirit Fruit is to increase the potential of the user, and then store it as special energy. After leaving the infinite battlefield, quickly improve the user's cultivation level. Sounds amazing, right? However, in the face of the system's means, these things are all subordinates. Younger brother. When Qi Lu wants to improve his cultivation level, does he still need something like Blood Spirit Fruit? Sure enough, Qi Lu wouldn't want to come to a place like the infinite battlefield if he wasn't looking for someone. Crack. Thinking of this, Qi Lu bit the Blood Spirit Fruit in his hand. Although it has no effect, it can be eaten. Then try it. After all, the appearance of the Blood Spirit Fruit is still very pleasing, as delicate and gorgeous as an ornament carved from ruby. Maybe the taste is as amazing as the appearance. This taste, it's a medicinal material, it's really a shame. After this bite, the skin is crisp and refreshing, and the inside is delicious and juicy. And it doesn't need to be chewed like ordinary fruits. Except that the outermost shell is brittle, the inside of the Blood Spirit Fruit is like cotton candy, which melts in the mouth. It turns into a mouthful of fragrance and sweetness in an instant, and even after swallowing it, the fragrance will remain on the lips and teeth, and the aftertaste will be endless. Wow, this taste is a bit addicting. Qi Li's eyes widened, savoring the sweetness carefully. Leaving aside the effect of the Blood Spirit Fruit, at least in terms of taste, it is also an extreme manifestation. This infinite battlefield is really interesting. Crack, click. After tasting such a delicacy, Qi Lu even ate a blood spirit fruit the size of a fist in 2 mouthfuls. Then he took the other 3 blood spirit fruits from the scales and ate them like snacks. Really not bad. While eating, Qi Lu sighed with emotion. Unaware that the scales lay on the ground with their heads down, not daring to let him see their eyes. Damn it, you just ate such a precious blood spirit fruit? It hurts so much, but I dare not say it. Hey, the effect of this blood spirit fruit seems to be more than what he said. After eating the 4 blood spirit fruits, Qi Lu was about to ask the next question, when suddenly something went wrong. But it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. It seems that the suppression of one's own power by the infinite battlefield has weakened by a tiny bit. This one feels vague. Because the suppressive force weakened this time is really too little. So little that if you don't pay attention, you will ignore it. If it weren't for Qi Li's perception and control over his own power, which had reached the peak, he might not have been able to feel such a small change. It should be because of eating the blood spirit fruit. Qi Lu clenched his fists to confirm that his feelings were correct. Although it is temporarily impossible to determine the reason, it is not a bad thing after all, and it doesn't matter. Moreover, there are still 6 blood spirit fruits left, just try it again later. Well, wait a minute, why experiment later? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. Anyway, the blood spirit fruit is so delicious, wouldn't it be enjoyable to eat it all at once? Try it now. Then, under the somewhat bewildered eyes of the Scaled Armor clan, Qi Lu suddenly got up and went to find the 3 blood spirit fruits buried under the Rockman's corpse. It is also miraculous. The flesh of the blood spirit fruit melts in the mouth, but the skin of this fruit has an unbelievably strong impact resistance. When Qi Lu found the blood spirit fruit under the pile of rubble, he found that none of them were broken. I can only say that my teeth are really good. But these words are not Qi Li's teasing himself. In fact, the demon god not only has a good mouth, but also has a strong digestion ability. Even if you eat reinforced concrete, it can still be digested. But the question is, why abuse yourself so much? And Qi Lu didn't just find the 3 blood spirit fruits of the Rockman. Together with the 3 blood spirit fruits on the body of the feathered people who were lying next to them, they also brought them over. Anyway, the feathered people dare not speak out, and even dare not show their anger on their faces. 6 blood spirit fruits, you should be able to feel it. Thinking so, Qi Lu just sat in front of the scales and ate the blood spirit fruits one by one. The hearts of the scales were bleeding all the time, it was obviously their own. Damn it, if he can survive this time, he must make this human race pay the price. It's really delicious. The taste of blood spirit fruit is really good. But this time, while enjoying this delicacy, Qi Lu also carefully sensed the changes in the strength in his body. Indeed, as he had guessed, the blood spirit fruit really had the effect of weakening the oppressive power of the infinite battlefield. Although the effect is extremely weak. But it doesn't matter, it's a good thing to have an effect, and it's enough to accumulate more. What's more, the most important part of the effect of the blood spirit fruit will only be displayed after leaving the infinite battlefield. What you experience now is just an incidental effect. So, the incidental effects of the blood spirit fruit should not. It will only work on me alone. That is to say, the more this kind of natural materials and earthly treasures are eaten, the less suppressive power the infinite battlefield will have. In this way, it is equivalent to improving the combat effectiveness in disguise. Qi Lu also thought of this after eating the last blood spirit fruit.